The story begins with a conversation between two guys. One of them asked if Shaolin had come to collect the rent. The friend answered his partner named Ching that the woman was there. The guy explained that the landlady had been waiting for him for about an hour. He assumed that the woman had to postpone the rent again. The woman sternly told the tenant that she did not want to make his life difficult, but all this was beyond the bounds of common sense. Shaolin told the guy that he hadn't paid his rent for 2 months. Shu told Mrs. Ju that she was absolutely right. The woman was surprised that the guy called her Mrs. She thought that the tenant mistook her for an old woman and asked him to skip the formalities. Shu answered the woman in a frightened voice that he agreed with her. The guy thought his mistress looked very gorgeous, but she was already over 30. He was surprised that the woman did not want to be called Mrs. Sue decided that he would not provoke the landlady but would just go along with her. Shaolin told the tenant that if he hadn't helped her a little, he would have been kicked out a long time ago. The guy was surprised. He didn't understand why the woman said that he helped her only a little. Zhu remembered to himself that he sweeps the corridors on 3 floors every day. He also helps the hostess with the housework. The protagonist felt that the rent debt was hanging over him. He thanked Miss Zhu out loud. The main character explained to the landlady that Qin Bing had not yet received her salary. He asked her to postpone the rent until the 15th. The woman sternly reminded the guy that he was 2 months late with the payment. She looked closely at the pile of bills on the table. The boy promised the woman that he would pay the rent after Qin Bing received the money for the work. Miss Zhu remembered that Shu Qing had lost his parents. He was raised by his older brother, but the brother also passed away. The landlady thought her tenant was a good child. Shaolin thought to herself that if it weren't for the guy's help, she would have been dead a long time ago. The woman realized that she really needed the rent money. She decided to find a reasonable compromise. The protagonist was surprised. He could not understand why the woman had gone silent. Several minutes passed. Shaolin came to her senses and cried out joyfully. The guy asked the woman what she meant. The owner told the guy that she would help him find another job. Shu asked his partner what kind of job she would find for him. The owner explained to the guy that if he did everything well, he would be able to pay her back in a couple of months. The main character was delighted. He rubbed his hands with joy and thanked Miss Zhu. The woman told the guy that she would tell him the details about his job. Shu will have to do the cooking and take care of the children. The guy will also be involved in traveling, cleaning, and delivering. As a result, the owner told the guy that he would be doing private tutoring for elementary and middle school students in electrical appliance repair. Shaolin told the guy that if he did all this, he would be able to make a profit later. Sue noticed that the more the hostess spoke, the more excited she became. The guy knew that when it came to business, a woman's intelligence reached a completely different level. The hostess talked to the guy for another hour. She showed no desire to stop. The main character felt that it was hard for him to stand. His legs went numb. Zhu looked around in search of a chair. He wanted to sit down. The guy turned around and told the hostess that he would go get a chair. To himself, he noticed that the woman's legs were fine. Suddenly, the hostess fell to the floor. The main character turned around in surprise. Shu asked the woman, "Why is she on Earth?" The hostess said in a tired voice that her legs hurt to stand. The guy explained to his partner that he wanted to bring her a stool. Shaolin explained that her legs hurt and she couldn't get up. The main character excitedly shouted to the woman that he would help her now. Shu extended his hands to the hostess. The woman displeasedly told the guy that she only asked him to help her get up. Shu shyly pulled his hands back. Shu was very embarrassed. He told the woman that he did everything by accident. The guy felt very awkward. A couple of minutes ago, the main character wanted to help a woman. He accidentally grabbed her. Zhu began to justify himself to the hostess. He said that he did not do it on purpose. Shaolin answered her partner that at least the strap on her clothes remained fastened. The main character thought to himself that if the girl had not had heart problems, this would never have happened to her. Shaolin pointed at the guy's face with a grin. Shu was very embarrassed. The woman promised her partner that she would find him a lot of work. She left him her phone number so she could contact him later. The main character thought that the phone does not work in the rain or sun. He did not understand why he needed this device. Yu shouted after the woman that he did not have money to top up his mobile account. The owner told the guy that she would pay for him. The landlady explained to the guy that there were big problems with the economy right now. The woman thought to herself that there were a lot of empty rooms on her 3 floors. Shaolin explained to the guy that if she could hire a housekeeper, her rental business would take off. The woman decided to herself that with the appearance of the main character, there would be more female tenants. Shaolin decided to herself that guys like the main character know how to turn on other girls. The hostess thought excitedly to herself that after the guy's touch, she had completely awakened inside. The protagonist couldn't understand why Miss Ju suddenly became silent. The woman felt that her heart was beating fast. The heated woman thought that she needed to leave as soon as possible. She said goodbye to the guy. The boss shouted after his mistress that he absolutely didn't need a phone. Near the entrance, the owner shouted to the guy that he would return her money from his salary. After that, the woman closed the door to the building behind her. Xiaolin thought to herself that after the guy took advantage of his position, he put her in a great mood. The main character greedily drank a whole glass of water. He put the glass on the table and said to himself that he was finally able to send the hostess away. Yu said to himself that he was very excited at the thought of making money. First of all, he would have to keep working no matter how dirty or tiring the part-time jobs were. The guy looked at the photo on the table. He said thoughtfully that Qin Bing wouldn't have to work much. Yu recalled that his parents died early when he was still a child. His brother and his wife were the closest people to him. The guy looked at the photo of his family. He decided that fate had played a cruel joke on him. Several years ago, the boy was diagnosed with uremia. After the death of his brother, all family responsibilities fell on the shoulders of his wife. Uremia is a painful disease. Qin Bing spent all the little money the family had. The doctor told the woman that only a kidney transplant could help her husband. The main character wanted to give his brother one of his kidneys, but the organ turned out to be incompatible. The main character recalled that he and his relative were not just blood brothers. Zhu remembered his brother and how they spent time together. He decided that they were not just blood brothers. The main character sadly recalled the death of a relative. He decided that the deceased would not have to leave alone. The protagonist thought to himself, "It's sad that if the transplant had not been successful, then Qin Bing's widow would not have experienced such difficulties." The woman swore to her late husband that she would make sure that his brother graduated from university. 2 years later, in Jiangcheng City, the girl was doing house cleaning. Qin thought to herself that her promise meant a certain responsibility for her. She remembered that Shu had always had exceptional grades. Qian moved the boy south to Jiangcheng City after Shu Bing's death. The main character told the woman that he was going to school. Qin told the guy that he could hang out after class. She decided that she couldn't be too strict with him. Qin thought to herself that the boy had acquired many skills through reading books. Zhu absorbed knowledge like a sponge. In the end, the guy's hard work would turn into money. The woman decided that Qing was the best gift from heaven for her. The woman was returning home in the evening on a bicycle through dark and deserted streets. Qian stopped. She noticed that the lights were still on in her windows. The woman locked her bicycle wheel to prevent it from being stolen and headed inside the house. The hostess entered the apartment and threw her bag near the entrance. She headed into the room. The woman changed into house slippers. She was very worried because the guy was not asleep yet. Qian opened the door slightly. She was surprised to see that the protagonist was sitting at the computer. Su was very focused. He pressed the keys on the keyboard with great attention. The main character was actively chatting with someone on a computer messenger. The woman came up behind the guy and looked closely at what he was writing to his partner. The main character was talking to someone about career and love. He was interested in his partner's opinion. Su demanded that his partner enlighten him about what men should be pursuing. The main character wrote to his partner that he needed a career, big money, and ideal love. He decided to himself that this was a brilliant analysis. Zhu corresponded with his partner using meaningless phrases. Qin approached the guy from behind and coughed softly. The main character was very scared. The main character jumped back in fear on his chair. The woman next to him laughed merrily. The woman came up to the guy from behind and put her hand on the mouse. Shu flinched in surprise. The guy turned around in fear. He never expected that someone would disturb him at such a moment. The main character repeated the woman's name to himself, very frightened. He was excited. Zhu reached back and started to feel for the monitor. He asked his partner with excitement, "When did she come back?" He didn't hear her. The woman pointed her finger strictly to the side. She told the main character that he was focused and did not hear her. Shu felt dissatisfied when he realized he had been caught. Qin pointed her finger at the monitor. The hostess sternly asked the guy where he got the computer. She decided that the main character stole it. Shu waved his hands frantically. He told the woman that it was not what she thought. The protagonist explained that the computer belonged to Mr. Lewis from the second floor. He wanted the guy to repair it. The woman asked the guy again with displeasure. Shu decided that he would keep quiet and not tell the woman that he had found a job. The woman asked the guy sternly if he had fixed everything. Shu stood and looked at the computer. Qin thought to herself that she had asked a stupid question. If the guy couldn't fix the computer, he wouldn't be able to chat with anyone online. Shu answered the woman. Chin clutched the clothes in her hand in displeasure. She asked the guy again, what did he say? The main character realized that he had let it slip. He sat down at the computer desk and tried to look as calm as possible. The main character calmly answered the woman that this is what happened. Sue told the woman that Xiaoling had come to him a couple of days ago to collect rent. After that, she offered him a job. The main character explained in detail to his partner how he got the opportunity to earn money. Zhu explained that Mr. Lewis had paid him $10 in advance. He decided to give it to the woman. The main character reached into his pocket for money. After that, he looked at the woman in surprise. Qin burst into tears. She told the boy that he shouldn't have worked and earned money. The guy calmly explained to the woman that he understood how difficult this was for her. Quinn told the boy with tears that they lived in difficult conditions. She added that Shu should have just studied. The woman was crying. The main character tried to console her with all his might. Qin kept telling the guy that she didn't need money. No one asked him to work. The crying of the hostess was very loud. One of the neighbors shouted angrily that they could not sleep. Shu said that once a woman starts crying, it is difficult for her to stop. Qian has been under a lot of pressure from her brother-in-law for the past 2 years. She has lost too much and had to endure too much. Shu clutched the money in his pocket. He was very disappointed that he had made Qin worry. The boy decided that he did not deserve to stay in this house. The main character turned around and ran to the exit. The woman called him in fear, but the guy slammed the door behind him. The main character was walking along the evening street. He sighed alone and walked between the houses. Suddenly, the guy saw something interesting to the side. He was near the park. Shu was very surprised and looked around. He could not understand how he ended up here. The main character decided to wander around the area. Suddenly, he heard someone snoring on a bench. Sue noticed an old man with long gray hair sleeping on a bench nearby. The main character understood and felt that the homeless man was snoring so loudly that he himself wanted to sleep. In his sleep, the guy felt that he was very hot because of the smell of smoke. He began to open his eyes abruptly. Sue woke up very frightened and realized that something was burning next to him. The guy couldn't understand how he managed to fall asleep in the park and where the fire came from. Yu saw an old man sitting in the center of a stone path and lighting something. The main character looked closely. He could not understand what the old man in front of him was setting on fire. Sue noticed with surprise that the homeless man was burning small pieces of paper. The main character decided to leave this place as soon as possible. He realized that the old man was crazy. The homeless man looked at the main character and asked him to help him burn some pieces of paper. The main character told the stranger that he was very busy and asked him to find someone else. The homeless man continued to ask the protagonist to help him burn a couple of pieces of paper. Shu looked at the old man with displeasure. He did not understand why he was burning papers. The main character realized that the old man really wanted him to help him with the burning. Zhu thought excitedly to himself that the old man looked very unhappy to him. The main character approached the old man to help him. Curiosity got the better of him. The main character thought that if he had known how everything would turn out, he would never have gone into this park. Zhu told the homeless man that they had burned the last piece of paper and he wanted to leave. The old man turned around and smiled at the guy. He thanked him for his help. The stranger handed the main character a wad of money as a sign of gratitude. The chief could not understand where the old man got so much money from. He picked up a pack of banknotes. Zhu was surprised. He knew that he helped the old man burn some paper, but he didn't understand why he gave him so much money. The main character carefully counted the banknotes. He realized that he was holding real money in his hands. Zhu looked at the stranger silently. He realized that a wad of money would help him solve his problems. The main character noticed that the homeless man was dressed very poorly. He couldn't understand where the old man got so much money from. The boy said out loud to the stranger that he couldn't take the money. The old man had to keep it for himself. The homeless man got angry. He asked the guy again, why doesn't he want to take the money? He told the main character that he is a good guy. The stranger began to tell that he wanted to meet someone like that before the spirit of the golden eye disappeared. The guy decided that the old man was muttering to himself. The main character turned around and decided to leave quickly. The old man suddenly grabbed him by the shoulder from behind. The stranger sternly demanded that the guy look him in the eyes. The old man's eyes lit up. The old man looked at the guy angrily with burning eyes. Pentagrams glowed inside his pupils. The stranger telepathically commanded the guy to relax and look at him intently. Shu felt a strong weakness in his body. The old man told the protagonist that he had given him the golden eye. A bright yellow lightning flashed from the stranger towards the main character. The homeless man looked at the main character. He exchanged beams of yellow energy with the guy. A large yellow energy from the old man was emanating into the main character's eye. The guy felt his body begin to fill with a very strong force. The protagonist screamed. He felt his body shake from the yellow energy. The old man felt very short of breath. He said in a weak voice that he was finally able to convey what he wanted. The main character fell to the ground. He lost consciousness near the old man's feet. The homeless man told the main character that he would be the bearer of the golden eye. He demanded that the guy not let him down. It was night all around. The main character fell asleep on a bench. Early in the morning, he came to his senses and began to open his eyes. Zhu jumped up on the bench. He was surprised that he fell asleep last night in this place. He remembered that he met a crazy old man yesterday. The main character remembered that he helped the stranger burn papers. The guy looked around but did not find Ash. You remembered that everything looked very realistic. It was difficult for him to understand that all this could be a dream. The stranger was sitting near a bench. There was a bowl of ashes next to him. The main character ran down the alley. The old man shouted after the guy to use the power of the golden eye correctly. The old man closed his eyes. At that moment, two strangers approached him from the side. They took him and pulled him along with them. Street vendors were preparing for Labor Day. The man spread out a blanket and placed books on top of it. The old man told the woman that she had come early today. The saleswoman explained that business had not been going very well lately. She wanted to get a better seat today. The main character was walking down the street. He was gradually approaching the merchants. The woman smiled kindly at the guy and asked him to buy a book from her. The man told the saleswoman that the guy was upset. He explained that the client had run away from home because of some problems. No one would read books in such a mood. The protagonist became worried because his problems were so visible. The seller lit a pipe and said that the guy would not be able to find a single bill in his pocket. The main character remembered that he had left the big one in a hurry the previous evening. He had not had time to change his clothes, and he had also fallen when he was in the park. The woman told the guy that he could buy the cheapest book for 5 yuan. The protagonist decided that he could buy a bowl of noodles with 2 eggs for 5 yuan. He told the woman that he didn't read such books. The saleswoman offered the guy another book for 20 yuan. The old man explained to the woman that the main character could not buy a book from him for 20 yuan. The saleswoman persistently explained to the guy that the book would be useful for him. Shu replied that he didn't need the book. Suddenly, he saw something interesting. Yu saw a special seal on the book with his special vision. The main character grabbed the book very abruptly and began to quickly turn the pages. Zhu leafed through the book with great attention. He was very frantically looking for the seal. The main character looked closely. He noticed that there was something between the pages. The saleswoman told the guy that the book was old, but it was still pretty clean, and there was no need to be so picky. Shu said excitedly that there was something in the book. The main character couldn't understand where the seal had gone. The woman told the client that the book was old. If he liked it, he should buy it. Shu was very surprised. He could not understand how he saw the seal in the book. The main character said that he did not have 20 yuan and put the book back. The customer offered the woman 8 yuan. The man on the side reminded him that he had said the guy had no money. The saleswoman angrily told the protagonist that he wanted to rob her. She reminded him that the starting price of the book was 50 yuan. Shu turned around and prepared to leave. The saleswoman shouted to the guy that she agreed to 8 yuan. Shu asked the woman with interest why she agreed to a low price, although the book really costs 50 yuan. The woman slyly said that the main character was well-mannered, so she agreed to his price. The protagonist reached into his pocket for money. The woman asked the customer if he needed a bag. Shu demanded that the saleswoman give him just a book. Shu took the book in his hands and rolled it up. He put it in the back pocket of his shorts. The main character was leaving. The saleswoman shouted after the guy to come back again. The main character was walking down the street. He remembered that he had not been home since the previous night. The protagonist thought to himself that Chin was worried about him. He needed to hurry back. The guy looked at the coins in his hands. He decided to himself that he would still do the work that Miss Zhu would find for him. The bus arrived. The main character decided to walk and save money for breakfast. Zhu approached the noodle house. He decided to order some food for himself with the remaining money. The main character stood in front of the cook. He decided to call the waiter to him. The guy ordered a bowl of noodles from the cook for 2 yuan without gravy. The cook passed the order to the waiter. One of the customers was surprised that Shu ordered his food without gravy. The customer loudly ordered a bowl of noodles with filling and asakawa as an extra. The waiter was very surprised by the customer's request for asakawa. Someone told the customer not to tease the waiter because he was very young. The customer apologized and said he wanted to order brisket. The woman was unhappy. She said the people in the room were very noisy. Shaolin noticed that Shu was sitting at a table in the hall. The waiter brought him noodles. The woman ordered the waiter to bring the guy some spare ribs. Shu became embarrassed. He waved his hands and said that he was fine. The woman sat down next to the guy. She said that she was treating him. Shaolin asked the main character where he ran off to last night. The main character turned to his partner in surprise. Shaolin was eating noodles. She said that Qin Bing couldn't sleep all night. The woman told the guy that if the work was too difficult for him, he didn't have to do it. Shu jumped up abruptly. He told the woman that he would do any job, no matter how hard it was. The guy asked for a favor. The main character asks the woman not to tell Qin anything. Shaolin finished eating. She told the guy that they had come to an agreement. The woman headed for the exit. She told the guy that she would call when she had work for him. The guy decided that his boss was a very nice person. He thought that the woman was a little hot-tempered. The main character sat and looked attentively at the empty plates at the table. He decided to go home. Zhu walked to the door. He figured that Qin should have left for work by now. The guy still wanted to figure out what kind of seal he saw in the book. The woman greeted the guy. The main character came in and said that he was home. The hostess asked the guy if he had had breakfast. She explained to the main character that she would make food for him now. Shu grabbed the woman by the hand. He explained to her that he had already eaten. The guy couldn't understand why his partner didn't ask him anything about the previous night. Nguyen told the protagonist in a sad voice that she was going to work now. The woman at the door said goodbye to the guy. She offered him to sleep until she returned from work. The main character rushed after the woman. He wanted to tell her something for the last time. Zhu thought about it. He remembered the seal in the book that was in his pocket. The guy took out a book and put it on the table. He opened the drawer to take the scissors. Zhu began to cut the pages of the book very carefully and neatly. The main character carefully cut the page and found the seal he needed there. Shu looked at the stamp very carefully. He couldn't figure out its origin. The guy decided to look up the information on the computer. The main character used a search engine to find the information he needed. Shu continued to search for information. He couldn't understand why the computer couldn't find anything about the brand. The main character went to the website with marks on the form. He decided that he could find at least something there. Sue decided to find information about the stamp, which depicts a huge elephant. The main character looked closely at the computer and realized that he had found what he wanted. Shu found a full description of the stamp. It depicted an elephant. This relic belonged to the Qing dynasty. The main character read the information very carefully. He learned that the stamp was a rare rarity. Sue was very happy. He realized that he had come across a very valuable artifact. The protagonist realized that he had bought a very valuable piece of paper for 8 yuan. The protagonist knew that he could sell his stamp for 600,000 Hong Kong dollars at auction. He could solve his problem at home. Yu realized that he had to take great care of his precious stamp. He decided to hide it. The main character took the stamp and decided to put it in a plastic bag for safekeeping. Shu put the valuable stamp in the notebook and closed it. He decided to hide it. The main character decided to hide the notebook in his bag. He heard the phone ringing. Zhu couldn't figure out who was calling him. He thought it was Miss Zhu with some work for him. The main character got a call from his boss. Lil Yufu was really in a hurry to get his computer. The guy was carrying the equipment in his hands. The main character almost went down the stairs. He called the fat man. Lil turned to the side in surprise. The client threw his cigarette aside. He shouted joyfully to the guy that he had been waiting for him for a long time. Liu Yufu was fat and short, but he was a professional writer. The client took the computer from the guy's hands. Zhu asked his friend to help him with the computer. The main character ran to the computer. He thought that his friend's fat did not affect his speed. Zhu turned on the computer. An image of the operating system appeared on the screen. Liu thanked the main character for raising his mistress in one night. The guy couldn't understand which mistress he was talking about. The fat man told his friend that after the repair, even the fan became much quieter than before. Shu explained that he cleaned the fan from dust with a brush. The fat man handed the protagonist 20 yuan. He promised the guy that he would hire him again in the future. Shu asked his friend, where can he exchange stamps for money in Zhongcheng? The fat man asked his friend if he collected stamps. Shu answered his friend that he had a small hobby. The main character thought to himself that if he sold the stamp, his life would change. Liu told the main character that if he wanted to sell the stamp, he knew a rich guy who did it. The fat man said that money is not a problem for his friend. Shu was happy after such words. The main character thought that if he sold the stamp, he could seriously help his sister. Yu said that he had a very valuable stamp. The buyer will get a surprise. The fat man asked his friend what brand he wanted to offer. The main character said that he had a large dragon brand with an elephant design. Liu was very surprised. He couldn't believe that his friend had such a rare stamp. The fat man asked his friend again, "Does he really have a big dragon brand?" Zhu replied that he was almost certain that his stamp was genuine. The fat man took out his phone to make a call. The main character asked his friend in surprise what he was doing. The fat man really wanted to call. Liu explained that he was calling his rich friend. The fat man seriously asked the protagonist if he had a big dragon stamp. At this time, the partner picked up the phone and angrily asked who had called him on the phone. The fat man was delighted. He greeted his friend named Tang Guobing. The partner angrily asked the fat man why he had called him early in the morning. Liu told Tang that he wanted to offer him a large dragon mark. The partner very angrily shouted back at the fat man to get the hell out. Tan hung up. He didn't want to talk to the fat man at that time. The main character asked his friend what had happened. Liu replied that his comrade had been woken up by a phone call. The fat man could not understand why his friend was interested in the precious treasure. The protagonist explained to his friend that the rich guy might already have a brand that he could offer. The main character decided to go upstairs. He realized that he would still have to sweep the corridors. The fat man promised the protagonist that he would contact him if he received news from the Thane. Suddenly, the fat man's phone rang. He realized that it was his rich friend calling. Tan asked the fat man if he had spoken about the Great Dragon Mark. The fat man told his friend on the phone that he was talking about the new big dragon stamp with the sun design. Tan was shaving at the time. He said he was ready to pay $1 million for the stamp regardless of its condition. The fat man suggested to his friend to call an expert and look at it together. He asked his friend to treat him to food if the stamp was real. Tan immediately hung up after that. Liu decided that his friend was very impatient. He sat on a chair in front of the computer. The fat man hoped that the main character would not let him down. He did not want to lose his food. The main character was cleaning. He was sweeping up the trash on the floors of the building. Zhu thought to himself that sweeping the floor may look easy, but in a large building it is simply unbearable. The main character said to himself after work that he had not slept at all last night and now he could rest. The car was racing at full speed through the city. The driver was honking to get through. The car was racing at great speed. Tan was rushing to meet the main character in it. On one of the turns, the car suddenly braked and was carried slightly to the side. The passenger told Tan that he had driven through a red light. The man replied that red lights were nothing compared to his elephant brand. The main character decided to take a rest after cleaning. He drank some water. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. Zhu turned his head to the side with displeasure. He couldn't understand who could come to him so early in the morning. Someone knocked on the door and called the main character brother. He shouted for him to open it quickly. The main character approached the door. He opened it and saw a crowd of people near the entrance. Liu happily waved to his friend. Next to him stood Tang Guobing and the appraisal expert, Old Man Wu. Zhu was surprised. He couldn't understand what kind of people came to him. Tan asked the main character if he was selling the elephant stamp. The main character discontentedly told the fat man not to count on a discount. Liu explained to the protagonist that Tang Guobing was an impatient but loyal guy. The client wanted to look at the brand. The protagonist went into the next room to bring religion. Shu opened the album and showed Mark to the guests. The buyer and the expert looked at it carefully. Tan asked Old Man Wu to pass him a magnifying glass. He wanted to evaluate the stamp. The expert handed the glass to the guy. The buyer looked at the brand very carefully. Tan looked at the mark and realized that it really did depict an elephant. The man hugged the old man and told him to evaluate the relic. Wu took out his suitcase with tools. The old man opened the suitcase and began to take out various tools from there. Protagonist: ask a friend. Why does Wu look like he wants to do an autopsy? The fat man explained to his partner that a professional would be working now. The old man studied the stamp very carefully. He examined it from all sides through a magnifying glass. Wu continued to stare at the relic. A fat man came up behind him and impatiently placed his hands on his shoulder. The old man demanded that the boy take his hands off him. Liu jumped back in fear. The expert, after examining Mark, expressed his admiration for her out loud. The buyer told the protagonist that he would transfer him $1 million when. He asked for bank details. The protagonist said that Wu had not finished evaluating the brand yet. Tan asked the guy for the card. The protagonist handed the card to the buyer. The computer informed the main character that he had received 1 million yuan. The main character was amazed. He realized that he really received 1 million yuan into his account. Yu said with surprise that he went from being a poor student to becoming a millionaire overnight. The main character looked at his laptop. He thought that if he had 1 million earlier, he could have cured his brother. The main character remembered his family. He thought that fate likes to joke with people. Shu was very sad after remembering his brother's death. Tears appeared in his eyes. Tan approached the protagonist and said, "Did he really burst into tears because of 1 million yuan?" The buyer told the guy not to be weak. "It's only 1 million." Shu told his partner that it was only for him that 1 million wasn't money. The main character looked at his card. He said that 1 million meant a lot to him. The expert explained to the boy that the stamp was genuine. The fat man smiled and told the old man that the Tan had already paid for the relic. Liu said that his friend was so emotional that he even cried. Tan gave the main character a laptop. The fat man was surprised that Tan gave the main character a laptop. He realized that the guy was really squandering the money that his father earned. The buyer told Old Man Wu to keep the stamp. The guy added that he was treating everyone to lunch. He also promised entertainment after the meal. The fat man was very happy. The main character said that he would stay at home and his friends could go. The fat man happily told the protagonist that they should not refuse Tan. He suggests that they have some fun today. Shu agreed with his friend's proposal. Liu began to push the protagonist from behind. He demanded that the guy not hesitate. The protagonist was going down with his friend. He asked what they would be going on. Liu explained that they would be going on Mr. Tan's car. There was a big black Jeep parked near the entrance. The fat man explained happily that Tan used the best computer and the best car. The fat man said that the guy was looking for a woman from the Samoan Islands to marry. Shu asked his friend why the rich guy needed such a woman. Liu answered the main character that Samoan women were very beautiful. The car and its passengers sped along the road. The main character arrived at the restaurant with his friends. They all got out of the car. The main character looked at the establishment and realized that it looked like paradise on earth. The restaurant was very huge and looked very chic. There was another high-rise building nearby. Tan hugged the main character and asked him cheerfully if it was his first time in heaven on earth. He promised a walk after the meal. The guy threw his key to the servant. The driver demanded that the servant park his car in the usual place. The servant told the young master that he would do so. Zhu was surprised that his friend was called Young Master. The fat man explained to the protagonist that Tang's father was a major shareholder in this establishment. The building belonged to him. Liu said that Heaven on Earth was the best establishment in its field in the city. Shu realized that Tang was very rich. Tang told his friends that he would find a separate room with the old man. He asked Liu to stay with Shu and look around. The main character looked to the side and saw several beautiful girls. They walked past him. Shu asked his friend, "Why are the waitresses at the hotel dressed differently?" Liu explained that the establishment was split into heaven and earth. The fat man explained to his friend that food on earth costs about 1,000 yuan. Ordinary people eat there. The waitress for heaven is in the sky. You can only eat there for 10,000 yuan. Liu took the phone in his hands. He said that they needed to go so as not to make Tan wait for too long. The main character asked where they were going. The fat man smiled at his friend and said that they were going to heaven. The guys climbed up the stairs. The main character looked around the restaurant's chic and expensive interior with interest. Shu looked at the frame. It seemed to him to be made of gold. He decided to check it out. The fat man grabbed his friend and pulled him into the hall. Mr. Tan was waiting for them there. The main character and his friend were sitting in a luxurious hall. Everything around was sparkling. The table was richly set. The fat man apologized to Mr. Tan for coming so late. The boy said that Old Man Wu couldn't stand the wait and went out for a walk. Tan pointed the guests to the table. He said that they could come in and order something to eat. The main character took the menu. His friend proudly told him not to worry about money. Yu studied the menu with great interest. All the dishes were very expensive. The main character realized that any dish in the restaurant costs more than 1,000. The client does not eat food, but eats money. The protagonist put the menu aside and said that he would order the gold and silver treasure. Tan laughed. He asked the protagonist again, "Is he really ordering gold and silver treasures?" The guy looked at his friend and said that they looked alike and that he also liked this dish. The main character looked thoughtfully and with interest at the waitress approaching him. The fat man said discontentedly to the main character that he had ordered only one dish. Liu grabbed the menu and began listing the dishes he wanted to the waitress. The protagonist looked at his friend and realized that he was not holding back at all. The fat man asked the Thane what else, in his opinion, was worthy. The guy ordered an expensive wine from the 82nd year from the waitress. The girl answered the guy that everything would be ready soon. Tan hugged the main character. He asked the guy why he was so reserved. The protagonist replied that he should be restrained. Tan told the guy to look at his hands. Tan touched the main character's body. He said that he had beautiful pectoral muscles. The protagonist pushed his friend's hand away from his body with all his might and offered Tanu to touch Liu. Liu touched the fat man's body and said that he had pure collagen in his body. Liu looked at his friend with a smile and said that he didn't mind giving him his body. Tan was dumbfounded and froze. He angrily shouted at the fat man that he was straight. Old man Wu with a glass was watching everything that was happening. The old man said in a satisfied voice, "It's good to be young." Tan looked at the fat man and decided that he liked him. The young gentleman thought that he had the most fun when he was with the fat man. Tan remembered to himself that he still had many friends, but they were not so close to him. The guy realized that most of his friends were only interested in his money. Tan looked at the fat man and realized that he would always be his only friend. After that, he looked at the main character. The young master looked and realized that he felt at ease with Shu. Tan jumped up from his seat and asked the waiter to pour each of them some expensive wine. The waitress came over and poured expensive wine into large glass goblets. The main character studied the wine in his glass for a long time and carefully. The fat man asked his friend what he was doing. Sue took a deep breath of wine from his glass. Liu said with a smile that his friend was a professional in wine tasting. Shu held a glass in his hand. He said that he had heard of wine tasting before. The guests sat at the table and began to drink wine from their glasses. Zhu felt that he didn't like the wine very much after drinking it. The main character said that his wine seemed sour to him. He added that the wine was older than him, since it was released in 1982. The people at the table were drinking wine from glasses. Tan told his friend with a smile that he was amazing. Shu looked at the glass and said that red wine is not as cool as liqueur. A friend suggested that the protagonist try an expensive dish on a plate. Tan explained to his friend that these were the gold and silver treasures he was ordering. On the plate lay a dish wrapped in foil. The main character opened the foil on his dish with great interest. Siu noticed with great surprise that for 800 yen, they brought him baked potatoes. The fat man told the main character to try the dish. It must be very tasty. Zhu decided to himself that the potato couldn't be very tasty. He carefully tried it. The main character liked the taste of baked potatoes. He did not regret that he tried it. The fat man asked the main character if the food in heaven and on earth was tasty. The protagonist said that he could buy a ton of potatoes in his city for 800 yen. Liu replied to his friend that you can't compare restaurant food with the countryside. The fat man told his friends that they didn't have to spend money and they could eat as much as they wanted. The table was very richly and very beautifully set. The guy offered everyone to eat. The guests at the table began to eat various foods with great appetite. An hour later, only empty plates remained on the table. The main character ate too much and was resting in a chair. The guy thought to himself that he needed to decide how he would enroll in his new university. Tan suggested to his friend to go and see the antique auction. The fat man confirmed that the auction would be a fascinating spectacle. Tan put his hand on the old man's shoulder and said that he could help him get some interesting items. The protagonist felt that he was very tired. Shu didn't want to go anywhere. The fat man jumped up and told his friends to all go together. He needed to participate in something fun. The main character told his friend that he wanted to rest a little right now. Liu told the guy that he could sleep after they finished. The customer asked the waiter for the bill. He said they would use Mr. Tan's card. The main character and his friends went out into the restaurant corridor. They talked to each other. Tan said with interest to his companions that he would allow them to experience something new. The main character was very tired. He closed his eyes on the go and fell asleep. Tan and his companions reached the top floor. The elevator doors opened. The fat man told his friend happily that the hotel elevators were very fast. Liu held the elevator doors. He said excitedly for the protagonist to quickly get out. Zhu asked his friend with displeasure, "Where are they?" The fat man told the guy that he was very talented at falling asleep standing up. The guy replied that he was very sleepy. The guests approached the auction doors. The fat man opened them for the main character. The protagonist found the room to be like a conference room. The fat man told his friend that he kept underestimating the price of things. People turned around to look at the guests who had come in. One of them asked who it was that had come to see them. So ridiculous. The main character entered a huge room with his companions. The client looked at the people who came. He couldn't understand who they were. Zhu and his companions silently headed to the tables to sit down. The waitress pointed to the main character to sit down at the table. She poured him some green tea into a cup. The protagonist glanced furtively at the waitress next to him. Liu told his friend that he sobered up after seeing the girl. The main character said that he sobered up from the tea. He drank it from a cup and looked away. At this time, workers entered the room. They were carrying huge chests. The fat man became interested in what was inside the boxes. The workers carried huge boxes in their hands and placed them in the center of the hall. The protagonist looked closely and noticed Xiao Gongyun standing in the center. He was a famous figure among collectors. The fee for his invitation was no less than $100,000. She stood near the laid table. He looked at all the participants of the auction with great attention. The presenter said that it was time to begin. He added that the treasure would speak for itself. Xiu took out a large vase from the chest. He said that this would be their first treasure. After this, the presenter threw the vase on the ground. It shattered into pieces. People were very surprised and amazed. They could not understand why the presenter broke such a treasure. The protagonist couldn't figure out what all this meant. Xiao explained that Tang Zhengang had bought the vase a couple of years ago. He said that today's auction would start with this. The main character noticed that a lot of people were looking in his direction. He was not used to having so many people staring at him. The fat man explained that Tang Zhengang was young Master Tang's father. The young guy said that the vase cost only 600,000. There was nothing wrong with that. The main character was very surprised when he heard the price of 600,000. He asked his friend, why did the presenter break the vase? The guy explained to the protagonist that the vase was a fake. His father had been deceived. He added that 600,000 could be considered tuition fees. The protagonist was surprised that 600,000 had been spent on buying a fake. Tang said that Mr. Xiao had two goals. First, he wanted to attract everyone's attention. The guy explained that if fakes are bought at this auction, it is the buyer's fault. The person does not see that the thing he bought is a fake. Tan said that everyone knew that the vase was fake. Xiao prepared to put on his gloves. The presenter asked the young guy Tana if he liked hearing this sound. The guy said happily that he definitely liked the sound. The people in the hall laughed. The host looked at the guests and said that there should be silence around. Xiao suggested that the participants look at the first good item. One of the guests said that the thing could also be a fake. The host sternly told the guests that the item was definitely genuine. The man replied that if Xiao said so, then the item was definitely real. Xiao tore the cover off the antiques. He told the guests that it was time to start the appraisal. There was an ancient vase on the table. Xiao said that the item in front of them was made during the Song dynasty. Its price starts from 2 million. The protagonist was surprised that someone was willing to pay 2 million for some bowl. Tan explained that the price was still very cheap. He added that usually such a bowl sells for up to $5 million. Su told bidders that the auction was starting now, adding that they could come over to see it for themselves. People looked at the bowl carefully. One of them said that this product is worth its 2 million. The fat man suggested to his friend to go and look at the bowl. Shu replied that the item was very expensive for him. Liu told his friend that they could at least touch the artifact. One of the participants said that at the auction they can only look but not touch. If they touch the lot, they must buy it. Tan confirmed that if anyone touched the cup, they had to buy it. Liu said in a frightened voice that he would not touch the cup. People stood around and looked at the artifact with great attention from all sides. Xiao asked the auction participants, which of them wanted to bid first? A man said he would raise his bid to 2.2 million. Another bidder said he would pay 2.3 million. Very quickly, the price reached 2.6 million. The man with long hair said that the other participants were very stingy. The participant said that he was ready to pay 3 million. One guy was surprised that the man raised the price by 400,000 at once. The participants became very angry and did not understand that they could not raise the price any further. The man angrily slammed his fist on the table and shouted at Zuan that he wanted to compete with him for this cup again. The man calmly replied that he could buy the cup at auction. The protagonist looked at the men arguing with each other. He asked his friend who they were. Tan answered that these participants always compete with each other and fight. Zhuang angrily accused his rival's son of always wanting to go against him. He said that he was ready to pay 3.5 million. The men continued to argue among themselves. Very soon the price reached 12 million. Sun suddenly coughed. The colleague asked if everything was okay. The man told Juan that it was none of his business. The man looked angrily at his opponent and said that he could beat him. Sun raised his hand and said that he was ready to pay 13 million. The opponent only smiled at such a price. Zhuang told the man that his cat would be happy to use the $13 million bowl. Zhang drank tea from the cup. He decided joyfully to himself that he had won this time. Sun didn't hesitate for a moment. He wrote out a check for the purchase of the bowl at auction for 13 million. The man handed the written check to the auctioneer with a displeased look. She said very happily to the participant that he was indeed a very generous buyer. Sun said in a dissatisfied voice that he was not like some people. The host promised the contestant that they would send him the cup home after the auction. Sun agreed with the auctioneer's words. He looked at the bowl on the table. The fat man was surprised. He couldn't believe that the cup could be sold for millions of dollars. Tan looked at the guys and said that he wanted to tell them another shocking secret. The main character and his friend were very surprised. They did not understand what secret the guy wanted to tell them. Zhu asked his friend what secret he wanted to tell him. Tan asked the guys to move closer to him. Tan said his father bought the bowl for $600,000 along with the broken vase. The man paid $1,200,000 for both items. The guys were very surprised that items worth $1,200,000 were sold at auction for 13 million. The fat man said in a dissatisfied voice, "That all this is just ridiculous," Tan answered his friend. "That all this is also very profitable." The guy explained to the main character that all this is the art of marketing and sales. The host said that they were starting the next bidding. The host suggested that guests buy a bronze wine cup from the Yin dynasty. Yu said that the price of the cup is 300,000. Anyone can check the authenticity of lot at will. The height of the bronze cup is 20 feet. Tan looked closely at the bowl. He said that its color looked good. Tan suggested that his friends come over and take a closer look at the lot. The people stood and looked at the bowl carefully. Tan told his friends that they were seeing a rare and beautiful piece. The protagonist told his friend that the lot was very rusty. Tan replied that they wanted a cup and rusty, but the overall shape was clear. At that moment, someone offered 350,000. The main character was surprised. Some customer didn't even look at the product before naming the price. Zhu looked at the goods carefully. He couldn't understand why a broken cup cost so much money. Suddenly, Shu felt that his eyes were itching very badly. He closed them. The main character's magical vision was activated. He couldn't understand what was wrong with him. Xiu noticed blue smoke appearing near the bronze bowl. It was rising upward. The main character opened his eyes, but felt smoke getting into them. He immediately closed his eyes. Shu put his hands to his face. He realized that something had happened to his eyes. Tan asked his friend in fear what had happened to him. Shu answered his partner that he felt pain in his right eye. Tan approached the main character. He decided to carefully examine his eye. The guy looked closely at the main character's face. He was looking for something unusual in the eye. Shu asked his friend if he saw anything strange. Tan answered his partner that he did not see anything strange. The main character asked his friend to take a closer look. Tan decided to examine it again. Tan calmly replied to his friend that he still hadn't noticed anything strange in his eye. The main character was unhappy. Xiu rubbed his eye persistently. He remembered that he had just felt pain and seen green smoke. The main character looked at the artifact again. He didn't understand what was happening to it. Tan addressed his friend by name. He asked if his eye hurt. The main character said that when he looked at the cup, something happened to him. The partner explained that someone had already bought the artifact. A friend asked the protagonist if he was interested in the cup. Shu did not have time to answer. The host told the surprised participants that the auction was over and that the bonus was coming next. The auctioneer said that many people have made millions from this show. If a participant is lucky, he can get a big treasure for only $1,000. The presenter pointed to a large box on the floor. People around looked at him in surprise. Zhang said that it was all bullshit. He couldn't believe that he could get something like the Holy Grail inside the box. Sun asked his partner if he really didn't know what was inside the box. He added that Zhang's brain had aged. The men stood opposite each other and argued. People around looked at them in surprise. Zhang and Sun looked at each other with great anger and hatred. The auctioneer told the contenders not to worry. The show had not yet begun. The men turned away in displeasure, so as not to see each other. There was silence in the hall. The host looked attentively at the participants. The auctioneer said that all the stones from the box were on the table. Any participant could become rich in an instant. A person can become a little richer thanks to his abilities and luck. The host told the guests that they should enjoy today's show. Master Tan took up the idea. The people in the hall were surprised. They looked at the auctioneer silently and with interest. The main character asked his friend what kind of game was going to happen now. Tan prepared to explain everything to his partner. Tan explained to the protagonist that there is an old saying. If a man cuts a rock, he will lose a mountain of gold. If a man cuts a rock, he will find a valley of precious stones. No machine can fully reveal what is inside the stone, so it is difficult to decide whether there is jade inside the stone. As a result, a gambling and expensive game arises. The protagonist asked in surprise, "Does it mean that most people will not get anything?" Tan answered his partner that most participants want to get rich and bet on the right stone. Yu said that he would like to open the stone and see what was inside. Tan explained that you can only look inside the stone after you buy it. The guy explained that the stone in the auctioneer's hand was intact. All that was known was that the nugget was from a jade mine, but no one knew if there was jade inside. The host said that the stones were taken from a mine in Myanmar. This mine is famous for its precious jade. Now fate will decide what is inside the stone. The host said that the jade ring on his hand cost him millions of dollars. One of the participants jumped up and angrily slammed his fist on the table with all his might. Son shouted to the host that 5 years ago he had persuaded his son to sell the jade to him. The man told the host that the stone used to cost $1 million. Now he wants to buy it for $2 million. The host smiled and said that he was just joking. The main character said that $1 million for the ring is very expensive. Tan explained to the guy that he was deceived. Tan explained to his partner that the ring currently costs at least $3 million on the market. The host offered the client to examine the stones. The fat man remembered that Sun had already bought a cat bowl for $13 million. Sun was the owner of a jewelry store. He was very experienced when it came to collecting jewelry. Lu was very surprised, but he could not understand why this participant was now being invited on stage. The fat man realized that if the store owner stuck his nose in, he could spend $13 million on a cat bowl. The man was very carefully sorting through the stones in his hands. He said that he knew their smell. The host said that if any of the participants found a stone with jade, he would buy it. Sun chose a large stone and asked to cut it. He threw in several bundles of money. The auctioneer thanked the man. He asked the client how he should cut the stone. The client thought about it and told the presenter that he needed to cut the stone in half. The spectators were very surprised. They did not understand why the man decided to cut the stone in half. The master came out and turned on the machine. The saw spun up to a huge speed. The saw blade made a loud noise. The master prepared to cut the test stone. There was a loud ringing sound. The saw cut through the stone. Small fragments flew around to the sides. The man was very focused. He watched with great attention as his stone was cut. Sun thought to himself that the nugget would not be of any special value. He decided that 20,000 had been wasted. The cut stone began to shine. The presenter congratulated the client on a successful cut. The man was very happy. He was so surprised that he even spat out his tea into the glass. The client decided to examine his stone himself. Sun was very surprised because he was so lucky. The man took a closer look. He said that the jade inside the stone was not very rare. He only earned about 100,000. The other customers were surprised at how lucky Sun was. One guy shouted that he wanted to choose a stone too. The boy called the man to go with him. The customer said that this batch of stones seemed good. The people near the table looked carefully and selected stones for themselves. Tan told his friend that he was going to choose one stone. He asked the protagonist what he was going to do. Shu replied that he would look for now. Tan chose a stone. He told the master to cut it. People noticed that the guy had found a big stone. The worker asked how he should cut the stone. The guy replied that the stone needed to be cut in half, just like Mr. Sunday. The main character walked among the people. He decided to come up and also look at the stones. One customer asked a friend, "What about Mr. Tang's stone?" Someone said that there was nothing special inside the stone, but the customer bought another one. Some people said that the guy bought himself a rock the size of a basketball. The main character couldn't understand why people choose big rocks. Shu walked over to the table where the cheap and small stones were lying. Nobody needed them. The protagonist realized that the stones were very cheap. The guy thought that large stones might have a higher probability of containing jade inside. The main character's magical vision was activated. His gaze became piercing. Shu felt something happening to his eye. He grabbed his face with his hand. The guy was surprised to notice that he could very clearly see jades inside ordinary stones. The main character's friend came up to him from the side. Tan asked the guy to look at his face. Tan asked his friend if he had chosen two useless stones. The protagonist replied that no one except Mr. Sun had a good stone. The guy looked closely at the pile of stones in front of him on the table. Tan asked his friend if he had looked at the small stones. The young gentleman asked the main character with a grin if he wanted to try. The main character thought. He looked at his friend and slyly scratched the back of his head. Shu asked his partner to lend him $3,500. Tan replied to his friend that it was only $3,500. The guy reached into his pocket and pulled out a wallet. The main character looked at him impatiently. A friend gave the protagonist a wad of money. He said that if Shu chose the right stone, he could keep it for himself. The protagonist told his friend that he wanted the two of them to share what would be inside the 3,000 stone. Shu told his friend that he would take the stone for himself for $500. Tang told the protagonist that he would ask for the stone to be packaged for him. The main character chose a stone for himself. After that, he rolled it with his foot. Shu wanted to saw the stone. He pushed it towards the table where the machine stood. Tan looked at his friend and said that he was doing the right thing with the heavy stones. He himself had once carried them. Shu brought the nugget to the master in his hands and asked him to cut it for him. The main character handed the stone to the master. He put it on the machine and wanted to saw it. Yu shouted to the worker to wait. He picked up the stone and began to examine it. The protagonist drew a line on the stone. He asked the worker to cut it along the mark. The master looked at the client and told him not to be nervous. He explained that there might be nothing inside the stone. The worker explained to the protagonist that all this would be useless, no matter how far he cut the stone. Yu smiled at his partner and said in a calm voice that he could continue. The master turned on the machine. The saw began to spin very quickly. Shu watched everything. The master carefully cut a piece from the stone. Tan excitedly noticed something interesting on the machine. After sawing, a very bright red jade was found inside the stone. The people around were very surprised. They crowded to look at the red jade. Sun happily said that if the jade were made into a ball, the price would rise to 5 million. Tan told his friend that he would make a big profit, and he was proud of it. The main character reminded his partner that they would share. Tan hugged the main character very happily. He answered him that he agreed. The boy hugged his friend. He was very happy that Shu had found the red jade. The main character thought that there really was something inside the stone. Shu realized that there was something inside the other stone too. The guy couldn't understand why he was able to see jade inside the nugget. The master examined it carefully. The stone surprised him. A huge jade and an inconspicuous stone inside. Tan asked the evil master. Was he surprised by the choice of the main character? He demanded that the worker quickly clean the jade and call him after finishing. The master answered his partner in a frightened voice that he understood him. The worker was sawing away at the stone with great attention. The loud ringing of the saw could be heard all around. The main character decided to step aside. He told his friend to sort everything out. Tan told his partner that he could rely on him. Zhang was watching the guys from the side. The man thought that the small stones on the table might also contain jade. Zhang wanted to buy all the stones. Sun told his competitor that he had already bought them for himself. The participants began to check the insides of the stones. There was nothing valuable inside. The men were unhappy. They sawed all the stones but found nothing inside. Zhang said that his competitor knows nothing in this area. Sun asked his partner, "What is he thinking about?" Sun told the man that Mr. Xiao had spoken very highly of him. Zhang angrily replied to his partner that they would see which of them they would choose. The master carefully sawed the jade. He finished the work and decided to tell Master Tan everything. Tan decided to address the auction participants. He asked for their attention. The guy showed the stone to everyone present. He said that his friend had found this red jade. He added that he would sell the stone for 8 million from the starting price. Xu told the people that the auction was starting right now. Sun thought to himself that he couldn't deceive Tang, and so he would just wait. The main character was very surprised. He couldn't believe that the stone could be sold for 8 million. The fat man approached his friend and said that this time he would get rich today. Liu asked his friend to let him touch the money. Zhang said he was willing to pay 8,100,000. The participant said that if he gets the stone processed, the price will rise to 10 million. Sun said he was willing to pay 8.5 million for the red emerald. The people around realized that the two old men were arguing with each other again. Tan happily held the stone in his hands. He realized that the deal would be successful for him. The men continued to argue fiercely among themselves and raise the stakes until the price reached almost 10 million. The main character looked at the men with surprise and excitement. One of them said that he could pay 13,800,000. Zhang became worried. He realized that he could not pay more. He did not know what to do. After a long pause, the man said he was ready to pay 14.5 million. His opponent said nothing. The people around became agitated. They did not understand why the man had stopped. Sun explained that he was giving up. Tan slammed his fist on the table with all his might. He said that the stone had sold for 14.5 million. The fat man said to himself that old people are very stubborn. He was glad that the main character would get rich this time. Sun asked his competitor sternly why he still hadn't paid. Zhang realized he had no choice. He signed the check and handed it to the guy Tan. Tan carefully examined the check and studied the financial amount and the signature on it. The guy shouted happily that a check for 14.5 million had never looked better. At this time, the auctioneer came up from behind and said that he congratulated him. Xiao told the guy that Director Tang would be thrilled to hear that he had earned 10 million in a short time. The guy explained to the host that the red neophyte was sold on behalf of his friend, so all the money belonged to Shu. The man responded that the main character was very lucky with his friends. The main character was with friends in a restaurant. He received money into his account. Friends brought the main character a bag of cash. They asked if he needed anything else. Yu sat silently at the table and drank tea. His friend stood nearby and waited for his answer. The main character told his friends not to be polite. He promised to pay for the food. Shu suggested that his partner sit down and eat. Liu happily told her friend that he was a millionaire and all his words were correct. The main character told Liu with a smile that he still felt like everything around him was a dream. Tan suddenly reached out and touched the protagonist's chest. A friend told the protagonist that his luck was very good. He asked him not to be so petty. Liu reached for his chopsticks. He told the protagonist that he had developed supernatural powers. Shu was able to select a red jade from a variety of stones. The fat man told his friend that if he didn't know him, he would have robbed him. Zhu promised his friend that he would buy him a new laptop and enough food for a whole week. The fat man said with a smile to Suyu that he was the best. He offered the guy to try a fatty dish to replenish his strength. The main character looked at the dish with great attention. He said that the meat looked good. Zhu tried the meat and said that he liked it. He asked his friend what part of the chicken he had eaten. The fat man looked slyly at his friend and said that he could guess for himself what part of the bird he had eaten. The main character thought about it. At first, he decided that he had tried chicken wings. Suya threw up. After that, his friends asked the guy why he threw up. The protagonist told his laughing friends that he had tried chicken butt. Tan looked at the guy seriously and said that in order to make amends, they would have fun with new content. Tan told his friend that he was very kind. The main character thought to himself that he was just a student. Shu was deep in thought. He was silently and with interest deeply dreaming about erotic content. The fat man said with interest to his friend that he was very worried. Su yawned. He explained to his friend that he had not slept all night and was too tired for new content. Zhu hugged his friend and told the fat man that he needed to go with Mr. Tang. Tan looked at the fat man very critically. Liu felt a bad feeling inside. The guy approached Liu from the front and grabbed him by the huge belly with his hands. Tan said to his friend with displeasure that girls wouldn't like his belly. Liu asked his friend, "Doesn't he really want to take him with him?" The fat man said with a smile that the girl on him would be like on a spring bed. The main character told his friends that he was coming back. Tan excitedly wanted to stop his friend. The fat man asked the departing protagonist if he was still a virgin. Liu approached his friend and said that he had a good body. The main character said that many girls invited him, but he did not have time. The friend grabbed the protagonist by the hand and told him to follow them. Tan told the main character that he could have whatever he wanted. He held his hand. The friend explained to his partner that they should first go and enjoy the sauna. The protagonist prepared to undress. A friend explained that the sauna center was famous for its hot springs. The fat man explained that the little fish would bite the boys' legs to clean their skin. The main character thought that his feet were smelly, and at that time he would be bitten by fish. The fat man told the protagonist not to be a bore. He promised to tell him about massage therapists. Liu was very pleased. He laughed loudly and thought about something of his own. The main character turned around. He couldn't understand what fatso meant. Tan explained to his friend that the masseuses at this establishment were young and beautiful. Liu explained that the people working there were university students. Tan explained that the girls only provide massage and no other services. The guy looked sternly at the main character and asked him to undress. Shu looked at his friend and said in fear that he had a bag of money with him. Tan pressed a button on the control panel. He explained that the best safe was here. Zhu looked around nervously. He didn't know if it was really safe here. The guests were in the sauna. A friend told the protagonist that he could go and take a nap. He himself went into the water. The guy carefully stepped into the water and dived in. He decided to take a rest. Tan was sitting in the pool. He covered his head with a white sheet. The guy felt good. The friend looked at the main character and told him to come down to him. The fat man shouted to his friends that he was going to jump into the pool with a bomb. Liu threw off the towel and accelerated. He jumped from a height into the pool with a swing. There was a very loud splash. The main character and his friend covered themselves with their hands from the water. The main character told his friend that he is no longer young, but behaves like a child. Tan was unhappy because his hair was messed up. Liu told his friends that he just wanted to entertain them. The guy said that this place has the most beautiful girls. He suggested his friends to look. Liu and Tang called the main character. Xu told his friends to leave. He himself decided to take a rest. The fat man told the guy that he would choose the girl instead of him. The girl arrived. She said that she had been chosen to serve at the fish pond. The worker smiled and said that her name was number 9. She noticed with surprise that the client had fallen asleep. The girl came up from behind and decided to give the guy a massage. Xu was dozing at the time. Through his sleep, the main character felt that he was very comfortable and soft. The guy felt that he was lying on something very soft. His head was lying on the girl's legs. Yu suddenly felt that there were 2 heavy balls on his head. The guy woke up and noticed the girl lying on his head. The worker asked the client if he was comfortable. The main character became scared and worried. He very abruptly pulled away from the girl's hands. Xu jumped to the side and fell into the pool. He emerged and was breathing convulsively. Xu was very scared and decided that he had to apologize because he accidentally touched the girl. He turned to the worker with words of apology. The girl laughed. She was amused by the customer's behavior. Xu noticed to himself that the worker was very beautiful and had a wonderful smile. The girl threw her legs into the water. She looked at the main character silently and with interest. The main character continued to feel very awkward because he was lying on top of a stranger. Xu decided to get out of the water and talk to the girl. Suddenly, he noticed something below. The main character looked into the water and realized that he was standing completely naked. The main character dived into the water to the depths. He felt ashamed. The girl did not understand why the guest was so shy. The worker politely told the customer that he could suffocate under the water. Xu asked the girl to turn away in a frightened voice. The worker laughed cheerfully. The masseuse took off her outerwear. She told the client that he could now turn around. The main character felt very shy. He was still sitting in the pool. The guy was very scared. He decided that the girl wanted to get into the water with him. Xu asked the girl who she was. The worker explained that she was called number 9 and that she worked here. The girl started to go into the water. She told the main character that his friend sent her here. The worker in a bathing suit went into the water. The main character would be very excited. Xu felt very scared. His heart was beating very loudly. The worker stood behind the guy in the water. She asked, "Does he really want to stand with his back to her?" Xu concentrated with all his might. He told himself that he had to remain calm. The protagonist leaned forward in the water, straining to maintain his composure. Xu swam forward. He shouted to the girl in fear that he was not ready yet. The main character was very worried. He realized that he had never been so close to a girl. The worker came up to him from behind. Xu felt very anxious. There was a girl standing behind him. The main character was very excited. The worker asked the guy if it was his first time at the spring. Xu replied that it was his first time. The worker explained to the customer that she should stand in front of him. Xu should not feel embarrassed. The girl put her hand on the guy's shoulder and told him with a smile that it would be more comfortable this way. Xu took a closer look and noticed that his partner was wearing clothes. The girl asked the guy with a smile, "Is he disappointed that she's still dressed?" The girl told the customer that he could try their fish spa. The worker suggested that the guy go with him to another room for the procedure. The girl climbed out of the water. She asked the guy with interest why he wasn't getting up. The masseuse extended her hand to the boy and said that she could help him. Xu was very embarrassed. The client asked the girl to turn away while he climbed out of the water. The worker thought to herself with a smile that the main character was very shy. The guy jumped out of the water and immediately reached for a towel to wrap himself up. The main character wrapped himself completely with a towel. After that, he turned to the girl. Xu calmly told the worker that he was ready. His partner suggested that they go to the fish spa. The worker looked at the guy with excitement and interest. She was surprised by his body. The main character could not understand why the girl stared at him like that and remained silent. Shu waved his hand in front of the worker's face and asked why she was so stunned. He suggested that she leave. The main character kept waving his hand. He told the girl to wake up. The guy reminded the worker that she wanted to take him to the fish spa. Shu asked the worker for swimming trunks. He didn't want to go naked into the next room. The worker asked the guy to wait a minute. She felt awkward. The worker went to the cabinet and opened the drawer. She looked for something there for a long time. Yu stood to the side. He looked at the girl from behind with great attention and great interest. The main character felt that he was very excited. He was embarrassed. The worker handed the customer the swimming trunks they provide to visitors. The girl looked at the client in surprise. The guy told his partner that she was just in time. Shu grabbed the swimming trunks from the girl's hands. He decided that he should put them on as soon as possible. The worker waited for the customer while he got dressed. The main character told the girl that he was ready. The worker asked him in surprise why he was still wearing a towel. Zhu was very shy. He told the girl that he was still a little worried. The client asked his companion to take him to a fish spa. The worker brought the main character to the spa. She told him to get into the pool. The main character decided to try to get into the water. He threw off his towel. Zhu was surprised that the fish survived in warm water. The masseuse told the guy that tropical fish do well in warm water. The girl told the guy that he would have a new experience when fish would bite him. The worker asked the main character how he felt during the massage. Shu closed his eyes and said that he felt very good. He said that the life of rich people is really different from the life of ordinary people. The worker told her partner that he himself is a rich guy. The main character asked his partner with interest if she considered him rich. The girl replied that there was no one else around them. There was a long pause. Shu looked at the girl in front of him with great excitement. Sue told his partner that he was such a poor student that he couldn't even pay his rent. The client told the masseuse that he was not a rich man at all. She put her hand on his shoulder from behind. The girl was giving a massage to a client. She told the guy that he couldn't be a poor man if he came here. The main character told his partner that she might not believe him. The girl answered that she didn't believe him. Sue told the girl that he himself could not believe it. He looked at his body in the water. The fish were biting the guy's hand underwater. He himself couldn't believe this situation. The worker told the surprised protagonist that she was also a student. Shu thought that the girl was just pretending to be a student for her seductive image. The worker explained to the guy that she was telling him the truth. She was from Jiangcheng University. The girl explained that she had just applied to the university. The protagonist turned to her with excitement. Suddenly, the girl approached the guy from behind. Shu turned around and looked sharply into the masseuse's face. The worker looked at the customer's face with great surprise. Shu was very embarrassed. The guy felt his heart beating very hard. He remembered what the girl had told him about entering university. The masseuse said in a dissatisfied voice that only rich people could easily throw a couple of million at admission. The main character thought that this misunderstanding would last forever. He asked the girl her name and promised to find her next time. The worker said her name was Han Shui. She explained that the guy could only find her at number 9. Shu told his partner that she had a strange name. The client looked at the girl and said that she had been treated unfairly. The worker looked at the guy and said sternly that she would call him Jia. The girl promised the main character that she would give him an elbow massage. Shu asked his partner why she would call him Jia. The worker smiled and told the surprised customer that he was a Jia Conren. The client told the masseuse that she could call him Sukin. The girl replied that it sounded better than Jia Kunren. The main character told the girl sensibly that if she enters university, it means that she studies well. Sue began to ask the girl about work. She decided to tell him everything. The main character talked to the girl for a very long time. She told him everything in detail. Sue told the guy that her parents had retired and her brother was studying at the university. She worked in a sauna without telling anyone in her family. The worker told the protagonist that he was different from the other young masters. She added that Zhue was kind. The main character realized that he was the same ordinary person as the girl in front of him. Zhu told the guy that if she worked here for 5 hours, she would get a lot of money. She wanted to thank him. The protagonist answered the girl that he was happy that she earned money herself. The worker looked at her client with great attention. She noticed something unusual. The girl decided that the guy was very cute. At that moment, someone kicked the door open and entered the room. The girl turned around in surprise and excitement. She was scared. A guy came in accompanied by 2 fighters. He said to the girl in a displeased voice that she was hiding here. The worker called the guy Mr. Lei. The main character did not understand why the girl was so scared. Lai approached the girl and grabbed her hand very sharply. Zue tried to break free. The guy was unhappy because the girl made him come here. The worker shouted at the guy to let her go. She slipped and fell into the pool. Zhu fell into the water with a swing. The main character looked at her with surprise and fear. Shu ran up and grabbed the girl in his arms so that she wouldn't drown in the pool. The worker thanked the main character. Lai was very unhappy. The main character asked his partner if everything was okay with her. Lai very angrily asked Shu who he was and why he touched his woman. The main character looked at his partner with displeasure. The guy asked angrily, why was Shu staring at him? The fighter asked the main character if he dared to challenge him. The protagonist realized that the stranger wanted to hurt him. He thought about what he would have done if all this had happened in the past. Zhu very realistically imagined how he would beat up the bandit who attacked him. Lai asked his partner if he wanted to hit him. He called him a coward. Lai told the protagonist that he could attack him. Shu clenched his fist underwater at that time. At that moment, the door opened and a woman came in. She asked in a displeased voice who was making noise in the premium zone. People were surprised. They never expected that someone would appear in the pool at such a moment. Miss Hua came in accompanied by two girls. She asked Lai why he went into the sauna with other people. The guy said angrily that he came here for his beloved girl number 9. Hana told the guy that the girl was still busy. She would be free in 2 hours. The guy was impatient. He covered his partner's mouth with his hand. Lai said very angrily that he wants his favorite girl right now. The woman explained to the guy that number 9 was currently serving another customer. Lai explained that he was willing to pay for 5 hours of service. The guy pointed his finger sharply at the girl. He demanded that she come to him. Sue told her partner with displeasure that she did not want to serve him. She added that she could quit right now. Lai shouted at the angry girl not to pretend to be innocent. He demanded that she serve him. The guy confidently told the woman that he would pay 10 times more. Hana suggested that the guy call worker number 8 to him. Lai said that he would pay 15 times more. Lai demanded that the main character give him this place and get out of here. The woman thought that if she got a large sum of money, she would buy herself a luxury bag. She asked the protagonist to vacate his seat and move to the next VIP lounge. She promised to pay for today's expenses. Zhu looked at the girl. He realized that he had to show his kindness. The guy said out loud to the woman that he did not agree. Hana told the client that if they made small compromises, they would have a happy ending. The protagonist told the woman that he was disappointed with their security system. The woman asked the client, "What does he mean?" Shu explained to his partner that she was letting in rabid dogs and there were problems with the security system. The woman bowed to the customer and told him that he had misunderstood something. The main character said in a serious voice that there was a yellow shaggy dog standing in front of him. The girl laughed. She liked the joke Shu had just told. Lai got very angry. He asked the main character with displeasure, how dare he call him a dog? The woman held the customer back and asked him not to get angry. She explained that Shu probably didn't mean to offend him. Lai hit the woman with all his might. He demanded that she get away from him. The subordinate picked up her boss and asked if Miss Hua was okay. Hana demanded that the girl call security. She needed to get through quickly and prevent a fight. The woman demanded that her subordinate hurry up. Hua turned away in displeasure. The woman thought that if a fight started, the young master would screw up. The guy told his subordinates to pull the main character out of the water. Yu suddenly reached out and pulled Lai into his pool to throw him off his feet. The guy got scared. He couldn't hold on and flew into the water at full speed. The main character threw his opponent into the water with all his might. He sank to the bottom. The bandits called Mr. Lai in fear. He barely managed to surface to avoid drowning. The main character grabbed his opponent and pushed him down into the water with all his might. The subordinates shouted in fear to their boss that they would save him. Lai continued to drown in the pool. The main character realized that he would not allow the bandits to beat him up. Shu grabbed the leader by the throat with his hand and shouted at the fighters not to move. The main character threatened that if the bandits ran up to him, he would strangle the bark. The guy was very scared. The fighters were scared. They didn't know what to do. One of them decided that the stranger was very cruel. The main character knew that the best way to defeat the army was to get its leader. The girl looked at her friend with great excitement. Hoa got scared. She asked the protagonist to stop barking and offered to talk to him. The woman demanded that the protagonist not be reckless. He explained that the guy would pay with his life if he strangled the bark. Yu shouted to his partner that he was too tired to choke his opponent. The bandits realized that they had a chance. They jumped into the water together. The main character stood calmly in the water and at that time held the bandit from behind with his hands. One of the fighters dived into the water in fear. The main character waved his hand at him. The bandits fell into the water together. The main character dived down unnoticed. The fighters emerged from the water and looked around excitedly. Suddenly, the main character emerged from the water and hit one of his opponents with his hand. The main character scattered his opponents in the water with powerful blows from his hands. Yu swung his leg and hit one of the bandits in the groin with all his might. The girl was very scared. She looked at the main character with great excitement. Yu stood in the middle of the pool. Exhausted bandits were swimming around him. There was a bark from behind. Lai was delighted and thought to himself that he was still very lucky that Shu decided to simply strangle him. The protagonist told the woman that she didn't need to worry. At that moment, someone from the side called out to Nana. The woman turned around and noticed a bunch of people entering the room. A pumped-up security chief walked in, accompanied by his subordinates. The fighter looked at Nana with great attention and asked if everything was okay with her. The man told the woman with excitement that he rushed there when he heard that someone was making fun of her. The main character was surprised that the woman had a hackneyed name. He asked his girlfriend why the woman was called Nana. The man excitedly grabbed the woman's hand and asked if she was hurt. The protagonist looked at Hua in surprise. The woman put her hand on the man's face and told him not to call her by that name. The fighter told her that he missed her. Hua told her partner to take care of the barking and the bandits. The man asked, "Did the main character really beat the bark in the water?" The woman confirmed it to him. The fighter was unhappy. He shouted to his subordinates to beat up the main character. Shu and his girlfriend got scared in the pool. Lai was very happy. He was wondering how the main character would solve this problem now. A girl intervened. She said that according to the rules of this establishment, you can't hit customers. Shu felt the girl put her hand on his groin. The main character felt his girlfriend's hand lying on his swimming trunks. The man angrily ordered his subordinates to beat the boy. At that moment, the doors opened and the Tan appeared. He was unhappy that someone touched his brother. One of the fighters asked discontentedly, "Who was whining behind?" The main character was glad because the Thane had returned. Tan came in with the fat man. He told his partners that they were all really brave. The guy walked up to the surprised man and told him to leave. He was no longer welcome here. The woman realized that she couldn't let her friend get fired. Hua explained to Tan that she didn't know the main character was her friend. The guy looked at his partner with displeasure and said that he did not accept this excuse. The woman asked the Tan to give her friend another chance. The guy said discontentedly that the main character here was almost beaten. He feels humiliated. Hua was very scared. The fat man told his friend that they couldn't leave things as they were. The man told his girlfriend that it had nothing to do with her. It was his fault, and he wanted to be punished. The protagonist realized that the fighter was reckless, but was ready to take responsibility. Shu climbed out of the water with agile and quick movement. He decided to turn to his friend. Zhu calmly told his friend to let the fighters go. They hadn't harmed him. The man was surprised that the guy defended him. He didn't understand what Shu was planning. The man bowed to the main character and asked him to forgive him. Yu sternly told his partners to thank Mr. Tang. The fighter meekly agreed. The main character remembered something important. He raised his finger up. The man looked at him attentively. The fighter became very worried. He asked the guy what he wanted. The main character sternly demanded that someone throw the bandits out of the pool. Lai shouted to the fighters that if they touched him, then everyone would regret it. Lai looked angrily at the guy. Tan asked his partner angrily how he could make him regret this. The young master demanded that the bandits be removed from his pool immediately. The fighter shouted angrily and demanded that Bark help him. At that moment, he was being pulled towards the door. Tan and his companions approached Lai, who had just climbed out of the pool. The young gentleman angrily asked the Bark how he dared to bother his brother. Tan swung and hit his partner in the face with all his might. The fat man said to his friend with excitement that the bandit was in a lot of pain right now. Lai lay on the ground. He said in a tired voice that he was wrong. The young gentleman swung. He asked his partner, "Why did he do that?" Tai angrily shouted at the guy to never show his face again. The young gentleman angrily demanded that the lying fighter get out. Lai jumped to his feet in great fear and ran to the side with all his might. The young gentleman said that Lai dared to touch his brother. The protagonist came up and tried to calm his friend down. The woman didn't know what to do. She saw that Tan still looked very angry. The young master demanded that his subordinates get out of here. The fighters very quickly headed for the exit. Yu stood and silently listened to what the guys were talking about. She decided to step aside. The worker thought that, compared to the main character, she really lived in a different world. The girl went into the next room. She thought that Lai had been beaten very badly. The fat man walked up to his friend and poked him in the chest. He said he had big muscles. Liu grabbed his body. He told the protagonist that he had bigger breasts than him. Shu thought with displeasure. He didn't like the compliment about breasts. The protagonist grabbed his friend and said that he was just working hard. Tan thought to himself that Zuya's chest looked tempting. The guy very abruptly and unexpectedly extended his hand forward to touch his friend. The main character was surprised and embarrassed by the fact that the young gentleman touched him. Shu was very embarrassed. He didn't even know what to say to his friend. The guy was holding his chest at that time. Tan was very delighted with his hands. He held the protagonist's chest. Yu began to fight off his friend with his hands. He demanded that he not touch him anymore. The fat man was surprised that Tang had such interests. Liu smiled at his friend and said that it was his fault that he was in such shape. The main character became worried. He frightenedly reminded himself that he was not gay. Yu shouted at his friends that they were perverts and ran away. The fat man shouted after his friend not to run away. The frightened protagonist ran into the locker room. He glanced to the side to make sure no one was running after him. The boy opened the safe door to take the things. He said to himself that his adult friends were behaving like children. Shu put a t-shirt on top of himself. Suddenly, he remembered that his clothes were very dirty. The main character realized that he felt a little uneasy because he was wearing a dirty t-shirt after the spa. The guy was sitting next to a bag of money. He remembered that he had to buy a computer for his friend Liu as well. Fat man appeared from the side. The main character grabbed him by the hand and said that they would buy him a computer. The fat man said that Tan had promised a banquet for the evening. His friend answered that they would eat another time. Liu said happily that he loved the computer more than food. The main character and his friend arrived at the store. They were very pleasantly surprised. The main character told the fat man to choose a computer for himself. Liu shouted that he would assemble the device himself. Xiu told his friend to come in quickly and choose some goods for himself. The fat man looked at the goods around him with great interest. Suddenly, he saw something interesting. Liu looked at the advertising flyer with great interest. He noticed a large selection there. A saleswoman approached the customer from the side. She asked if he wanted to buy a computer. The main character and his friend turned around and noticed a beautiful saleswoman. The girl greeted the customers. She wanted to show the guy the latest model of computer. The fat man looked at the girl lovingly. She seemed very beautiful to him. Out loud, he told the saleswoman that he wanted to assemble the computer himself. The girl was not very happy. She realized that if the client were to buy spare parts, she would not earn much on this. The fat man studied the list of goods very carefully. He stood opposite the girl. Liu asked the saleswoman if she had some component. The protagonist turned the fat man's head to the side. The fat man continued to read from the list all the components he needed. The saleswoman brought the boxes. The saleswoman was happy that the client bought everything at once. She decided to give him a discount. The girl told the client that she had discounts. She added that the goods could be delivered to the client's home. Liu asked the saleswoman to deliver the goods to him personally. He explained that he could pay now. The girl told the guy that he is her VIP client. She will deliver the goods, but only the address and payment are needed. Liu demanded money from the protagonist. Shu handed his friend a wad of banknotes. He thought to himself that the fat man and the saleswoman got along well. The main character was standing near the entrance. A fat man ran out and said joyfully that they were going. Shu asked your friend, why is he happy? The fat man showed a business card from the girl Yang Jing with her phone number. A taxi pulled up. The main character asked his friend if he was going on a date. He replied that the girl was very beautiful. Liu said happily that Yang wanted to meet him this weekend. He decided that the girl could even become his wife. The main character returned home in the evening. He packed a bag with money into a suitcase and closed it. Yu shoved the suitcase deep under the bed so that no one would find it. The main character thought that the money under the bed should be safe. Xiu decided to hide the bank card and jade in his school bag. The door opened and a woman came in. She said that she was already home. The guy realized that Qin had already returned. The main character looked out the door. He noticed a plump woman there. The guy was unhappy. Kuya told the protagonist to make tea for his aunt, and she would go and change her clothes. Shu disagreed with his partner. The main character realized that his aunt had come for the money they had borrowed for his brother's treatment. He poured water into a glass and handed it to her. Bin lay on the chair and greedily drank water. She waited for the woman from the next room to come out to her. Keen didn't expect that her aunt would come to her for money. She remembered that she was barely making ends meet. The aunt told her irritated nephew with displeasure that he had a squalid apartment. Bin looked into the glass with displeasure and said that the tea tasted really terrible. Keen was dressing near the closet. Bin asked the guy when they would return the 50,000 yuan they owed. The woman became agitated when she heard the amount. She abruptly opened the door and walked into the room. Kyuya told her aunt that she transferred 1,000 yuan to her account every month, so the debt couldn't be 50,000. The aunt put the glass on the table. She explained that the woman had to pay her 2% every month. She said that she had come for the money in person today. Bin handed her partner a piece of paper. She said that everything was clearly spelled out in the contract. Chin read the contract with great fear. She told herself that this was impossible. The woman wanted to remind her aunt what they had agreed on. Bin sternly asked her partner if she was going to pay her debts. Chin reminded that they had agreed on 2% per annum, not 2% per month. Bin said discontentedly that it was very difficult to get her money back from the slackers. Bin said she didn't mean to be cruel, but it had been many years. The aunt told the woman that she was very sorry that she had become a widow at such an age. She added that Chin was very young and beautiful. Bin told her partner that she shouldn't care about her younger marriage. He was just a burden to her. Auntie put her hand on her partner's knee. She explained that if the woman agreed with what she said the other day, then there would be no need to return the 50,000 yuan. Chin replied to her aunt that she did not accept her proposal. She promised that she would pay an additional 500 yuan every month. The woman did not understand where the high interest rates came from, but she could do nothing. Chin was very disappointed. Tears were flowing from her eyes and she did not understand why this was happening. The woman could not understand why his uncle's wife was so harsh towards him. The main character came up and looked at the crying woman with great excitement. The aunt told the woman not to use crocodile tears because it wouldn't help her. Bin explained to her partner that she was not taking advantage of her. She showed her the contract on paper. The main character entered the room with a bag. He told his aunt that he would pay for the Chin. Bin looked at the guy with distrust. She asked him, "Does he really want to pay with a bag of waste paper?" Zhu put the bag on the floor. He asked the woman how much they owed. Qian said they owed 50,000. She added that she had already paid 20,000 over the years. The guy promised his partner that he would sort it out. The woman looked at the protagonist with excitement. She asked, "What does he mean?" The main character picked up the bag and started to unzip it. He told his aunt to look here. Zhu confidently turned the bag over, and bundles of money fell out onto the floor. Bin was very surprised. She couldn't believe that the guy could have so much money. Qian was amazed. She couldn't understand where the guy could get so much money. Bin pounced on the bills and began to collect them. She looked at the bundles with excitement. The main character told his aunt to take the money and get lost. He explained that they didn't need such blood-sucking relatives. The woman asked the guy with fear, "Where did he get the money?" Shu explained to his partner that he earned it legally. He promised that from now on they would live with dignity. Qin threw herself into the protagonist's arms with tears in her eyes. Shu hugged the woman. He realized that she had done a lot for him and now she could rest. Bin looked at the bills with excitement. She decided that the main character still had a lot of money. Auntie glanced very slyly to the side. She decided that she could steal a little money for herself. The woman moved very slowly towards the bag and extended her hand towards the wad of bills. The main character shouted at his aunt to take her hands off his money. He sternly told her that she would not take anything extra. Bin explained to the guy that she just wanted to pick up the money for him so it wouldn't lie around. Shu snatched the pack from the woman's hands. The main character demanded that his partner clean up. Bin called the main character a rich brat. The aunt was unhappy. She didn't like the fact that her relatives didn't appreciate her lending them money when they were downstairs. Bin left the apartment and slammed the door behind her. The protagonist remained with Qin. Shu hugged the crying woman. He told her in a calm voice that everything was now decided. The guy promised his partner that they didn't have to worry about money. He would buy her a lot of nice clothes and a big house. Qin sobbed happily. The protagonist was happy because he made the woman smile. Qian asked the guy not to joke with her anymore. Shu explained to his partner that this was not a joke and that he was completely serious. The woman looked at the packs. She asked the guy, "Where did he get so much money from?" She was worried that the main character could be involved in illegal business. Zhu became worried. He told the woman that he would not do such a thing and that he would tell her everything now. The woman was very surprised by the guy's story. She couldn't believe that he had 11 million yuan on his card. The main character told his partner that he was very lucky. He could hold 11 million in his hands. Many people couldn't even earn that much in their entire lives. Zhu handed the pack to the woman. He said that the money was completely legal and she could spend it as she wanted. Qian accepted the money from the protagonist's hands with excitement. She didn't know what to say. The main character told the woman that he was hungry and offered her something to eat. Qian told the guy that she would go cook right now. The woman headed to the kitchen. Yu said happily that the woman was very thrifty, but life would not be so hard anymore. The main character started to pack money into his bag. He decided to understand what his eyes could do. Su worked on the internet. He decided that he needed to make more money with his eyes. Qin brought the dish in her hands. She told the protagonist that dinner was already ready. The woman prepared various dishes and placed them on the table in front of the main character. Yu shouted happily that the dishes in front of him looked amazing. The woman explained that it was just ordinary food. The main character said that he was completely serious. His partner handed him chopsticks. Su told the woman that he would take the chopsticks. Qin handed them to the boy. The main character emotionally told the woman that home-cooked food was better than gold and silver treasure. Yu said that he tried sweet potato wrapped in foil at a restaurant. He also ate fried chicken butt there. Each of these dishes costs 800 yen. The woman listened to her partner with interest. The main character was gobbling up the food. He told the woman that it was his first time in heaven on earth. The woman listened to the guy with interest. She said that a lot of things had happened to him in the restaurant. Shu answered his partner that there was nothing special about the wine of the 82nd year. Qin realized that the guy had earned the money by chance. She decided that he should not spend this money on children from rich families. Out loud, she asked the protagonist to promise her one thing. Shu excitedly extended his hand to the girl. He promised her that he would do everything she said. Qin looked at her partner with great excitement. She wanted to tell him something important. The woman explained to the protagonist that he cannot be lucky all the time. Shu asked his partner if she was worried that he would spend all his money. Qin reminded the boy that there were 2 weeks left before classes started. She hoped that he would be able to return to his lessons. The main character explained with a smile that he would be accepted to the university even without exams. He added that he was not going to waste time on Thane. The woman told the guy seriously to keep the extra money for himself. Qin handed the gold card to the guy on the table. She wanted to return it. Shu asked the woman, "Why is she returning the card?" Qin explained that she would pay off the debt and rent with the money in her bag tomorrow. The guy could keep the card. Su explained to the woman that she would really need the card and that she could keep it for herself. The woman explained to the main character that he himself must decide how he will use his money. Su told his partner that if she needed money, she could tell him about it. Qin told the guy to get back to his business. She would clear the table. It was late evening, and the main character was sitting in the room and working on the computer. Shu was completely absorbed in searching on his laptop when his mobile phone rang. The guy noticed that his landlady was calling him. He hung up so as not to talk to her. The main character continued working on the computer. His phone rang again. Sue decided that the hostess was very stubborn. He picked up the phone to talk to her. Xiaolin asked the protagonist to come to her. She wanted to talk to him. Zhu couldn't understand what the woman wanted from him. He decided that she wanted rent from him. Shu was very excited. He asked the woman on the phone, "Why is she crying?" The partner told the guy that someone broke into her house. Shu became very worried. The main character shouted to the woman to wait. He added that he would come soon. The main character finished work. He closed the laptop and ran at full speed to the exit. The guy remembered something. He returned to the room where his bag with money was. Sue reached into the bag to take money for the woman and pay the rent. Before leaving, the main character said that he was going to Shaolin to pay her rent. Qin was surprised that the guy left at such a late hour. The main character was out of breath. He ran to the door where his boss lived. Shu grabbed the door handle. He opened it very carefully to go in. The main character noticed that everything inside the apartment was turned upside down and broken. The woman was sitting near the sofa and crying. The guy asked his boss in fear what had happened to her and whether she had called the police. Qin said sadly that she had only told her relative about everything. Shu asked the woman if her relative worked as a detective in the police. The guy asked Shaolin if any of her valuables had been stolen. The desk drawers were turned inside out. The owner reported that 20,000 in cash and jewelry had been stolen from her. The woman also lost a 5-colored jade that her mother had once left her. The protagonist told the woman to calm down and get up. He assured her that the police would return all the stolen items. Shu extended his hand to the woman and helped her to her feet. The hostess could barely stay standing. The main character picked up the woman. He asked fearfully if she was okay. Shaolin explained to the guy that her legs were numb. She had been sitting on the floor for a very long time. The guy picked up his boss in his arms. He wanted to put her on the sofa. The woman thought that her friend was a good guy. The main character put the woman on the sofa and told her to rest. He wanted to bring her some water. Zhu came up and poured water into a glass. He carefully examined the scattered things in the room. The main character's magical vision was activated. He began to see images of the past. The guy saw very realistically how the robbers turned everything upside down in the room and looked for valuables. The thieves stuffed everything they could find into the bags. One of them found an expensive jade and took it. The attacker indicated to his accomplice that it was time to leave. The main character realized that his left eye could restore images of past events. The boy remembered that before his right eye could see jade inside an ordinary stone. Zhu looked with great attention into the cup of water at the image of his face. The guy's hand started shaking. He poured some water onto the floor and onto his leg. The main character heard a group of people appear at the entrance. Someone called his sister. An unfamiliar woman excitedly asked her sister if everything was okay with her. The main character was surprised. He realized that Jiang Xiu came very quickly. The woman ran to help her little sister. She asked with concern if Shaolin was okay. The hostess was sobbing with excitement. She told her sister that she had finally arrived. Jiang reminded her partner that she had lost the 5-colored jade. The owner said excitedly that her mother had left her the jewelry. The woman promised her relative that she would send someone to inspect the crime scene. She promised that she would find the thief. Jiang ordered her subordinates to immediately begin searching for evidence. The police sorted out the apartment. The main character realized that the thieves were experienced and did not leave many traces. The woman told the guy to come home. The main character told the landlady that he brought her the rent. The main character put the money on the sofa. He assured the owner that the police would find out about everything. Zhu opened the door. He activated his magical vision to look around. The guy saw very clearly how the attackers ran away in fear and went down the stairs. The main character decided to follow the attackers to see where they went. Yu noticed the thieves escaping in a car. He watched them closely. The main character looked closely at the car. He realized that he could track down the criminals by the license plate. The guy grabbed the phone. He decided to call Miss Zhu and tell her where the criminals were headed. The main character thought about it and realized that he would not be able to explain to the woman how he found out the license plate number of the criminal's car. Zhu thought about it and realized that everyone would easily find out that he had unusual eyes. The protagonist thought and decided that he would call Miss Zhu from his phone. The guy stood and thought about how to contact the woman. He decided to call her on a payphone. The main character went into the booth. He decided that it would be better to go to another area to make a call. Then even the police wouldn't be able to track down who gave them the evidence. Xu walked out of the payphone booth. He decided to stop a taxi to leave. The main character ordered the taxi driver to take him to Jiangcheng University. There were a couple of payphones nearby. The guy bought a phone card to make a call. The man handed the guy a card. The main character went into the booth to dial a number. Su was very excited. He waited for his mistress to answer the phone. The hostess was sitting on the sofa at home. She was humming a song to herself. The main character gave the woman the number of the attacker's car over the phone. Su told the woman in great detail over the phone about the characteristics of one of the criminals. Xiaolin asked the stranger in fear who he was and how did he know everything. The main character ran at full speed to his neighborhood. He decided to get home as quickly as possible. Yu ran into his apartment. He poured a glass of water and drank it down in one go. The guy put the glass on the table. He said to himself that he was very sweaty from running and could take a shower. Zhu walked over and opened the bathroom door. He climbed into the shower to wash himself. After washing, the guy turned off the water and went out. After the shower, he felt relief. The guy reached for the towel. He decided to search for information on the internet about jade. Zhu found information about placing jade under a fluorescent light and observing it. The main character noticed that he received a message from some user. Xu decided to read to find out what the user wanted. He Sheng wrote that he was pushed back at work last night. The main character was texting with his partner. He was very attentive. Yu said to himself that his partner really has the courage to say everything. He continued to complain to the guy about his life. Xu kept answering him. The main character thought he couldn't understand when he would be able to do such adult things. It was already past midnight. The main character said to himself that it was already late and he would go to bed. The boy promised himself before going to bed that he would start training from tomorrow. 3 days later, the main character was sitting at home near his books. He remembered the burglary in his landlady's apartment. Yu said to himself that he should not do other people's work and catch thieves. The main character saw that he received a message. Tan wanted to add the guy as a friend. Yu decided to add his friend as a friend. He clicked the button in the dialog box. The young gentleman was sitting at home. He decided to send his friend a cell phone. Tan suggested to his friend that they go to Yunan for a couple of days on business. The young master decided to go to another city because he needed new jade stones. The main character asked his friend if he would go with them. Liu Tan called the main character a money boy. The protagonist asked when they were leaving and how many days they would stay in another city. Tan explained to his partner that they were leaving tomorrow and would spend a few days in the city. They would also visit the Kuns in Kunming. The protagonist did not quite understand why they needed to go to the Kuns. Tan thought slyly to himself that Shu should guess why they were going to Kunming. Suddenly, the guy was struck by some kind of guess. He even spat out the water from his mouth. The main character wrote to his friend that he would not go with him and would rather go to bed. Tan explained to the main character that everything was decided. He wrote him back a few English letters. The main character decided to buy some food at the market. When the woman returned, he could treat her so that she would allow him to go to Yunan. Zhu thought to himself that there were many interesting things in Yunan. He could find something for himself there. The guy came to the market. He noted to himself that it was very noisy there. Shu looked around with interest. He didn't know what he should buy. The main character decided to go to the seafood area first. The main character walked between the counters. He looked around carefully. Shu decided to buy a couple of fresh crabs and then come back. He turned to the saleswoman. The main character took the crab in his hand and asked the woman how much they cost. The saleswoman looked at the customer and said that a pound of crab would cost $100. The guy replied that he would take 5 pounds. The woman told the protagonist that she would pack the crabs for him. She added that she would give him a $2 discount per pound. The customer thanked her. The saleswoman offered the main character some shrimp that she had caught in the morning. Yu remembered that Chin really liked shrimp. He decided to take 2 pounds. The woman used a net to catch a whole bunch of fresh shrimp in the water. The main character asked the woman to pack him some fresh shrimp. The woman told the guy that he had to pay $397. Shu handed the money to the saleswoman. The main character walked past the stalls with fresh chickens. He decided to buy one bird to make a tonic soup. Shu looked closely at the birds. They seemed bold and clumsy to him. The boy noticed one chicken lying dead in its cage. The main character activated his magical vision. He carefully examined the birds in the cage. Zhu looked at the chicken's body. He noticed that there was a lot of garbage in its stomach. The guy realized with displeasure that there were a lot of small stones in the bird's stomach. That's why the chickens were so lethargic. Zhu turned around and decided to go away and buy some squid from the seafood vendor. The saleswoman asked the main character what else he wanted to buy. Shu pointed at the squid. Yu smelled the seafood. He said that the squid tasted better than the chicken. The saleswoman told the protagonist excitedly that there are things that can only be learned through the heart. Yu explained to the woman that he had money in his pocket. He wanted to buy 2 pounds of clams. There was a noise from behind. The guy looked back at the crowd. He decided that Yang Jing was there. Zhu threw the bag. He told the woman that he would leave his things here and then pick them up. The saleswoman shouted after the guy not to run away. The customer sternly told the man that she would not buy anything. The seller told the girl that she had poisoned his chicken and must now buy it. The stranger angrily told the man that there was no way she could have killed his chicken. He killed the bird himself. The salesman realized that if the lie came to light, he would not be able to do business. He told the girl to take her words back. The main character approached the man from behind and put his hand on his shoulder. He turned around in surprise. Yu swung his arm with all his might to hit the salesman in the face. The main character hit the man on the head with all his might. He didn't expect the blow. People around were surprised. Someone said that the main character is Lil Yuvu's friend. The seller accidentally got scared. He never expected the guy to attack him. The girl realized that she had a chance. The main character threw the seller to the ground with a powerful kick. The man fell and hit his head on a chair. A huge knife started falling from the chair to the side. A sharp knife fell from above and flew to the ground in the direction of the chicken. The blade hit the bird after falling. Blood appeared all around it. The main character and the stranger were very surprised and worried. They looked away. The knife was sticking out of the chicken's body. Someone said that Mr. Sun hadn't sold anything, but had already lost one bird. People looked closely and saw that various garbage had fallen out of the bird's body. They realized that San was a dishonest seller. One guy called and said that they needed to call someone for help because San was beaten. The guy grabbed the girl and told her to run. The main character was running away with his companion. Someone shouted to stop them. The saleswoman shouted at the guy not to forget his seafood. Shu grabbed the bag on the counter. A whole group of fighters rushed after the main character through the market to catch up with them. Yu ran with the girl. He was holding a shopping bag in his hands. Jiang asked her companion, "What is he holding in his hand?" The guy replied that he bought some seafood. The main character shouted to his girlfriend that they would leave by taxi. Suddenly, they saw a bunch of fighters in front of them. The bandits were standing near the cars with weapons. The girl asked the guy what to do now. One of the fighters said that they would kill the guy and keep the woman for themselves. The main character gave his girlfriend a bag and told her to go away. The girl ran to the side. The bandit called his rivals scum with displeasure. Shu turned away in fear. The protagonist got into a fighting stance. He realized that Yang Jing had to run far away. Zhu angrily told the fighters that he was ready to fight them if they wanted. Suddenly, a taxi pulled up. The doors opened, and the girl pulled the main character inside. The main character was riding inside a taxi with his girlfriend at full speed. Zhu asked the girl what was going on. The driver told the guy that he should thank his girlfriend. She saved him. The main character told the girl that she had acted courageously, but she could have suffered. At that moment, the girl's phone rang. Zhang picked up the phone. Liu called her. The fat man was surprised that the protagonist was in the car with her. Shu asked the girl for her phone number. He wanted to talk to his friend. The main character told his friend the details of the whole incident. The girl was almost beaten by the evil salesman. The fat man got very angry. Liu was very unhappy because the man wanted to raise his hand against his woman. The fat man threatened to punish everyone. The main character handed the phone to the girl. The fat man asked his girlfriend, "What happened?" Zhang told her story at the vegetable market. She said that fortunately, Shu was with her. The main character arrived at his apartment. He entered and closed the door behind him. The main character put the shopping bags on the table. He was wondering what Liu would do with the bandits who attacked his girlfriend. The guy decided he had other reasons to worry. He looked at the seafood. Shu decided to take up cooking. He decided to cook a delicious dish to bribe the woman. She was supposed to give him the opportunity to go to Yunan. The main character turned on the fire on the stove and prepared to continue cooking. He used all his cooking skills. The protagonist happily thought that he had used all his cooking skills. Qin entered the apartment. She told the protagonist that she had returned. The woman said she really liked the smell in the apartment. Shu explained to his partner that she should change her clothes and sit down. The main character took the woman's bag. He pulled out a chair for her and told her to sit down. Qin looked around happily. She said that the dinner was very luxurious. The woman looked slyly at her partner and asked what he wanted. The main character smiled at his partner and said that he wanted to go with a friend to Yunan for a couple of days. Qina held a crab claw in her hand. She told the boy that he really wanted to go. The woman told her partner that he needed to take a rest sometimes. She advised the guy to take care of his own safety. A joyful Shu asked his partner again if she was saying yes to him. The main character began to happily offer the woman to try other tasty food. The woman told the protagonist to go and read his books. He wouldn't have time for that in Yunan. The main character was sitting in the evening and reading a book near the light of the lamp. He received a message. The boss told the main character that her stolen things had been returned to her. Zhu decided to himself that the woman was very happy. The protagonist remembered that he had not yet packed his things. The main character looked around the room carefully. There was a suitcase there. The guy was thinking what else he should take. Shu opened the locker to find the clothes he needed. He decided that he could buy new clothes and toiletries on the road. The protagonist realized that he would take his mobile phone and cards along with his documents. Shu felt that he wanted to go to bed. The main character lay down on the bed and closed his eyes. He really wanted to sleep. The next morning, the sun illuminated the boy's room. He was still lying on the bed. Shu looked away with displeasure. He realized that it was already morning and he needed to get up. The guy told himself that his biological clock was working the same way it did when he was in his hometown. The main character went to the window and started doing morning exercises. Shu did various exercises on the bed every day. He started the morning with training. Zhu continued to work out. He forced himself to do as many exercises as possible. Shu managed to do 300 push-ups. Suddenly his phone rang. The main character picked up the phone. His partner said that the tickets were ready. He would pick him up at 9 o'clock. Zhu wanted to ask his friend something else. Tan already hung up. The main character said dissatisfied that his partner turned out to be very impatient. The main character decided to take a shower first. He sat under an umbrella and waited for his friend. The old man greeted the boy and asked what he was doing. Shu answered Uncle Lee that he was waiting for his friend. The main character was waiting for Tanya. He looked at his watch and noticed that it was already after 9 o'clock. The surprised old man shouted that he saw a luxurious car in front of him. Tan drove up to the main character in an expensive Jeep. He opened the side window. The guy in the car offered the main character to go with him. Su told his partner seriously that he was not interested in driving a car. He explained that he would like to fly on a plane. Tan invited him inside. Tan told his friend that he would take him to the airport. Uncle Lee watched the car drive away in surprise. He decided that Shu had become a prostitute. A friend gave the main character a box. The guy asked what it was. Tan explained to the guy that he should see it himself. The protagonist noticed that there was an iPhone X in the box. Tan explained to the guy that his number was already inside the phone. He could contact it directly when he needed help. The protagonist asked his friend what happened yesterday. Tan said that Liu, with the help of several people, taught the fighters a lesson. Tan said in a serious voice that Liu had turned into Hong Jinbao yesterday. The partner told the protagonist that the fat man fought the gang alone. Shu stopped his friend. Yu slyly told his partner that he knew Liu's physical strength very well. Tang smiled and said that he first tied up the bandits, and Fatso began to beat them. The main character and his friend were approaching the airport. Tan said that the bandits were fine yesterday, but Fatso was very tired. Tan told the protagonist to wait for him at the security check. The young master asked the servants if they had brought the tickets. The main character decided that he could see through passengers' luggage with his eye. This would help him find contraband. Shu carefully looked through the luggage of the various people in front of him. Suddenly, he saw something interesting. The protagonist was surprised to notice that one of the passengers had a whip and handcuffs in his bag. Shu was frightened and decided that the passenger would try these things on the plane. Shu very realistically imagined a tied-up girl sitting on top of a man. The main character felt tired. He looked around and everything seemed incredible to him. Shu looked around the airport with great attention. There were a lot of people there. The liner arrived. People were invited on board the Chinese airline. The guy turned around and saw a passenger with blue hair next to him. The main character thought that he was lucky to be sitting next to a beauty. Sue decided to say hello to the passenger. He noticed that the girl was acting very aloof. At this time, a girl in a red dress was walking through the cabin between the seats. The stranger told the main character and his neighbor that her place was not far from him. The main character and his companion looked at the stranger with displeasure. Sue decided to help his neighbor with her luggage to show that he was a gentleman. The main character told the girl to sit down. He asked if she needed help with her luggage. The girl replied that she was fine. The main character watched attentively as a new passenger sat down next to him. Shu became agitated. He grabbed the arm of the chair with all his strength. The main character thought to himself with excitement that this was very close to him. Shu glanced furtively at his neighbor. He was glad that she didn't notice. The passenger looked closely at the main character. She realized that the guy liked his neighbor. Suddenly, the phone in the protagonist's pocket beeped. He picked up the receiver. Tan sent his friend a photo of himself after training. Shu decided that the guy had good muscles. The neighbor looked at the main character's phone with great attention. Shu suddenly glanced at the girl. The passenger told the guy that she didn't see anything and he could continue. She thought to herself that her neighbor was gay. The plane was approaching Kunming Airport. The temperature was 27 degrees. The main character noticed that his neighbor had left. He wanted to talk to her. The main character entered the airport building with his friends. He enjoyed the flight. The man greeted Tan and Yunan. He told the boy that he looked good. The man greeted the guests. Tan explained to his partner that he would have to disturb them again. The man explained that it was not worth talking about. The protagonist thought that the man they met looked vulgar when he smiled. The man invited the guests to take a ride in an expensive car to a hot spring. The man said he had booked a room at the Lakeview Hotel. It had a nice view of the mountains and the lake. The partner was smoking and told Tanu to have fun with his friends. He promised to buy some rocks for them. Tan explained to the man that he would do everything himself. After that, the main character took a shower. Sue noted that the people around him were very polite. He realized that he needed to find something to do. The protagonist decided to take a walk. Tan told his friend that he wanted to go with him. Shu explained that he would walk alone and might meet a girl. The main character told his friend that he was very handsome and everyone would only look at him. Tan shouted at the main character to stop talking nonsense and threw him a card. The main character was walking around the city near the river. People were walking around. Sue decided to himself that he would enjoy the amazing scenery alone. The guy felt that the air around him was somehow fresh. A stranger appeared in front of him. The girl suddenly ran up to the main character at full speed and hugged and kissed him. Shu was very surprised. He did not expect that some stranger would run up to him. The main character felt very embarrassed. He did not expect a kiss from the girl. Zhu felt a pleasant smell in front of him. The girl whispered to him to concentrate. The main character realized that he had already seen the stranger somewhere before recently. Zhu realized that he had just been hugged by the beauty who had previously sat with him on the plane. The girl whispered to the main character again so that he could concentrate. Zhu extended his arms to his new acquaintance and hugged her under her t-shirt. Zhu whispered quietly to his partner that she asked him to concentrate. The girl put her hand on the guy's chest. A group of fighters was running from the side. They were looking for someone. The main character could not understand why the girl hugged him tightly. The stranger passed by and looked very closely at the main character and the girl. The man said with a smile that young people these days have no complexes at all. The fighters were looking for the girl. They ran at full speed in the opposite direction. The stranger looked to the side and thought that her pursuers had finally left. Suddenly, the girl sharply pushed the main character away from her. The guy was surprised. Shu asked the stranger with displeasure, "Why did she kiss him first? And now she's pushing him away?" The girl angrily pushed the guys away with her hands and shouted that he was a scoundrel. The stranger was silent. She looked at the main character with suspicion and displeasure. Zhu thought to himself that the stranger was indeed charming, but there was something wrong with her head. The guy decided to leave as soon as possible. The main character was calmly walking along the path. Suddenly, the girl rushed behind him. The stranger ran up behind the guy and grabbed his hand to stop him. Sue was very unhappy. He asked the stranger what she was doing. The main character looked at the girl and asked sternly why she was following him. The stranger looked at the guy with interest and asked, "Was this his first kiss?" Stranger asked the guy if he was staying at the Lakeview Hotel. Shu was surprised because the girl knew where he lived. The stranger showed the guy 2 cards from the hotel. She asked him to take her there. The main character angrily snatched the cards and asked the girl how she dared to take his things. The stranger told the Strictly guy that he touched her. The guy was surprised. He didn't remember him touching the stranger. The girl told the protagonist that he was very naughty. Shu remembered how he hugged the girl and agreed with her demand. A stranger stopped a taxi. The passengers asked the driver to take them to the Lakeview Hotel. The driver was surprised. The passengers drove up to the hotel, which was several hundred meters away. The car pulled up to the entrance of a luxury hotel. The building was huge. The main character and his companion were met by the receptionists at the entrance. They headed further down the corridor. Shu opened the door to the hotel room. He remembered that the stranger kissed him at the lake. The girl decided to take a shower first. The main character thought that his companion was very beautiful and attractive. Zhu decided to stretch. He started doing push-ups to tone himself up. The main character couldn't understand why the stranger kissed him. He told himself that he needed to practice first. The main character continued doing push-ups from the floor. At this time, the girl came out of the shower. The guest looked at the guy in surprise. She didn't understand what he was doing. The stranger noticed that the main character had an amazing body. Shu asked the girl if she had taken a shower yet. The girl looked at the guy and said that she had already finished taking a shower. Sue told his partner that she could watch TV while he went to take a shower. The girl slyly and angrily told herself that she had more serious things to do. The stranger watched as the main character entered the shower. She waited for the door to close. The girl thought angrily that when the guy came out of the shower, he would notice that his pockets were completely clean. The stranger threw the towel aside and began to rummage through the guy's things. The girl turned out everything she saw from the drawers. She looked around at everything. The attacker did not find the wallet. She decided that the guy hid it under the pillow. The girl listened attentively. She reached out to take the pillow and find her wallet. The stranger lifted the pillow and expected to find a wallet underneath, but it was empty. The girl looked in surprise at the empty space on the bed in front of her. The stranger couldn't understand why the guy didn't have a cell phone or wallet with him. The main character, when he went to the shower, put his phone and wallet on the shelf in front of him. Sue thought to himself that it would be better to take the phone into the shower than to leave it in the room with a woman. The stranger was upset. She couldn't find any money and decided to turn on the TV. The girl thought that she didn't need to be so impulsive. She had once run away from her marriage from home. The stranger thought that it was safe to be with the main character now. She decided that Zhu already belonged to her. The first kiss means a lot to everyone. The girl was sitting on the couch. She happily thought that the guy was now in her arms. The main character was wiping his head at that time. Shu dried himself with a towel. He was very happy and told himself that he needed to act. The main character remembered that he was completely naked. He decided that it would be really bad to walk like that. Sue headed towards the exit of the shower room. He was happily humming a song to himself. The main character smiled at the stranger and asked for forgiveness for making her wait for so long. The girl looked at the guy and said that his body looked good. The stranger took a closer look and something really bothered her. She noticed a bulge. The girl rushed to the side and threw away the TV remote. She shouted at the guy to put on his pants. Sue was surprised. He told his partner that she took a shower after she came in. Now she calls him a scoundrel. The girl was surprised. She realized that the main character took her for a prostitute. The stranger ran away from her marriage and hid in the room of a stranger. Shu took her for a prostitute. The protagonist noticed that the girl was crying, and tears were falling on her clothes. He looked closely. The stranger was crying quietly. Sue decided to go up to her and calm her down. Shu couldn't understand why the girl was crying. He also remembered that the stranger asked him to put on his pants. The guy told the girl in a soothing voice that he would now put on his clothes. Yu reached for his pants. He told the girl not to worry and that he would get dressed now. The main character stood fully dressed. He told the girl with a smile to stop crying. The stranger answered the guy in a tearful voice that she would calm down. Sue decided to sit down next to her. The main character asked the girl if she was new and this was her first time. Sue told the girl that he didn't want to do it. The stranger turned around and thought that all men have the same thing on their minds. The girl imagined the main character as a predatory wolf. He smiled at her and said that he was a gentleman. The stranger clutched a towel in her hand. She decided to throw it at the main character. The girl swung and threw the towel at the guy. He was very unhappy. Shu looked at the crying girl with great concern. He did not understand what was happening to her. The main character was unhappy. He didn't understand. Is it really so difficult to persuade a woman? To distract himself, the main character decided to turn on the TV. He was still sitting on the couch next to the girl. Zhu pressed the button on the remote control. He decided to forget about everything and get distracted. There was a program about animals on TV. They showed giraffes. The main character was watching the TV show attentively. The girl turned away at that time. The announcer on TV was talking about a heifer who was running alone across the plain. She had nothing to eat and was walking around in a panic. The stranger decided that she was as lonely as the chick on TV. The main character said that he couldn't save the lost chick. The girl decided that the guy was kind and he could help her. The stranger called the guy to her. He turned to her with great attention. The girl seriously asked her partner if he thought she was beautiful. The guy didn't know what to answer. Sue told the girl that she was very beautiful, but it had nothing to do with him. The stranger asked the guy, "Does he really not have a girlfriend?" The stranger looked at the main character and said that she wanted to be his girlfriend. The guy was very surprised after the proposal from a stranger. He said that he needed to think about it. The main character ran into the bathroom. He wanted to think about everything calmly. Shu knew absolutely nothing about the stranger. He decided that she might be a psychopath. The main character came out of the bathroom and sat down on the sofa. He said that he had made a decision. The partner asked the guy, "What does he mean?" Sue told the girl that there was no point in being beautiful if she had no brains. He added that he didn't know her and told her to leave through the open door. The stranger quietly whispered back to the protagonist that her name was Liu Yinxi. The young boy was stunned when he heard the girl tell him her name. Why did she do it so suddenly? The girl's name is Liu Yinsue, and she began her sad story by telling how she ran away from home because her family forced her to get married. The girl continued her story and explained that at that moment men were chasing her, so she did it. The young man remembered that when she kissed him, at that moment a group of people were actually running after her. The protagonist was wondering whether he should help the unfortunate girl. She looks quite harmless and innocent. A moment later, the guy says that he can't help the unfortunate woman in any way, because after he does one thing here, he'll fly home. The girl is very nervous because she understands that if no one helps her, those people will catch her. Suddenly, an idea popped into her head. The girl said that she was a second-year student at Zhangcheng University and recalled that they met on the plane. The young guy asks the girl to get down to business quickly and not beat around the bush. The girl sincerely asks for help because she doesn't know anyone in this city and she has no money. If the young man brings her back to the city, she will pay him generously. As soon as the young lady returns to her hometown, she will reward our hero. The young man will receive $500,000. The main character was very surprised to hear such an exorbitant price, because a return ticket costs only a couple of thousand. A moment later, A completely logical question arises in our hero's head. Is the girl's family rich? Her grandfather was one of those who founded this country. The girl understands that now her last hope is her grandfather. The young lad thought about everything that had been said earlier for a while, and then gave his verdict. He would believe the girl, but he will believe the girl on one condition. She must prove that she is a student of Jiangcheng University. As proof, the girl says that our hero can call her class teacher and talk to him. The young man decides to look up the teacher's number on the internet. After all, if the girl is trying to deceive him, the teacher's number may be fake. Therefore, he personally searches for the number on the university website. A moment later, the young boy finds the university's website and clicks on it. The young man is slightly surprised when he sees that such a teacher actually exists. A few seconds later, our hero dialed the number and introduced himself as the girl's uncle. The teacher answered all the guy's questions and dispelled his doubts. Having heard everything necessary, the boy hung up. The girl is unhappy that the boy did not believe her earlier. The brunette is very happy that the girl did not try to deceive him. He wonders how old the girl is. As it turned out, the girl is still very young. She is now 17 and will turn 18 in September. The boy sits down on the sofa and is surprised that the girl is finishing her second year, although she's not yet 18. A moment later, the young man has another question and, without any embarrassment, he asks if the girl has a boyfriend. And so, when he receives a negative answer, he pulls her by the waist towards him and says that, from now on, he will be her boyfriend. The girl clearly did not expect such persistence and harshness from the guy, so she tensed up a little. This situation was quite strange because the girl simply did not know the guy's name. A moment later, he introduced himself. His name is Shu Qing. Our hero looked and acted very self-confident. It seemed that the girl already regretted that she had run away from her marriage into the arms of another man, but at least it was the one she chose herself. Unexpectedly, the main character began to approach the girl. A moment later, the guy's lips were almost touching the girl's lips. She was very nervous because she didn't want this. Suddenly, the girl's stomach growled. He literally saved her from kissing the main character. The girl was very embarrassed. As it turned out, the last time she ate ramen was at the airport. The young boy felt ashamed that his girlfriend had been hungry all day, and he had not taken care of it. Soon, the young man told the girl to change her clothes and go downstairs. There he would feed her. When they finally got to the restaurant, the guy let her order whatever she wanted. She agreed without any problem. A moment later, the girl opened the menu and began to order, choosing dishes to her taste. Meanwhile, our hero ordered only rice wine. The waiter noted that this was rather strange. And so, after some time, all the dishes were ready and were already on the table in front of the children. After this, the young lad let the waiter go and said that he would be called if needed. The young lady was very grateful to her new boyfriend for taking care of her feelings. She enjoyed the food. Then the young boy turned his gaze to the girl, because he saw that she was about to start eating. A moment later, the girl brought the first piece to her mouth. He was prepared to see the girl pounce on the food and eat it greedily. But that was far from the case. The young man was very surprised when he saw that even in such a situation, the girl continued to eat so elegantly. The main character could only wait because he couldn't even imagine how long she would eat. After this, the girl began to eat the noodles and she did it extremely carefully. The young boy was shocked when he realized that the girl had only eaten one strip of noodles. And so, 3 whole hours passed. Finally, the girl finished her meal. The girl felt very awkward. Our hero got up from the table and told her that they would go to bed now. The protagonist assumed that the girl must be from a rich family, because even being so hungry, she continued to eat elegantly. The young boy heads towards the room, but they notice that the girl is far behind him. The protagonist also noticed that she was slowing down with each passing second. The young man assumed that she had simply overeaten. Then, with a hint of slight irritation in his voice, he asks why she is walking so slowly. Does she really want to sleep outside? The girl seemed to be very worried, but nevertheless she entered the room. Our hero felt confident and was sure that she wanted to be alone with him. He reassured her by saying that he was a nice guy. Suddenly, the girl remembered the words of her close friend, which made her wary. A person can be polite and courteous during the day, but at night he will turn into a real beast and eat you raw. Unexpectedly, our hero picked up the bed linen and headed towards the girl. She was very worried, because she didn't know what was going on in his head. The girl thought that our hero wanted her to sleep on the sofa. He threw the bed linen, but actually, the guy will be sleeping on the couch. He can't let his girlfriend sleep on the couch. Hearing this, the girl relaxed a little because now she will feel much more comfortable. Our hero was embarrassed when she called him her boyfriend. And so, after some time, the boys went to bed. And so the night passed. The young boy was awakened by a loud phone ringing. He grabbed the phone in irritation. The young boy was very sleepy and still did not understand who was calling him. When he looked at the screen, he saw that it was Tan. Tan called the young man into the restaurant and hung up. Our hero sat on the edge of the sofa and tried to wake up. The protagonist yawned sweetly and headed for the door. He thought that his girlfriend must be awake already. Suddenly, the young girl jumped up with a loud, heart-rending scream. Hearing the scream, the boy naturally became worried. He told her that if she did not answer him immediately, he would enter the room himself. Hearing this, the girl became agitated. Moments later, she rushed to the door screaming that he couldn't come in. The young lady asked her boyfriend to wait a little and promised that she would come out soon. Meanwhile, the young lad decided not to waste time and went to the toilet to do his morning routine. Suddenly, the bathroom door creaked open. It seemed to be a girl. She caught him at the moment when our hero was sitting on the toilet. He started screaming loudly and asking her to get out. She immediately ran away. Meanwhile, Tan was already having breakfast at the restaurant and was indignant that the main character had not yet arrived. But then, just a moment later, a young guy enters the hall, whom his friend had been waiting for so long. The young girl walked next to him and pressed herself against his hand. It was immediately clear that they were in a relationship. Seeing this, Tan was shocked and spat out his coffee in surprise. He was surprised that his friend was able to find a girlfriend in just one night. When the guys approached the table, our hero pulled out a chair for his girlfriend. The friend was very happy for the main character and he can't wait to meet his friend's girlfriend. The young boy introduced his girlfriend. Her name is Liu Yingshu. Then, the boy introduced himself. His name is Tang. A moment later, Tan offered the girl to try one of the dishes and said that it was very tasty. And so, soon, the guys began to eat. The food was top-notch. The guy wanted to know the details about his friend's relationship, how they met, and who was the first to take the initiative. The main character wanted to come up with some lie so that his friend wouldn't find out that the girl had run away from her marriage. But then she intervened. The girl said that they had met on a plane. The guy was glad he didn't have to come up with excuses. After that, he tried to change the subject and started feeding his girlfriend. Moments later, a friend teased our hero by saying that beauties always choose the beast. It seems that the main character was slightly offended by his friend's taunt because he didn't consider himself ugly. The young lad began to object and said that at least he had ambition. The young man spoke about this with his mouth full, so he suddenly did not miss the opportunity to joke about the guy looking like a pig. Suddenly, the main character suddenly fell silent. It seemed he choked. The potato got stuck in his throat. It was funny that the young man choked when he tried to object. There was quite a friendly atmosphere at the table. Then, our hero was able to swallow the potato, then decided to end this topic. Meanwhile, suddenly hurrying him because they had to go to Tengchong. Tengchong is located in the west of Yunan province. It was a jade and precious watershed in ancient times. There are countless legends about jade here. After some time, the boys got into the car and arrived at their destination. They were accommodated in a building not far from the trade fair. Meanwhile, the girl was very embarrassed because she remembered that she was supposed to have her period these days. She told him that she wanted to go to the supermarket. A moment later, she asked to lend her $50 and promised to return it later. A young guy wants to go with his girlfriend because they are in a relationship, which means he should go with her. The young girl tried her best to stop her persistent boyfriend, but it didn't work. Tan gave his friend some money and wished the guys good luck. And so, a moment later, the guys set off for their destination. The friend wished them luck on their date. Soon, the boys came to the supermarket. There was a huge queue. It seemed like they would have to wait a long time. To pass the time, he suggests guessing what flavor the stranger will choose for protection. If he guesses correctly, the girl will have to kiss him. After these words, excitement awakened in the girl. She wants to know what will happen if he still doesn't guess. The young lad wondered what he could offer her in return. If the guy still doesn't guess, he must send her back to Jiangcheng tomorrow. Shuqing agrees to this without any problems. And so, soon, our hero bets on the taste of the smell of roses. Now they must check if this is true. The young lady is completely confident in herself because she does not believe that our hero can guess what flavor a passerby will choose. And so, the self-confident girl walked towards the stranger to carefully take a look and check what flavor of protection he had chosen. The girl is shocked when she sees that the main character guessed everything correctly. It's just a coincidence. The guy teased her when he won their bet, so that the girl would not be too upset. The young man decided to take her to a clothing store. The girl saw a cool store with clothes that she wanted to go to try on some clothes. When the guys came to the store, the girl immediately started trying on different looks. She was stunning in all of them. The young lad admired his girlfriend and wanted to look at her some more. Half an hour later, the guys finished trying on the clothes and came to the checkout. The guy was ready to pay for all the things the girl had tried on earlier. The cashier was pleasantly shocked when she heard that the guy wanted to pay for everything. In total, it cost 19,888 won. The young lad was stunned when he heard such a tidy sum. It was too generous. But nevertheless, the main character still paid for his girlfriend's purchases. The cashier complimented him, saying that they were the perfect couple. Afterwards, the guys left the store. The girl felt incredibly happy and full of energy. Soon, the girl got hungry and they went to the establishment to have a little snack. And so, the guys came to the cafe and already ordered food. The boy watched attentively how his girlfriend ate. The young man chewed his food slowly and enjoyed its taste. A moment later, the girl's plate was empty. It seemed she had finished her meal. The young boy asked again if she had finished eating and received a positive answer. In that case, the protagonist is about to start. The girl did not immediately understand what he meant. With each passing moment, the guy was getting closer and closer to the girl's face. She was incredibly nervous. And then, a moment later, their lips finally touched. The guy got his winnings for winning the bet. At this time, outside the window, there was a cute pair of birds who were also in love with each other. The girl accidentally knocked over an empty plate out of surprise. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Suddenly, a waiter entered the room and brought the boys some tea. They suddenly moved away from each other, and our hero asked the waiter for a pack of cigarettes. After some time, the cigarettes were already on the table, and the main character began to smoke. Now the whole room was filled with cigarette smoke, and the girl began to complain that it was a disgusting smell. The guy told her that it was her fault, because now he couldn't leave here until he calmed down, and cigarettes would help him with that. The girl was shocked and very embarrassed when she saw what happened to the guy's pants. She immediately headed for the exit. The young boy, without thinking, grabbed all the bags and rushed after her. Soon, the boys returned home. Unfortunately, Liu Yingxue does not want to sleep with him. Now she does not want to see him at all. Two girls began to calm our hero down, saying that the girl was probably just embarrassed and now she needed to be alone. The girls said that they had to go, but if Shu Qing needed them, he should press the pager and they would come right away. And so the boys finally got home. They were full of bags and packages, so the guy offered to give them a pager. Suddenly, a thought flashed through the young man's mind. Could someone else go shopping with his girlfriend instead of him? After shopping, our hero fell on his bed, completely exhausted. He couldn't even imagine that shopping with girls is so tiring. Suddenly, the young man remembered that he had to call his sister. He had promised her he would do so when he landed. She must be worried now. At this time, the girl was just cleaning. But suddenly she was distracted by a phone call. The girl was very happy when she realized that it was Shu Qing calling her. The girl was very worried that the guy didn't call her yesterday. The girl was so worried that tears came to her eyes. The protagonist began to calm her down and say that everything was fine. He just forgot to call her yesterday, that's all. This made his sister a little angry, and she set a condition that now he had to call her every day before 6 in the evening. The young lad agreed to this without any problems because he understood that he was to blame for this. Before hanging up, the sister asked her brother to be careful and always stay safe. The main character promised himself that he would fulfill her request because he couldn't make the girl worry. As soon as our hero hung up, his phone rang again. It turned out to be Tang. He was about to fight Luo and Bao in the gym, so he called our hero to watch. Some time passed, and the main character went down to the gym. Everyone was already gathered. The guys were discussing the upcoming fight. Someone suggested that Tan was afraid, and so, after some time, the fight began. The guys began sparring. The fight began. No one was going to retreat. The guys delivered precise and confident blows. But besides that, they were also very good at dodging. Our hero never knew that Tan was so skilled in martial arts. When Tan wanted to make another attack, the opponent managed to grab his leg and stop the blow. But, fortunately, the young man managed to get out of this situation and the fight continued. It was a brutal fight. The guys felt like fish in water. They seemed to be dancing in the fight. They continued to hit each other over and over again, neither of them backing down. And so, Tan made another swing. His eyes were full of confidence and excitement. He wanted to win. The fight lasted for a very long time, but in the end, Tan was able to win. His opponent was amazed by the guy's strength and admitted his defeat. Our hero handed his friend the towels. He noticed that Tan's legs were still shaking, which meant that Law's blows were very strong. In the end, Tan was victorious, and that was enough to prove his strength. The young boy also praised his friend for his excellent kung fu skills. Compared to him, he fights like a child. But here, as in all situations, there is also a but. If these two guys had taken the fight seriously, then Tan could very well have been in danger. Hearing this fact and remark from the outside, the guys looked at each other in surprise. They are both retired elite special forces, so Luo was worried when he fought Tang and only used 70% of his strength. The guys were surprised that our hero noticed such a small detail, but the main character had a desire to learn a few techniques, and he asked to teach him if Tan had free time. Tan can't take on the training because he himself is not very strong in martial arts. He promises that when they return to the city, he will take his friend to a master who will teach him everything. The young boy is shocked when he hears the story that even 10 of them cannot defeat this master. When the time comes, Tang will take his friend with him to try his luck and see if he can learn anything from this great master. Our boy had a lot of questions which he continued to ask his friend. But there were so many questions that Tan turned around and headed for the exit while our hero continued asking questions. And so the next day came. The boys were busy training hard in the gym. Our hero began to actively prepare for the meeting with the master and train every day. He dreamed of being taught several techniques. Suddenly, his friend bursts into the room and tells him to get ready, because now they are going to buy stones. He was given 10 minutes to get ready. Our hero decided to take his girlfriend with him. The young boy went into his girlfriend's room to wake her up. Our hero knocked only a couple of times when the door opened and his girlfriend stood on the threshold. He tells her to get ready, because now they are going to the fair. The guy promises her some bracelets if she manages to get a good emerald. It seemed that the girl knew a lot about jade and understood that it was impossible to choose any stone and get an emerald from it. But the girl is forced to refuse the guy because she feels bad and wants to stay in the room. The young man assumed that the girl is on her period. A young guy went outside and got into a car. His friends immediately started asking why he was alone, and he explained that the girls were feeling unwell. But a moment later, no one cared about it. The mood was at its highest level. They went to the fair to buy a lot of precious stones. And so, after some time, the boys come to the fair. They want to take some big stones. Before entering the fair, they received a pass which allowed them to be there. Only jewelers and China's most famous emerald cutters are allowed into the fair, so they have to pretend to be stall owners. Before going to the fair, the worker wished the children's business prosperity. There were quite a few counters and stalls here, containing many precious stones. The elderly man noted that these two guys were not professionals. It was immediately obvious. The boys carefully examined all the stones on the shelves, trying to find something precious and worthwhile. The protagonist decided to use his supervision skill to find what they needed. But as it turns out, there is not even a trace of jade here. Is it possible that the sellers brought just rock fragments to deceive them? Then the guys decide to go a little further and look at another kiosk. The seller presents his goods to them, saying that these are genuine stones from Faken. He is ready to give a half discount on the first 5 stones. The seller continues to actively advertise his product. Our hero remembers that he already saw this guy yesterday in the supermarket. The boys begin to carefully examine these stones to understand whether they are fake or not. The seller is ready to give away the first 5 stones for half price, regardless of their size. The elderly man leans forward to personally verify that the seller is not cheating them. The main character also decided to personally verify the authenticity of these stones. A moment later, he used his supervision skill and saw an emerald inside the stone. The guys have made sure that it is not a fake. They are ready to look at its price. The shop assistant helps the polo put the heavy stone on the scales. It turns out that it weighs a whole 120 kilograms. The man is incredibly happy about this, because in total it comes to 36,000 yuan. Brother Tan is ready to pay with a card. The boys are also incredibly happy that they were able to carry the necessary stone. The boy suggested cutting the stone. They agreed. The seller and his assistant consider the guys to be cabbage rolls because they themselves do not know that an emerald is hidden inside this stone. This stone is gray in appearance and looks plain, which is why no one expects to see bright green emerald inside. Then, the friend approaches the young boy and asks his expectations about what is inside the stone. But fortunately, the main character stopped in time. He was stupefied and nervous. He almost revealed his secret about his supervision. If people found out about it, he would be in trouble. Mr. Meng was immediately interested when he heard that Tan had bought a stone with an emerald inside. The main character immediately began to justify himself and say that he said this because he believed in his friend's luck. But it made no difference because the boy would still get the jade, and so the boys began to cut the stone. Everyone around was interested in what was about to happen. This would be the first cut of the day. Everyone couldn't wait to see what was inside. And then, a moment later, the man takes a special tool and begins to saw the stone. Everyone present held their breath and turned their curious gazes towards the stone. The man continued sawing the stone, but when he saw nothing there, he asked if he should continue. No one was going to stop them, and they were determined to saw the stone. The man broke off the first piece, which unfortunately contained nothing. Our hero began to calm his friend, telling him not to worry. The boys tell the man to continue cutting the stone. He obediently does as they ask. The man continued cutting the stone. Suddenly, they were advised to wash the stone to see if there was jade in it, and when they did, they realized that there was something there. Brother Tan was incredibly happy and grateful to our hero because he finally guessed and chose the right stone. Everyone present was shocked when they saw a bright green emerald inside the stone. No one expected to see anything like that there. Mr. Man is impressed that the boy managed to get such an expensive emerald so easily. Yeah, that young lad is really lucky. That's real luck. The boy was grateful to our hero, because if it weren't for him, he would hardly have been able to guess the right stone. Out of euphoria and joy, Tan hit his friend hard on the shoulder, which caused him to start to hurt. The boy was very happy and wanted to hug his friend, because he was very grateful to him. Everyone around was looking at them. Suddenly, a hand went up in the crowd and a stranger offered 1,000,000 yuan for a bright green emerald. The old man turned around and looked at the one who said that it was Nenan. This fat man is clearly a large man, but his face is soft, like a little girl's. As it turns out, this man is also a famous jeweler in Yunan province, so it's best to respect him. The man asked to stop teasing him. Mr. Man is not here to find an emerald, but to buy some horses with his friend. Then he started teasing the man because he wanted to buy such an expensive emerald for only 1,000,000 yuan. Was this a joke? If a man still wants to buy this emerald, he should name a good and worthy price, and not this childish babble. When this emerald is cut, it will be worth at least 2 million. So no one is going to sell the emerald for 1 million. Nanan watches with curiosity and some envy as the man cuts an emerald out of a stone. The rest of the guys, seeing that one of the guys was lucky, decide to try their luck too and run up to the kiosk. When they finished cutting the emerald, they gave it to their boss. It's a pretty good piece of emerald. Brother Tan threw a wad of money to the man who was helping him cut the emerald out of the stone. It was a bonus for him. The black-haired boy was very excited about such a pleasant bonus. He is grateful to his boss. It is a fresh emerald, warm and smooth. A moment later, Nanan raises the price and offers 1,800,000 yuan for the emerald. It's a good price, but after production the profit is not that big. So Tang has to accept this offer. At this time, Tan throws the emerald to Mr. Meng and goes off to find some more valuable stones. Now the boy is an acre and takes our hero with him to go looking for stones. Mr. Man agrees to sell the emerald to the man. The young guys follow the lead of the main character and his friend in order to learn from them the skill of choosing stones. And so, the guys went after them, wondering along the way who these mysterious guys really were. The guys continued their search and then Tan bought another stone and asked to cut it, hoping to find pieces and fries there. The workers fulfilled his request and began sawing the stone. Everyone watched with curiosity. Everyone present was disappointed, because this is already the 5th stone that has nothing in it. It seems that Tan is not so cool in this matter. Our hero's right eye is a little oversalted, so he needs to take a break to continue helping his friend. He wants to find a place to rest. A friend is going to treat the young lad to lunch because he helped him a lot today. Suddenly, someone calls them. When the boy turns around, he sees Mr. Man running and trying to catch up with them. Luckily, the man arrived just in time. He brought drinks with him so they could cool down. The protagonist asks if Mr. Man has any eye drops by any chance. Luckily, he has some on hand. Brother Tan opens a jar of cool drink. Meanwhile, our hero opens a bottle of eye drops. One of the boys starts drinking, and the other puts drops in his eyes. They do it synchronously. And now, just a moment later, when they have gained strength and energy, the guys are ready to continue their search. The boys walked further between the kiosks and approached a counter behind which stood a pretty girl. When the gaze of this stranger and Mr. Man met, their faces immediately changed. They were shocked and seemed not to expect to meet each other here. When the man saw the girl, he grabbed her hand, because he thought that their misunderstanding had long been resolved. but the girl just turned around and walked away proudly. The boys couldn't figure out who this mysterious stranger was. As it turned out, it was a beautiful girl. Mr. Man's wife? He looked sadly. All. The man shouts after her, but she's tired of repeating that there is nothing between them anymore. Their relationship is over. The girl doesn't want to listen to all this nonsense and tells them to come only if they want to buy stones. The guys are very sorry to watch this situation, because they see that the man is very upset about this. Suddenly, the main character simply walks away from the guys and heads in the other direction, while they look after him with incomprehension. Brother Tan suggests that the man wait for them aside while they go and buy some stones. The gray-haired man's eyes fill with tears at the mere sight of his wife. It seems he is truly in love. Meanwhile, our hero approaches the counter and asks how much the girl will sell these 2 stones for. Since these stones come from the Manji mine, 1 kilogram costs 3,000 yuan. The young man understands that they are trying to deceive him, because the price of these stones could not have increased so quickly. Nevertheless, he decides to check whether it is worth it. After a moment, our hero decides to buy these 2 stones and asks if she accepts payment by card. The girl understands that it seems that this young man is really going to buy the stones, and now she needs to forget about anger in the place. The girl agrees to the deal. First, she's going to find an assistant who will help her weigh the stones. A friend tells our hero to send the stones to another stand, because they plan to cut them after lunch. Then, the main character asks to deliver these stones to the stand number 56. They will cut them themselves. The total weight of the stones is 109 kilograms, which comes to 327,000 yuan. The girl says she will send the stones later. After this, the young boy calls Mr. Man and tells him that 2 stones are about to be delivered, and he must keep an eye on them. The boy threatened that if the man failed to complete this task, he would fry him. The boys don't understand why Mr. Man is so angry. It seems it's all because of the woman who broke his heart. Suddenly, 3 men in business suits appear in front of the guys. They look very confident and cool, but as soon as a man notices them, you can read horror and fear in his gaze. The men walk confidently towards the frightened Mr. Man, who is unable to move from nerves. A sly smile appears on the face of this black-haired stranger. It's as if he's mocking him. After a moment, he comes closer to him and exhales smoke from his cigarette directly into his ear. Suddenly, the man can't stand such pressure and grabs this self-confident brat by the collar. His assistants immediately begin to worry about their boss, ready to stand up for him at any moment. Suddenly, 2 more men appear on their path. Brother Tan is already starting to flex his fists because he understands that the atmosphere here is becoming tense. Mr. Man is clearly aggressive towards this self-confident stranger. Suddenly, a woman's voice was heard in the distance. It was the man's ex-wife who was running towards them. She grabs her ex-boyfriend by the hand and screams. She hoped that he had changed in these 2 years, but he had not. She doesn't want to listen to his excuses. She is now an executive director of a large company. And if he doesn't want her fired, he better get out. The man is full of hatred and anger, but after a few moments he decides to accept it and move on. The humiliated man walks away silently, while his comrades look after him with surprise and concern. The man wished and headed towards one of the kiosks. The man sat down at one of the counters, completely broken. He did not know what to do next. Soon, his comrades came running to him. Brother Tang was also angry. He really wanted to hit that cocky bastard, but he couldn't afford it. Suddenly, the protagonist's stomach began to rumble. It seemed to be a sign that he was hungry. Just at that moment, there was a food stall nearby selling delicious noodles and lunchboxes. It was just in time for the guys, so our hero immediately ran towards the smell of delicious food. A moment later, our hero sat on a motorcycle with a trailer, on which sat a stranger who was counting money. As it turned out, the youth bought all the lunchboxes, and thanks to this, the woman will be able to return home earlier. The boys were already very hungry, and the man, out of grief, decided to drink alcohol. Tanu can't wait to cut these stones which they bought at such a high price. Brother Tang is worried that drunk Mr. Meng might accidentally break the emerald. Hearing this, the man laughed a little. 10 minutes later, people began to slowly gather around stand 56, because everyone wanted to see how they would cut such expensive stones. Shu King warned the workers that these stones would need to be cut very carefully. After that, they got to work. Mr. Meng, with a smile on his face, reasoned that if there was an emerald inside these stones, Bai would simply die of envy and anger. These thoughts consoled him. A moment later, the worker set to work. He carefully began to cut this huge stone. Everyone present did not understand what was happening here, because first they wiped the rough stone instead of starting to cut. The boys began to worry that there would be nothing inside the stone, but our hero calmly reassured them. Suddenly, The entire crowd that surrounded their counter began to rejoice and shout in surprise. Inside the stone was a pure green emerald. Its price skyrocketed. Any piece could be sold for about 400,000 yuan. Suddenly, a voice was heard from the pillars. The stranger was willing to buy this rough stone for 2 billion yuan. Unexpectedly, someone from the crowd offered a whopping 25 million yuan for this green emerald. A moment later, everyone in the crowd starts shouting out the price and a real auction begins. The people in the crowd are quite interesting because the emerald has not yet fully revealed itself, and they are already starting to raise the stakes. The black-haired boy is very happy because he understands that he can take the emerald remains for himself. A grimace of madness and azad appears on his face. This feeling is captivating. Suddenly, the comrade again pokes our hero in the shoulder and says that he is lucky again. Everyone around is amazed because the main character's emerald is the size of a bowling ball, while before that they found an emerald the size of a chicken egg. Mr. Man wants to buy this emerald in exchange for a bath of wine. Naturally, he's joking. A real farce begins around because everyone wants to buy this emerald and continues to raise the stakes. Suddenly, someone offers 40 million yuan for this beautiful emerald. The young boy turns around and tries to understand who made such a bet, because the man's voice is very familiar. A moment later, and the crowds come out Yunan, who had previously bought a smaller emerald from them. This is the man who buys stones. The main character immediately recognizes this man as the one who bought the stone from his friend earlier. Our hero peers closely into the crowd and finally finds the right person. Baya. But the guys weren't going to sell this emerald for just 40 million yuan. They wanted to drive up the price. The black-haired man admits that this emerald is very valuable, but he still cannot get the whole stone. It is because of this that he offers to buy this emerald in half, for 25 million yuan. Well, it's not that simple because the owner of this stone is Xu Qing. Our hero gives the right to choose to Mr. Meng. Having heard the approval, the guys decide to take this stone half with Yunan. It turned out to be very profitable. Unexpectedly, our hero told the man that the buy were there. The man spotted him in the crowd and immediately got angry. But the guy asks his friend not to get angry because he has a plan. After that, he suggests cutting the second stone that they bought earlier. The man didn't believe that these guys would be able to find something valuable again because it was simply impossible. Mr. Man wanted to cut this stone himself, but our hero asked him to be careful. He would show him where to make the cut. A moment later, the main character took the chalk and drew a white line on the stone. The young man said that this stone had to be cut in half at one time. The man was worried that they couldn't cut an emerald like that, but the young boy asked him to trust him. Everything was under control. Everyone gathered around and held their breath, preparing for the upcoming event. Mr. Man decided to trust our hero. Mr. Ming is determined to make a cut where Xu Qing left the chalk mark. A moment later, the saw touches the stone. With one movement, the man split this stone, but this stone was completely covered with dirt inside, so it needed to be washed with water. The assistants ran up and poured several liters of water on the stone to wash it and take a look at what was inside. Mr. Man was shocked by what he saw inside the stone. He literally fell into a stupor. The man was incredibly happy that he trusted our hero. After all, they didn't cut the emerald. The young boy looked at his friend with confidence and support. There seemed to be more people gathered around the counter, all of whom were expecting to see something cool. Everyone around was shouting that this green emerald would soon skyrocket in price. These shouts attracted more and more people. Mr. Man looked closely at the contents of the stone, trying to figure out what was inside. Ice or emerald? The man was inspired and proud of what he was able to obtain inside this stone. A moment later, he majestically raised the stone, inside of which was a glass ice emerald. Everyone present opened their mouths in amazement. Bai was stunned by what he saw with his own eyes. He couldn't believe it. It was simply impossible. The young boy praised his friend for finishing cutting the stone. But it is very strange that no one continues to bargain. This is the finest and highest quality emerald, which means it is priceless. That is why no one bids. Mr. Man began to examine this unusual emerald carefully to estimate its value. A moment later, the man, with a wide smile on his face, announces that this precious stone is worth about 200 million yuan. The main character was also shocked by how high the price of this emerald was. Mr. Man sincerely thanks our hero for his help. Immediately after this, Mr. Man turns around and looks into the crowd, trying to find his sworn enemy with his eyes. Bai was incredibly angry. He felt humiliated and insulted. The only thing he could do was grit his teeth and remain silent. A moment later, everyone started to haggle over this precious stone. A real farce begins among the crowd. The price is really very high, so only really rich merchants can afford to buy this stone. Suddenly, a voice is heard from the crowd. The new bet is 300 million yuan. The young boy turns around and sees a handsome middle-aged man in a business suit and with a beard. Mr. Man is surprised that someone would bid so high. He raised it by 60 million. Suddenly, the man glances at the stranger's suit and notices some interesting embroidery on his lapel. Mr. Man realizes that this embroidery seems very familiar to him. Everyone present began to resent the stranger for raising the bet by 60 million at once. Young people are impulsive when they see a good stone. It became clear that this guy was from a very rich and respected family. But the stranger doesn't care what people around him say. He's waiting to see if someone will raise the stakes on the stone. This family is known as the gods of the jade industry with a passion for jade. This family is already 400 years old. Everyone started asking whether the price that this amateur had set was considered valid. Mr. Meng thinks they should accept this offer, that it is quite a good one. Most likely, no one will raise the price higher, but it was not to be. A moment later, some man raised the bet to 3 billion yuan. Everyone around fell silent. A moment later, everyone present started a real farce and looked at this madman, who didn't even bat an eye. The man extended his hand and offered cooperation. He said he would transfer the money a little later. Everyone stood with their mouths open. Mr. Man handed the emerald over to the stranger without any problems or hesitation. It seemed he had no doubts about it at all. The stranger admired this color. It is a very valuable glassy green emerald. The stranger admired it. A moment later, the respectable man hands over his business card and asks Mr. Man to call him if he has any more emeralds. The man looks closely at this business card and understands that it is jade, which means it is more expensive than gold. Everyone present began to discuss how noble a person Mr. Man really was. A stranger glanced slyly at the crowd, and the thought flashed through his mind that they must have many more precious stones. This cunning boy quietly headed towards the counters, but suddenly one of the men noticed him and asked where he was going. The two began to discuss some topic, trying not to attract unnecessary attention. The boy doesn't understand why his friend is screaming like that, because now they need to be as quiet as possible. But his friend has already disappeared without a trace. The bald man decided not to miss the opportunity, so he immediately ran to the counter to buy up all the stones and get emeralds. The man wants to somehow annoy Meng, because he has become too arrogant. A moment later, the man pushed the other man, causing him to drop his cigarette. His assistant came over and helped his boss up. He was incredibly angry about everything that was happening. This stone should be his. It irritates him that someone is trying to use it for their own interests. A verbal altercation begins between the men. They all begin to fight over the stones. Their humanity leaves them. Suddenly, two strangers in suits approach the man and are about to make an important announcement. They say that this is not a place to spend your money. All the valuable rough stones were not bought in stalls 44 and 64. They were bought in another stall. Anyone who wants to can look into kiosk number 18. Bai praised his subordinates. Nobody understands what's going on here. It seems they actually bought them at stall number 18. These two stalls have just opened, so those who haven't paid must put the stones back. Mr. Meng was very angry that Bai had stolen all his clients so easily. Our hero tried to calm him down. It seemed like the young lad had some kind of plan already prepared. He headed off somewhere. Our hero asked a passerby for a brush and a can of red paint. Mr. Man immediately understood what the guy was up to. A moment later, the young lad began to move a paintbrush over the stones. I wonder what he was thinking. Suddenly, the man called Luo and bowed to him. He wanted to tell them something important. There was a real commotion all around because everyone wanted to find their way to stand number 18. It caused a real furor. Suddenly, Mr. Man catches up with the crowd of people and begins his speech. He admits that the stones were indeed bought at stalls 44 and 64, but they haven't even cut the stones yet and they can't know for sure. No one can know for sure if there is an emerald in there, so the man volunteers to cut them open and find out. Everyone immediately stopped because they became curious about what would happen next. They noticed Baya's frightened eyes. It is easy to read fear and apprehension in his gaze. A moment later, Mr. Meng finished cutting the stone and called those present to look at what was inside. As it turned out, there was nothing inside at all. These were the most ordinary stones. Was someone trying to trick them? And so, all the customers returned to Mr. Man again. The line was incredibly long. It was a complete horror, because now Bei's reputation was at rock bottom. They hoped that it could somehow be raised. Everyone was delighted. Mr. Man really should thank our hero for this. He did all this. It seemed that the young lad was very embarrassed to hear so much praise directed at him. Suddenly, some stranger pulled the young boy by the hem of his t-shirt. As it turned out, it was some little girl who came to give him the check. The young boy thanked the girl and took the small box she handed him. The protagonist couldn't believe that they sent a little girl to deliver the check. When the young man checked the box, he gave it to Mr. Man and asked him to put it on his account. Mr. Man decided to examine the box, and when he picked up the check, he saw some kind of pendant at the bottom. Brother Tan wanted to take a look at it himself, and so, a moment later, he took it out of the box. It was probably an additional gift. The first thought that came to Tan's mind was that this guy was a bit of a cheapskate. Why was the pendant so small? Mr. Man took a close look at the pendant and immediately realized that it had very high-quality micro-engraving. A moment later, he asked one of his assistants for a magnifying glass to examine the pendant even more closely. Immediately after this, he brought the lens to his eye and immediately saw that there was a fairly high level of quality and detail here. The pendant had a very beautiful engraving. It depicted a beautiful woman who captivated with her beauty. She was dressed in beautiful clothing. He explained that men wear the goddess of mercy and women wear the Buddha. Mr. Man tells our hero to wear the pendant and not to lose it. A moment later, the man hands the pendant over to its rightful owner. The protagonist was wondering how much it cost. Those who know what it is think it is worth millions, and those who don't think it is worth nothing. The main character finds it hard to believe that the pendant is so valuable. Mr. Man goes out on business and leaves the store to one of the boys. There were still a few stones in the warehouse that needed to be watched. That same day, the price of all the stones in store number 56 was raised. But even in spite of this, all the stones were sold. Brother Tan found a big stone and thought there might be something inside it. He wants to check it out, but our hero doesn't want to do that at all. This is the 10th cut, but they still haven't found anything. Brother Tan is already very tired and he wants to quickly find the right stone. Suddenly, he hears the sound of cutting the stone. Hearing this sound, Brother Tang immediately rushed forward to see what was happening. It seemed that Brother Tan was really disappointed that he hadn't found anything. They had arrived just in time, because the boy was already tuning the instrument. And now, just a moment later, the saw touches the stone and begins to cut it into pieces. When they look inside the stone, they see just a few green emeralds. Nothing special. But the old man doesn't seem upset by this at all. He offers to cut him up a little more. The boys immediately notice that the old man is in a good mood. Brother Tan notices that the young boy is very excited. Is it possible that there is something in the stone? The young boy breathed a sigh of relief as soon as he heard that there was nothing inside the stone. The guy used his supervision and saw that there really was something valuable in the stone. The disappointed boys went away. They were upset that they couldn't find anything. After this, our hero approached the old man and politely asked if he could sell him the broken stones that were lying on the ground. The young boy really wanted to buy the stone fragments, which greatly surprised the old man. The gray-haired man allowed our hero to take these stones just like that, because they were just fragments. But the protagonist refused such a generous offer and said that he insisted on paying. The elderly man looks at our hero with curiosity and does not understand why he is behaving this way. The old man puts a price of 20,000 wen on these stones, and the protagonist immediately starts looking for money for them. Mr. Meng says it's a waste of money because such small stones can only contain small jades. No one listens to him. Now that the old man has received the money, he gives these fragments to our hero. Then the young boy asks permission to use his cutting machine. The man is not at all against it, and even offers to help the main character. But our hero politely declines the offer, because he would like to try to do it himself. And then, just a couple of seconds later, the characteristic sound of cutting stone was heard at the fair. Passers-by crowded around and watched what was happening. Everyone was shocked that they were cutting the stone that they were going to throw away. The old man also watches this and is very surprised when he sees purple jade inside the stone. Everyone present was delighted with our hero's luck. The old man praises the young man's luck and offers 3 million wen to buy the stone. Everyone around him is just discussing how lucky the young man is. Envious glances are directed in his direction. The young lad explains that he is not going to sell the stone. He wants to make a pendant out of it for his girlfriend. Brother Tan is happy for his comrade and says that he should also take his half of the jade. The protagonist agrees to share the stone without any problems, but if he can only carve one pendant, he will give it to his girlfriend. Mr. Ming also wants half of the stone, but it is too small. So, our hero promises to give him the ice jade next time. Meanwhile, people continued to discuss our hero and his friends, saying that they were just lucky. Unexpectedly, the old man offers to make a bet with him. since our hero is so confident in himself. It seemed that this proposal interested the young lad, and he wanted to hear the terms. The protagonist thought it was a trap, so he decided to simply ignore the old man. The old man continues to insist on his own and still wants to voice the terms of the deal. Brother Town wonders what kind of bet this mysterious merchant wants to make. If our hero manages to find at least a small piece of ice emerald in the stones before the end of the fair, the old man is willing to pay twice as much for it, and also carve a purple pendant for him for free. But if the protagonist fails to fulfill this condition, the purple jade will be sold to the old man at a low price. The young boy has an advantage because even if he doesn't find the ice jade, he will sell the purple jade at the regular price. And if the guys can find another jade, the victory will also belong to Shu Qin. The old man wants to seal the bet on paper. Brother Tan pushes our hero to accept this deal, because with his luck, finding jade is a piece of cake. This makes the main character think because he understands all the pros and cons of this proposal. Suddenly, Mr. Meng walks up to the elderly man and looks at him carefully. As it turned out, the man knew Mr. Zhu. They had just met at a jade carving conference. Mr. Zhu is rumored to be one of the most influential figures in the world of jade carving, and any piece of jade bearing his signature can fetch a high price at auction. But the old man has a strange temperament. In 3 years, the man has carved only one piece of jade. That is why his masterpieces are so few, but all of them are of high quality. Mr. Man does not understand why he would make a bet with a young boy when he has all sorts of carving materials. The old man does not consider it necessary to explain why he proposed such a bet and is waiting for our hero's answer. Mr. Man is not going to give up and continues to try to dissuade the old man from doing this. But suddenly, Brother Tang intervenes, also asking the man not to interfere. The last word will be Shu Qin's. Mr. Man resigned himself because he realized that the old man was too stubborn and could not be persuaded. He should not offend his friends because of him. A moment later, the main character has already thought over his decision and decided to agree to the bet. But before that, he wants to add his own condition. The gray-haired man listens to the young boy with undisguised interest. If the young man wins, the jade must be processed into a pendant within 2 days. He does not need double the price because he has no shortage of money. The boy voiced his conditions. If the old man agrees to them, then the young man is ready to start fulfilling the bet. The old man, without a second's hesitation, agrees to this. But he says that even if the guy loses, the old man will give him the pendant. A moment later, the boys head off to wander around the fair in search of stones. The protagonist is confident. He definitely won't need many days to find the ice jade. He uses his right eye. Our hero and his friends had been wandering around the fair for an hour, looking for the right stone. Suddenly, he saw a stone of a strange shape, with a strange crack. The main character became interested in this strange stone and began to look at it closely. Interestingly, the cracks on the surface of this stone are so obvious that you can see what is inside the stone. A moment later, the young boy decides to test this stone with his supervision. And when the main character uses his skill, he sees yellow jade inside the stone. This jade is not damaged by the cracked stone. Several bright cloud patterns have formed on it, as if it is made entirely of misty cloud. A moment later, the young boy asks the seller the price of this strange stone. A kilogram of this stone costs 5,000 yuan. But our hero doesn't like this price and tries to bargain. This yellow sandstone weighs at least 200 kilograms, but it is still better to buy it cheaper. There was no need to bargain for long, because after just a moment the seller agreed to lower the price to 3,000 yuan per kilogram. The cunning man is going to trick our hero into buying a few more stones. In total, the price of this stone is 696,000 yen. The main character agrees to this and gives his card to make the payment. The merchant is very happy that the deal was successful and immediately gives the boy the terminal so that he can pay. A man with a smug expression on his face is ready to accept money into his account. Suddenly, our hero's friend crept up behind him and shouted loudly. He decided to scare him. Brother Tang notices our hero's seriousness and determination. He really wants the ice jade. Brother Tan notes that our hero has rather specific tastes and promises to find a black African woman for him tomorrow. But the young lad immediately refuses such an offer. He doesn't need it. Now it's time for the old man to watch the stone being cut. But Brother Tan asks him not to rush. But the young boy is worried that the old man might not keep his promise and run away. The old man is standing by that stand, looking at the stones. He is obsessed with jade, so the sound of cutting the stone will definitely make him come. A moment later, Mr. Man walked towards the boys. Mr. Man is really impressed with his friends. The old man is a first-class jade carver, but the boys managed to make him look like a joker. It doesn't seem that way to the young lad at all. A moment later, the young man takes a marker and begins to make marks on the stone to begin cutting. And now, soon the moment will come when the main character will begin to cut the stone. Our hero looks like a real professional. He will earn a fortune by buying this stone for such a price. The old man offers to buy another stone. Mr. Meng immediately notices that this old man is quite cunning. He is ready to beat this impudent fellow if there is no jade inside the stone. The gray-haired man is busy looking at the stones, but suddenly he is distracted by the voice of our hero. As soon as the old man heard a familiar voice, he immediately rushed towards the sound. He came running just as the boys were about to start cutting the stone. Is it possible to get jade from such a strange stone? Our hero tells the worker to cut the stone well and then polish it. The man does not believe that there is an emerald inside. If so, he is ready to eat the stone. But the boy won't let him do that. Since he wants to fill his stomach so much, he can eat the pieces of the shards. A moment later, the worker picked up the saw and prepared to cut the stone. The man is more than sure that there is nothing inside the stone. It is nothing more than a piece of garbage. The man is irritated and says that our hero doesn't seem to understand stones at all. The young boy says that it is none of his business. He spent 600,000 yuan on this stone, and now he can cut it any way he wants. A moment later, the boss comes up to the guy and slaps him on the back of the head. If he doesn't want to work, he can go home and feed the kids milk. Seeing this, the whole crowd watching the guys burst into laughter. They all started laughing at the humiliated guy. The unfortunate guy imagined in his head a horrible picture of 2 bottles of milk hanging from him. And so, the disgraced guy screams loudly and agrees to polish this stupid stone. Soon, the boy takes the necessary tool and carefully begins to polish the stone. At this moment, a beautiful snow-white dove flies over the children. The guy continues polishing the stone, but suddenly his expression changes. He is clearly shocked by something. The protagonist says to water the stone to see what's inside. A smile appears on his face. When the water runs off the stone, it becomes clear that there is yellow jade inside. Everyone around is shocked that Shu Qing has found jade again. Those present begin to heatedly discuss this jade of a pleasant, oily yellow color. This is not just yellow jade, this is high-quality yellow oil jade. Everyone admires our hero's luck and does not understand how he constantly manages to find such stones. The gray-haired man was very surprised that another piece of ice jade was found so quickly. But it doesn't matter anymore. The elderly man looks at this stone with admiration and reaches out to it with his hands. The realization that this jade now belongs to him makes his blood run cold. Just from the realization that this beauty now belongs entirely to him, the blood runs cold in the veins and the breathing slows down. The old man's eyes filled with real tears of happiness and euphoria. He can't wait to get the jade. The elderly man got so carried away that he climbed right under the saw and almost lost his fingers. He needed to keep a close eye on this old man so that, God forbid, nothing happened to him. The gray-haired man accepted his defeat without any problem. As he had promised, he would pay double for the stone. The young lad looked at the old man with a sly smile. The main character doesn't need money at all. He remembers the last condition he set earlier. The gray-haired man hoped that the boy had forgotten about this condition, but it was not to be. The old man actually promised him this, so he must fulfill his promise in order not to lose his reputation. The old man tells him that the purple jade will be ready the day after tomorrow and asks him to give his phone number. The young man said that he would not sell the jade for double the price, but would give it to the old man if he offered the current price. This is all because he thinks that the best yellow jade will only have value if it ends up in the hands of an old man. Since the man is already old, his hands are shaking and he cannot see clearly. Suddenly, his grandson enters the workshop. The grandson wants to play with his grandfather, but he is worried that he is very tired. The old man will always find time for his grandson. Thoughts come to mind that perhaps it is time for the man to retire, time to prepare for the final cut. The old man has been looking for jade for a long time to carve it one last time. He is even ready to be deceived or lose money. Suddenly, an elderly man grabs our hero by the hand, and he does not understand what is happening. A moment later, the old man bows before the young boy and sincerely thanks him for everything. Our hero takes Mr. Zhu by the hand and invites him to look at the stone. He thinks they are in for a surprise. The man has almost finished his work. Now he is busy grinding. It's only a short time before the yellow jade comes out. This is the final stage of polishing. The gray-haired man was stunned when he saw this extraordinary yellow jade. A moment later, an old man rushed towards the jade, shouting that it was a golden Buddha on the clouds. The old man grabbed it in his arms and hugged it. He never thought he would hold such a miracle in his hands. The young boy did not immediately understand why the old man began to talk about Buddha. When our hero looked at this jade, he really saw Buddha there. The protagonist told the old man that he would sell him this jade, and he could take it and carve it the way he liked. The old man burst into tears. If he said he couldn't afford the stone, would the boy still give it to him? Hearing these words from Mr. Zhu, everyone looked at each other and stared at him in surprise. Is this jade so expensive that even Mr. Zhu himself, with a fortune of over 100 million, said he couldn't afford it? Our hero promised to lower the price for him, and he could just drag him back and cut him out if he wanted. The old man doesn't want to take advantage of the boy's kindness. He wants to talk to him in person, so they need to step away. The young lad will agree to this only if the old man feeds him. The old man finally figured out how to buy this stone. It will feed Shuqin for the rest of his life. Then, the gray-haired man carefully examines the protagonist from head to toe, while he stands there in confusion. Mr. Meng said that our hero would be able to earn a living for the rest of his days if he mastered at least 30% of the art of jade carving. As it turned out, Mr. Zhu was going to teach the protagonist the art of jade carving. But even if the old man is going to teach the young man, he doubts he will have time to teach him. He would just like to sell the jade for less. Studying can wait. But now the old man invites the main character to his home. Hesitating in such a matter is quite normal. When the young man sees his work, he will definitely not be able to refuse. After a moment, the young boy finally agrees to go to the old man's home. So, the guys are getting ready to visit. Suddenly, they hear the sound of a car horn. How did it get here? A few seconds later, a luxurious black car drives between the counters. It is immediately obvious that these people are from a respected family. The car brakes sharply and stops near one of the counters. A moment later, a respectable man in a business suit gets out of the car. As it turns out, this is Mr. Zhu's son. He wants to help his father, but he tells him not to worry and to quickly invite the guests into the car. The man obediently fulfills his father's request and invites the boys to sit in the car. Mr. Man looks closely at this man and realizes that he has most likely seen him somewhere before. The car sets off while Mr. Man is still trying to remember where he saw this man before. Some time passed and Mr. Man asked to stop the car. He wants to take his car and go after them. Soon the man gets into his white car. Suddenly, an idea came into Mr. Man's head. If he had known that this man was Mr. Zhu's son, he would not have driven his car. Some time passed, and the guys finally arrived at the right place. Our hero was delighted when he saw the old man's house. It's a quiet and elegant place to spend the rest of your life in peace. The old man has a great sense of taste. There is not a single piece of modern furniture here, only rarities. You feel like you are in the past. This is a very strange place because the guys feel like they are in a museum. Our hero is interested in what they will feed him. The old man asks Goyan to accompany the guests and not to worry about him. At this time, the old man continues to hug and press the golden Buddha to himself. He wants to examine it from all sides. The son grumbles at his father, calling him ignorant, and asks the guests not to be offended by him. For him, jade is above all else. Mr. Ming says that if they went back 400 years, he would become the legend Lu Zong. But the boy said that was far from true. If only he had a Kunwu jade knife. It seems that Meng feels depressed in front of Mr. Xue. Brother Tang noticed this. If the man is not mistaken, then those people should also have the surname Lu. No wonder he sold the jade for 300 million yuan. The old man is surprised to hear such a sum. A moment later, an elderly man approaches our hero to check out this jade, but our hero has started to brush this off. He wants the old man to bring him something to eat, otherwise their deal is off. Hearing this, the old man quickly orders his servants to prepare a large dinner and bring something to drink. The old man was upset that the main character was thinking only about food and not about the beauty of Buddha. No matter how valuable jade or emerald is, it is simply a sought-after product of nature. This product is nothing more than a rarity. But I wonder how many people have been tempted to become sinners for its sake. The old man was angry at his son for such words because it is thanks to these stones that he feeds his family. The man didn't want to offend his father, so he immediately apologized. A moment later, he added that he was leaving in 2 days, so for now he would stay at home with his father. Suddenly, the old man calls the young boy to him. He sits down at the table and begins to write something. The old man earns little these years, so he first decides to pay 100 million yuan for this golden jade. If the young man does not want to study, the old man will collect another 100 million yuan for him. But a moment later, our hero, with a smug expression on his face, refuses this. The young boy says that he simply does not have time to carve jade because he is studying. A moment later, the young man realizes that this jade carving course costs 100 million yuan. That's a lot of exclamation points. Our hero's friends just look away. I understand that the young man is now talking complete nonsense. The old man advised not to refuse such an offer because he does not take just anyone as an apprentice. A man takes on especially gifted people as his students, but the boy doesn't understand what he's talking about. As it turns out, the answer to this phrase lies in jade. The young boy still doesn't understand what is being talked about, but the old man tells him that he needs to look at the number of patterns on the jade. Golden Buddha on clouds. Actually, jade has a natural layer of cloud pattern. The old man counted all the clouds in this jade and gave the same task to our hero. He must do it in a quarter of an hour. Having said these words, the man hands the jade to the protagonist and says that he expects him in 15 minutes. But if our hero makes a mistake, the old man refuses to teach him, and they will simply forget about this offer. If the young boy manages to calculate everything correctly, he will become his last student. It is important to follow the rules. This jade carving of the sealing knife will be his inheritance. As it turned out, the old man was not trying to take advantage of anything. If he became his disciple, he would receive a beautifully carved piece of yellow jade. As soon as the young man realized this, he immediately felt ashamed because he had a completely different opinion about the old man. A moment later, the boy answers the old man's question and names the number of clouds located on the jade. Everyone present suddenly fell silent and stared at our hero in silence. They are shocked that our hero answered the question so quickly because the master hasn't even said that they can start the task. Upon hearing the correct answer, the old man laughed loudly and said that the protagonist definitely deserved to be trained. The average person can only see about 6 clouds, and it took the man 15 minutes to count them. The gray-haired man officially declared that this was his last student. He would finally be able to pass on his knowledge to a worthy person. Realizing this brought tears to my eyes. It was very touchingly sad. Brother Tang suggested to his friend that the man should be quickly called a master to cheer him up. A moment later, the young boy calls the old man master and asks if he should kneel. But the old man says that this is just being polite. Instead, he asks for a cup of tea. The protagonist begins to frantically look around in search of tea, and then notices it on the tray. A moment later, he brings the cup of tea to his master and politely hands it over. Our hero's friends giggle, noting that our hero is not at all formal. This is how traditions are lost. But, as it turned out, the main character made a slight mistake and brought not tea, but an energy drink. It was a horse energy drink that gave double the strength. The old man drank it. A moment later, our hero wants to return the money to the master with which he paid for the jade. But the elderly man flatly refuses to accept the money, as this might lead to the idea that he was simply taking advantage of his student. The young guy decides not to convince him to take the money because he understands that the man is very stubborn. The son, when he heard that our hero did not need this money, suggested donating it to the charity project Nadezhda. But the main character, and even his master, flatly refused to even listen to the rest of this idea. Donations are often stolen these days, so our hero doesn't want to trust that kind of money to donate. Many people take most of the donations and only a small portion of the money goes to those in need. One day, our hero's school organized an event to donate money to the affected area. That day, all the kids happily and enthusiastically donated their money to help. Even though our hero didn't have much money, he donated as much as he could, because every little thing matters. Rumor has it that each class donated about 1,000 yuan, which is a lot of money. It was quite a large sum for that time. The guy continued his story. One day, he entered the teacher's room because he did not understand one topic and wanted the teacher to help him. The teacher was happy to help the student master the new topic, but our hero noticed something strange. He saw a letter expressing gratitude for a donation of 500 yuan. After hearing such a heartbreaking story, the old man said that something similar had happened to him. A moment later, the master and the student hugged each other tightly, because they understood their feelings like no one else. Soon, an elderly man asks our hero to show him the pendant he received earlier. Just a few seconds later, the protagonist takes a pendant out of his pocket, and the old man says that it is indeed Lu Ziging's doing. The face of the jade goddess is compassionate and charming. The master who made this pendant is obviously incredibly talented. A moment later, their fascinating conversation is interrupted by a servant who announces that the food is ready. The young boy can't wait to taste some delicious food because he's very hungry. The elderly master asks not to shout so loudly and continues to look at this beautiful pendant. In the search for good jade, luck is very important. Many become addicted to it, like gambling. The old man asks to be called Sir, not Master, and says that they will soon buy a house in Jiangcheng. And at this time, the main character will have to spend at least 2 hours carving. Having discussed all the details and organizational issues, the men clinked glasses in agreement. Thus night came. It was already late, so it was time for the boys to return. After some time, our hero returns home and is surprised when he hears someone crying. The young boy quickly climbs the stairs because he hears crying coming from above. The protagonist assumes that it must be his girlfriend crying. But why? Our hero leaned quietly against the door to listen to what was going on. He did not understand why men's voices were coming from the room. Then, the main character decides to open the door slightly to finally take a look at what is going on inside. When he opens the door, he sees a room full of used napkins and his girlfriend crying. There are so many used napkins that they are already lying on the floor under the bed. As it turned out, the girl cried so much because of the TV series she was watching on TV. Having realized this, our hero sighed with relief, because he thought that his girlfriend was hiding a man in her room. The girl heard some flashing noise and immediately realized that she was not alone in the house. She immediately turned around. The girl notices that her boyfriend has a strange voice and lies that he is already asleep, so he does not want to talk. The guy notices that she lies and pretends quite well. He sees her going to bed, not crying over some TV series. Hearing these words, the girl gets out of bed and quietly approaches the door. Then she moves even closer to it and looks through the peephole to see if there is anyone standing there. And so, when the girl looked through the peephole, she saw no one behind her door and relaxed. And so, the next day arrived. The sun was just beginning to rise. Our hero slowly began to wake up from the fact that someone entered his room. Half asleep, the young man did not understand who exactly had entered his room and why so early. It turned out that it was not early at all. It was midday. It was Mr. Meng who had come to wake up his friend. The man returned the boys 450 million yuan. He was very happy for his friend. The young boy went down to the first floor to go and eat. The guys decided not to eat at home but to go to a restaurant. Soon, our hero arrived at the place. The guy was surprised when he saw that his girlfriend was not at the table. As it turned out, she went shopping with Mr. Emin's daughter, but our hero did not give her a penny. The main character felt embarrassed that he actually forgot to give his girlfriend money. But Brother Tan told his friend not to worry because he gave the girl some money on his behalf. Now he expects gratitude. But the payment issue won't be resolved later. Today they are participating in the stone competition and must be determined to win. The young boy was shocked when he heard the news that they were taking part in a competition today. The main character immediately began to wonder how he could take part in the competition. As it turns out, on the second day of every stone fair, there is always a competition for the best stone. The organizers select the best jades for the final match, and the final winner will receive all the jades and 2 million yuan to boot. Brother Tan made an agreement with the organizers, and thanks to this, our hero can choose stones for kiosk 56. The protagonist did not expect that so many hopes and expectations would be placed on him. After all, he is not an X-ray machine. The young lad is too lucky, so his friends don't even doubt him. It is better to try and fail than not to try at all. No one will be blamed if he fails. Mr. Meng has heard rumors that Bai has hired a stone expert to select the best one. He is confident of winning. But Brother Tan doesn't doubt his friend. He believes in his victory. Mr. Meng also supports our hero. The main thing is not to worry too much. Once the main character wins the competition, their other stones will be sold out in minutes. Brother Tan will be rooting for our hero and will make sure to congratulate him if he does win. Mr. Man is truly magnanimous. The main thing is that our hero crushes that bastard Baha. The main character cannot say that he is confident of victory, but he can defeat Baya with ease. The young lad is charged with energy and enthusiasm. He is determined to win. The main character said to bring the car so that they could go to the Olympics. And so, soon, a black car arrived, and our hero got into it, after which he went to the competition. Some time passed, and the main character arrived at his destination, after which he got out of the car. The young boy tries to calm down a little and not be so emotional. The guys came to the fair. There were already people there who were preparing for the competition. The boys passed one shop after another. The protagonist realizes that Mr. Man has invested a lot of money here, so the young man is going to give it his all. The young man reports that 2 of the 10 stones definitely contain jade. Half an hour passes. Here is a piece of jade in a gold frame with a good color. This stone is quite large. Our hero chooses this stone. The protagonist wants to use his ability again, but for some reason his eye cannot see anything through this stone. The surrounding rocks are visible. Is it possible that the thickness of the rock has limited his vision? In this case, the young man decides to look at the neighboring rocks. Thus, another half hour passed. The protagonist continued to look at the stones. Suddenly, the boys heard some kind of scream and immediately turned towards the noise. The young boy was waving his hand rapidly. It seemed he had been bitten. Mr. Meng quickly ran to his friend, trying to figure out what had happened. As it turned out, Shuchen had been bitten by a bug. The young man has no idea what kind of bug it is, but his arm hurts terribly and is swollen. Then Mr. Man goes over to the rocks and looks at them, after which he notices several caterpillars on them. As it turns out, this little caterpillar is to blame. Brother Tan wants to crush this caterpillar in revenge for his friend. But, unexpectedly, Mr. Man prevents the guy from crushing the unfortunate caterpillar. The caterpillar can still be useful to them as a medicine. Having said these words, Mr. Man picks up the caterpillar. A moment later, the man crushes the caterpillar with one light movement of his fingers, after which he drips its liquid onto the boy's sore arm. Then, the man begins to gently rub the liquid into the guy's wound. The main thing is to do it evenly and carefully. Right after this, Mr. Man asks another guy to bring him some tiger balm to apply to our hero's wound. After this ointment, the guys are going to take the main character to the hospital to definitely cure the guy's hand, but the young boy doesn't see a problem with this because it's just a pathetic bite from some bug. Mr. Man calmed down and admitted that he probably shouldn't have made a fuss. After that, our hero decided to go back to choosing stones. The protagonist decides to check the stone that Mr. Meng is sitting on, because last time he brought 50 million yuan. What if he's lucky this time too? When the young man used his ability, he was shocked to see a piece of shiny imperial green jade inside. Our hero didn't wait, and told Mr. Man to get off his ass and take the stone to the pile of the chosen ones. Brother Tang is jealous of Mr. Meng's lucky ass. Yesterday, he sat on a rock that contained jade worth 50 million yuan. The boys immediately ordered that this stone be taken to the chosen ones. So the boys only have one stone left to choose, not much left. The young boy allowed his friend to choose the last piece of stone. Inspired, Brother Tan rushes to the stone counters to choose that coveted last stone. Brother Tan chose the last stone and brought it to our hero to look at. This stone is big and round, which means there must be something good in it. The young boy uses his ability and sees that inside this stone is hidden ice jade. A moment later, the main character reports that Brother Tan was really lucky with this stone. Just a few seconds later, some important news is announced over the loudspeaker and a minute of attention is requested. The main character decided to call his sister and tell her that he had become Master Shu's disciple. And so, when the guys had selected all the necessary stones, they began to load them into the car. Some time passed, and a car parked near the counters. A man got out of it. This man is Huang Bo Wen, who is one of the sponsors of the trade fair and also one of the bosses of the illegal stone auction. It is the bosses who set the prices of the stones and pay attention to how the previous trading year went. For example, the odds on stall 56 are 5 to 1, and if you bet 1 million, you will receive 50 million yen for winning. The man wonders who Mr. Man is going to bet on this year. Naturally, he's going to bet on himself. The odds of their stall are 5 to 1, so if he wins, the man will lose 100 million yuan. Invited bid. Offer your own raw material to allow others to bid and receive all the bets. In previous years, Mr. Meng's maximum bid was 10,000 yuan. He never cared about the invited bid. What made him change? They need to ask permission from the organizers to place a bet. It is fixed only when both parties agree. There are 2 stalls for guest betting here, stall number 18 and stall number 26. Bai invited a professional here to thoroughly examine the raw materials and supplies he had recently taken from him. Unexpectedly, Mr. Meng decided to bet a whopping 50 million yuan that Bai would not become champion this year. The man turns to his acquaintance in surprise, realizing that he seems to be worried about money. A moment later, the man began to write something on a piece of paper. It's a check for 50 million. The man says to take it if Bai still dares to accept his bet. Hearing such persistence from Mr. Meng, the man finally agreed to call Bai Sheng. And so, after a few minutes of conversation, Bai Shengjun accepted the bet. So Meng still has some time to regret it. The man is going to stand his ground until the very end. He promises to buy the man a drink if he wins. He declines the drink and says that 10% service charge will be sufficient. Suddenly, someone grabbed Meng's shoulder and said that Bai would definitely be unhappy this time. Mr. Man asks to be more gentle because he is already old. First, he decides to pay the bill. There are pure raw materials, 52 million yuan in total, minus an additional 100,000 yuan and divided into 17 million and 300,000 yuan per person. They agreed to split the money they win from the competition. So why should they pay for his bet? The protagonist tells them to use his credit card. They should take their time. He will consider the card as their agreement to split the bill. Brother Tan hands over his credit card and asks not to call him stingy later. The competition is about to start, so the guys need to hurry. The guys started to get ready because the competition was about to start. Brother Tan hurried Mr. Meng and our hero so that they would not be late for the competition, because there were only a few minutes left before the start. Soon, they arrived at their destination. A huge crowd of people had already gathered there. There are only 150 stalls participating in this competition. All participating vendors are divided into groups of 50 people and compete. In addition to all the emeralds, the winner will receive an additional 2 million in prize money. There are no prizes for second and third places. The competition rule is winner takes all. The first to 50th stalls start first. And then, just a moment later, the man shouts loudly and announces the start of the competition. The man notices 3 stalls that have picked out some pretty good stones. But, unfortunately, there will be only one winner. The competition includes a comprehensive assessment of transparency, volume, and cost. The man asks with a smug grin if they are going to lose the 50 million yuan bet. It seems he got lucky this time. 3 whole bets. Mr. Ming thinks that he might not win this time. In addition to the ice jade, Bai also has 2 green oil jades with good transparency. Looks like he has Mr. Meng to thank this time. Bai brazenly mocks the man. Brother Tang can't stand to see his friends bullied, so he immediately stands up for Meng by insulting Bai. The young man said that his stones were just trash. Bai seemed offended by these words. A verbal altercation began between the boys. Tan tries to convince the girl that Bai is a terrible person, but she doesn't want to listen to him. The girl starts to get upset with Meng. She didn't expect him to hang out with such rude people. It's really disappointing. Mr. Man defends his friend, saying that he is a very good man and she dare not speak about him like that. His ex-wife has no right to tell him who to associate with and who not to, so let her stay out of it. A squabble broke out between the former couple. It seemed as if lightning had run between them. After a moment, the host declares this stage finished and greets the participants and judges. The judges are currently discussing intensely who will ultimately win the first group. The results will be announced later. It hasn't been long and the results are already in. Which kiosk will be the first? The host decides to stretch out the intrigue a little. A couple more seconds passed before he declared kiosk number 18 the winner. Bai grinned smugly, as if he knew that this was how it was supposed to happen. Brother Tan clicked his tongue in displeasure, blaming it all on the fact that this scumbag was simply lucky. The young lad reassured his friend since Bai was not a champion for long. Now it was the turn of stalls 51 through 100. The man from last time is going to cut their stones. What a coincidence! The man had only one thought in his head. He had to finish work quickly so he could come home early and have dinner. A moment later, the man's face changed dramatically. Shock and surprise were clearly visible in his gaze. He was shocked to find jade inside the stone. He decides to use it later to show off. The crowd immediately notices that the stonecutter is behaving strangely and is trying to hide something. Brother Tan and the young boy also notice this, but do nothing. Bai watches the man closely and realizes that he is about to cut the second stone. A moment later, the man began to cut the second stone. And when he made the cut, he saw bright green jade inside the stone. Everyone present was shocked. The man can't believe how lucky he is today. This is a large jade in a gold frame. Is this really true? This jade is clearly not less than 10 kilograms, and the transparency of this jade is quite good. It is worth incredible money. People are betting on either stall 18 or stall 56 to win. Hearing this, Mr. Bai seemed to become seriously nervous. Mr. Bai is sure that the third stone is definitely trash. Meanwhile, at kiosk number 56, they are about to cut another stone. Again, the smoke from the stone in kiosk number 56. Everyone is eager to find out what awaits them in the new stone from kiosk number 56. The carver is the first to see what is inside the stone, Mr. Bai tensed. He did not want to believe it. The carver turned to the crowd and told everyone to look at the cut immediately. Everyone present held their breath. It was the real glass imperial green jade. Everyone stared at it in silence, their mouths open. This is a priceless stone that deserves the name of imperial jade. Right after that, everyone started discussing the luck of the 56th kiosk and congratulating them. It seems that this kiosk will win. Then the man carver attracted the crowd's attention by saying that this was not all. The man saved the most interesting thing for last. Now he's going to give the people a real show. And then, a moment later, the man rips off the sheet and reveals to the crowd 3 beautiful jades. These stones are too precious. Never before has there been such a magnificent scene at the beginning of the competition. Many think that Booth 56 will win. In total, they had 3 jades: a quality ice jade, a large jade in a gold frame, plus a glass imperial green emerald. Brother Tan is pleased with himself because he was the one who chose such a good stone. He is much better than those unsuccessful experts. Mr. Man decided to support his friend, saying that he really was better than the experts. Brother Tan did not believe his words and decided to ask our hero the same thing. The young boy reluctantly agreed, because he didn't care at all. Now he was very hungry and wanted a snack. Which of the boys took care of the food? They didn't answer, but just stared at the main character. A moment later, the guys showed their friend the middle finger and said that our hero would pay for the food. Since the young lad is now a millionaire, he must treat his friends. The envious man saw that everything was going well for the guys and was irritated because of this. A moment later, he called the girl to him and said that they needed to go. Of course, she obediently followed him without saying a word against. At this time, the guys already had to go because there was still time before the award ceremony, and they had to have time to have a snack. Some time passed and the guys came to the establishment. They decided to drink a little to their health. Today, the main character helped them a lot, so the men offer him a drink together. Our hero was not eager to drink because he wanted to try as much food as possible in this establishment. It was very tasty. Mr. Man resigned himself to the fact that his friend did not want to drink today and invited the others to drink to him. Some time passed and the competition was coming to an end. The guys had already returned to the fair. The host invited us to the stage of Mr. Man, the owner of Kiosk 56. Now he should receive his prize. The older man walked slowly up the stairs to the stage, feeling as if the alcohol was slowly seeping into his brain. And so, when the man came up on stage, the host began asking him questions about how he felt about receiving this award. Mr. Man took the microphone and began to answer the question, but at the most inopportune moment, a burp came out of his mouth. She was very loud. It seemed that the alcohol had finally penetrated the man's brain. Everyone present was shocked by the man's behavior, but the host didn't show it and asked him to answer again. All eyes were on the man, who seemed uncomfortable with his actions. He apologized and said he had gone to have lunch while they were selling the jades at auction. Afterwards, he began to answer the question. The auction is an attractive activity, but you shouldn't get carried away with it. The man is incredibly happy that among such a large number of participants, he managed to become the winner. That was the rule. The winner takes all and the losers get nothing. As soon as Mr. Man finished his speech, the crowd began to applaud him. The people applauded and cheered the man. Everyone praised him and congratulated him on his victory. A moment later, the host took the microphone back and thanked everyone for their attention and patience. At this point, the competition was over. Mr. Man walked calmly about his business and quietly hummed a melody. But suddenly, around the corner, he saw a man who called him evil. Unfortunately, the man accepted Bai's invitation to place a bet. Bai said that he would lose a lot of money. The man immediately asked how much money he had bet on it. As it turned out, he had bet exactly 30 million yuan. He knew that Bai's loss would make him happy, so he came to congratulate him. Luckily for Mr. Meng, his arch-enemy lost at least 200 million yuan in this competition. The man already had to go because an employee was waiting for him. It was a staff member of Sun who looked rather strange. Mr. Meng didn't understand what was wrong with him. Today, many people came to their stall and said that they were lucky. That is why the boy did not sleep all night so as not to miss the bottle with a reserve. After hearing this story, the man gave the guy a day off and also said that they would receive a bonus of 10,000 yuan. Thus, several more hours passed and a dark, gloomy night set in. Mr. Bai was still angry about what happened at the competition today. Anger was boiling in his veins. The man came here to deliver an invitation to Bayu. There will be an auction today. The man thinks that he will agree because he is a billionaire, and today's losses are not significant for him. Today's reception is being hosted by several of his colleagues as a token of appreciation for his generosity. The man seemed interested in this proposal and began to study the invitation carefully. The worker asked if Mr. Huang wanted to place a bet. Mr. B knew a great gambler. There are 4 kinds of games tonight: poker, dice, Chinese dominoes, and suit guessing. He can bet at least 5 million yuan. The man asked if he could have someone else place the bet for him. This is not prohibited by the rules, so he can call experts for gambling. After a moment, the man finally gives in to persuasion and agrees to it. But on one condition, the man listens attentively to Mr. Bai. He expects to hear his request. His request is that the winner of the competition should be present. But if there is no rival, there is no point in a man going there. Mr. Huang is, how can he do this knowing that Mr. Meng has never been into this kind of partying? He understands that it will not be easy to persuade him, but Mr. Bei continues to insist on his own. He thinks that many people want to see the winner of the competition here. The black-haired man promised that he would do everything in his power. Now he was going to call Mr. Man. Meanwhile, our guys are having a meal. There are many different dishes on the table which emit a pleasant aroma. The boys want to celebrate their victory in style. Tonight they can get drunk and eat to their heart's content. Suddenly, Mr. Huang enters the room, upset that no one invited him to dinner. Mr. Man doesn't seem particularly pleased to see the man here. But in the end, he has no choice but to put up with his company. The man tells the uninvited guest to try the food because it is top-notch. First, he advises him to try the traditional snack tenchong. The man listens and takes a bite. Immediately after, there is an explosion of taste buds. It's incredible. Immediately after this, Mr. Ming invites the guest to drink some rice wine. Mr. Meng knows that Huan never just comes. He understands that the man is up to something. When the black-haired man finished his wine, he admitted that this food was much better than what they were getting at the big hotel. Then Mr. Man gets straight to the point and asks why the guest came. It's clearly not just for nothing. The black-haired man explains that they are having a party tonight, and he would really like to see Man there. The man continues to try to convince Maine to come to the party in every possible way, saying that they should not celebrate their victory alone. Unexpectedly, Mr. Man interrupts his guest mid-sentence. Huan knows very well that Meng is not just a place where a gang of rich people get together to drink and gamble. Well, the man continues to stand his ground and begs him to come. He will just play a few games, and even if he loses, he will not lose much money. Mr. Man immediately suspects that someone demanded that he bring him to the party. He asks to tell the truth right away. Realizing that he has been exposed, the black-haired man reports the whole truth, that it was Baya's request. He points out that it is shameful to leave money and wine aside, but Mr. Meng is unwavering in his decision. He doesn't want to get involved. Then, Brother Tang suggests that our hero play games because he is very lucky. The black-haired man supports this idea because, with the young man's luck, they will definitely be able to win. The young lad doesn't need much persuasion, and he agrees almost immediately. They can't let anyone look down on them. They don't want trouble, but they're not afraid of it either. The guys are determined to win because they have Shu Qing. With his luck, Bai will definitely end up on the losing side. And so, the guys decide to head out to the party. The main thing is not to forget to stop at the right time. The protagonist is completely confident in his abilities. The car is already waiting for them on the street. They can go. Mr. Man is determined to completely destroy Baya this evening. But before he can move on, Mr. Meng must pay the bill. Huan leaves. And so, after some time, Mr. Huang gets into his car and drives to the right place. As soon as the car pulled out, the black-haired man called Mr. Bai to report everything that had happened. He fulfilled his request. Mr. Man finally agreed to attend the banquet. The black-haired man was glad that everything turned out as he expected. He is looking forward to Bai's presence at the banquet. A few more hours pass in this manner. Night has fallen. But in this luxurious building, the party is just beginning. It is very spacious and light inside. You can hear the noise and conversations of people who filled the entire hall. Mr. Ming, Brother Tang, and Shu Qing had also already arrived at the scene. As it turns out, the main character has already played big and three-card brag before. But unfortunately, this knowledge is useless here. The young lad even knows how to play dice because anyone who knows the numbers on the dice can do it. Moreover, if they only bet on dice, they will be able to win most of the games. Mr. Man is slightly shocked by the information he heard, but he would be incredibly happy if everything turned out exactly this way. In the end, they decide to bet only on dice and win. A moment later, the doors to the hall swing wide open and 3 people appear on the threshold, attracting everyone's attention. Everyone immediately turned around to see who had arrived. As it turned out, it was none other than Mr. Bei and his colleagues. Soon, Mr. Huan approaches the newly arrived children and kindly greets them with open arms. Mr. Bai is looking forward to having some fun tonight, and he can't wait to play with Mr. Man and our hero. The black-haired man immediately sets out to fulfill Mr. Bei's wish. Mr. Ming looks at Huang and Bai with suspicion and attention, who are clearly talking about something secret. Huan invites him to start the party and games, but he abruptly stops him. The man does not like to gamble, so they will only play for luck if they have to. Then Mr. Man sets clear boundaries, saying that today they will only play dice. And if suddenly someone tries to convince them otherwise or something like that, they will simply leave the event. But it seems the black-haired man doesn't mind at all. Let fate decide who wins. Mr. Man is sure that Bai has some tricks, but he is also confident in his friend and his luck. The young boy thought that he could invite his brother Tan to come with them. But the man replied that he was busy with more important things right now. At this time, Brother Tang was busy enjoying a romantic moment with a certain long-haired beauty. A moment later, the main character decides to call his friend and asks where he is. But it seems that Tanu really doesn't have time for this now, and he simply hangs up, saying that he is on the 3rd floor. Our hero just called a man who values girls more than his friends. Meanwhile, Brother Tan decided to take the girl with him, and at the same time introduce her to his best friends. The girl's name is Hana, and she is a jewelry business manager. Everyone politely introduced themselves and got acquainted. As it turned out, Tan had several tons of raw materials and hoped that Mr. Ming did not object to this. Mr. Man is proud of his friend and realizes that he is truly generous to women. The girl's jewelry has been famous in China for a long time, so it was worth it. The girl asks him not to worry and hopes that they can help each other in the future. Suddenly, someone approaches the boy with some question. As it turned out, it was Mr. Huang, who needed to step aside and talk to Brother Tang in person. Tan wanted to finish the conversation as soon as possible, because after that he had important things to do with the girl. Moments later, the boys went into some other room. Mr. Meng noticed with a look on his face that young people these days really weren't ashamed of anything. A moment later, the black-haired man opened the doors to the room wide. And then, as soon as the doors opened, incredibly cold air came out. It seems like someone forgot to turn off the air conditioning, and now it's as cold in here as a morgue. The young lad was not very keen on gambling in this room, as it was too cold. A moment later, the company entered and were amazed at the size of the room. It was very large. Meanwhile, Mr. Ming saw his ex-wife on the sofa, with Bai sitting next to her. Mr. Man recalled that he had been promised that the gambling would be fair, but he had a bad feeling about it. Huan tells him not to worry, as the room is equipped with at least a dozen cameras to monitor the fair outcome of the game. Then the boys complain that it is very cold in the room. The air conditioner temperature is too low. The black-haired man asks them not to be angry, promising that he will solve this problem right away. Immediately after this, the man yelled at the servants and blamed them for everything. Mr. Huang complained to the workers that the air conditioner was too low. Do they really want to drive away all the guests? But the workers began to justify themselves, saying that this was the client's request, which they were obliged to listen to. Then, the black-haired man immediately guessed that this was the work of Mr. Bai, probably his tricks. Unexpectedly, Brother Tan advises the female workers to never follow the guests who look like butterflies. The girls do not understand what he is talking about. He explains that a butterfly is a worm. When it grows up, it gets wings. The girls and everyone around them listen attentively to Brother Tan's story. Hearing his story, Mr. Bai just laughs loudly, showing them his disrespect. Since they came here to have fun, they shouldn't think about such trifles. Mr. Bai then asks the boys to make some initial bets as a warm-up. Apparently, Mr. Bai intends to play one-on-one with Mr. Ming. But it turned out that it wasn't so. Mr. Bai found a special person to play with Mr. Man. Mr. Meng began to claim that he too did not know how to gamble. And if anyone had any doubts about this, they could ask Piao Piao. The black-haired man suggests that Main ask one of his friends to play instead of him. If the rules do not prohibit it, the man calls our hero to play instead of him. In this case, the men will be spectators while their charges fight each other. Brother Tan says parting words to his friend and asks him to play freely. The main thing is not to worry. The young lad is determined to win. He feels the support of his friends, so he is ready to crush the enemy. Then, the young lad heads to the table where the game will take place. The main character is playing with such a huge bet for the first time, so he is slightly nervous. And so, a moment later, the guys start the game. His opponent's face is completely stony. And now it's time to start the game. The enemy gave our hero a choice of what they would play: dice or poker. The last word belonged to the young lad. The protagonist concluded that his opponent really does not waste words in vain. There are 3 ways to play dice. The first is to bet on which of them has the higher number, and the second way is to bet on even or odd. Or the third way is to bet on the numbers of the dice. Usually, 3 or 5 dice are used in the game. There is a thin layer of flannel inside this bone box. This will help prevent it from making too much noise when shaking. Now it was time to test the acting skills of the young lad. The main character suggested shaking the cubes one by one, and then guessing which ones you would land on. Everyone present was surprised when they heard that the children were going to guess the cubes. Because this type of playing is the most difficult and the flannel inside seriously affects the hearing, the man thought that our hero was a master of gambling, since he suggested such a complicated method. The winner would take all the money. A moment later, the protagonist turned to his friends and smiled happily at them. They did not understand why he was so happy. They don't understand why our hero is so confident. Does he really know how to guess the numbers of the cubes? Just listen to them? It's time to put in the bets. The young lad decides not to hesitate and immediately puts everything in, thinking that the opponent will be scared. This does not irritate the man, but nevertheless, he is not going to give up. His opponent takes the box, ready to shake it. His eyes are filled with fear and excitement. And so, after just a couple of seconds, the man begins to quickly shake the box, mixing the cubes. The young boy watches this closely and hopes that his acting skills are now at their highest level. The main characters cannot understand what the point of shaking the box is, because they are not in the movie. After these words, Mr. Man thinks that they definitely won't win, so he wants to leave after this round. Soon, the man finished shaking and gave our hero the opportunity to guess the numbers on the dice. The main character pretended that it was very difficult for him, although in fact he used his vision skill. Now the young man pretends not to know how to guess the numbers on the dice. And then, a moment later, he takes one of his chips and throws it along the table. The chip flies to the edge of the table, after which our hero says the numbers. 4, 4, 6. The man thought the young man was quoting numbers at random. Although he initially thought he was a professional gambler, this is a real insult to him. The croupier was shocked that the guy seemed to have called out these numbers at random. The girl was slightly stunned by this, but it was time to open the cup to see if our hero was right. This clearly amused Brother Tan and Mr. Ming. Everyone was eagerly awaiting the outcome. It felt like Shu Qing wanted to embarrass them on purpose, so that even if he lost, he could use the fastest way to lose the chips and leave. And so, everyone held their breath. The croupier put her hand on the lid of the box, preparing to open it. A moment later, the girl lifted the lid and, oh horror, the cubes really did have the numbers that the main character had named earlier. Everyone present was stunned. They held their breath when they saw that our hero was right. Then the main character played the emotion of surprise, so that it would not look too suspicious. He asked the dealer to help him reach the chips. Brother Tan began to applaud his friend, still amazed at his incredible luck. Now it's no wonder that Meng allowed him to play on his behalf. But Bai is sure that luck can't last forever. Now it was the young boy's turn to shake the box. But how can the opponent play if he has no chips to place bets with? How is it possible for someone to bet without chips? As it turns out, the man has a check for 50 million yuan. If the man wins, our hero will run out of chips on the table and will have to take another 40 million yuan. A moment later, the young boy begins to shake the box, still playing the role of a naive boy. The young man tells Mr. Meng to bring him a check for 100 million yuan. I wonder how much money Shu Qing can raise. The protagonist also raises the bet and places a check for a whole 100 million yuan. Everyone was simply shocked by the young man's huge bet. Those present were stunned. Shu Qing bet 100 million yuan without even blinking an eye. Brother Tang got excited about this. Hearing this, the man tensed up. He decided to listen carefully to understand whether the young man was bluffing or not. A moment later, the bets were placed. It was time to shake the dice. The young boy began to mix the cubes. He did it very quickly. Just a moment has passed and our hero has already finished mixing the cubes. It's time to guess. His opponent was horrified that Shu Qing had finished shuffling, even without noticing it. The audience was in shock. Mr. Bai's nerves were on edge. He was about to explode. A moment later, the man jumps up and calls our hero a liar, then accuses him of cheating. Mr. Huang points out that Bai is overreacting to this. This shows him in a bad light. According to the rules, it doesn't matter whether our hero shook the box or not. Everyone looked at Mr. Bai with bewilderment, who had just appeared in a less than favorable light in front of the boys. The protagonist is interested to see how his opponent will listen this time. First, he lays down the dice, then pretends to ask for a check to confuse them. This was all planned in advance. The man admits his loss, but hopes that next time he will have better luck. The man then turns to the croupier and asks him to hand him a box of dice. Soon, the final round begins. The girl announces that they need to bet 250 million yuan. The young boy immediately realized that the enemy wanted all his money. The atmosphere in the room became increasingly tense. The young boy closes his eyes, breathes slowly and becomes lost in his thoughts, carefully considering everything. The young man asks if he cannot call the bet, but this is impossible. 3 rounds have been agreed, so now the bet can either be called or raised. The protagonist pretends not to know what to do and asks for time to rest and drink some water. Our hero agrees to take a 10-minute break. If he doesn't return by the end of the break, he automatically loses. The young lad is not going to go far. He will stay here. Then, Shu Qing asked Mr. Meng to give him another 100 million yuan. He wants to play all or nothing. The young lad relies on luck. So if he loses, the blame is entirely on him. The guys will share regardless of whether he wins or loses. It turns out that the young man had just won against the gambling king's apprentice and could now confidently call himself a gambling master. The boys happily took the money for themselves. Mr. Huang offers Mr. Meng a drink, but suddenly he grabs his wrist and squeezes it hard. The force causes the bottle of alcohol to fly out of his hand and fall to the floor with a clang. Mr. Meng is incredibly angry because he realizes that Bai and Huang have decided to deceive him. The black-haired man became tense and nervous when he realized that Mr. Meng was suspicious of him. The man began to justify himself, saying that he himself did not know about it. The jar rolled around on the floor. The young man thanked Huan for the drink and then asked him to tell him a little more about the king of gambling. The black-haired man calmed down a little and began to tell what he had just remembered. The king's ancestral home is in Yunan. His gambling skills are excellent. He won the gambling championship 5 times in a row. His best games are craps and 5-card stud. And although he is now retired, he is still a legend in the gambling world. The player sitting at the gaming table is one of Gao Shun's students. They call him a tough player. The boys were horrified when they heard about it. His opponent is a real master and they have only luck on their side. Gambling skills require many years of practice to master. Mr. Man understands that luck is not eternal, so he worries about our hero. The main character asks Mr. Huan to help him get his money back because he wants to stop this bet. But this is impossible because the game has already begun. Now it is the turn of the cool-headed player to shake the dice. Gambling has its own rules and the money given away is like water splashed. You can't stop the game halfway. But the young lad doesn't care who he is. Having said this, the young man took the bottle and drank from the neck. For our hero, this means nothing. Brother Tan believes in his success and victory. A moment later, a young guy sits down at the gaming table and confidently says that he is raising the bet. And just a couple of seconds later, Shu Qing hands the croupier a check for 150 million yuan. If you add another 210 million yuan, the total comes to 360 million yuan. This seriously interested our hero's opponent. He put the check in his pocket. The man supports this bet and throws down his checks. A moment later, the man grabs the box and prepares to shake it. When he grabbed the box, he began to shake it furiously. The man shook her a lot and for a long time, in all possible directions. Zhu Qing noticed that his opponent really deserved the title of Gambling King. Brother Tang was worried about his friend. The man felt very self-confident. He continues shaking the box. And then, just a moment later, the man made the last movement with his hand. Then he puts the box down on the table with a bang. Now our hero has to guess the numbers. The man mixed the cubes so well that he was now sure that the main character would not be able to guess it. The young boy is thinking. Now he is completely immersed in his thoughts. The protagonist is confident that he can win. Now he uses his supervision to win. The dice showed 3 sixes. Amazingly, the man was able to shake the dice so that 3 sixes came up. Our hero prepares to answer. A moment later, the young boy gives his answer and places his bet. The dice show 3 sixes. Our hero is really interested to know what is better, the opponent's gambling skills or his luck. Brother Tan seemed to have little faith in his friend's victory and thought that he simply wanted to spend his money. Mr. Meng believes in our hero to the end. Perhaps Shu Qing will be able to win after all. The bets have been made. All that's left is to look at the numbers that have come up on the dice. Now they'll know the winner. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the box. They held their breath and didn't blink, waiting for the results. And then, a moment later, the croupier lifts the lid and reveals to the guests the 3 sixes that fell on the dice. There really were 3 sixes on the dice. Shu Qing emerged victorious from this game. It seems that luck was more important than skills. The main character is very happy that he was able to win. Mr. Meng has nothing to do with the money sharing. Brother Tang will take the money by force if Shu Qing does not give it to him. Unexpectedly, Brother Tan grabbed our hero in his arms. They were very happy with their victory. The main character asked to let him go, otherwise they would not be able to share the money. Brother Tan is in a very good mood today, so he will spare him. Now they need to go back and get a good night's sleep. Mr. Meng thanks Huan for the secret information. The commission should be deducted from the winnings, and the rest should be transferred to his account. Bai overheard their conversation about secret information and thought that the two of them were planning to deceive him. Mr. Bai got it all wrong. He only told Man about a cold-blooded gambler. And our hero's win was based entirely on luck. Everything happened fairly. The dice dealer didn't interfere at all. They can check the gaming equipment themselves if they don't trust it. The black-haired man apologized to the couple because they accused him of foul play. Soon, the boys went home. They arrived at Main's villa. Miss Han will be staying here tonight because she will need to discuss something with Mr. Meng later. Suddenly, a new notification came to Mr. Meng's phone. It was from Piao Piao. The girl wrote a warning message to Mr. Meng. Bai will seek revenge, so he needs to be careful. As soon as the boys saw this message, they thought that Piao Piao was caring and worried about Mr. Meng. The young lad agrees that Mr. Man should at least try to get his ex-wife back if he loves her. The old man sighs heavily, then says that he doesn't need advice. He'll figure it out himself. It was a dark night outside, complete silence. But a moment later, rustling and loud footsteps were heard on the street. A crowd of strangers was heading somewhere. These strangers were given orders to wait outside. Everyone obediently carried out the task. These were the guys from the Golden Shield Security Company, and they were ready to carry out their instructions. The man really misses his time as a soldier. Mr. Man immediately asks how many people he brought here. There were 25 guards here. Mr. Meng paid them 200,000 yuan to have the guards work for 15 days. 2 male guards volunteer to leave first. The guards look professional and deserve 200,000 yuan. These are the guards from the Golden Shield Company. They are very elite. Suddenly, 2 girls burst into the room with bags and purses. They joyfully shout when they meet their father. It was Mr. Man's daughter. It turned out that they had been shopping all day and were very tired. Meng tells the girls that Xu Qing won the Gambling King's disciple in a game of chance. The girl wondered if it would be weird if she called our hero uncle. He was Zhu's boyfriend. The young lad is really not fit to be an uncle yet. At the moment, he is more suited to be a brother. The girl immediately asked if what her father had said earlier was true. But our hero began to deny it, saying that he was simply lucky to win. If this is all true, then the young lad is good at gambling and the girl can call him uncle. The protagonist immediately notices a certain arrogance in the girl. It is immediately obvious that Mr. Man refuses her nothing. A girl wants to argue with Xu Qin. She gives him a deck of cards and tells him to shuffle them. After that, she will draw a card and the boy must guess which one. And if the main character manages to win, the girl will call him uncle and treat him with respect. Our hero agrees. A moment later, the guys sit down at different ends of the table. They decide to play right here and now. Zhu Qing says that 1 card is too little and uninteresting, and suggests drawing 3. He is clearly confident. After a couple of seconds, the girl draws a card, after which the young guy immediately names it suit. The young lady is shocked that our hero guessed her card. She really did pull out 10 hearts. She decides that it is just a coincidence, so she decides to draw 2 more cards. After only a moment, Xu Qing calls out the suits of these cards. The cards show the 8 of spades and the Joker. Everyone present is shocked. No one can understand how he manages to do this. And together, this combination of cards is called Little Scum. Brother Tan wanted to know how the main character manages to do this, and he is ready to reveal his secret to him. The young man whispers that Mr. Man is standing behind the girls. A moment later, the girl calls Zhu Qin uncle because she lost their bet. This makes the guy laugh. Brother Tan asks his niece to draw another card. He also wants to test his luck and try. Soon, the girl draws another card, and Brother Tan immediately names it suit, the 5 of diamonds. The girl grumbles because the guy is in such a hurry because she hasn't looked at the map yet. But when she looks at the map, she is shocked. This is the right answer. While the girl was still in shock, the main character approached their sofa, namely Zhui. The young lad wanted to ask how the girl's day went and if everything was okay with her. The girl is embarrassed but answers how her day went. At this time, our hero is combing her hair, suggesting that they go upstairs and rest. It seemed as if the girl's heart was about to jump out of her chest. A bright blush appeared on her cheeks. Then, the couple goes upstairs. The main character wishes his brother Tan good luck in the games. The main thing is not to rush. Mr. Man looks at the boys with surprise, not understanding why they left so early. Sleep is also a tiring activity. A moment later, the guys on the first floor start screaming because the girl realized that they had cheated. At this time, the main character hurriedly opens the room and drags the girl along. It seems that his patience is running out, and so, as soon as the young man slams the door, he immediately presses the girl against the wall. She is very uncomfortable. The room is pitch dark. A moment later, the young boy, like a wild animal that cannot restrain itself, pounces on the girl. The main character starts kissing her while she stands there embarrassed and doesn't know how to react to this. The window in the room is slightly open. A quiet and weak draft sways the curtains and drapes. As it turns out, the young guy always loses control when he is around a girl. He steps on her, causing her to move away. The guy sat her down on the table, the glass with pencils turned over. The boys have already done everything a couple can do, everything except one. There is only one step left. But unfortunately, everything went wrong again because the girl was menstruating. The main character was upset. He begged the girl to help him because the young man was unable to restrain himself. Finally, the girl agreed to help her boyfriend. She grabbed him tightly by the edge of his t-shirt. Now she was going to conduct a real masterclass on the study of physiological knowledge. There is a thin stick of dough that needs to be carefully and slowly placed into the hot oil. Then, this stick needs to be rubbed well. Thanks to this, the thin dough stick turns into a thick fried bread stick. Then the girl, together with this stick, went to our hero to share it with him. But suddenly the girl trips and drops the stick, covering it in white sauce. Now it has become soft again. Right after that, the girl told the boy to go and take a shower. They finished. Our hero asks her not to leave him today and just sleep together. But Shui says that he will leave. The main character went to take a shower. He jokes that if the girl leaves, he will break down her door. Some time passes and the young boy finishes taking a shower. And so the night passed. Everyone slept in their own room. The young boy was no longer asleep. He did not see his brother Tan anywhere, so he thought that he was still sleeping. Everything turned out the other way around. Tan got up early in the morning. The raw materials had already been purchased, so he needed to discuss some details with Manager Han. Our hero is eager to begin his training with Master Shui. Shuqing asked for help in buying a ticket for Shui, since she has no ID. Mr. Man couldn't understand why he needed this. Was our hero really going to kidnap the girl? The young boy was embarrassed by this. This was not a kidnapping at all. In fact, he and the girl were madly in love with each other. But Mr. Meng knows the youth of today too well. He reminds Shuqing that he must treat the girl well. But our hero will treat the girl well anyway. He doesn't need to be taught that. Meanwhile, a car from the Golden Shield Security Company has already arrived. Mr. Man asked me to tell the workers that they would be out soon. Shuqing had been late for Master Shu's class before, which had led to him being scolded and lectured. The boy promised that it would not happen again. He looked like a very good boy in front of Shui. The protagonist is too tired after yesterday. It's hard for him to even stand up. A moment later, Mr. Man returned our hero's card. Now he's a real billionaire. Some time passed, and finally the guys arrived at the right place, albeit a little late. They got out of the car and went to look for Master Shu. A moment later, they saw Master Shu, who, for some reason, was carrying a box. The old man is still angry at the young lad for being late. Mr. Man recognizes this raw material. He has seen it before. As it turned out, Mr. Man asked to put it there specifically to make the stall look more respectable. This raw material looks very good and is perfect for a gray-haired man. But if the raw material is beautiful, it does not mean that there is good jade hidden inside. Master Shu does not need this raw material. It is better to sell it to others. Mr. Man doesn't even want to listen to this nonsense, because he kept this raw material for years instead of selling it. Suddenly, the young boy notices a rusty spot right on the stone. There is something else under the rusty spot. As it turned out, it was the most ordinary moss. It is immediately obvious that the stone is many years old. The existence of this moss completely destroyed the interior of the material. To put it simply, this stone no longer has any value. It is the most ordinary trash. Mr. Man is truly delighted with the main character. No wonder he manages to win and choose the best stones every time. The gray-haired man praises his student, once again making sure that he made the right choice. A moment later, Master Su hands the young boy a small box. Inside the box was a pendant that the old man personally engraved for the main character. Our hero can't wait to see the pendants his teacher brought him. When he opens the box, he sees 3 beautiful pendants. They look like they're alive. The teacher's carving skills are truly top-notch, and our hero really wants to learn something like that. A moment later, Mr. Meng also wants to take a look at these pendants. The old man asks if the protagonist wants to become his disciple after what he saw. The young boy sincerely wants this. The jade that was in the old man's hand from an ordinary stone turns into a real diamond. The main character doesn't mind flattering his teacher every day if he treats him to food. The young boy immediately apologizes for what he said. It seems it was unnecessary. Then, the old man gives Shu Qing the task of choosing some good materials so that they can practice later. And so, soon, the young boy went to carry out the task from his teacher. He carefully walked around all the counters. The main character approached one of the counters and immediately pointed to the stones he wanted to buy. So the young boy went around all the counters and chose the best stones he could find. A little time passed and our hero finished shopping. He bought a lot of stones and now he needed help to send them to the 50 kiosk. Luckily, people agreed to help him. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket rang. Zhu Qing picked up the phone. It was his teacher calling him, asking why the young man was gone for so long. Then, a young boy came to another stall with the desire to buy raw materials. The stones in this kiosk look ugly. No wonder none of the guests want to buy them. The young man decides to check if there are any jades inside. 3 out of 10 of these stones contain jade. Their quality is very good. Imperial green jade, ice jade, and common green jade. The protagonist must calm down and not show that he knows anything. He says that he is going to buy the stones. The seller asks what kind of raw material our hero has chosen to purchase. When the main character says that he wants to buy everything that is listed on this page, the seller falls into a stupor. Then the young boy asks the seller to deliver all the purchased raw materials to stall number 56. The seller immediately realized that our hero was really rich, since he was ready to buy so many stones at once. Soon, the payment is successful. After that, the guys start loading the stones into the cart. Unexpectedly, Teacher Shu calls the protagonist again and orders him to run to him immediately. It seems his teacher is in some trouble. The young lad needs to hurry. And so, just a moment later, the young lad rushed to his master to help. When our hero ran to the right place, he was shocked that so many people had crowded around the stall. The crowd is so huge that the main character has no idea how to squeeze through the people. A young boy entered the crowd and began to slowly squeeze his way between the people. And so, after some time, the main character finally managed to squeeze through the crowd. He saw Mr. Man. All 3 stones contained jade. This jade in a gold frame with high transparency, and the 2 ice jades are pure green. Mr. Man doesn't understand why the old man wanted to cut these stones right now. As it turns out, he was just bored. Suddenly, Nanan appeared among the crowd and wanted to buy all 3 stones. Someone offered 50 million yuan for these stones, but the stones did not belong to Mr. Meng, so he could not dispose of them. People in the crowd began to almost fight over these jades. A moment later, our hero appeared from the crowd, who immediately rejected all the deals. He had specially selected these materials for work with the teacher. The gray-haired man almost swelled up because of such luxurious stones, because too much attention and glances were focused on him. One of the passers-by continues to bid for the jade and gives our hero a check for 55 million yuan. A moment later, the young boy hands over one of the stones to the buyer. An elderly, respectable man immediately calls his workers and asks them to collect the stones. The protagonist wants to save money, but Mr. Man tells him not to worry, because his stones are stored in a nearby stall, and the cargo will be ready tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. The young boy wonders why Mr. Man sent his stones to the neighboring kiosk. This was his strategy. The stall next door is Nanan's stall, which means his materials will be safe. After that, Meng suggests having some tea. After some time, the guys come to stall 55 and get ready to start drinking tea. The old man took out a highly transparent jade, and after that, most of the stones on the counter were quickly sold out. Today is truly an amazing day. The young lad wonders why he didn't see any of Mr. Man's stones when he went to the warehouse. Nanan has a lot to thank our hero for. As it turns out, he and Mr. Meng decided to put their stones together and sell them all thanks to Shu Qin's luck. The young boy slowly drinks tea and reflects on the fact that the guys really are cunning. The boys were asking where they should put the stones that had just been delivered. He had already arranged all of Shu Qin's stones well, so he could start eating. A moment later, Mr. Man tells the boys to close the stall and gather here. Nanan is ready to celebrate together. The black-haired man treats everyone because he earned a lot of money today, and this banquet is a trifle for him. Some time passed, and a variety of different dishes for every taste and color appeared on the table. The eyes literally ran wild from such a quantity. Night had already fallen. The boys continued to rest and talk quietly, but suddenly the doors to their stall swung open. Some men in uniform burst into the kiosk and, without any explanation, they attacked Mr. Man, handcuffing him. The young boy also couldn't understand what was going on here, and why security had suddenly appeared here. The guards couldn't help Mr. Ming because they couldn't attack the police. Meng didn't understand why he was being detained because he was just an ordinary businessman. An elderly man tried to call someone, but a cheeky policeman simply knocked the phone out of his hands. Suddenly, someone hit the cheeky policeman on the head with a glass bottle of alcohol. As it turned out, it was none other than Shu Qing. He decided to stand up for his friend. Now the police turned their attention to him too. But the main character wasn't going to stand aside. It seemed he wasn't afraid of the police at all. A moment later, he struck one of them. Suddenly, a loud ringing sound was heard. Something fell on the floor. As it turned out, it was a real knife. But can a policeman carry a knife? Something is fishy here. A moment later, the boys realized that it was a fake police force. Everyone immediately started to fuss and worry about their lives. The evil man seemed unstoppable. He came here with the intention of cutting everyone into pieces. Having said this, he took out a knife from his bosom. The young boy wasn't going to stand there and wait for his death, so he started to defend himself. A moment later, he threw a chair towards his enemy. But, unfortunately, the chair flew very close to the thug, but still missed him, and broke with a crash. An order came in to protect the boss. This scumbag was angry after our hero tried to harm him. A moment later, the bastard swung his sharp katana. His plan was to get the protagonist's hand. But, unexpectedly, something went wrong. Someone poured a whole pot of boiling water right on this scumbag's face. The young boy was stunned when he saw what had just happened before his eyes. As it turned out, it was teacher Zhu who did it. Deciding to stand up for his student, he poured boiling water right on his face. This bastard was in agony and could do nothing about the pain that penetrated every part of his body. It was very dangerous, but luckily Shu Qing and the guards were with them, so everything turned out well. They needed to stop these scumbags. The young boy sincerely thanked his teacher for saving him. It was his duty to help his student. Now the bastard's face was completely covered in blisters. They wanted to know who sent them here and asked them to play this scene. But the scumbag wasn't going to reveal his customer. He's been in this business for years and is loyal. Even at gunpoint, he won't give up his customer. A moment later, the young lad threatens this scumbag by pouring boiling water right on his face again. After this threat, the man broke down and said that it was Mr. Bai, who ordered him to pretend to be a police officer and take Meng to a house in the eastern suburbs. Those present listened to this story with bated breath. They couldn't believe it. Mr. Bai asked to take every last penny from Mr. Man, no matter what. Mr. Meng was horrified when he heard the cruel and inhumane methods Mr. Bai was willing to use to take his life. This has gone too far. Is all this really worth a man's life? A moment later, the gray-haired man steps aside to call his son and tell him that something happened to him at the restaurant. The black-haired boy told his father and his boys to wait where they were and do nothing. He would call someone right away to sort this out. And then, just a moment later, a police squad with flashing lights arrived at the scene. As soon as the police arrived, they immediately ran inside the building to help the victims. The policeman apologized to Master Shui for what happened. This matter will be thoroughly investigated and the criminal will be severely punished. These people were sent here by Mr. Bai. The old man briefed them on the matter. The black-haired man was angry that the old man was now talking about his neglect of duty. If the policeman fails to calm him down, his boss will accuse him of poor performance of his police duties. The policeman promised the boys that he would arrest everyone who dared to touch the boys with even a finger. The policeman asks about Mr. Bai. Meng explains that the man is his competitor and the owner of stall 18 at the stone auction. The police officer then ordered that all these thugs be sent to the station for questioning and that Mr. Bai be arrested immediately. Then, the policeman invited Mr. Zhu to personally take him home. First, the old man wanted to say something to his impulsive disciple. The white-haired man reminded our hero that he should think about the consequences and not do anything impulsive. Shu Qing listened to the master's advice. Some time passed and the guys went to another establishment. Mr. Meng thanks the protagonist for the fact that now Bai will finally get his punishment. The money for the purchase of jade was transferred to our hero's account, and the remaining stones will be in another city in just 5 days. Meanwhile, Brother Tan, who usually does nothing but go on dates, went to a business meeting. After some time, the young boy goes to the fair and is going to check if there is anything valuable there. The young man uses his supervision and, unfortunately, does not notice a single valuable item. Several hours fly by in this way. The guys have already searched half the street, but unfortunately, they found nothing. Moreover, it is too hot outside now. Unexpectedly, they find an antique store and hope that it has air conditioning. A moment later, the guys head there and open the doors, then go inside. The main character entered the store and saw tired saleswomen who asked him what he wanted. Zhu replied that he wanted to look around first, intending to find an object with a colored aura, after which Qing spent a long time sorting through various objects. looking for a special thing. After a few minutes, the guy finally saw the desired object through the glass. It turned out to be a certain statue that emitted a mesmerizing magical aura. Naturally, the teenager asked if he could spend some time with her and hoped she would give him a chance to get to know her better. At that moment, she again caught his mysterious look and thought that he was trying to please her. But like most girls, she was of course interested in the material side. Suddenly, the young lady asked if he really wanted to ask her out on a date, and Shu was surprised. Then she finally became convinced that her intuition had unexpectedly failed her. In connection with this, her smile changed to anger, and she asked to buy this item for 6,000. King was shocked by such a price, but the girl hurried to put the statue back in place. However, at that moment, the young man once again saw a golden glow. He then urged her to return the item so he could buy it, and the saleswoman continued to escalate the situation. Shu, in turn, tried in every way to smooth things over and hurried to acquire the magic item. Soon he hurried out of the store. The young lady caught herself thinking that the guy was handsome but stupid. Meanwhile, Shichin was waiting impatiently for him, calmly sipping his tea. A couple of minutes later, Ching came in to see him, which made the old man immensely happy. Naturally, he immediately asked if Shu had found anything interesting and expensive. The young man showed the statuette, and the surprised Ming asked what attracted him to it. The teenager assured him that it was truly unique, and Chen asked to take a closer look. King himself intended to examine it later to find out its true value. But suddenly his magical ability became completely useless. Since he could not see through the object, a stunned Shu asked Meng to hand it to him, after which, having examined it from different sides, he put it back on the table, not understanding why he couldn't use the skill. At the same time, the main character clearly understood that there was some secret hidden in the statuette. Then he called his sister and said that he would be able to return home soon. By late night, the teenager was quite exhausted and hurried to bed. Just as Ching began to fall asleep, an unknown aura enveloped his body. Suddenly, he found himself in the middle of a clearing, where monks stood around him. Yu immediately heard a loud singing sound, which helped him sleep, although it was strange. Exactly at 8 in the morning, the alarm rang, and the young man realized that he had overslept again. A moment later, Tan knocked on his door, and the guy hurried to open it. Guobin immediately jumped into the room and began to look around, asking if he was the only one who slept that night. Surprised, Ching replied that he had been alone all this time, while making fun of his friend. After which, Zhu rushed to change clothes so as not to be late for the plane. Tan also asked him to wake up his girlfriend since she was probably still asleep. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, the young man ran towards Ying Shui's room. However, when he opened the door, he saw Zhu's granddaughter sleeping in Lu's arms. The stunned guy hurried to wake up his beloved to hurry her to the airport. However, the girl was sleeping quite soundly, and he had to wake her up. Then he said that she had to get ready as soon as possible in order to catch her flight. He himself went to Maine and asked if he could take this statuette with him. Shichin said that as long as he had an invoice and a certificate of authenticity, no one would touch him. Since this is proof that the goods were purchased legally, Zhu immediately found all the documents. Soon, they went to have breakfast, the main character thinking about how dramatically his life had changed. And he was even able to find a loved one, which, as it seemed to him, was incredibly lucky. After finally boarding the plane, Ching suddenly asked Guobing to help him buy a house in Jiangchun. Tan happily agreed, saying that he certainly had a knack for choosing houses. At this moment, Ying Shui suddenly grabbed his hand, and Shu was surprised and asked what happened. The young lady replied that everything was fine, but she wondered why he decided to buy a house in Jiangcheng. After all, if this is really the case, then he will clearly want her to live with him as well. After 3 hours of flying, they finally arrived, which made the teenager extremely happy. Suddenly, the young man saw his old friend Lu and asked if it was really him. Tan, in turn, noted that within a few days he had acquired a new car, after which he asked for the keys to test it, and the fat man offered to exchange cars. Instead, Guobin simply gave him his fancy car. Yufu was shocked by Bin's behavior and asked again if he was serious. The guy smiled and responded positively, offering to give his car to Qin for practice. Yin was surprised by Tang's decision, but Shu said that he had earned a lot of money in Tangchun and could afford such gifts. Guo himself called on his friends to hurry to Paradise on Earth to discuss everything. The fat man was stunned by such an attractive stranger who was next to his friend. Naturally, he introduced himself and asked where Qing found such a beautiful girl. The teenager, in turn, happily introduced her as his future bride. Liu continued to compliment her until Yang approached him, The girl pinched him and told him that he should not react like that to the presence of a young lady. Then she hurried him into the car so that he would finally shut up and stop pestering her. Surprised, Shui asked who she was. Qing replied that Jing was Yufu's girlfriend. The joyful main character also hurried to get into the car with his beloved. Soon, they all arrived together at their favorite establishment. Tan noticed that it had not changed at all. At the same time, Guobin had already managed to arrange for them to be given a better place. The fat man immediately noticed a bottle of expensive wine called Lafitte on the table. This literally made Yufu delighted, and he rushed to the table saying that this was his favorite drink. Soon they sat down at the table and Liu offered Qing some wine. But the boy refused and preferred Baiju. Tan, in turn, very unexpectedly began to talk about his con. The young man asked him to omit all the details and tried to change the subject. However, Guobin continued to develop the dialogue in this direction, which did not please everyone, hinting that he was quite willing to have a conversation with her about business and that it brought the necessary result, adding that it turned out to be an incredibly tiring task. And he was even tired. At this point, Liu suddenly announced that he had lost weight, but no one noticed. For a moment, everyone fell silent, looking closely at the fat man, but they still could not find confirmation of his words. Yufu continued to claim that he now goes jogging every morning and has already lost about 3 kilograms. Tan immediately joked that it was unnoticeable, just like a thread falling from a rag. Jing, in turn, noted that it was really funny to watch Liu jog. Everyone at the table couldn't contain their laughter, which greatly angered the fat man, who asked Jan not to talk about it anymore, and she should be on his side. But the girl continued to talk about the funny situation. When Yufu ran into a girl while jogging, Guobin immediately stated that she was clearly laughing at him. But in fact, he embarrassed himself with an extremely ridiculous question about how to jog properly, which was really quite stupid, and Yinshui laughed out loud, after which they went to the shopping mall to finally choose a house for Qin. The worker suggested that they look at models of mansions to make a final decision, but Tan asked her to take him to the best villa, and if they liked it, they would definitely buy it. However, it was at this moment that a rather familiar voice called out to Guobin. The guy immediately turned around and saw Minyan in front of him, whom he was very happy to see. Asking him to help his friend choose a mansion, Gao of course agreed to help them. But at the same time he stated that this company belongs to Bin, which he probably forgot. Su decided to take advantage of the situation and asked a friend to give him a discount on the purchase of a house. In return, he promised to pay for the barbecue. And finally Tan agreed to give him the villa. Moreover, Shichen recently bought him a luxury car. Minyan immediately said that this needed to be reported to his father, as he did not intend to be held responsible for it. But Guobin said that he would definitely notify him as soon as he returned home. They then headed to the best villa area in the city, where security guards patrolled the area around the clock. Gao then showed the largest mansion, measuring 1,200 square meters. Soon they entered inside, where the protagonist was delighted by the interior he saw. As a result, Qing said that it was too luxurious for him. But Tan insisted that the guy take this villa because it had a swimming pool with a private garden and a garage, and even a huge basement for storing stone cutters and raw materials. Guobin also asked Shu if he needed to order furniture for his home with a large bed. The young man smiled approvingly. Then Bin ordered his assistant to buy the best furniture, after which he handed him a check for 15 million, which was simply unbelievable. He couldn't understand why the chairman's son had given this teenager a villa worth 60 million. King himself tried to understand who this Tang really was and where he got so much money from. Soon Gao brought the main character the passes and keys to the mansion. Shu was shocked. Minyan noted that it would take a week to obtain a certificate of ownership, but he could move in within 3 days. At this moment, Bin called him and asked when he would arrive, but Qing said that he would be a little late, after which he abruptly hung up, which seemed rather strange to her. Then, having thanked Minyan's assistant, the teenager went to his friend. Qin, in turn, could not understand why the connection was suddenly interrupted and what he was planning. Meanwhile, Shu once again thanked Guobing for the gift, and the guy urged him to get into the car to return to the restaurant. The young man then hurried to call Hua so that she could tell Yinshui that they needed to meet. Having finally seen each other, Qing immediately called his beloved to go to her grandfather and buy her a phone on the way. The happy girl immediately threw herself into his arms, saying that he was the best. Soon, in a good mood, they called a taxi and headed to the store, where Lu never ceased to amaze her beloved, because she chose a cheap phone. The guy insisted that she take a more modern model, but the young lady refused. As he headed towards the exit, the teenager noticed that she was indeed an unusual girl. But suddenly she became sad, saying that they would not be able to see each other often. Shu hastened to console her. When Yingsu, who was in love, said that these were temporary difficulties and everything would be fine, she believed him. After which they took a taxi to the Longquan Sanatorium. The driver remarked that ordinary people could not afford such luxury. Then he told a story about a miraculous spring, by bathing in which you can strengthen your body. After a certain amount of time, they arrived at the sanatorium where grandfather Shui was staying. Approaching the gate, they suddenly saw a guard who demanded their pass. But suddenly the guy recognized her as Yin, and naturally she also recognized the young man. Liang noted that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and the young lady only smiled in response. At the same time, Liu understood that if she stayed, she would definitely be forced to go on a blind date. She also hurried to introduce the main character to her friend. Suddenly, Qing saw Shui looking sad and asked what was the matter. Ignoring him, Yin asked Liang to take her to her grandfather, even though it was forbidden. The guy still agreed. Along the way, they were quite nice and polite, which naturally did not please Qin. The young man, in turn, began to say that Liu had become much more beautiful since their last meeting. The embittered Shu could not understand what connected them and how close they were. After some time, Yin returned to her beloved and said that soon grandfather would send someone for her. However, Chinu was not allowed to enter, which she sadly informed him about, adding that it would take a little time and she would soon return to him. The teenager smiled and hurried to take another gift for her out of his bag. Having placed a charming necklace around her neck, they unexpectedly kissed. By that time, Uncle Yingshui, who had a special sense of humor, had arrived. Sneaking up to the young people, he noticed that observing the manifestation of feelings is always very touching. An angry Shua urged him not to joke like that. Otherwise, she would tell her grandfather everything. The man himself hastened to say that the guy was lucky, since there was no old man here. Who would simply kill him for such behavior with his granddaughter? Qing only smiled, after which he once again took his beloved by the hand and asked her to contact him. The girl then followed her uncle into his car to take her to her grandfather. The teenager merely glanced at them, realizing that he could do nothing to influence the situation. Soon a taxi came for him, and the driver told him that he shouldn't worry so much because some people are not destined to get here. The sad Shu, in turn, asked him to take him to Jiangcheng as soon as possible. As it turned out, unknown people had been following them all this time, saying that the performance would soon begin. Verzila called Yao to inform the master of Yin Shui's arrival, and he himself went after Qin. The accomplice asked him not to kill the baby so that he could act as bait in the future. However, turning around, he noticed that the thug was no longer there, and he had left. Yao began to fight off a huge number of mosquitoes and suddenly took a bottle out of his pocket. It was an essential oil bomb that proved to be extremely effective. The main character, in turn, continued heading home to his sister. But suddenly the driver said that someone was following them and pointed to an unknown car. Shu immediately gave him 300 yen and asked him to break away from his pursuers. The driver smiled and urged him to fasten his seatbelt and hold on tight, after which the taxi driver literally pressed the gas pedal to the floor, thereby pulling ahead. Qing drew attention to the lack of speed cameras, which was very helpful. Otherwise, the driver would have to pay a lot of money in numerous fines. Finally breaking away from the stranger, the taxi driver noticed that his car was much faster. Arriving at a certain intersection, Zhu abruptly demanded to be let out. Realizing that someone was clearly following him, the teenager decided to take a little walk. After taking a detour, he soon found himself at home and greeted Bean, where an abundance of different dishes that he had loved so much since childhood awaited him. Besides, the young man was hungry and could not deny himself the pleasure of having a little snack. Literally grabbing everything with his hands and at the same time ignoring the cutlery, which of course outraged Qin. The girl urged him not to act like a child and said that she would now heat up the food. Then Shu went to his room and hurried to sit down at the computer. He also suddenly remembered about the gift and grabbed a package with a certain box, after which, with a smile on his face, he said that he had a small gift for her. Then, opening the box, Qing showed off a jade amulet, and the stunned Bin asked how much it cost. The teenager replied that it was completely free, and that his teacher had made the necklace especially for him. Seeing Shu eating with dirty hands again, she immediately sent him to wash his hands. The young man began to fool around, after which he finally went to the bathroom. Qin, in turn, looked at the beautiful amulet for a long time, then finally put it on. He was truly incredible, and the girl was delighted to realize that the boy had finally grown up. Meanwhile, the main character washed his hands and said that he had another surprise. The The surprised girl was in anticipation. Suddenly, Ching offered her to move to a new house. The stunned sister asked him again which house he was talking about, and Shu smiled. Then the teenager said that he managed to earn some money on the trip and bought a mansion, after which he gave her the key. The shocked Bin could not believe what was happening. Then she asked him how much he actually earned in Yunan, adding that if he didn't explain himself, she wouldn't move to the new villa. Ching realized that she didn't think it was clean money. Finally, he told the story of how he won them at a gem auction and was just lucky. But Bin asked how much he had earned in total, and Shu replied, about 1 billion. At the same time, he said that they could even start their own jewelry business, where he will hire 2 jade carvers. And by the time he himself learns this skill, they will already have sold something. The girl even shed tears, realizing that Ching had really grown up and become a successful person, after which they began to have lunch together. Bin was still in shock from what had happened, but she unexpectedly refused the young man's bank cards, saying that he had paid off all his debts, adding that he was young and should think about himself, and there was no longer any need to worry about her. Moreover, she was able to feed herself, but Shu continued to ask her about her own jewelry store. But Bean was rather skeptical about this idea and urged him to at least start by cleaning his room. When Ching entered his room, he suddenly discovered that someone had written him a message. Assuming it was Yin Shui, he decided to check, but in fact it was an unknown person named He Zhang, who asked him if he believed in extrasensory abilities. A stunned Shu couldn't understand who he was or what he was getting at. Suddenly, Zhang wrote that he couldn't concentrate on his work when there were so many beauties around, after which he began to tell an incredible story, and naturally the main character became interested. He, in turn, said that a couple of days ago he was eating a watermelon and saw a beautiful girl. Suddenly he stopped, and a watermelon seed accidentally fell out of his mouth right into his palm. Then something amazing happened. A plant started growing out of his hand, and he sent Shu a photo to prove it. The dumbfounded Ching could not believe it and continued to question him about this miracle. Zhang noted that he tried other seeds as well, and they also germinated in seconds. The guy suggested that the power he possessed could also be extremely dangerous, and besides, it's better to never tell anyone about your abilities. Soon, he wrote that he felt better just by talking to him about it and wished him good night. Then, the teenager also decided to go to bed, especially since it was already really late. The next morning, he was awakened by a sudden phone call, and the young man opened his eyes with difficulty, after which he picked up the phone, where Minion informed him that he could come into the mansion. Of course, this was good news, and Shu hurried to go to his new home. My sister couldn't believe that she would now live in such a luxurious place. Gao, in turn, met them and hurried to show them the interior of the incredible villa. Seeing the beautiful, huge halls and corridors with a modern design, Bin was delighted. Minyan continued to give a tour of the house, showing all its charms. Taking them into the living room, the assistant showed them the home theater and the new generation dishwasher. The happy girl with a smile on her face said that this was now their new home. After a certain amount of time, Gao asked the protagonist if he liked the villa. Naturally, the guy answered positively. Then the servant said that they needed a housekeeper, and he had already taken care of that. King knew that they really needed a maid because the house was too big. She turned out to be an elderly woman named Chang Shuying. Her salary was 1,800 yuan. The teenager thought about it because he had never hired a housekeeper and could not even imagine such a thing. In connection with this, he asked his sister what she thought about this. After all, if they had an assistant, they would be able to focus on their own affairs, but Bean noted that the main thing was that she cooked well. Gao immediately said that she was an excellent cook, and they would definitely be satisfied. Asking if they would like to call her right now to see for themselves, King happily replied that it was a good idea, and it was already lunchtime. Minion immediately called the woman and invited her to work in the new mansion. Soon the maid arrived, and Gao went to meet her, because she did not have a pass yet. Zhu and his sister, meanwhile, sat down on the sofa to wait for their maid, who a moment later entered the room and greeted her new owners. The woman bowed low to them and said that she would be happy to work for them. King noted that she would have to take responsibility and take care of the house. Chan replied that she would gladly accept his offer, especially since he was already her 10th employer in a month. Of course, the guy was confused by this fact, and he immediately turned to Gao for an explanation, assuming that he simply decided to deceive him and therefore sent this woman. Minyan said that she is indeed a capable maid, but she is constantly unlucky because she has a long-suffering family. Bin, in turn, called on Su Ying to tell her about the problem, and the assistant suddenly asked to pay her for 2 years in advance, Stating that her daughter had been in an accident 3 days ago and now needed surgery, Shu asked Minyan if she was really telling the truth. Gao was shocked by what was happening. After all, he asked her to tell him about it later, but for some reason Chan decided to do it right now. The woman immediately gave Chin her daughter's medical report, from which he learned that this was the same sauna worker Han. The main character was simply shocked by this fact and could not believe that such a misfortune had happened to her. The guy in turn asked her how much money was needed for her daughter's operation. Through tears, the housekeeper said that she needed 80,000, adding that if he really pays for her treatment, she is ready to work herself to the point of exhaustion. Shu then asked Gao how much money he had left from his purchases. Minyan replied, about 6 million. In connection with this, Qing asked to pay for Han's operation and give the rest of the money to Tang. Naturally, Suying continued to thank the young millionaire and said that she would work even harder. They soon left, but the sister had many questions for her brother. Of course, she asked why he so suddenly decided to help this girl. Shu replied that he met her in the sauna. Bin was shocked by the teenager's answer, realizing that Qing was not so simple. The guy understood that it was better not to tell her about everything that happened, saying that the sauna was a good place and they could go there sometime. However, the little sister refused this offer, saying that she does not visit such places. Soon they got hungry and went into town to get something to eat, and he also decided to ask Gao to bring him some food home. So they found a nice place and hurried inside, where, unexpectedly, Bean met her former boyfriend who couldn't understand what she was doing there. Then the guy asked the waiter to change the menu for them, saying that they were his friends. And when he presented them with an assortment of dishes, a puzzled Qing asked why everything was in French. The little sister laughed, saying that they would need a translator to order food. Meanwhile, the girl made a scandal with her boyfriend, nervously asking if he really knew this person. Most of the visitors were interested in this scene and watched what was happening with pleasure. Shu, in turn, could not tolerate such boorish behavior and suddenly became enraged, shouting that they were unbearable people and only polluted society with their presence. After which he called the waiter and asked if they really didn't have a menu in Chinese. The waiter hurried to provide them with an original assortment of dishes, and they finally placed their order. But when they were served fried steaks, the boy and his sister could not cope with them at all. All the people turned their attention to them. Qing tried to cut the meat, but he couldn't do it, just like Bin. After numerous attempts to conquer the steak, the young man was defeated. Suddenly, he called the waiter and said that he needed to wash his hands. An employee of the establishment immediately ran up to him with Lafite wine and hurried to pour it into glasses. But Zhu put his hands out and began to wash his hands, which caused a storm of indignation among those around him. Then he grabbed the meat with his hands, saying that these cutlery could not handle the steak. Everyone present was stunned by the guy's behavior, but there were those who wanted the same. Soon, tired Qing and Bin returned home to the villa with numerous purchases, but a few minutes later they were disturbed again, and a surprised Shu went to open the door. Minyan and Chan stood at the threshold. Huge boxes were visible behind them. The assistant declared that everything necessary was here. Zhu Ying immediately said that she would personally take care of everything and he wouldn't have to worry about it. After which she really managed the process of improving the house quite skillfully, which Qing was extremely surprised about because the maid definitely knew her business. The guy then thanked them for their hard work and urged them to go and get some rest. The result of the work done was stunning because the house was truly transformed. Soon Guobin called him and asked him to come downstairs as he was at the front door. Tan instantly called him to get into the car to take him to a blind date. After getting into the car, Shu said that he actually had a girlfriend. Bin laughed and said he knew about it and wanted to introduce him to the martial arts master. However, the old man was very strange and it was not a fact that he would agree to be taken as a student. He also asked to bring him one thing and to take a teenager with him, which was also strange. But the young man was ready for anything because he really wanted to learn this art. To be able to protect yourself in the future because there will be many ill-wishers along the way. Suddenly, Tang asked the boy not to tell anyone about what would happen next. Qing agreed. After a certain amount of time, the protagonist and Guobin arrived at Mr. Wang's house. Hurrying to get out of the car, Shu began to look around, not understanding where he was. Bin began to take something from the trunk and asked his friend to knock on the door. The teenager approached the gate and, turning around, saw an unknown object in his friend's hands. In connection with which he asked what it was, Tan smiled and said that he would find out about it later. As soon as they crossed the threshold of the courtyard, the old man immediately urged him to leave the thing and go away. The dumbfounded Guobin asked his uncle to look at the young disciple and Wang agreed. A puzzled Ching noted that his grandfather had a rather nasty character. Tan urged him not to take it to heart and try his luck to become his henchman. Entering the house, Wang immediately ordered his nephew to close the door behind him. All this time, the guy couldn't understand why Guobin was so secretive, after which the grandfather demanded that Bean take a certain object out of the bag. Yu saw a human skeleton inside and was horrified, not understanding why they needed it. The young man fell to the ground in surprise, asking where they got human bones from. This only made Tan laugh, who assured him that it was not actually a real skeleton. The stern old man in turn called Chin to him and gave him a task. It consisted of the teenager finding 12 main joints within 2 minutes, after which he turned on the stopwatch. Shu clearly didn't like his grandfather, but he had no choice. Moreover, this mission was not difficult for him, and he easily pointed out all the joints. Then the guy approached Van and said that this was too easy a task. The old man was shocked at how quickly the young man was able to complete the test. The master assumed that the teenager had prepared in advance, but Tan assured him that he could not have cheated. Then the elder called him to draw the line connecting the humerus and scapula with the articular bone. The self-confident Ching asked how many lines were needed in total. The martial artist said that a connection must be established between the 3 bones. For this test, he also gave the main character 2 minutes. Shu did not like his grandfather's arrogance, but after lighting a cigarette, the teenager began to connect all the lines together. The old man immediately jumped up from his seat and began to examine the work done by the young man. Realizing that the guy is really extremely smart and has the necessary skills, Wang continued to stare at Chin with his terrifying gaze for a while, after which he suddenly laughed, which gave rise to many questions in Shu's mind. Guobin was also at a loss as to what exactly his loud laughter meant. Then he said that if Ching failed to complete the task, he would simply take him away. However, the grandfather prevented this and said that this should not be done under any circumstances. At this moment, Zhu saw a secret martial arts manual on the table. Tan pulled the boy towards him and called him to bow before the elder. Finally, Wang said that he did not expect to see the receiver standing and asked him to get up from his knees. Qing immediately asked the master to teach him a couple of techniques to defeat Bin. After giving a few instructions and a short tour of martial arts, the young man was ready to try his hand. In this regard, he called on his friend to fight him. Tan asked him to be careful. Wang, in turn, said that they really must come together in battle, after which Shu began to act extremely quickly and strike his friend, which had no chance of success. Guobin did not expect such a result. At a certain point, he lost consciousness. Qing became nervous, not knowing what to do. The old man urged him to wake the boy up with slaps, but Bean did not come to his senses. The dumbfounded Shu didn't know how to wake up his friend, who looked pretty bad, and whatever he did, Tan was still unconscious. The elder became worried, calling the guy to step aside so that he could personally try to wake up Guobin. Putting out his middle and index fingers, Wang said that he would now bring him to his senses, after which he pointed his fingers at the solar plexus, and Bin instantly came to consciousness. Tan, puzzled, asked if he had really slapped him. The protagonist assumed that he had memory lapses, since he barely remembered their battle. The martial artist, in turn, asked Guoban to make a copy of the treatise and give it to Shu. The boy was happy to just hold this treasure in his hands, realizing how valuable it was. As a child, he had only seen the old man use these fighting techniques once. Then, a huge number of armed bandits tried to overcome the elder. However, Grandpa easily dealt with the pile of garbage. Tan only remembered his father's words, who said that Wang owed their family. From that moment on, he became his guardian, with Guo trying to become his disciple but failing the test. Then he had to learn the world of martial arts on his own, practicing karate and jujitsu. At that time, Wang asked Bin's father to fulfill one extremely important request. 10 people had to be brought every year to undergo the test to become his disciples. Naturally, he agreed, thinking that his son would have another chance to try his luck. But Tan failed the exam again, and now he had in his hands a magnificent book called 18 Direct Ways to Knockdown. However, Qing had the imprudence to call this treatise useless. This caused indignation on the part of his mentor and friend, and the retribution was immediate. The old man stated that he had no right to insult his book of special techniques. Therefore, he needed to be punished. The teenager realized that he should have kept his mouth shut, in connection with which he immediately said that in fact it was a magic book, and he did not want to offend him. The martial arts master immediately hit the young man, sending him flying to the other end of the room. Guobin pointed out that he shouldn't be angry, as he clearly deserved such punishment. Wang in turn said that he must work hard to understand the truth of this treatise. But suddenly, the self-confident Shu asked him for another book. Since studying only one was too boring, the old man decided to give him a chance to suffer and said that if he could practice the flow of qi in a week, he would take any book. The puzzled protagonist asked what the flow of qi was and how to use it. Tan said that he had internal energy with which he could create great power, adding that he is unlikely to master this ability within a week, as it is extremely difficult. King then asked the elder what the sign of successful qi flow practice was. Wang asked them to step aside and began to demonstrate his mysterious power. A moment later, the closet at the end of the room suddenly opened. Everyone was shocked, but that was not all, because then the elder closed the cabinet with the power of his mind. What was simply incredible was that Shu and Guobing had never seen such strength before. Wang noted that if he truly mastered this technique, he would be able to injure his opponent from a distance. Qing finally realized that the old man was strong and powerful enough that he was worth listening to. In connection with this, he hurried to open the closet door using internal energy. However, the door opened only a couple of centimeters, which was an extremely unfortunate result. The elder challenged him to try again, but this time the target was a glass of water, who only partially staggered, which only made his mentor laugh. Suddenly, the martial artist asked the young man if he had been doing this for more than 10 years. The surprised teenager answered negatively, because he really hadn't done anything. He stated that he had only recently become interested in this and did not really know anything about martial disciplines. The old man unexpectedly called him a genius and urged him not to waste time on useless things. Zhu began to understand what he was getting at and became upset that he had failed the test. Guobin said that the boy was only 17 years old and he couldn't have reached such a level even if he had trained since birth. The saddened young man urged him to forget about it and headed for the exit, realizing that he would not be able to become a disciple of such a great teacher. But Wang decided to check for sure whether the teenager had never practiced martial arts. As a result of him directing his internal energy towards the boy, Qing felt something special. Suddenly, the protagonist dropped to one knee in front of the old man, not understanding what was happening. At the same time, he had absolutely no opportunity to move, which was also strange. By placing his hand on Shu's head, Wang awakened some unknown power, after which he sternly asked him where he learned Buddhist wisdom and the power of Zen. He soon released Qin, who still couldn't understand what the teacher was talking about, which he told him about, stating that he had never even heard of anything like that. The insightful martial artist asked him if he knew about the Bodhisattva. Sua noted that a couple of days ago he had indeed acquired a statue of the Bodhisattva, and at night he heard the singing of some monk. Then the grandfather realized that it was precisely this statuette that was the issue, and most likely the young man would not have lied to him. Moreover, the teenager even presented a receipt for the purchase of this item, which only confirmed his assumptions. The elder also asked where the statue was now located. Qing immediately replied that it was still standing on the dresser next to his bed. Guobin understood that it was conducive to cultivation and wanted to borrow it from his friend for a few days. Shu, in turn, unexpectedly invited the mentor to stay with him, and surprisingly the old man agreed. Soon they went outside, waiting for their grandfather to collect his things. They got into the car and began to discuss what had happened and the book with unimaginable techniques. King noted that in the future he would not be able to show him these abilities. However, Guobin continued to persuade him to become a mentor in order to learn from Wang and pass on his accumulated knowledge to him. At the same time, he promised him a new car, which was quite a tempting offer. A couple of minutes later, an old man came out to them, and they immediately calmed down, putting on a serious look. The teenager noticed his huge chest, believing that it was full of valuable items. Grandpa got into the car and asked Tan's father to send 2 paired perch to the new student. The guy immediately called him and asked him to buy some fish, but Zhenggang refused to do so, saying that he was capable of doing it himself. But when Bin said that teacher Wang had asked him to do this, his father stopped arguing. After a certain amount of time, they finally reached the main character's house, which amazed the grandfather. However, Shu did not find his sister and asked the maid where Bin was. Chang said that she was in her room, after which the teenager hurried to show the elder the magical statuette, which was another Buddhist treasure with a long and extremely fascinating history. Wang immediately ordered Tan not to let anyone into the house, as they needed to be careful. Naturally, Guobin was indignant, since the old man had only known Qing for a couple of hours and was already ready to reveal some secret to him. As he headed outside, the guy smiled at his friend and wished him luck. As soon as he came out, Shu asked the master what this secret was that even Tang shouldn't hear. The martial artist said that today he would allow the pearls of Sharira to appear in this world again. Then he broke a part of the statuette and took out from it some pearls of the great Sharira. But the young man noticed that these were just the remains of an old monk, and the grandfather laughed at this phrase. He later remarked that if the ancestors of the wisdom sect had heard this, they would have killed him. However, Qing continued to devalue P-shaped stones, saying that they were not so unique. This again provoked the anger of his teacher, and this time the old man could not restrain himself and hit Shu, stating that showing disrespect to Buddha is taboo for true cultivators, adding that these 5 ancestral pearls are capable of making him a great master. After all, throughout his life he broke many similar figurines in search of these stones. While the boy was lucky enough to get all 5 pearls of Sharira, also, one of these granules is capable of prolonging a person's life by more than half a century and helping to break through to the kingdom of heaven. King noted that in that case the old man clearly needed them more, but he refused them. Perplexed, Shu asked why the teacher couldn't use these pearls. He also asked him to tell him more about the kingdom of heaven, and Wang agreed. The old man said that millions of years ago, at the very beginning of human history, something special happened. People wanted to know the potential of their bodies and delved deeper into its development, which they eventually succeeded in doing, since true zeal is always rewarded with success. This group of people were the very first ancient warriors, as history tells us. Most of the immortal masters began to travel to various communities. Unexpectedly, Wang noticed that most likely Qiyu and Huangdi were not ancient warriors. But for some unknown reason, the cultivator's legacy died out, and few could release their true qi. Impatient Zhu suddenly jumped up and asked who was the last warrior of the sacred kingdom. The teacher replied that it was the founder of Wudang, a master of Tongwei Xianhua named Zhang Sanfeng, adding that if a fighter releases his internal energy, he is able to master different elements. They were called Huang, Xuan, and the earth with the heavens, each with its own advantages. And the sacred kingdom turned into a kind of legend, and no one knows about its existence. But if you break through the kingdom of earth, it will increase life by 60 years. And if you go to the heavenly stage, life will increase threefold, and therefore, Zhang could live to this day because he was a warrior of the sacred kingdom. After death, the Melon Master left behind an internal cultivation realm, and he who has destiny is able to absorb this power in order to rise to the top. And the 5 wise men were exactly like that, and that is why they became so famous. And the fact that these Sharira pearls were in his hands, a real success. Suddenly Shu asked what level he was at. Wang replied rather sadly that he had been in the Xuan kingdom for more than 10 years. This meant that he had no more than 80 years left, which was quite a long time in the human world. Unexpectedly, Qing said that he was ready to help the great master, because he did not have an inner ball of fate, and so he can exchange it for the inner sphere in order to finally continue to develop. After which the teenager handed him the treasured pearls of Sharira. The old man was in shock, asked if he was really willing to sacrifice for him. Shu replied that it would be a fair decision. A tearful Wang couldn't believe that he finally had another chance. The teacher said that previously only a Buddhist warrior had such an inner sphere, but now he will have it. Therefore, he decided to teach the main character everything he knew in a week. He added that in 7 days, he would go for the ball to break through, and then they would meet. But Shu said that Wang could do it now, since he could handle the martial arts book himself. The old man asked him not to tell anyone about their conversation, not even his friend Tan. Then he called the young man to call Guobin. Qing immediately came to his senses and headed into the corridor, where the guy was already commanding the servants, as a grand dinner was planned. Then the teenager decided to call his sister so that they could all have a snack together. At the same time, he asked Chan to prepare a room for the elder so that he could teach him at home. At this moment, Bin came down to them and asked if he had become Master Wang's disciple. Qing responded positively, stating that he had grown up and was obliged to learn self-defense. Meanwhile, the old man scolded the self-confident Guobing, and a moment later, Shu and his sister entered the room. Tan noted that he had arrived at an extremely opportune time, as the old man was angry again. The young man decided to introduce Qin to his mentor, after which they began to have a snack. The guy noticed that the elder drinks quite vigorously and enjoys this business. He also encouraged him to try fish, and naturally the teenager followed his example. Although perch is best eaten in the autumn, the fish eyes have always remained the same. Suddenly, Qing remembered some poem and decided to read it at the table. Tan jokingly praised him, while Wang stated that not everyone was as untalented as Guobin, adding that this poem was written by Yun, a poet of the Yuan dynasty, in a painting called Boat in Autumn Water. They then continued drinking, but at a certain point there was not enough wine. The fish were also all eaten, but the thoughtful mentor did not see a problem in this, having said that this was enough, so they should return to their rooms. But since Tan was not at all full, he of course wanted the banquet to continue. Yu suggested that if he was hungry, they could have a barbecue, and naturally Guo agreed. Saying that Qing still had to treat him, they went outside. Soon they arrived at an establishment where, according to the main character, the best meat was prepared. Thus, they ordered a huge number of different dishes, which surprised the chef, who called them to sit down at the table while he prepared food and brought it to them. Having found a seat in the establishment, Tan asked the waitress for cutlery and dishes. A couple of minutes later, the girl brought them freshly brewed tea and all the accessories. She also offered to buy 2 Golden Spring beers, but Guobin agreed. However, Shu wished for 4 bottles to properly celebrate Wang's mentorship. After a while, they were brought a lot of food and the boys began to have a snack. There really was a huge amount of meat, and it was also quite tasty. This is what the enthusiastic Bin reported, and of course Qing agreed with him. Siu noted that he didn't have much to do and therefore could relax, but Tang had to eat well, after which for several minutes, they were occupied exclusively with eating. But suddenly Guobin asked if he could tell him the secret of the statue. But the guy assured me that this could cause trouble, and besides, it was useless information for him. Then Tang asked his friend to promise him one important thing, and the surprised Qing asked what he was talking about. Bean replied that he was obliged to teach him all the techniques that he would soon learn himself. Zhu agreed and suggested recording their training on video camera. The stunned friend noted that the master would not approve of this idea, but the teenager assured him that the old man would definitely not do anything to him now, which surprised Guo greatly. Tan immediately remembered to call Luo to bring him the best video camera with memory cards. Suddenly, Qing saw a smoking youth who was clearly behaving inappropriately, but his friend urged him to calm down. Half an hour later, Luo arrived, bringing Guobin's order with him, and followed them. Having shown his suitcase, the guy said that everything needed to be in it. Tan immediately put him on the ground and said that Shu could record the training on camera to send to him. However, at that moment, the previously noticed smoking teenager suddenly grabbed the suitcase and rushed off in an unknown direction. Lo, in turn, instantly grabbed the chair, while the main character did not even have time to figure out what had happened, after which the guy threw a chair towards the thief. Everything happened quite quickly. A couple of seconds later, the chair flew into the young man's head, causing him to drop the suitcase from his hands. Then Lo moved towards the petty thief in a completely calm and casual manner. After making sure that he was indeed alive, Tan's henchman took the suitcase. The guy started saying that he had no right to beat him, especially on the street. Soon he hurried to call his accomplices and reported what had happened. The merchant knew that Mahu would call his thugs, and there would be problems. In connection with this, he ran up to the clients and asked them to leave, since bandits would come here now and they would have trouble. However, Guobin stated that there was no need to worry as they would deal with them. He added that his hands had been itching for a long time and he wanted to give someone a good beating. Meanwhile, Mahu said that his boss and his guys would be arriving soon and they would be in trouble. The chef continued to persuade them to leave and even agreed to give them a discount. But Shu objected, so I paid for the food in advance, but he gave me more money than was necessary. An extremely self-confident Tan declared that whoever it was, he would beat them all up. But suddenly, Qing said that he had no time for these scum, so they decided to leave. Mahu began to run after them and demand that they stay and wait for his people. The young man turned around and the guy immediately backed away, but then rushed after them again. Realizing that he had to delay them by any means necessary until reinforcements arrived, afterwards, he couldn't think of anything better to do than grab Guobin by the leg. Enraged, Tang ordered Luo to hit him again so that he would finally understand who he was dealing with. But just at that moment, thugs on motorcycles drove up to the establishment. One of them said that they beat up his friend and therefore should answer for it. Mahu in turn ran up to them and said that they wanted to escape. The leader of the gang was a certain Zhang, who once served in the Chinese army and assembled a sizable criminal organization, which constantly terrorized the local population. But Delhi noticed that the guys were not simple. Mahu began to understand that the situation was indeed extremely difficult and the consequences could be dire. Meanwhile, the protagonist and Guobin got into the car. Tang declared that they must fight. Zhu, in turn, wanted to hand them over to the police so that they could finally put these criminals in jail. King also asked if they really didn't need help, and his friend assured him that he and Luo could handle it, after which they headed towards the thugs to teach them a lesson. At the same time, Bin armed himself with a crowbar since there were quite a few bandits. The stunned thugs began to understand that it would not be easy to deal with them, but the self-confident Zhang ordered his henchmen to attack and beat up the upstarts. The brave Guobin immediately began to defend himself, as did his servant Luo. Several people instantly ran up to Tan, literally surrounding him from all sides. The guard at this time also rushed to inflict extremely ferocious blows on the thugs. Eventually, Deli entered into a fight with him, realizing how strong the guy was. The rest of Zhang's henchmen had already been beaten by Bin, and some had even fled. At a certain point, the gang leader's hands began to shake and he could do nothing to resist the strong Lo. Tan's bodyguard took advantage of this and began to launch furious attacks into the thug's body. However, Guobin himself was dissatisfied with this brawl because the bandits turned out to be extremely weak. The main character, in turn, urged him to get into the car and leave quickly. Soon, Bin brought Shu home and reminded the teenager not to forget to share his martial techniques with him. After he left, Qing began to understand that he actually wanted to learn not for self-defense. Heading home, the guy naively believed that everyone had already gone to bed, since it was late. But when he entered the house, he unexpectedly saw his mentor and greeted him. Suddenly, the old man asked the young man if he had enjoyed the day, and the teenager answered positively. Then Wang said that he must learn an important technique and destroy it so that it would not fall into Tang's hands. It was strange. Shu wondered what he should do, because Guobin was waiting for a video of combat techniques from him. But the mentor insisted, saying that Bin was born with the back of his head upside down, and this skill would kill him. The elder understood that at this rate, Tang might not live to be 30 years old. Qing also knew full well that only innocent people could master this ability, and if this is really so, then he will have to train at the cost of his own life. Yu suddenly asked how innocent a person must be. Grandfather responded by saying that Qing was clearly just such a person, since he was able to see such things. Then the teenager asked how long he had to remain in this state, because anything could happen. The teacher said that when he moves to the second level, he might well start a family. Zhu again asked when this time would be, and Wang replied that it would be when he turned 20 years old. Since he had it exactly like that, but with the help of the magical Sharira, 3 months would be enough for him. Then the joyful young man gladly took this technique from his mentor, after which they went to their rooms to finally go to bed. The next morning, the protagonist laid out the magic pearls on the bed and thought. Taking the Shariras in his hands, Shu looked at them for a long time, realizing that he needed to do this. Moreover, cultivation is an integral part of a true martial arts master. After consuming the pearls, Qing began to listen to the audio course of this technique, where Wang spoke in detail about the magical ability and how to successfully master it, where it was necessary to lead qi from all parts of the body to the acupuncture point of Ophiron at the top of the bridge of the nose. It was also necessary to sense the presence of Zhengyang's internal energy. At this point, when he reaches his peak, Shu will literally be able to split the stone. At the same time, the guy will be able to fill the golden spear with energy, and it will be like an invincible column. But to do this, you need to train for several months in a hot climate and then in a cold one. Wang, in turn, gave a couple of points where it would be best to practice, in the form of the city of Kekatuohai and the Turpan Basin, adding that these places are called the Fiery State and the Icy Sea. Qin liked the idea of traveling to new cities where he could break through to the first level. Soon, Zhu began cultivating again to find the acupuncture point for collecting energy. After a certain amount of time of meditation, the guy suddenly felt a strange feeling. Then he imagined himself flying into his right eye and was horrified. After which he finally realized that this was actually inner vision, where you can see blood vessels. Qing also began to use the eye as a storage place and, through shoulder acupuncture, to spread the pearl qi throughout the body. However, it was not as easy as he initially thought, and in some places it was even painful. What he didn't expect, Shu continued to wander through his internal system. But the pain suddenly intensified. The guy literally started shaking, but he continued to diligently move towards his goal. At a certain point, he felt really bad and his head started spinning. The protagonist ignored this moment and went back to the world of meditation. But just a moment later, the Yangon acupuncture point began to hurt again. At that moment, a worried old man ran in and asked if he was okay, after which he began to help Shu painlessly overcome several important points. Thus, using his Zhengyang energy, Wang adjusted the Yangon point. Qing calmed down and continued to cultivate with the help of the martial artist. The guy thanked his mentor and said that he was already feeling much better, adding that if the teacher helps him break through several acupuncture points, he will soon break through to a new level. However, the elder remained silent. The teenager could not understand what he had done wrong and why the old man was silent. Then he suddenly asked how many points he had managed to overcome, and the young man answered, 52, and also 18 external and additional ones, and in total there were about 70 acupuncture points. The old man was stunned by such an incredible result and asked his student again. Wang noted that he did not expect such success, and at this rate, he would really break through soon. The mentor became extremely curious about what Shu was capable of and whether he could do it within 3 days. In this regard, he asked how he managed to get through so many points. Qing decided not to reveal his secret about the miraculous eyes, the power of which he had recently acquired. So the guy said that with the help of 3 Sharira pearls he was able to do it, adding that it was they who helped him with this and caused an attack of chills. Wang believed that the teenager was an incredibly talented cultivator, but the old man said that he should not rush so much in his training. The teacher also encouraged him to eat a good meal of fish, which Shu was very happy about. Seeing the exquisite dish on the table, the surprised Qing asked if he had really prepared it himself, and the old man answered in the affirmative. But when he tried the perch, he declared that the fish was too soft, but tasty, and he loves solid food in the form of barbecue. The elder was not pleased to hear this. A stunned Wang remarked that the fish was much better, but the young man sharply replied that everyone had different tastes. At this moment, an unknown number suddenly called him. Shu picked up the phone. After talking on the phone, the protagonist informed the teacher that their cargo from Yunan had arrived. Going outside, the young foreman saw a truck and ran up to the workers, who asked his name and asked him to sign a document confirming receipt of the cargo. One of them said they could help with unloading, but it would cost 500 won more. The young cultivator paid even more to have them do their job well. Soon they arrived at the house and Shu asked them to bring all the equipment into the basement. 15 minutes later, they reported on the work they had done and hurried to the exit. The old man decided to go down to the basement to see what his henchman was so busy with. Seeing how puzzled he was by the stones, the mentor remarked that he should not get carried away with such things. But Qing continued to ignore him and connected the stone cutter because the jades were worth millions. However, the elder did not like this attitude of the student, and he hit one of the cobblestones. With that, he fell apart in half. The shocked teenager hastened to object. He said that he could not take out his anger on his money, since these stones were worth a lot of money. The elder took out a small book from his pocket and handed it to Shu. The young man asked what it was. Wang replied that it was his salary for 30 years and he could call the number at any time to collect it. Qing began to leaf through the notebook and found something special, which even contained a weapons license. After looking through a few more pages, the guy realized that this book was a license for absolutely everything. Wang also said that when he calls, he only needs to provide his bank card and will receive the money in 5 minutes. Although there was not much, it was clearly enough for small expenses. Seeing a familiar face on the next sheet, Shu asked if it was Sui. The bewildered old man asked in response what this strange word meant. Then Qing said that with this book, he couldn't even get into the Longquan sanatorium. Wang said nervously that when he called on the phone and said his name, he would know that this book was not fake. In any case, the student decided not to irritate his mentor and hurried to remove the precious stones, after which he asked the teacher to return to the points, because the sooner he reached the second level, the faster he would be able to get rid of these stones. The elder realized that he cared too much about money, and this was clearly a warning sign. But the most important thing is that absolutely everything depends on fate, which the young man apparently has not yet realized. Entering the room, Van urged the protagonist to take the Sharira pearls in his hand. The young master immediately took the magic peas and began to penetrate through the acupuncture points. But after passing about 200 positions, the young cultivator felt incredible pain. Especially when it came to the limb points, Shu was holding on with all his might. The pain intensified. The mentor urged the student to be patient, since there was very little left. However, a moment later, Qing suddenly lost consciousness. The old man expected such a result, after which he gave him the opportunity to rest a little, but at the same time, the elder, of course, was dissatisfied, because he had expected a slightly different outcome. He remembered himself at his age, realizing that he was luckier and managed to break through. After a certain amount of time, the teenager finally came to his senses and looked around. Suddenly, he saw his teacher at his bedside and wondered what Wang was doing there. The young man hastened to wake him up, saying that if he was tired, he should go to his room. But the mentor, awakened from sleep, said that the guy still had to break through a few more points, and tomorrow he will teach him the Zhengyang technique. Naturally, Shu agreed. after which they diligently cultivated for several hours, and Qing fainted once again. Realizing that he had definitely had enough practice for today, the old man finally left him alone. The next day, the teenager woke up and began looking around again. But Van was nowhere to be found. As Shu went downstairs, he suddenly saw Guobing in the company of an elder. Of course, Qing began to ask the teacher about Zhengyang's technique, but the old man asked how many positions he had passed. The young man replied that he had completed absolutely all the points, which literally shocked Van, who stated that the guy would soon achieve incredible success, but first it was necessary to study Zhengyang's skill. Perplexed, Tang asked if he could teach him too, since he had taken Shu as his student. The old man replied that since he had not fulfilled the main condition, it was impossible to do so, and the offended Bin immediately left. The mentor noted that in the future, Qing would become strong and would be able to protect Guo and his family. Moreover, the young man was destined for this. Unlike the same Tan, the guy took it as a compliment. Soon, Wang began to teach the protagonist the Zhengyang palm, which had 7 positions. The young master understood that this was the perfect ability for him, because it had no range limitations, after which the elder demonstrated all 7 combat techniques of this skill. Then the teacher challenged the young cultivator to try to repeat all the techniques. He began to wave his arms, showing off his talent to the fullest extent. Unexpectedly, Wang said that Qing was definitely a gifted person and that he would succeed, adding that he taught him the basic stances and techniques, but he lacked combat experience. Also, he could not interrupt the circulation of energy, because he was at a critical point of exchange for the internal spheres. At this point, the basic training ended, and the teacher announced that he would leave at dawn. Because he needs to go in search of the inner ball, and this could take about 5 years, Su understood that he could not stop his mentor, and he needed to become more independent a long time ago, after which he decided to hide the pearls of Sharira in order to use them to break through to the next level in the future. Having hidden them in a vase, the teenager went to get a good night's sleep, as fatigue was making itself felt. The next morning, Master Shui unexpectedly called him, which made Qing extremely happy. The old man said that he had bought a house near the university, and if Shu wanted to have a bite to eat, he could go there. The guy agreed, but noted that he was not going to live there, after which Zui gave him his address. Having gathered himself, Qing immediately went to visit the teacher, especially since they had not seen each other for a long time. Arriving at the right address, the young man was surprised by the old man's mansion, which did not look very attractive. Guoqiang hurried to open the door for Suyu, and the teenager entered the house. Taking him to his father, Chiang said that they had only arrived here yesterday. Soon they entered the old man's room, who in turn greeted Qin. He smiled and said that the kid was pretty quick when it came to free food. Yu said that he actually just wanted to visit Shui, and if he called him, it meant that dinner was already ready. Grandfather once again began to urge him to live together, but the boy noticed that he lived nearby. Moreover, he already has all the necessary equipment for cutting stones in his basement. Therefore, he would be able to take care of all the decorations, which the old man was extremely pleased to hear. Guoqiang noticed that the main character was quite a kind person, and Qing was flattered. Zhu himself stated that although the young master had excellent eyesight and was also lucky, jades were not cabbage. In the end, the old man accepted his offer, but immediately warned him. The young cultivator couldn't understand that he wasn't working with ordinary stones. Was it really his grandfather testing him? In this regard, he said that even if it was an ice emerald, he would be able to carve it for him. Yi smiled and asked to show him such precious stones. Naturally, Shu agreed and happily took him to his mansion. After some time, they found themselves in Qin's basement, where there was a huge amount of high-quality stones. Without thinking twice, he headed towards the cobblestones to give his assessment and was simply shocked. Because Shu had some amazing materials stacked in the corner, the teenager said that if he liked them, he could cut them out. However, Zhui said that materials should be valued and asked to cut another stone. Using his unique vision, Qing decided to cut open the specimen with the emerald glass. The old man was in anticipation and constantly urged the guy. As a result, he successfully carried out the dichotomy. The grandfather was pleased with the outcome when he saw the crystal mist and encouraged the young man to continue. Later, there was jade inside and Shu began to polish it properly. Then he gave him glass jade, which made Shui extremely happy. Qing decided to give him a precious stone as a housewarming gift, and his grandfather approved of his impulse. And naturally, he accepted the gift from the boy, saying that it definitely brings good luck. After which he began to carefully examine the high-quality glass jade, but Zhu decided to cut another stone for his mentor, who in turn wished him luck. Using his main skill again, The teenager set about finding white jade so as not to arouse suspicion, remembering how Maine gave him a boulder and it ended up being useful today. After a couple of minutes, Ching cut it, and Grandpa was upset because it was white jade. Assuming that the guy was not as talented as he initially thought, he also decided to encourage the student by saying that luck would not always smile on him. Suddenly, Shu said that he needed to tell Zhu something. The old man called on the protagonist to explain himself, as he does not like secretive people. Then the young master announced his martial arts, which clearly surprised him. Su pointed out that it wouldn't be a bad thing if the young cultivator taught him a few techniques, after which they decided to have a little snack. Suddenly, Ching said that he decided to rest, as he was very tired these days. The old man did not try to dissuade him and provided him with his knives for cutting precious stones. He also gave him a disc with a drawing tutorial so that Ching could create masterpieces in the future. The young man thanked him for his help, and finally went home to get some sleep. A couple of minutes later, his sister looked into his room and saw Shu, who was already asleep. In the evening, he woke up to the alarm clock and hurried out of bed, then went down to the living room, where he met Bin and noted that he had slept too long because he had been very exhausted lately. Suddenly, the girl asked him if he remembered what day it was tomorrow. The young man thought about it, after which I asked her a counter question. Is it really such a significant day? Extremely surprised, Chin said that tomorrow was the first day of his transfer. However, Zhu completely forgot about it and said that he only just remembered. Soon they sat down to have dinner. Then the young man decided to relax a little by playing video games. Suddenly, Zhang sent him a message, praising him for his excellent card game, which was quite unexpected, since Qing did not expect him to appear again. Then they started texting, and the guy said that he was transferring to Jiangcheng High School tomorrow. He suddenly wrote that if someone starts to bully him, he should say that he is Baldy's friend. The teenager suggested that they could meet tomorrow, after which he went to bed early. The next morning, Shu hurried to get ready to go to school. Entering the kitchen, a luxurious breakfast from his sister awaited him. The teenager did not expect this. After a hearty snack before the first and all-important day of school, Qing thanked Bin. Then they finally called a taxi to go to the new school. The guy was in anticipation. After a certain amount of time, they arrived at Jiangcheng School, and the protagonist got out of the car. But since they arrived earlier, there were no people in the educational institution. His sister decided to take him to class and wished him good luck, as this was very important for his future. At the same time, she began to give him instructions that he should work hard and listen to his teachers. The young master noted that he understood this perfectly well, and there was no need to worry so much. At this moment, Teacher Wu came out to meet them, and the young cultivator immediately paid attention to her. The teacher noticed that they had arrived too early and greeted the new student. The woman urged Shu to work hard because exams would come in a while. The little sister in turn hurried away, and Wu took Qing to the auditorium. As he entered, the boy caught himself thinking that this class was more advanced than the one he had studied in before. There was even an air conditioner with a modern projector, and there was also a lock on each desk. However, a terrible stench began to come from somewhere, and the teenager began to look around, trying to figure out where exactly the source of such an unbearable smell is. As a result, Shu used his unique vision and eventually found the right desk, in which something disgusting was hidden. Then Qing again used his ability. Later, he saw a spot of unknown origin and wondered what it was. Meanwhile, the smell became much stronger, and the young man hurried to cover his nose. Approaching the desk, Shu stated that the stench was coming from this particular desk. Wu was surprised. A moment later, an unknown liquid began to drip from the closed desk. The teacher immediately asked him to take the table out into the corridor so that she could deal with this issue later. After listening to the teacher, Qing hurried to carry the table to the end of the corridor. But at that moment, the big guy asked him why he had taken his desk out of the classroom. The fat man, in turn, demanded that he take the table back to the auditorium. The main character realized what exactly he was hiding and just smiled in response. However, an angry classmate heard the young master laugh and asked why he was laughing, after which he grabbed the young cultivator and again demanded that he return the desk to its place. The stench spread throughout the school at this time, and the students began to run in different directions. Suddenly, someone caught his table and rotten food spilled out. Suddenly, an angry teacher approached them and ordered him to clean up his desk. But the thug didn't seem to be bothered by the smell and calmly took the bag of rotten bread. The teacher, in turn, began to air out the room, as the smell was reaching its peak. Shu also hurried out of the corridor to rid himself of the stench. All the classmates started talking about how unlucky the newbie was to run into Panda. Soon after the lesson ended, Qing went out onto the balcony to get some fresh air. Suddenly, an unknown guy ran up to him and called himself Shen, and immediately asked Shu for a favor, which consisted of him covering for him while Mo smoked cigarettes on the balcony. He also offered Chin a smoke, but the teenager refused the treat. Shen noted that it was quite difficult for him to steal this pack of cigarettes from his father. A few seconds later, the teacher was already heading towards them, and the boys hurried to class. Wu calmly walked into the classroom and began the next lesson, by which time the smell of cigarettes had already disappeared. The teacher, in turn, hastened to introduce the new student to the class. All the classmates immediately turned towards the bewildered protagonist. The young master immediately stated his name and greeted everyone present. Shu, of course, liked Hong. The other girls also paid attention to the cute young cultivator. At this moment, his deskmate suddenly pushed him, and Qing turned around abruptly. A classmate asked him if he was a relative of the Iron Lady. Surprised, Shu asked him a counter question. "Who is the Iron Lady?" the boy answered. "It is their class teacher, Tilan." Meanwhile, Wu reminded all the students that the college entrance exams were coming up soon, after which they will have a literature test. Naturally, no one was happy about this news. Unexpectedly, Qing said that this was not a problem for him and asked to go for a walk. A moment later, he left the classroom and decided to go to the nearest store, which turned out to be quite spacious, and the teenager began to buy a snack. Approaching the checkout with only one milk, the young man thought about his beloved. However, at that moment, a huge shadow suddenly approached him, and Shu turned around. The guy saw Panda in front of him and began to say that his classmate needed to be taught a lesson. King reported that the teacher asked him to remove his desk because it smelled terrible. But the restless thug stood his ground and said that he would come for him after the end of classes, and Shu immediately hit him. As a result, the big guy simply collapsed to the ground, and the guy also said that if he didn't calm down, Baldy would come to him. The stunned Panda couldn't believe that his new classmate knew this man, after which the frightened fat man hurried out of the store, which greatly surprised the seller because he always bought meat. After some time, the lessons finally ended, and Qing hurried home. A couple of seconds later, he received a message. The guy decided to look at the notification. As it turned out, the news concerned Guobin and his group, and the main character was upset because he was waiting for a message from his beloved, but Yinshu never wrote to him. In connection with this, the young master decided to find her when school started, because he could not lose Liu. Finding a stranger on a motorcycle on the street, the young cultivator asked how much it cost to get to Hujing Garden. The guy replied that he would take him to the specified place for 5 yuan, and Qing paid him. Soon they set off, and Shu found himself thinking that Baldy's name had really worked, because the fat man had fallen behind him. A few minutes later, they successfully reached the teenager's mansion, and the guy wondered why such a rich kid didn't have a personal driver. At home, he was met by Chong, and the maid urged Qing to wash his hands and go to dinner. He also asked where his sister was and how Han was feeling. Shuying thanked him for his help and said that Bin was in the office and her daughter was recovering and would be discharged from the hospital next week. The guy noted that as soon as she fully recovers, Chan will be able to fully return to work. The woman was, of course, extremely grateful for this. She wanted to tell her daughter about a good employer. Soon Shu went to his room and took out the treasured pearls of Sharira from the vase. Then he began to cultivate, realizing that the released energy was not enough to break through to the second level, after which he went down to the living room, where he found his sister. The girl asked how his first day at school went. Qing declared that everything was fine and offered to warm up her food, but Bin refused, saying that she had already eaten. Then Shu took a shower and hurried to tell his friend about the incident with his classmate. Baldy, in turn, asked him if he had really used his name on the first day to resolve the conflict. The protagonist answered positively, and his friend asked how the thug reacted to this. The young master wrote that he looked scared and handed in blank sheets of paper on the test. Unexpectedly, the young cultivator invited him to meet and asked when they would see each other. The bald man replied that they could of course meet, but he didn't have that opportunity right now. At the same time, he asked Shu not to tell anyone about his abilities, so as not to become a guinea pig. Qing promised that no one would know about it. Then his friend gave the exact address where they could meet. The stunned young man began to believe that he might actually be a real bandit. And if it weren't for the fact that he used his name as a defense, I wouldn't have gotten involved with him. Eventually, they agreed to meet the following weekend. Baldy decided to treat him to real Xiaobu, but Shu objected, writing that he was treating him. Then he began to believe that this person might actually be a beautiful girl. The next day, Qing went to school as usual, where, in general, it was not boring. Also, Panda and other hooligans like him no longer bothered him or caused him any trouble. Finally, the weekend came, and the teenager went to the designated place where they had agreed to meet Bald. Upon entering the cafe, the employee immediately asked if he wanted to go online. Yu responded positively and ordered 2 packs of cigarettes and cold beer. Having taken alcoholic drinks from the refrigerator, the young man paid for 2 hours of stay in the establishment. King also asked the internet cafe worker where Baldy was. The employee asked him for 300 won and asked why he needed Baldy. The guy replied that they had agreed to meet. Then he sent him to the 18th place and said that Baldy had long hair. Having taken the cigarettes and beer, the teenager began to look for Baldy's place and himself. He soon came across a long-haired and fairly muscular man, realizing that it was him. The protagonist noticed that he was really good at playing video games. However, at that moment, Lacey lost the round, which literally made him furious. Suddenly, the young master wrote him a message. Baldy was surprised, thinking that he was next to him. The guy unexpectedly discovered a young cultivator at the neighboring computer. Shu, smiling broadly, asked if his joke had been a success, and Baldy smiled. King noted that he was confusing with his appearance, and then gave him the cigarettes. But the teenager was eager to find out his friend's real name, and he asked what his name was. The bald man demanded that his friend not laugh when he told him. Naturally, Shu promised not to laugh. However, hearing the name Heeshang, Chin found it quite difficult to restrain himself. But after a couple of seconds, the young man laughed, which Baldy was extremely unhappy about. After stating that his grandmother believed in Buddhism, and that was why she named him that, he then proceeded to treat him. But Zhu insisted on paying the bill, and Shang did not resist his demand. Everyone present in the internet cafe began to actively discuss the unknown guy, who for some reason became friends with Baldy. They could only guess who he was to him. Soon they went to a cafe where they prepared shabu. He teased his friend, saying that you have to be really brave to try this dish. Having entered and sat down at the table, Bald asked the waiter to bring them watermelon with ice. They also ordered wine with various meats and squid. Zhu remarked that he was a true monk. They talked about various topics for a while, and suddenly Qing called over the waiter. Having asked him to bring the bill, a few minutes later the employee of the establishment fulfilled his request. The young man paid 1,000 yuan instead of 750, thereby leaving a considerable tip. A puzzled Shang asked why he had left the waiter such a big tip. Xu immediately changed the subject and said that he promised to demonstrate his psychic abilities to him. He laughed it off, saying that he clearly wanted to be caught and used as a guinea pig. King insisted that he would not tell anyone about this and placed the watermelon seeds on a plate, which was the very test for Baldy, because he wanted to see Baldy's skills with his own eyes. Shang, in turn, spent a long time choosing a seed with a thoughtful face, after which, having made his choice, he said that now he would see a real miracle. The main character was tormented by the question of whether he really had extrasensory abilities. The young master immediately used his unique vision to verify this for himself. However, nothing happened in the next few seconds, and the young cultivator thought that he had simply deceived him. But a minute later, a plant suddenly sprouted from the seed, and Shu was stunned by this result. It literally rushed towards the ceiling and continued to grow endlessly. It was amazing. Suddenly, a huge lotus blossomed at the end of the vine. Qing really didn't expect such a development of events. Realizing that he is not, in fact, the only person with unique skills, grabbing one of the plants with his hand, the teenager tried to pull it sharply towards him. However, at that moment another vine got wrapped around his leg, and he could not get rid of it. Zhu called on his friend to stop and free his leg, but Baldy only laughed in response. Then he finally pulled the plant off, and it wrapped around his hand, thereby untangling Qing's leg. Shang asked his friend if this wasn't a miracle, since it was clearly something that only a few people had. After which he handed the liana into the hands of a young man who decided to test the strength of the plant. However, it turned out to be quite fragile and broke without any effort. Then he explained that when the vine leaves his hand, it becomes unreliable. Having lit another cigarette, Baldy looked mysteriously at his friend. Zhu promised that he would not tell anyone about his ability, because no one would believe him anyway and would simply send him to a mental hospital. Baldy said that Qing was the first person he told about his incredible skill. The guy in turn decided to continue his meal. Of course, Shang joined him, after which the teenager also decided to demonstrate his martial arts techniques to his friend. The stunned. He asked him to teach him such spectacular kung fu, but the young man refused. Then Baldy said that he would pester him at school until he agreed, but Shu said that only virgins can have this ability, and if he uses this skill, he will definitely die from internal bleeding. A sad Baldy believed him, but Qing said that he shouldn't worry about it so much because He would always find a way out of the situation. The main character also said that he has another kung fu that he can teach him. Shang immediately asked if it was effective, and the young master assured him that it was more than effective. He added that after learning this technique, all the gangsters would truly respect him. Interested, he again asked what martial art he was talking about. The young cultivator replied, "The skill is called 18 direct knockdown methods." Naturally, Baldy wanted to become Shu's student, which is what he began to ask him about. King noted that he was in too much of a hurry, but Baldy wanted to learn today. Then the guy said that they should agree that he would only teach him, and Shang will never pass this ability on to anyone. He promised that he will not tell a single living soul. Shu asked if he had fought a lot in his life. Baldy stated that it happened every couple of days. King suddenly called on him to attack him, but Baldy refused to hit his friend. The teenager assured that everything would be fine and that he would only use this secret technique. The overconfident Shang immediately pounced on him with his fists, trying to strike, but the young man very skillfully dodged his attacks, which literally shocked Bald, who couldn't hit him in any way. Suddenly, Shu grabbed his hand, after which he responded with a powerful blow, which sent Baldy flying to the side. With a mischievous smile, Qing asked how he was feeling. Shang said in a choked voice that his back was hurting badly. The boy asked for forgiveness, saying that it was difficult for him to control his strength. Zhu then showed him exactly how to defend and attack to achieve results, adding that this was the end of today's training. He then asked how many lunges he had memorized. The bald man replied that there were about 12 techniques, but he had not mastered them all. King was extremely surprised that after seeing it just once, he was able to remember the 12 strikes. The main character understood that Baldy was actually gifted, stating that this ability is different from the modern version, but it is from the original book. Shang, in turn, continued to diligently repeat the techniques, which once again surprised Shu. The young master believed that he could become a martial arts genius in the future. He also praised his friend, saying that for the first day this was an excellent result. Soon, the young cultivator helped his friend down, as he was unable to walk on his own. Meanwhile, they were being followed by an unknown person who was clearly hostile. The stranger started his motorcycle and chased after Baldy and his friend. He was also joined by his henchmen on bikes, and Baldy noticed them. Qing asked if these were his enemies. Shang remarked that with a fighter like Shu, he feared no one. Seeing the obvious leader of the thugs, the teenager asked who he was. Then he told him a fascinating story. About a year ago, a friend came running to him with a request to protect his girlfriend. Zhilong's people pestered her, including himself, and naturally Baldy came to the rescue. Together with his friend, they began to fight with the self-confident bandits. After they were defeated, it seemed that the conflict was over, but Mao decided to take revenge. Of course, he couldn't forget about that incident, and from that moment on, he longed to fight him again. Zhilong, in turn, noted that now no one would help him because he couldn't even stand on his feet. And apparently the fun was a success. A puzzled Shu asked Shang what kind of fun he was talking about. One of the thugs said that he meant their male fun, because they were so suitable for each other. Of course, the others picked up on this joke and began to provoke he and Qin. The bald man explained to his friend what exactly he meant and why they were laughing. The brave young man called on Baldy to stand aside while he dealt with the scum, after which he demanded that the bandits attack him all at once, which clearly surprised them. Zhilong's henchman stepped forward and said that he would personally deal with this child. Armed with a club, he moved towards the main character, saying that he was finished, adding that this bat had knocked out countless teeth of upstarts like him. The young master only smiled in response and also headed towards the self-confident thug. Then, with absolute ease and nonchalance, he sent him into a horizontal position with just one blow. The stunned bandits didn't even have time to blink before their brother was already on the ground. For a few seconds, everyone silently looked at the young cultivator, realizing that he was strong. However, Mao said that this kid wouldn't do anything to them, and that there was definitely no need to be afraid of him. Calling on his men to attack him immediately and teach him a life lesson, and in order to give his minions confidence, Zilong decided to attack him first. The rest of the armed thugs ran after their arrogant leader. The frightened bald one called on his friend to retreat, as there were too many of them and they were armed. But Qing had a different plan, which he hastened to put into practice. A moment later, Shu had beaten all the thugs with his lightning-fast strikes. Baldy was shocked by his friend's incredible strength and simply froze in place. While all the bandits were located on the asphalt, Mao was also stunned by what was happening. Approaching him, the teenager asked if he really was the leader of this gang. after which the guy called on him to surrender, or else he would suffer the same fate. Zilong became scared. As he was retreating, he suddenly bumped into his motorcycle and fell to the ground with it. Zhu, in turn, picked up the bat of one of the bandits and headed towards the frightened Mao. Closing his eyes, he suddenly heard the characteristic sound of a blow and noticed a black liquid on his hands. Not understanding why his blood was black, he turned around to see that the guy had stabbed his bike with a baton, and oil was leaking out of it. Soon the main character walked the lame bald man to the internet cafe and said goodbye to him. The young master himself again took a taxi and finally went home. On the way, he only thought of one thing, that this technique was really incredible, and he needed to break through to the second level. Returning home, the young cultivator greeted his sister and hurried to his room, where Qing began to break the Pearl of Wisdom to release its magical power, so that eventually this power would open his doctrine and be able to control the vessels. Taking one of them, Shu began to cut it into two parts, but it did not give in. The teenager tried again, but the pearl was still intact and undamaged. Naturally, Qing was not going to give up and repeated this action several times. After several hours, the pellet still hadn't released its magic. Even though the guy cut off more than half, nothing happened, which was pretty strange. Finally pierced by the point, the pearl cracked and eventually broke in half. After a couple of seconds, two golden magical entities were released from it, which was extremely painful to look at, as Shu's eyes began to hurt sharply. Because of this, the young man closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he suddenly found himself in an unknown place. Assuming that he was in his right mind, the guy began to look around. Suddenly, he saw two fiery horses, realizing that this was the released energy. Kian needed to catch them and bring them to the birth vessel in the heart. Having finally mounted one of them, Shu rushed after the second one to take control of it as well. Throwing a magic lasso around his neck, the guy suddenly moved onto the second horse. Then he realized that he could only control one of them. But if he did not stop their rampage, it would lead to disastrous consequences. Because all his meridians and vessels will simply be destroyed and he will die, suddenly his heart sank, and he felt like he was going to lose consciousness. However, even so, Qing did not think of giving up and continued to stubbornly pursue the second magical essence. Suddenly, he noticed a huge flaming sphere and realized that it was Zhengyang's energy bursting out from Dantian. In connection with this, the teenager suggested that he should simply let go of the energy. Besides, he had no other choice because he couldn't keep up with them, which meant he had to hope for a miracle. The protagonist continued to meditate diligently to achieve his goal, and oddly enough, the young master's guess really worked, and he came to the desired result. Since it was an extremely tiring task, Shu was literally sweating profusely, so the young cultivator decided to take a shower and then lay down on the bed to rest. However, he did not notice how he fell into a deep sleep, while his sister was worried about him. The girl went to his room and started knocking on the door, but no one answered. And when he asked her to wait a few seconds, Bin suddenly entered the room, where I saw my brother in just a towel and was horrified, not understanding what was going on. She immediately ran out of his room and called him to come down to have a snack. At the table, they discussed purchasing a vehicle, but Zhu noted that they would be sent a car in a few days. But Bean wanted to buy a scooter, and they also remembered the maid's daughter, whom they wanted to help and let live with them. When they went to the hospital the next day, they found a crowd of people. Crammed into the elevator, Qing and his sister went up to the required floor. However, an unknown person took advantage of the moment and began to pester the girls. Seeing Qin in a depressed state, the puzzled teenager asked what happened. At this point, another girl accused the stranger of an extremely disgusting act. Naturally, he began to deny it, but Shu did not bother to investigate and simply threw the offender out of the elevator. So the problem was solved. Bin was shocked to realize that her brother had already grown up. After leaving the elevator, the sister remarked that Qing was simply incredible, and she had no idea how strong he had become. The young man began to joke, saying that he was always on top and had no equal. As they walked down the corridor to Han's room, the girl asked him not to hit people anymore. Soon they came to Chan and her daughter. The woman was sitting by the girl's bed. Bin and Shu hurried into the room, greeting Shu Ying, who clearly didn't expect them to appear. The stunned servant asked why they had come and what they were doing there. At this moment, Zhui suddenly woke up and saw Qing in front of her, which made her confused. Asking if it was really him, the guy smiled and stroked her hair. Han said that when her mother told her about the employer who paid her in advance, she knew it was him. Naturally, she began to thank her savior, and the main character, in turn, wished her a speedy recovery. Bin introduced herself as the young master's sister, and Zhu smiled at her. saying that she had a good brother. The young cultivator also asked the girl if the suspect had been found. Han reported that they found his burnout car, especially since the number turned out to be fake. She also told about a man who held a grudge against her, but the police found no evidence. Xu began to realize that someone very influential had done this, and he had clearly thought of everything. But suddenly Yue said that it didn't matter anymore since she didn't want to touch him. Chan suddenly said that they could move to Qin's, where no one would find them, but there were plenty of guards there. The guy suspected that someone had come to the hospital to cause her more trouble. At that moment, the door of the ward swung open and the doctor entered and announced that an examination was necessary. She added that she also needs to have an X-ray and come to the hospital in a month and a half to have the cast removed. However, the teenager found it quite strange that the doctor was in a hurry to discharge the patient. After this, Xu called the maid, and the woman asked her employer what happened. King noticed that Han had not been in the best mood lately. Xu Ying was already well aware of this, but she wanted to understand what the young man was getting at. The guy, in turn, said that if they needed any help, he would try to do everything possible. Then Chan said that as soon as her daughter was admitted to the hospital, bandits showed up and began threatening her, mentioning a certain Wei. She immediately called the guards, but they were immediately beaten, and no one could help them. After which she called the police, but the thugs managed to leave, and then law enforcement officers arrived. And so she assumed that they were in cahoots, and since then they have been overcome with fear. And soon the doctors began to demand that Zhu leave the hospital, since she was causing them constant problems. Qing immediately realized that it would be best to turn to Guobin for help. Chan also said that if it bothered him that much, they might not have to move into his house. But the guy insisted that they go and live with him for a while. Suddenly, Xu Ying said that this Wei was the son of the deputy mayor of Haiguo. The woman really didn't want to put her savior in danger, but the teenager made a final decision to finally deal with the Wei family. The main character continued to insist that Xu Ying and her daughter should stay with them. The maid thanked the young master again and said that she would take care of this issue after he was discharged. Meanwhile, the doctor examined Han and said that she was recovering, and soon she will be able to be discharged. He also provided her with a wheelchair, but at the same time, he demanded that the girl clean up the room and not create any more problems for them. The young cultivator didn't understand why he was treating her like that. At that moment, Tang called him. Xu didn't waste time and asked if he knew someone named Wei. Guobin asked him in return why he needed him, adding that it was better not to mess with him since he was a madman. Qing asked if he was afraid of him, but Bean continued to dissuade his friend, saying that he should not be touched under any circumstances. However, the self-confident young man said that he intended to knock out all his teeth if necessary. Soon, Sui was discharged, and Chang went with her to his mansion. They also needed to pack their things. The guy suggested that his sister go home too, and the girl agreed. After a certain amount of time, they arrived at the villa where Guobin was already waiting for them. The teenager was surprised by his sudden appearance and asked what he was doing there. Tan said that he brought the car and the necessary documents, which was quite unexpected. Xu in turn invited him to go out for dinner. Guo looked at him mysteriously. He then stated that they needed to talk in private, and a surprised Qing agreed. The teenager urged him not to dissuade him from dealing with Han. But Tang pointed out that no one in this city dared to mess with Wei. The young man replied that then he simply had to put them in their place in order to protect people. Guobin kept repeating the same thing, that he couldn't do anything to them. However, Xu had a completely different opinion, because he felt his incredible strength. Bean suddenly noticed that he was actually trying for him and he should listen to him. As always, the self-confident Qing said that Wei could not do anything to him and his friend had nothing to worry about. After all, if he challenged him, he would disfigure him. At this moment, Zhu grabbed the statuette and nervously threw it on the floor. Tan was shocked by his friend's attitude and tried in every way to dissuade him, but all was in vain. In fact, Bean envied the main character because he had reached incredible heights, and if he had known how important it was to preserve innocence for collecting energy, he would have definitely done it. The guy said that he could improve his techniques through the sunflower method, after which he asked his friend if he really thought Wei could defeat him. Then Tan said that even if that were the case, he still couldn't be faster than a bullet. After all, no martial art can cope with a pistol. Qing already understood this. After lighting a cigarette, Guobin noted that the teenager was lucky because he had someone to help him. And if he offers help, then the mad dog's comfortable life will come to an end. The young master, in turn, assumed that he was talking specifically about teacher Vanya. Suddenly, Tan asked his friend to bring him some water because he was thirsty. The young cultivator immediately went to get a glass of water. and Bin noted that he was being overly kind. At the same time, he felt a strange taste. Shu stated that this water had been standing here for several days, so he decided to play a trick on him and suddenly asked who could stop Master Wang. But Tan said that the old man he cut stones for would be better able to help him with this, adding that he was indeed envious of him because Qing had acquired the right people. Bin himself understood that if the guy could deal with Haigo, it would make things easier for everyone. Before leaving, Guo said that he left him a flash drive, then hurried away. Zhu picked it up and wondered why Tang was so mysterious lately. Taking advantage of the moment, he instantly watched the video recording on the flash drive, where Wei himself and his servant Zhilong played the main role, which was quite curious. The arrogant guy asked the henchman how things were going with them. Qing did not expect that his accomplice would be Mao, whom he had beaten up yesterday. Long informed him that they had done everything according to plan, but the young man had gone too far. A dissatisfied Wei noted that if he couldn't handle such an easy job, then he wasn't needed. Jar continued to say that when he saw Shu's broken legs, he became so excited that he forgot to knock her down. In the end, Wei ordered him to shut up and get out of there immediately. A saddened Mao headed for the exit, but suddenly his patron stopped him. After throwing a wad of money, he ordered Long to keep his mouth shut and not tell anyone what had happened. Ji hurried to pick up the money from the floor and promised to keep his mouth shut. An enraged Shu finally realized that Wei and his friend Mao were behind the accident. Soon the protagonist went to Old Man Shu's home, but he was not there, which was reported to him by the maid. The young master gave her the flash drive and asked her to urgently give it to him as soon as he returned home. Qing also asked to tell him that this was about Han's car accident. The young cultivator believed that with its help, he could achieve justice for her. At that moment, he discovered an enraged dog that chased after him. Shu, in turn, naturally began to run away from him, but the dog was extremely agile and fast. Suddenly, a police patrol headed towards him, which was quite strange. Eventually, they tried to grab him, but the boy fought back. And it is worth noting that the teenager did this quite successfully, scattering them to the sides. Law enforcement officers did not expect such agility from the boy, but at a certain moment, when he turned to run away again, a girl appeared in front of him. King recognized her as Zhang Xiu, who was the cousin of his former mistress. The young lady pointed a gun at him and demanded that he come with her to the police station. Since the boy was suspected of intentionally causing harm, Shu realized that it was Mao's doing. At the same time, Zhang noted that if he continued to resist, she had the right to shoot. Thus, Qing surrendered to the authorities and began to think about what to do next and how to get out of the situation. Suddenly, through the window, he saw Mr. Su's car. Realizing that the old man had already returned, Zhu asked for permission to call home, as his family would obviously be worried about him. But he was denied, after which he was taken to the police station and interrogated, where he was charged with beating Zilong. Investigators also began to claim that he and Shang did it without reason. Of course, the main character began to object that in fact they attacked them, and it was self-defense. Realizing that Mao had really tried and now he was in a dire situation. But this clearly happened at Wei's instigation, since he is the one with influential connections. Meanwhile, Zhang continued to press the young master, urging him to tell the truth. The young cultivator, as before, stuck to his version and repeated the same thing. Xiu suddenly stated that she knew that it was he who asked him to help beat up those people who were currently in the hospital. Shu, in turn, remained silent, not understanding how the police could be so stupid. Then, he once again stated that it was self-defense, and that it was provided for by law, adding that they would rather interrogate Zilong instead, who had set everything up. Suddenly, Zhang became silent, realizing that this complicated matter was indeed difficult. She also came to the conclusion that Qing could defend himself because his words did not sound like lies. Unexpectedly, Xiu ordered the interrogation to be stopped, as it was necessary to obtain more information from the other participants in the case. At the same time, she ordered the duty officer to take him to his cell until the next day. Zhu immediately jumped up from his seat and began demanding that he call his relatives, adding that he had to go to school tomorrow. The investigator laughed in response. He said that now he wouldn't get there anytime soon because the kid was a suspect. Xin reiterated that if Jiang did not allow his loved ones to be informed about what had happened, he would not go anywhere. Xiu, in turn, began to believe that he really could know her cousin. The officer on duty immediately threatened the teenager with a baton and ordered him to sit down. He also said that the guy has no right to address her by name. But Shu did not calm down and continued to claim that Wei had set him up and had deliberately decided to send him to prison. The stunned policeman replied that no one could accuse Haigo of such a thing and that he was a respected man. The officer on duty was seething with anger, saying that if he had the right, he would have beaten him up already. Finally, Zhang said that Shu could call, but the protagonist asked to make 2 calls. The investigator urged the young master not to be impudent, but Siyu ordered him to remove the handcuffs from the suspect. The young cultivator decided to demonstrate his abilities and said that they would not hold him back, after which, with particular ease, he tore the handcuffs apart. Everyone was shocked by the boy's strength. Meanwhile, the sister was restless, not understanding where Qing was. A couple of minutes later, the teenager finally called home and Bean hurried to pick up the phone. Zhu asked her to go to old man Xue and ask him to look at the video on the flash drive, and also to take a day off from school. The stunned sister realized that he was in trouble because Qing was in police custody, in connection with which she went to the indicated address. Chan was shocked and asked to at least take an umbrella with her, because it was raining outside. Soon the young man tried to call several more people, but the numbers were disconnected. Zhang demanded that he immediately put all his things in a bag. She then ordered Liu to take him to the holding cell. Xu, in turn, began to examine the suspect's personal belongings. But when looking through his wallet, a small book suddenly fell out of it. The girl hurried to familiarize herself with its contents and bent down to pick up the notebook. Zhang asked the boy who the ID belonged to. Qing replied that his mentor was the owner. The stunned Siyu doubted his words and asked him to tell her more about it. The teenager only replied that his master was an influential person and they had better let him go. The girl began to understand that it would be better to report this to her superiors. But suddenly, Deputy Shen called her. After informing him of what was happening, she was suddenly ordered to release the young man. An embittered Zhang gave her number to Shu and said that she would still follow him. Qing said that he had not done anything illegal and that he had nothing to fear. Liu was completely shocked, saying that he could not be released, but Xu said that this was an order from Deputy Shen. Thus, the guy finally found himself free. But late at night, suddenly he was blinded by the headlights of a car that was rushing at great speed. The car passed literally a couple of centimeters away from the frightened protagonist. The extremely indignant young master began to insult the driver, saying that he didn't know how to drive at all. At that moment, the car turned sharply and headed towards the guy again. The young cultivator knew that this was not an accident, and he was deliberately trying to run into him. But at the most crucial moment, when the car was a couple of meters away from Shu, a miracle happened. This is something the attacker did not expect, because the young man used his skills. As a result, the windshield instantly shattered, and glass fragments cut his entire face. Thus, the car turned sharply and crashed into the wall at full speed. King was shocked by his own magical abilities, realizing how effective Wang's techniques were. But since he didn't want to go back to the police station, the teenager hurried to escape from the scene. Shu assumed that this was another trick from Wei. But the main thing was that he did not drag his family into this showdown. Meanwhile, Han, Suye, and Guoqiang tried to calm the boy's sister down, saying that he would be fine. Bin, in turn, cried like a child and could not calm down because she did not know what was wrong with her brother. A moment later, the guy came out from around the corner and asked what was going on. The stunned little sister finally calmed down when she saw him safe and sound. The old man was furious, saying that the boy needed to be taught a lesson because he had made everyone nervous. Zhu claimed that he was constantly involved in brawls, and such behavior was not befitting of a true martial artist. Thus, the situation finally stabilized, because the main thing was that everything was okay with Qin. Zhu couldn't understand why everything had changed so much, as if the owner of the family had changed. At this point, Guoqiang announced that he had reviewed the recordings from the flash drive and would do everything possible to destroy the scoundrels. The teenager also spoke about what happened after leaving the police station. Everyone was in shock. King was worried that his family would now be in danger, and the old man continued to blame him for everything. Zhu then asked him if he would just watch these scumbully people. Zhuyi, in turn, remained silent, but his son hastened to defuse the situation. At the same time, he unexpectedly stood up for the young man, saying that he did everything right. Chiang showed the flash drive. The protagonist said that he had a friend named Guo, and he recorded it when Wei and Mao were discussing their affairs. Guo noted that most people would be happy if Haigo took over, and Tang remained in charge. For the safety of his family, Shu asked the old man to move into his mansion, adding that otherwise he would have to give up his stone-cutting training. A dumbfounded Shui asked him again if he was really ready to give up on this matter. Guotiang immediately reacted and said that he had greatly upset his father. Qing immediately stated that it was just a joke, after which the young master asked the old man for forgiveness and said that he would never have done such a thing. Grandfather, in turn, advised him not to be so impulsive because that way he becomes more vulnerable. King replied that he would definitely obey him, and Shui urged him to return. As soon as the young cultivator entered the house, he immediately began to meditate. But with each subsequent time, it became more and more painful to do this. Shu, as always, endured. With a rag clenched in his teeth, Qing continued the extremely painful process of self-improvement. After all, in addition to strong internal energy, a person had to have willpower to shake the vessels. However, with his unique vision, the teenager was in no danger of failure. He only had to go through the grueling procedure. It took the young man a whole night to pass through the section of the conception vessels. In particular, he realized one thing. In the future, this would have to be done more slowly and calmly. Shu also sweated profusely as always and hurried to take a shower before school. According to his calculations, Qing should have broken through to the Yuan kingdom in just a couple of months. When he went downstairs, he was met by his sister, who, as always, prepared breakfast for him. At the same time, she understood that for a guy his age, recent events could have had a serious impact on him. But Qing held his own and smiled constantly, which also played into his hands. Without thinking twice, Shu began to eat something before school, while Bin looked at him sadly. Suddenly, the little sister told her brother to be extremely careful, but the self-confident Qing assured that he could easily take care of himself, and that he had no problems with that. Meanwhile, the main character hurried to the bus, but he completely forgot which one he needed to take. Finally, reading on the schedule at the stop that he needed to wait for Route 117, Shu began to wait for it. At that moment, the class leader named Dan suddenly approached him and greeted the young man. The young master knew that the male half of the school was constantly showing her signs of attention. Soon a bus pulled up and they hurried into it, but bandits followed them. Suddenly, Ju asked him if he liked school. Qing answered positively. She also asked if he would go swimming with them at the reservoir today. The young cultivator happily agreed, saying that he had not swum for a long time. Overall, we had a pretty nice conversation, and it was clear that the girl liked him. Sue told her the story of how he learned to dog paddle, which made her laugh out loud. The headmistress laughed non-stop and immediately realized that she should behave more restrainedly. But suddenly the teenager realized that he shouldn't look at her for so long, lest she consider him a scoundrel. At this moment, one of the robbers tried to get into her bag, and Qing noticed it. Shocked, Dan asked the stranger what he was doing. The guy realized he had been discovered. However, no one on the bus paid attention to what was happening. Meanwhile, he took out a knife. After threatening Ju, the bandit demanded that she shut up immediately. Ju instantly pulled the girl close to him and told her not to be afraid. Naturally, she was flattered that the young man decided to stand up for her, while the thug was puzzled. As soon as he tried to attack the guy, Qing showed off his skills and brought him to his knees. The robber, in turn, called his accomplices for help. Of course, Shu was not afraid of them. The main character continued to twist the bastard's arm, and the rest of the thugs immediately ran up to him. They called on the young master to immediately stop this circus and not interfere in their affairs. However, the young cultivator had no intention of letting the attackers go, and Dan was very afraid for him. But Qing only provoked them, urging them to attack him to show their strength. Then one of them immediately struck, but the teenager caught his hand and also began to break it. At the same time, the young man continued to hold the first robber with his left hand. The stunned bandits finally realized that they had run into a very difficult kid. Zhu, in turn, never ceased to amaze them with his martial arts. Having dealt a vicious blow to one of them, the guy literally sent him to the back of the bus. He even threw the second one out of the vehicle. The passengers were shocked by what was happening. Tritius was frightened and did not want to test Qin's patience and decided to stay away. It was only by helping his accomplices off the bus that Shu established himself. Meanwhile, the robbers hurried to leave the minibus in an extremely bad mood. But Zhu asked why he didn't hand the bandits over to the Public Security Bureau. The teenager replied that they didn't have time because they had to go to school, especially since there was a policeman on the bus. But for some unknown reason, he did nothing, and Qing decided not to focus on this. Having got off at the bus stop, the smiling girl waited for her young savior. Feeling shy, she thanked her classmate for his help, because if it weren't for him, at the very least her wallet would have been stolen. However, Zhu asked her not to tell anyone about what happened, because he did not want to look like some kind of Superman. The headmistress promised not to tell anyone about this and to keep it a secret. Then they went to school, where Qing fell asleep safely right in the middle of class, as he had been cultivating diligently all night. At the end of another lesson, the class discussed going to the reservoir to get some rest. The boy continued to doze calmly, resting his head on the desk and covering himself with a notebook. At that moment, the teacher Tilan entered the classroom. Naturally, he did not notice it. After a certain amount of time, the protagonist finally woke up from his sleep and saw Miss Wu, who announced the end of morning classes and was about to say something important. Everyone began to think with horror that the teacher would announce some tests again. However, the teacher urged everyone to go to the reservoir. Of course, all the students were immensely happy about this, except for the young master. In this regard, Tilan asked everyone to go to the school bus, but Qing wanted to sleep. At that moment, a joyful Dan suddenly ran up to him and hurried him onto the bus. Then the young cultivator whispered to his desk mate to ask for a spare pair of swimming trunks. But a surprised Shen loudly asked why he still hadn't acquired swimming trunks. Yu instantly took out a pack of cigarettes and offered it in exchange for the necessary item. Ju, in turn, noted that swimming trunks were sold at the reservoir. Mo eventually agreed to buy him some underwear to take him to the reservoir, where they soon went by bus. The journey was not long, and in a few minutes they arrived at the place, where it was truly incredibly beautiful and everyone was eager to jump into the water. After getting off the bus, Shen urged Shu to hurry up and buy some swimming trunks so they could swim quickly. Having finally bought some underwear and gone to the dressing room, they hurried to change, where Mo noticed his classmate's muscles and of course began to envy him. The guy said that his muscles are simply incredible, and the girls will definitely be delighted. Soon after leaving the dressing room, naturally all the girls noticed the newcomer. King also noticed the beautiful figures of the girls, which was pleasing to the eye. Classmates noted that they did not expect to see such a muscular young man, because they thought he was a bookworm. Dan, in turn, understood why the bandits on the bus couldn't do anything to him. Shen was well aware that he was now an enemy to the other guys, and that the girls wouldn't even look at him. But when he saw Shu swimming, he felt much more confident. King was so carried away by swimming that he didn't notice how he found himself a decent distance from the beach. A moment later, the teenager sensed the strongest qi coming from the island. Where the unknown grandfather was fishing was quite strange. The main character decided to find out who this old man was, who exuded such power. The young master was surprised looking at him. The stranger in turn did not notice him. Looking into the basket, the young cultivator saw quite a few fish and wondered how he had caught so many. At that moment, the grandfather pulled another fish out of the water, as if it was asking to be taken by him. Yu sat down next to him and continued to watch what was happening, not understanding how he managed to do it. Suddenly, Qing said that he was simply an amazing person, and the old man smiled. Suddenly, the boy noticed that the stranger was actually blind. The grandfather immediately asked if the teenager also loved fishing. Adding that Wang had taken a good young man as his disciple, the stunned Shu asked if he really knew his mentor. The unknown person replied that he felt his energy a mile away, because few people possess such art. Suddenly, he asked Qin to come closer to him and give him his right hand. The old man took hold of his hand and said that he was an ancient martial arts master, and he was able to reach the kingdom of Huang at such a young age thanks to his teacher. Yu continued to ask him about his master, believing that he was also involved in martial arts. Grandfather put down his fishing rod and said that he really used to be a fighter, but now he has retired, and the guy will soon break through to the Xuan kingdom. Then the teenager asked if he could help him overcome this step, and the old man noted that in that case he would not be able to fish. Qing immediately asked him for forgiveness for his disrespect, but the stranger remained silent, after which he released all the fish back into the lake, saying that now he sees the world with his heart, not with his eyes. Adding that they were actually destined to meet today, the young man was surprised. Then he packed his things and left, saying only that he should not sharpen his sword because it would not bring much money. And before making a responsible decision, it is necessary to look at the overall situation. The protagonist looked after him, wondering who he really was. The young master pondered his words for a long time, and soon he hurried back to his classmates. After a certain amount of time, the young cultivator finally reached the beach. Coming ashore, he sat down on the pier and continued to think about the old man's words. Suddenly, Shu realized that what his grandfather meant was that one should be ambitious, not greedy. A moment later, the village chief rushed towards Qin with a bottle of cool water. By offering him something to drink, she thereby started a casual conversation with him. Then she asked him why he didn't swim anymore. The guy took the bottle and smiled. Claiming that it was bad for him, Dan suddenly suggested that he go for a boat ride. The teenager happily agreed, especially since they had about 2 hours at their disposal. So, having rented a boat, the two of them set off on a short trip. The young man apologized to Ju because she had to pay for this pleasure. The girl noted that he could repay her with dinner. Suddenly calling him Superman made her smile, and Shu reciprocated. Dan thanked him once again for the morning. Ching urged her to forget about it, after which an awkward pause arose between them, but it did not last long. Because soon they started talking again and the guy began to entertain his classmate. The teenager began to joke that he was the boatswain and she was the captain of their ship. In this regard, Ju urged him to sail a little further towards the mountains, but the lease was coming to an end, and a few minutes later they came back, having had a great time chatting with each other. Shu was a true gentleman and treated her like a princess, which was sure to win her over. Quite exhausted, they went to change their clothes and hurried to the bus. Where the young man had safely fallen into a deep sleep, the headman kept looking at him. Suddenly, Shu started talking in his sleep, which made his classmate laugh. In fact, he dreamed of a fisherman whom he asked about his clever phrase. The old man released all the fish back into the water and said that he also had a question for him. Does he know which end of the sword the tip is on? At this moment, Ching suddenly screamed. A couple of seconds later, the main character suddenly woke up on the same bus. Shen suddenly started wiping away his drool, thus making fun of his friend. The young master pretended to chase after him, at which point Mo didn't notice the seat and hit it. Soon everyone was dropped off near the school and the young cultivator headed to the internet cafe. Naturally, he was going to find Baldy, who, as always, was sitting at the computer. Yu snuck up behind him and spoke to him sharply, which greatly frightened he. As a result, Baldy dropped his headphones and screamed, which only made Chin laugh. The young man asked if there was a suitable place. Baldy replied that they would definitely find such a location, and after a few minutes they found themselves in the corridor. But the guy didn't like this place. But Shang insisted on his own, so the teenager urged him to attack with a special technique. He noted that his back still hurt from last time, but Zhu promised to be gentler with him this time, after which Baldy attacked him using his new ability. But this didn't help him either, because Ching knocked him over with ease, which was quite painful. The offended bald one urged him not to throw anymore as it was extremely tiring. The guy noted that if he really wanted to hurt him, Shang would have died already. But suddenly the young man asked him to go get some food so they could continue their training. He immediately rushed to the store and bought a lot of different and delicious food. Then he ran back to his young teacher with the bags. Shu approved of his impulse. So they began to have a snack to get some proper nutrition. Baldy mainly bought meat, of which there was plenty, and Baldy asked when he had last eaten. King was too busy eating and ignored his question, and Shang said that the legs were easy to eat because they had one bone. It was as if a revelation had dawned on the boy, and he even stopped eating, finally understanding the true meaning of the old man's words. After all, it was easier to use Zhengyang's pure energy to break through to the next level. And this is exactly what grandfather meant when he said the mysterious phrase about the blade that should not be sharpened. The protagonist also realized that the stranger sensed the presence of Zhengyang's energy within him, and if he compresses this qi into a sharp sword, he will definitely be able to break through all obstacles. Until then, Shu had simply absorbed Sharira's power without thinking about whether he was in harmony with his energy. It was like a chicken leg, which, if it had more bones, would not have been so easy to eat. But the most important thing for the young master was to repeatedly absorb Zhengyang's aura into his dantian in order to subjugate it. As such, the young cultivator hurried home to quickly break through the second stage of energy gathering. At this point, Ching said goodbye to Baldy and said that they would practice again tomorrow after school. However, Baldy suspected something was wrong, not understanding what was happening to his teacher today. As soon as Shu returned home, he hurried to his room, ignoring Chang, who offered him something to eat. But the guy said that he had already eaten, and the assistant noted that it was unsafe to eat on the street. Ching also found that Zhengyang's aura and Zen Buddhist wisdom were similar in the golden color that permeated his consciousness. But after 2 hours, the teenager still had not achieved the desired result, as he could not find any impurities in Dantian. He then began to draw out energy with his thoughts in order to identify the incompatible elements. After some time, he still managed to pull out the extremely dodgy Qi Zhengyang. So Shu decided to gather energy along with the flow of thoughts and hoped for a miracle, which eventually bore fruit. Suddenly, Ching thought about Mentor Wang. After all, if he were here now, it would be much easier for him to break through to the second stage of development. But the main thing is that the energy in Dantian merged into one, which was already an incredible success. After which, Shu, using his thought process, began to direct this aura behind the eye. However, suddenly he felt ill, and Ching started coughing up blood, which made him wary. Realizing that this wasn't working, the teenager decided to return Jungyang's energy from the start, which also turned out to be quite a complicated procedure, but there was no turning back. Subsequently, the young man became very tired and realized that he needed to delay, since his body was literally empty. After spending a week in peace and cutting jade stones, the boy would occasionally quarrel with Han. Then he came to the conclusion that he definitely needed to return to meditation. To finally move on to the next stage of development, which is what he did, the main character tried for a long time to break through to the second stage of energy collection. And soon the young master really managed to perform a real miracle. The young cultivator, in turn, did not expect that this breakthrough would be so successful. Thus, Shu took the path of the ancient warriors, and Jungyang's energy increased several times. But as always, Qing was sweating profusely, so he hurried to take a cool shower. By this time it was late at night and the teenager was in a good mood. So the young man decided to take a little walk before going to bed, and going outside, he walked along the street. Arriving at an unknown place, he began to look around where young people were walking around. Suddenly he remembered his beloved and immediately decided to call her, but Yinju still hadn't contacted him, which was extremely suspicious. At that moment, Shu overheard a conversation between two girls who were discussing a gift from a certain marquis to his beloved Liu. According to them, the guy gave her several hundred roses, but she threw them all away. Qing realized that they could help him. At a certain point, the girlfriends had a fight among themselves, which the young man took advantage of. I caught myself thinking that women are very easy to anger, and female friendship is quite rare. A moment later, Shu approached one of them and asked her for a favor. At the same time, he offered her a drink and calmly discussed an issue that was important to him. But the young lady said that she already had a boyfriend, so he better leave and pester his classmates. Qing noticed that she had misunderstood him, and in fact, he just wanted to ask her something. After going to the cafe, Shu said that Yin Shui was his girlfriend and he needed to contact her. The girl was literally shocked by his statement and reacted accordingly. The main character was sitting in a small restaurant opposite a stranger. His partner asked the guy with displeasure why he asked her for Liu Xinyue's number, since she was his girlfriend. Qing explained in an excited voice that in fact, he had not seen his girlfriend for a month and they had not talked on the phone. He missed her. The stranger ate the food with gusto. She explained to the protagonist that she now only travels with escorts. The main character jumped to his feet in fear. He realized that there were now soldiers constantly near his girlfriend. The partner answered the guy that the girl now drives a military jeep with 2 soldiers. Qing was very disappointed. He did not know how he could meet his girlfriend. The stranger happily promised the guy that she would help him meet Liu. Qing was sitting in a small restaurant opposite a stranger at a table. There were other people around them. The partner told the guy with a smile that everything would be ready tomorrow. He would have to treat her to lunch in heaven on earth. Qing explained to the partner that he agreed and she would be able to order whatever she wanted. The girl at the table reminded the guy that food in heaven on earth would be very expensive. She asked if he had thought everything through. Qing sat at the table and looked at his cup of tea. He asked his partner to tell him how he would meet Shu tomorrow. The partner told the main character that there would be a singing competition at school tomorrow. She would help him meet his girlfriend backstage. The main character jumped to his feet in excitement. The girl told him that they would see each other in front of school tomorrow at 8:30 in the morning. Qing excitedly thanked Miss Pen. He was very happy. The girl told the guy not to rejoice too early. She asked his name. Zhu Qing calmly looked at his new acquaintance and told her his name. The main character told his partner that he had experienced a lot with Shui. Qing excitedly told his partner that if she found out what he was looking for, she would definitely see him. Pen handed the guy the phone and said that they needed to exchange numbers. Suddenly, the girl's phone rang. She turned around excitedly near the table and turned on the connection. Pen prepared to leave as her boyfriend called her. Qing stood up and told his partner that they would see each other tomorrow. The main character was lying in his cottage at home late in the evening. He was waiting for tomorrow's meeting with his girlfriend. Qing suddenly remembered something. He climbed into the box and took out a gift for his girlfriend to examine it. The main character looked closely at the small green stone in his hands. He decided that the girl would be very happy. The next day, the guy woke up at home and went into the bathroom to shave. The main character looked at his reflection in the mirror, very pleased and prepared to leave the house. Qing took the box in his hands. He said goodbye to his girlfriend that he was leaving and would eat on the road. The main character was sitting in a cafe and eating noodles from a plate with great appetite. He was reading a newspaper. The main character read in the newspaper at the table about the arrest of the former deputy mayor of Jiangcheng and about the investigation of this case. Qing was surprised to himself that the former deputy mayor was arrested. King was sitting in a restaurant, absorbed in reading a newspaper. He decided to tell Miss Chang and her daughter that the old maniac from the Wei family had finally been caught. The main character took the phone and called the woman at home. At that time, she was cleaning. The hostess picked up the phone. The protagonist told the woman with excitement that the old maniac from the Wei family had been arrested on suspicion of theft. The woman excitedly asked the main character on the phone, "Is all this really true?" Ching advised Chang to buy a fresh newspaper, and she would find out everything. The main character ate the food with gusto. He asked the cook at the window for another bowl of large noodles. Ching happily looked out the window onto the street. He was looking forward to meeting his girlfriend Zhuwei. The guy watched from the window as expensive cars drove around. He wondered how many of these cars were bought with honestly earned money. The main character thought that parents should save money to buy a car for their children, and then the children create problems for their family. The main character remembered his girlfriend. He imagined her riding in a green military vehicle. Pen appeared in front of the main character. She introduced him to her boyfriend, Gay Feng. The main character shook his new acquaintance's hand and said that he was very pleased. The girl handed the main character a badge and told him to put it on when he entered the classroom. The main character looked closely at the badge in his hands. He decided that he could enter the classroom without a pass. Everyone can say that he is a student. King and his companions entered the auditorium. He looked around carefully. The main character looked around and looked for his girlfriend. Next to him stood G.E. with pen. The girl pointed the main character to the audience seat and told him to wait for her there. She promised to call later. Ching sat down on the chair and told his partner that he was leaving everything to her. The host shouted to the audience that the concert was about to start. Ching put his phone on vibrate so as not to disturb others. The guy looked at the singing girl on the stage. He decided that the vocalists at Zhangcheng University were very excellent and not inferior to professional artists. The girl on the stage sang into the microphone. Ching thought to himself that Peng Huan's voice was unclear, but it sounded clear. The fans in the audience were delighted. They thanked Pan Huang for her performance. Among them was Liu Yinyui's fan group. A girl appeared on the stage and began to sing. The main character watched her closely. The audience shouted words of encouragement for Liu Yinshui. The main character ran down the stairs into the corridor. He decided to quickly catch up with Shui. The girl stood under the tree and turned around in surprise. She was surprised when she saw the main character next to her. The girl ran up to the embarrassed protagonist and happily hugged him. Ching looked at his girlfriend and said that it was his own fault that he came to her so late. He promised to pick her up right now. A penny came up from the side. She coughed discontentedly to attract the attention of the young couple. The embarrassed Chin and his girlfriend turned around and looked at the student. Yu thought with embarrassment that she was very embarrassed because she saw her. Ching explained to the girl with a smile that they could have lunch later. The student told her partners not to get too excited. The gates were guarded by 2 soldiers and they had to find a way to escape. Zhu turned around shyly and said that the soldier was sent by her grandfather to protect her. Ching asked his friend, would the guards really stop him if he tried to take her away from here? The girl pointed to the medallion on her chest. She said that there was a wiretap there. If the guards didn't hear her in 5 minutes, they would look for her. Ching grabbed his girlfriend by the shoulders and asked if the soldiers would stop him if he invited her to dinner now. She told the boy with excitement that she didn't want to bother her grandfather. She couldn't tell him everything. Ching answered the girl that he would take her away from here and no one would be able to stop him. She looked at the guy with worry and said that she couldn't be near him now. The guards were standing near the gate. One of them looked at his watch and said that Miss Liu had not been heard from for 5 minutes. The soldiers ran forward towards the girl with excitement. They decided that something might have happened to her. The main character continued to hug the girl and promised her that he could now protect her. The guards ran up to the guy and grabbed him. Ching turned away in displeasure. One of the soldiers was holding the guy angrily. He asked the main character, "What is he doing?" Sue asked the soldier with tears to let her friend go. Ching looked at his girlfriend and shouted to the soldiers to let him go quickly. The soldiers were surprised that the guy decided to threaten them. The main character suddenly leaned forward sharply and began to free himself from the soldier's grip. Ching, with a very quick and dexterous movement, threw the fighters far to the side towards a tree. The soldier asked his friend with concern, "Is everything okay with him?" The main character turned around and told the soldiers that they were very weak. The soldiers rushed at the guy again. The protagonist clenched his fist. He shouted to the fighters that he would beat them as hard as he could. Ching decided to test the strength of Zhenyang's second palm movement. A fire appeared near the guy's hand. He threw the guards back far with a powerful blow. Two soldiers lay without creation on the earth. The girls stood and watched Chin with great surprise. Jue looked at the protagonist from the side in surprise. She remembered that the beaten fighters were the elite among special agents. Qing stood and looked ahead. The girl thought that the guy must have a lot of secrets. The main character looked at the beaten soldiers with fear. He hoped that everything would be okay with them. Qing looked at the beaten guards with his magical vision. Everything inside them was intact, without damage. The main character happily told himself that the fighters were very strong and had simply passed out. He wanted to take them back to the car. King walked up to the car and threw the bodies of the unconscious soldiers into the back. Pen put her hand on the guy's shoulder and asked what kind of martial art he used. He was able to hit his opponents without touching them. She put her arm around the protagonist from behind. She thought happily that he had taken out two soldiers just because of her. Zhu looked at the guy happily and said that he was able to beat the fighters very badly, and now no one would be able to take them away. The main character showed the girls his phone and said that a driver was now on his way to them. Qing called his friend and asked where he was. The driver in the car told the protagonist that he was near Zhangqian University. The main character invited his friend to join him on a trip to paradise on Earth. The driver happily told his partner to wait for him and he would be there in 5 minutes. The guy was driving his expensive car across the city to the main character and the girls. Qing looked ahead happily and saw an expensive car driving up. The main character and his girlfriend shouted in an admiring voice that in front of them was a Rolls-Royce Phantom. The driver leaned out of the car window and waved to the main character. He greeted him. Qing told his friend with admiration that the figurine in the front of his cars was made of platinum. The partner told the guy that the master man had ordered a platinum figurine for him. The main character reached out to the figure on the hood and wanted to break off a piece for himself. The driver told the guy that he could put the car in the garage and do whatever he wanted. Qing shouted to his friend that he was inviting him to paradise on Earth. The guy driving told his companions that he felt sick in the restaurant. He wanted to eat spicy noodles or barbecue. Pen couldn't understand why the guy was eating regular food instead of gourmet dishes. The protagonist told the girl to invite her boyfriend along with them. Pen told her partner that they could just go themselves. Qing glanced at Xue and thought that this time he wouldn't let her go so easily. The main character was driving along the city street with his friends in an expensive car. The driver behind the wheel turned around and told the protagonist that 2 members of the Wei family had been arrested. Qing told his partner that he had read about it in the newspapers. People on the streets were very amazed. They looked at the luxurious car with admiration. The girl ran inside the expensive restaurant and rushed to the doors. She shouted that this place was amazing. The worker came up and told the headmaster Tan that the room was ready. The guest answered his partner that the main character was paying for everything today. Pen looked ahead with admiration. The waiter showed the guests where to go in the restaurant. He told the customers that if they needed anything, they should let him know. The customers sat at the table and ate various foods with great appetite. Pen happily said that the food was very tasty. The main character handed his girlfriend a small box. He said that there was a handmade gift inside. You opened the box. She realized that the main character had made a ring for her. Pen looked at the ring in the box with admiration and shouted that it was a proposal. The student told the guy with displeasure that proposing in a restaurant was not at all romantic. Tang turned around and told his friend that he could come to him for help. Qing waved his hands in fear and explained to his partner that he had not intended to make an offer. The main character explained to the girl that he had carved a gift for her from jade. Pen jumped up and asked the guy with displeasure if he could still carve jade. The student hit her friend with her elbow and shouted at her to quickly put on the ring and agree to the proposal. The girl sat at the table and put the ring on her finger. She folded her hands in front of her and closed her eyes dreamily. Pen Shi finished her food with appetite and cleared her plate. Tan told the girl that she should take care of her figure. Pen told the guy in a dissatisfied voice that a girl always needs food and love. Qing jumped to his feet and told the aunts that they needed to go back. The girl joyfully shouted for the leftovers to be packed for her. Tan walked out of the restaurant with bags in his hands. He was unhappy that he was forced to carry them. Pen looked at her friend and sternly demanded that he be a gentleman for a little while. Tan threw the bags into the hands of his surprised companion. He headed to the side and said that he would drive the car. Suddenly, several combat vehicles with soldiers drove up to the building. The main character and his girlfriend looked ahead in fear. An officer got out of the car and approached the girl. He looked at her angrily. The girl called her uncle in fear. An officer with his subordinates stood opposite her and watched silently. The main character held his girlfriend's hand. Opposite them stood silently the soldiers with the commander. The girl asked her uncle why he was here. The main character silently looked at the military man. The man pointed angrily at the boy and accused him of beating up his soldiers. Ching looked at the officer and asked with displeasure, "Does he really want revenge?" The man pointed at his fighters and told the boy that he would not be able to defeat them all. The main character angrily told the soldiers that even if there were 10 times more of them, he would still knock them out and stuff them into the car. The officer looked at the guy and said with a laugh that he was simply crazy. The man looked at the boy carefully and remembered that he himself had come with an elite special forces unit. He hoped that Ching would not be able to cope with a dozen military masters at once. The main character angrily shouted at the soldier that if he won the bet, he would have to let the girl go with him. The officer spread his arms to the side and asked the guy with displeasure, "What will he get from the bet?" The main character didn't know what he could offer the man. He realized that the soldiers were armed and could take the girl away at any time. King shouted to the soldiers to wait a minute. He opened his wallet. King took out a small book and told the man that with its help he could make a bet with him. The guy swung and threw his document straight at the man. The officer watched as a small book flew towards him. He reached out and grabbed it. The man carefully examined the piece of paper in his hands and realized that it was a universal document. The officer looked at the guy and realized that he had to find out who he was. The commander decided to call. He told his subordinate to keep an eye on the guy. The man called Mr. Van and wanted to tell him something. The girl came up and told the main character that her uncle had a lot of people. King told his girlfriend that the soldiers couldn't defeat him. From the group of soldiers, someone shouted to the boy to command. The main character and his girlfriend looked closely at the fighters. King remembered that his teacher had given him the book, so he wanted to say his name out loud. He shouted to the soldiers about Wang Tiangang. The officer asked the guy with displeasure, "Who is Wang Tiangang for him?" The man told the guy to take the book back. He decided to take Shui with him. The officer swung and threw a document at the protagonist. Ching stood next to his girlfriend and extended his hand forward. The protagonist watched as his book flew towards him. The officer stood at a short distance and watched him. The man suddenly ran up to the frightened guy and held out a gun to him. The protagonist activated the art of energy collection. He quickly knocked the gun out of the officer's hands. The man bent down to pick up the weapon. The girl shouted to her uncle that he had gone too far. The officer pointed his gun at the young men and shouted that he could go even further. The main character covered his girlfriend with his hand. He shouted at the man not to make the girl's life difficult. The officer held out his gun to the guy and said that if he didn't have the courage, he would go himself. Several shots rang out. The main character opened his eyes in fear to see what had happened. The officer shouted to the girl in a joyful voice that the boy was very scared. Sue smiled and told her friend that her uncle's gun was never loaded. The officer told the guy in surprise that he was able to throw the gun away with one blow from 2 meters away. He offered the main character to join his special combat squad. Ching answered the man with displeasure that he did not agree. The officer strictly demanded that the girl go with him and not anger her grandfather. Shu didn't know what to answer her uncle. She looked ahead in fear. The main character reached down and grabbed the girl's hand. The main character looked at his girlfriend with excitement and shouted to her that he would not leave her so easily. The officer suggested that the guy join his combat squad. King explained to the surprised man that he would not join him as he planned to enroll in Jiangchen University. He would be with the girl every day. The officer looked at the main character and asked, "How old is he?" The guy answered that he is 18 years old and next year he is entering university. The man couldn't understand how the girl made the guy need her so desperately. Shui angrily demanded that her uncle stop looking at her like that. The man thought about it and realized that the girl was a year younger than the main character. But Shui was already studying, and the guy had not yet entered. The girl shouted at her uncle with displeasure, telling him not to imagine such a thing. She reminded him that he was an adult. The man told the girl to come back with him first and remind her about her grandfather. Zhu asked the man in fear if she would be beaten if she returned now. The main character told his girlfriend that he would not let her come back because she might get beaten. Zhu approached her friend and said that her grandfather would not beat her. She decided to go home and call him later. The main character told the girl in a dissatisfied voice that he agreed. Ching hoped that no one would follow him and his girlfriend the next time they met. Otherwise, he would beat everyone. The soldiers glanced at the guy from the side and thought that he was very self-confident. The officer shouted at the protagonist to hurry up. Ching looked out from around the corner and shouted to his uncle that he hadn't seen the girl for a long time and they needed to talk. The protagonist heard her call his name. He turned around in surprise. She kissed the main character and ran away. She thanked him for the gift on the go. The girl sat in the car and waved her hand to the main character. She said goodbye to him. The guy put his hand to his face. He mentally called his girlfriend by name. Pen came up to the guy from behind. She slyly said that she had left him a long time ago. The student told the guy that tomorrow she was returning to school and he could easily meet her. Tan grabbed his friend's head with his hands and shouted that there was no point in him getting hung up on it. Pen promised the guy that she could arrange a meeting with Shu for him at any time. The main character happily promised his girlfriend that next time he would take her to dinner in heaven on earth. Behind him stood a disgruntled Tan. Tan at the car door told the protagonist that she needed to be taken back to school first. He and his girlfriend still had something to do. Pan replied that she agreed. The main character got into the car with his friend and prepared to leave. The lady got out of the car and thanked her friends for giving her a ride. Tan, who was driving, suggested that the main character find a place for sparring. Ching immediately understood what the matter was. The driver told the protagonist in a stern voice that he had learned 18 ways of aft knockdown. Luo and Bao were no longer his rivals. Ching looked out the car window with displeasure. His friend promised him that he would teach him how to drive a car after the sparring. King was delighted when he heard from his friend that he would teach him how to drive. He prepared to drive forward. Tang, while driving, told his friend that he would take him to the karate gym he used to go to. Tan was driving a car and changing gears. He told the guy that they needed to take another car. The car stopped near the building. The main character opened the door and prepared to get out. Tan told the protagonist to wait inside the car. He prepared to change cars. Ching remained standing and waiting outside. The main character looked closely at the hands in front of him. He was holding something. The main character carefully studied the documents in his hands. He examined them from all sides. Tan said to his amazed friend in a joyful voice that he was holding the rights in his hands. King extended his hand with the documents forward. He said that he had not yet learned to drive and could become a murderer behind the wheel. A friend told the protagonist that he couldn't just leave his Rolls-Royce to rust in the garage. Ching told the driver that he needed to learn how to drive as soon as possible. Tan promised him that he would teach him how to drive after the sparring. The main character and his friend were driving in a small car to the gym. In the huge sports pavilion inside, athletes were training. They were learning martial arts. The karatekas in the hall waved their arms in unison and continued to study various combat techniques. The coach raised his hand and shouted at the fighters to stop. It was necessary to make room for the masters to spar. The main character was surprised when he realized that the coach was talking about them when he said about the masters. He turned to his friend. Tan waved his hand to Coach Chi Minyu and asked if he was ready. The teacher turned around and told the guests that he had prepared everything for them. The students were expecting a demonstration fight. Tan waved his hand and told the coach that his students should pay close attention to what was called the Duel of the Masters. First, he wanted to change his clothes. The main character stood in the ring. Opposite him was a Thane in white combat clothing. Tan looked at his friend and asked why he had undressed. The guy told him that the main character could not use the art of gathering energy. He could only activate 18 ways of direct knockdown. The main character shouted at his opponent to hurry up if he wanted to fight. Tan angrily answered the guy that they were starting. The fighter asked to move forward towards the main character at full speed. Ching prepared to fight him off. Surprised spectators stood nearby. They were amazed by the athlete's great speed. The main character suddenly jumped up and dodged to the side to avoid his opponent's attack. Ching quickly dodged to the side, and the angry Tang was unable to hit him with a blow. The main character dodged back very quickly. The opponent's blow flew past his head. Tan jumped back and shifted from foot to foot. Ching watched him closely. The spectators looked ahead and could not understand what kind of martial art was in front of them. Ching watched his opponent with a smile. The main character suddenly rushed forward and decided to hit his opponent. His blow flew straight past the Thane's head. Tan looked ahead in fear. He thought that the blow in front of him was very close. The main character started waving his arms and a small fire appeared near them. He prepared for the blow. The main character hit his opponent with all his might, and he flew far out of the ring. Tan sat in the corner of the ring on one knee. He had no idea that he could be defeated so quickly. The main character was standing, and there was a fire next to him. The audience was amazed because he was so fast. Tan extended his hand to the side and told his opponent that he wanted to show him some techniques. Ching told the fighter that they could continue. The main character turned to the corner of the ring and said that that was enough for him for today. The spectators shouted in displeasure that the guy was already tired after one fight. Tan turned around and told his friend that they needed to find a place where he would teach him to drive. The main character inside the car asked his friend where he was going to teach him. Tan looked at his friend and said that he would teach him in an empty park. The main character warned the driver that they could hit a person. The car was racing down the road at full speed. The guy told his friend that he would learn to drive in just a couple of hours. The car arrived at the place. Tan turned around and asked his friend, "Can he practice in this place?" Ching smiled and explained to his friend that in this place he would not have to worry about hurting people. The driver got out of the car. He said near the door to the main character that they needed to change places. Tan began to tell the main character where the pedals and levers were in the car. Ching listened to him attentively. Tan told his friend that he could now practice. Ching in the driver's seat asked the guy, "What should he do first?" The guy turned around slyly and glanced at his friend. Ching had to start the car, make a few circles and park. Ching grabbed the steering wheel with his hands and pressed the pedal. He prepared to start the car. The car slowly moved off. Tan cheerfully told his friend that he was driving very carefully. 3 hours later, it was evening. The main character continued driving the car. Tan turned around and told the protagonist that he was inviting him to go to the grill bar where they went last time. Ching turned around and asked his friend, why did he want to go to that particular bar? Tang looked thoughtfully ahead and said that the food in that bar was delicious and the owner was nice. The car moved forward. Ching told his friend that he was treating him. Tan told his companion that he wanted to take the wheel. It was very risky for Chin to drive around the city. They pulled up to a bar. The seller looked at the guests near the car and asked what he could treat them to this evening. The protagonist was surprised that the man still remembered them. The seller was preparing meat. He told the guy that no one came to him anymore and asked for money for protection since the moment Ching defeated Ma Hao and his friends. Tan asked the man with displeasure, "Do hooligans really not come to him anymore?" The seller told the guests that without the hooligans, his business was booming. "Now there are not even any free seats in the establishment," Tan said in an upset voice that he came here because he expected a fight. The main character approached his friend from behind with excitement and asked if they would eat. Tan threw the money on the table and told the shop assistant to give them what they ordered last time. The man told the guests that he would find a table for them. Ching sat at the table and ate his food with gusto. He told his friend that he didn't have to rush. No one would take his food, Tang explained in a dissatisfied voice that he was just eating away his sorrows. Tan fell tiredly onto a chair and said that he had eaten too much. The main character looked at him from the side, silently and displeasedly. Ching suggested that his friend leave. Tang stood up and told the boy that he would take him home. The main character arrived home late in the evening and entered the apartment. He asked the girl Shui if Qin Bing was home. She turned around and answered the guy with displeasure that he had returned home very late. The girl was not home yet, and he could look for her at work. The main character looked at his phone. Qin Bing wrote to him to come to the Roman emperor as soon as possible. The main character tried to call his girlfriend. Qin Bing did not answer his call. The guy turned around and asked Zhu in the room, "Where is the Roman emperor establishment?" The partner told the guy that this club is the most famous in the city. It is located on North Street. King left the house and went outside. A car was waiting for him there and he prepared to leave. The main character was driving a car. He didn't want anything to happen to Qin Bing. The guy arrived half an hour later at a luxurious nightclub. There were a lot of people near the entrance. The main character slammed the car door. The worker on the side shouted at the guy that he couldn't park there. Lin threw money at the worker with the keys and demanded that he park the car. The club worker looked at the money on the threshold with great surprise. He saw that it was 500 yen. The main character walked and looked around the restaurant hall carefully. He did not find a girl there. After that, the guy decided to go up to the second floor. The waiter came up to the guy from the side and asked if he wanted to place an order. The main character reached into his wallet and took out a photo of a girl. He showed it to the worker. The waiter looked at the photo carefully. The main character handed him the bills and demanded that he tell him where the girl was. The waiter told the guy with a smile that the girl was in room 168. He was ready to take him there. The main character followed the waiter along the corridor of the building to the required room. The worker pointed to the door and said that there were more guests inside. The main character reached forward and opened the door. The words of a loud song could be heard from inside. Ching looked into the room and saw a group of people having fun at a table. Someone was singing into a microphone. The main character looked closely and saw the girl Zhou Junfeng. Two men were sitting next to her and pouring wine into her glass. Ching looked at the girl and could not understand what kind of guy was sitting next to her. Suddenly, Chin began to violently fight off the man next to the table with her hands. She screamed at him not to touch her. The girl tried to fight off two men next to her. She was very scared. The main character knocked sharply on the door and a loud noise was heard. The guests looked at him in surprise. The main character ran into the room and looked angrily at the clients. Silence reigned. The main character suddenly jumped up and ran forward towards the man on the sofa. The man flew to the side after being hit by the main character. Chin approached the sofa where she was lying. The client, holding a cigarette in his hand, called the main character by name in a frightened voice. King stretched out his hand to grab the stranger. People in the corridor of the club heard a loud scream. The main character turned angrily to the side. A frightened man was lying on the floor. The frightened client shouted at the protagonist that he shouldn't kill him and that he could give him money. Ching flexed his hands and looked angrily at the man. The customers in the establishment looked around in fear. They heard some noise. The main character looked angrily in front of him at the beaten client. Ching grabbed his girlfriend and said that they needed to go home. The girl could barely stand on her feet. The guy in the hallway heard a noise outside the door. The beaten client raised his hand up and started asking for help. The guy walked in the door and asked the client if everything was okay with him. There were broken bottles and crushed cans lying on the table. The main character appeared at the exit of the club. The worker shouted to him that his car was in parking lot number 18 on the left. King handed the keys to the worker and thanked him. He was pulling the unconscious girl. The main character loaded his girlfriend into the car and drove off. He thought that he was causing problems again. King was driving the car and thought that the customers were very hurt and would definitely call the police. The main character drove up to the gate of the building late in the evening. He remembered that he had a thing that his teacher gave him. Zhui opened the door and greeted the protagonist. She was surprised that Qin Bing was so drunk. The hostess put the guest on the bed and covered her with a blanket. The protagonist told his girlfriend to take care of the guest. He wanted to sort something out himself. Qin climbed the stairs to the second floor of the cottage. He sat on the bed, holding the phone and looking at a book. The protagonist was sitting on his bed. He didn't know who he was calling, but he had a feeling that his problems would be solved. The partner picked up the phone and told the guy that he could command. Qing called out Wang Tiangan's name on the phone. The main character's partner was inside a tall building in the city center. The stranger was sitting in his office in a chair. He told the guy that he was a student of Master Van. Qing asked the man on the phone to help him with his problem. The partner asked the guy what kind of problem he had. The main character told the man on the phone in a serious voice that he had beaten up two bastards who had been bullying his sister. The police were about to come to him and he needed help. The man asked the boy if he was at the initial level of the Huang Kingdom. Qing was dissatisfied. He decided that the stranger was looking down on him. The protagonist fell on his back on the bed. He said that he had reached the Xuan realm. The man told the guy in surprise that he had broken through the conception vessels after all. Qing demanded that his partner simply tell him if he didn't want to help. The protagonist looked at his phone and realized that the stranger was only involved in finances. He thought that he would have to pay the medical bills for the victims. Qing extended his finger forward and prepared to cut off the connection with the stranger. The man read the news on his tablet. It told about how two people were hurt in the Roman Emperor Club. A stranger on the phone told the surprised protagonist that he would spend at least 3 years in prison. The main character said on the phone that he would simply pay compensation to the victims. That should be enough. The guy thought to himself that the stranger had been able to find out a lot of information very quickly. The protagonist thought with excitement that the stranger's strength exceeded his imagination. The man told the boy that he could help him get out of trouble, but he had to promise him something in return. The stranger demanded that the boy treat him to lunch tomorrow in Jiangcheng. Qing was surprised that the stranger demanded so little from him. The main character listened to his phone and realized that his partner had disconnected. Qing looked closely at his phone and thought that he could treat the stranger to dinner and whatever else he wanted. The guy put the phone on the nightstand. He told himself that it was time for him to sleep. The main character was sleeping late at night on his bed at home. He was alone. Qing heard a very loud knock on the door. He stood up in bed and could not understand who came to him early in the morning. The guy got out of bed and went to the door. He was unhappy that someone had disturbed him. The door opened. A girl named Bin entered the room. She told the surprised guy that she had a question for him. The girl stood in the middle of the room opposite the bed. She told the guy that yesterday she saw him break the arms of Mr. Fan and Zhou Junfeng. The main character sternly told his girlfriend that the two beaten clients deserved it. If he hadn't arrived to her in time, something terrible would have been done to her. The girl excitedly told the guy that he shouldn't have beaten the client so hard. The main character worriedly told his girlfriend not to worry. He won't pay the victims. Now it's her offenders who are in trouble. Qin explained to his partner that if the attackers wanted revenge, they would have come to him last night. The main character sat up and said in a thoughtful voice that he had slept very well last night. Bin said in a sad voice that her friends had told her it would just be a regular party with colleagues. The girl stood in front of the main character and told him that she did not expect this. King looked at his girlfriend and said in a dissatisfied voice that he wanted to get some sleep. King decided to wake up her friend when breakfast was ready. The protagonist was fast asleep on the bed. King was sitting at the table. She told the guy that it was time for him to have breakfast. The main character stood next to the table and looked attentively at his silent girlfriend. King saw a lot of delicious food on the table. He sat down and started to eat his breakfast. The guy told his girlfriend that she could take one car from the garage. Bin asked him what kind of car they had. The main character looked at his girlfriend and said that she could see everything herself. Bin sat at the table and told her friend that she really had to go see it now. The main character took the backpack on his shoulder and told the girl that it was time for him to go to school. She told the guy to be careful. The boy jumped on his scooter and sped down the street. He was going to school. Suddenly, the guy's phone rang. He stopped abruptly near the side of the road. The stranger called the protagonist and told him to come to the unfinished building where he fought with Mao Zedong last time. The main character was riding a scooter. He asked the stranger about the unfinished building. He didn't understand who was calling him. King glanced at his phone and realized that his partner had hung up. He continued driving through the city. The guy was racing along the city streets at full speed. He approached a turn. The guy stopped near an unfinished building. There was silence all around. Only a small dog barked to the side. Someone from the side was carefully watching the main character through binoculars. The guy looked at his phone. Someone called him. The main character took the phone and answered. He looked around carefully and saw abandoned buildings. The stranger demanded that the guy go up to the roof in the exact place where he practiced with the Shang. King looked around in surprise between the abandoned houses. He did not understand how the stranger knew so much about him. Suddenly, the guy heard some noise from the side. He got ready and turned around sharply. The main character looked carefully to the side at the abandoned building. He decided that a stranger was hiding there. The man watched the guy closely through binoculars. He shouted to his subordinates to get ready. Qing approached the building and prepared to go up. The fighters stood behind their commander and waited for instructions. The main character slowly climbed up the stairs. He felt that something was wrong around him. The fighter looked back. He shouted with excitement that the guy was already here. The main character stopped on the stairs. The strangers from above decided that the guy had noticed them. King looked up with great attention, wondering what the stranger was planning. The main character activated his magical vision and looked carefully ahead. The guy looked very carefully up at the stairs on top of the building. The main character shouted to the strangers that they were waiting here to drive him into a corner. King walked along the corridors of the deserted building. He decided to go up at this point. The guy approached the wall technique and looked closely. He didn't understand what it was. The main character looked ahead happily and thought that he had an idea. The main character came up and stood near the stairs. The fighters stood above near the door with weapons and looked intently ahead. A man in glasses came up from behind and looked closely at his subordinates. He said that this was getting interesting. The man swung his hand sharply in front of him. His subordinates with weapons understood the boss's command. The main character carefully looked out and closely watched the boss from behind. The boy told the man that he didn't need to go. The boss was very surprised when he heard a voice from behind. The main character went out onto the roof and stood in front of the man. He said that he was already here. King stood and calmly looked at the boss. The man carefully studied the guy with his eyes. Suddenly, the man's mood improved. He clapped his hands joyfully at the guy. The boss told the main character that he is a really capable student of Mr. Van. The main character continued to stand on the roof and carefully study the boss and his subordinates. Qing looked closely with his magical vision and saw how the fighters were hiding weapons in their clothes. The protagonist told himself with excitement that the strangers had just put away their weapons. The subordinate turned to his boss. The man turned silently to his fighter in response. The protagonist looked at the bandits and realized that they were all armed with derringers. Their boss had a bunch of weapons. The man had a modified multi-shot crossbow hanging on his belt. The main character asked the man in a dissatisfied voice who he was. The man took off his glasses and explained to the guy that he had not introduced himself to him. The boss put the glasses in his pocket. He looked at the main character and said that his name was Ren Bing. The man looked at the main character and said that he would call him boss someday. King asked the man, "Does his master really call him boss?" Ren answered the protagonist that Mr. Wang was his predecessor. Qing asked his partner why he decided that he would be his boss. The subordinates went to the main character and wanted to test him. They were from the Huaxia sect. They never accepted random people. Qing jumped back abruptly. He told the fighters with excitement that he never wanted to join them. The main character threatened the bandits in front of him that he would call the police if they continued to approach. The stranger looked angrily at the guy and shouted that he could try to start. The main character stepped forward and shouted to the fighters that they were leaving him no choice. The fighter in front walked up to the scared guy and said that he thought he would never die, but in reality he was a loser. Qing angrily and discontentedly asked the fighter how he dared to call him that. The bandit angrily threatened the guy that he would beat him up now. Qing looked calmly at the running fighters and shouted that they should not be arrogant. The main character swung his arms and hit the bandits in both directions. They flew away. The main character jumped aside. He told the surprised boss that he saw what he could do. 2 bandits were lying on the roof and couldn't get up. The boss applauded the main character and said that Mr. Van had found a worthy successor for himself. The main character approached one of the bandits lying in a puddle and asked, "Who was the loser now?" Qing kicked the lying stranger and shouted for him not to lie any longer. The fighter got up on his knees and told the boss that the main character had figured them out right away. The man put his hand on his subordinate's shoulder and said that everything was fine. The bandit told the boss that their 2 plans were ruined. The main character suddenly jumped up to the bandit's side and asked what plans he was talking about. The fighter didn't know what to answer the guy. The boss pointed his finger at the guy and said that he should take him to a restaurant for dinner. Qing looked at the man and said that he could choose a place for himself. He was ready to treat him. The main character told his companions that they could go to heaven on earth. One of the bandits shouted joyfully that they could finally have a snack. The boss prepared to go down the stairs. He told his subordinates that they should rob this millionaire. Qing walked down the stairs and thought that the strangers had already thoroughly examined him. The boss walked up the stairs and told the fighters to eat as much as they could. The protagonist put his hand in his pocket and pulled out a discount card. He was sitting in a restaurant at a table with food. Qing was very surprised. He saw that his companions were consuming food without stopping. The main character looked at his new acquaintances and thought that their stomachs were bottomless. The boss grabbed a plate of rice in his hand and offered the guy to eat with them. The customers were sitting in the restaurant and happily eating the food. One fighter said that the food was very tasty. Suddenly, the fighters jumped up from their seats. The main character watched them carefully. The boss sat quietly at the table and drank coffee from a cup. At that time, his subordinates were carefully examining the cabinets in the room. The main character sat at the table and watched the fighters with bewilderment. One of them found a miniature bug in the room. He handed it to the boss. Qing jumped to his feet in displeasure. He was irritated because someone was watching him while he was eating. Ren told the main character that even if he complained to the restaurant owner, the boss would tell him that the bugs were for the establishment's protection. The man explained to the guy that thanks to surveillance, he would now receive a video of Wei for himself. The protagonist slyly turned away and said that it was all really useful. He explained to his companion at the table that they had not talked about anything bad. Ren turned around and asked the guy, "Can there be bugs in the toilet?" Qing thoughtfully said that bugs could be in the toilet to protect the toilets. The man stretched out his hands and removed the dishes from the table. Qin demanded that he tell him everything directly. Qing put the documents on the table in front of the guy. He wanted to offer the main character to join the Huaxia sect as the deputy head of the department. The protagonist leaned back in his chair. He wanted to ask the man first what the Huaxia sect was doing. The guy didn't want to subject himself to various disciplinary regulations. The man told the boy that he could read the documents and then decide for himself. He wouldn't force him to join them. The protagonist extended his hand forward and prepared to open the folder with documents. He realized that the fighters wanted to do something to force him to join them. Qing carefully read the documents about the Huaxia sect. This special team was under the direct command of the Central Special Warfare Department. The protagonist continued to read the document in his hands. It said that Ren Bin served as the captain of the 5th Special Forces team. The team's advisor was Wang Tiangang. The main character carefully read the document about the Huaxia sect. This structure monitored all special people and punished all types of criminal activity from people with abilities. Some ancient warriors with powerful abilities boasted that they were not of this world. They completely ignored worldly laws. Fighters with special abilities participated in crimes. They could stop flying bullets. Huaxia sect has taken responsibility for eliminating crimes. Anyone who threatens the welfare of the country will be severely punished. Every member of the Huaxia sect is responsible for maintaining peace in the country. The protagonist read in the document that the Huaxia sect was a national weapon. It was entrusted with the sacred duty of maintaining stability in the country. The main character looked carefully at the document. At the page where the number of participants in the 5th team was described, the main character looked carefully at the list and noticed the last name of Tang Jingsong and An Tiangang. The guy asked the boss, "Who is this team member with the last name An?" The man looked closely at the document. The main character pointed his finger at the name Tanya Jinsongya. The man told the protagonist that Tang Jinsong was sacrificed during the operation to destroy the evil warriors. The man at the table told the main character that the warrior Tang blocked a blow that belonged to his master. Qin read the documents carefully. He understood why his teacher had silently protected the Tang family for decades. The protagonist remembered that his teacher never left and lived alone in his old age. The guy hoped to himself that his master would be able to successfully break through the kingdom of Earth. The main character sat and carefully held the documents in his hands. The boss sat at the table opposite him. The man lit a cigarette. He told the boy that joining the Huaxia sect would not have much of an impact on his life. Ren stubbed out his cigarette. He told the boy that he would have to return to headquarters every winter solstice for training and evaluation. The boss sat at the table and told the guy that in recent years, the 5th group had carried out very few missions. Ren told the protagonist that they don't know where Mr. Van went. They also couldn't find the other 2 team members. The main character abruptly threw the documents on the table and shouted that he understood. If he joined the sect, the boss would cover him if he beat anyone. Ren gave the guy a sly look and reminded him that they were a special disciplinary unit. The man explained to the boy that their identity must be kept secret. It would not be a problem for them to beat up some bastards. The protagonist excitedly told the man that his master had not been paid for decades. He asked the boss how much they owed his master. Ren, sitting at the table, told the main character that they owed his master 30,270,000. The boss looked at the main character and said that this was a very large sum. The main character explained to his partners that the master wanted to give him all this money. He had a feeling that the master had simply deceived him. The main character told his partner that he could just make money himself, like drinking water. His teacher only earned about 30 million over decades of work. Qin explained to the fighter that he could earn much more if he sold jade stones. The fighter jumped up and angrily slammed his fist on the table. He shouted at the protagonist that the sect members don't care about money. Every warrior has to protect something. The fighter stood near the table and shouted to his partners that a warrior must defend the nation. To a lesser extent, he can defend family and friends. The fighter asked the main character sternly, "What will he do if his loved ones or friends are killed by other ancient warriors?" The fighter looked closely at the main character. He noticed that the guy was very excited. Ren pointed to his subordinate and said that his name was Andrew from Mongolia. This fighter learned his skills from the old shaman when he was a child. Ren told the protagonist that there was an evil ancient warrior who was at odds with the old shaman. The man told the boy that 12 years ago, an evil ancient warrior killed a sick old shaman. The warrior also killed the villagers who took care of the old shaman. The boss told the main character that Andrew's entire family had also died. Ren glanced at the fighter to the side and said that he survived because he was hunting. The main character clenched his hand into a fist in fear. He asked the boss with excitement, "What happened next?" Qing asked the boss angrily, "Is the killer still alive?" The boss told the main character that his master had smashed the killer's skull and he had died instantly. Qing came up from behind and put his hand on the fighter's shoulder. He asked him to forgive him for his words. Andrew answered the guy that all this was a long time ago and it was not important. Andrew turned around and told the protagonist that if he joined the sect, he would understand how bad enemies can be. The fighter extended his hand to the boy and said that he could join the Huaxia sect right now. The main character was racing at full speed on his scooter. He was deep in thought. The boy decided to himself that he would think about joining the sect after his master returned. King told his boss at parting that he could contact him and that he would do everything in his power to help. The main character came to the market and walked between the rows of traders. He was looking for something good for himself. King looked at the ancient things on the ground. He felt that the antiques had no spiritual aura. The guy was riding a scooter and saw a lonely old woman in front of him. At that moment, a car was rushing by. The car was racing at full speed and could not stop in front of the passerby. The driver looked ahead in fear and realized that his brakes weren't working. The main character shouted loudly to the old woman to be careful. A car was rushing towards her at full speed. The car turned sharply at full speed. The driver tried to avoid a collision. The The passerby was lying on the ground. The main character worriedly asked the old woman if everything was okay with her. The driver from the car said that the passerby could have been seriously injured. He decided to flee the scene of the accident. The main character approached the victim and decided to try to help her get to her feet. King turned around and shouted at the driver who was leaving that he was trying to escape after crashing into someone. The main character hugged the frightened old woman and said that he would take her to the hospital. The protagonist looked at the old woman and realized that it was Grandma Hua who gave him the stamp that night. Qing looked closely at the old woman and asked if she could stand up. The main character led the old woman by the arms. He remembered that he earned the first bucket of gold thanks to her. Hana told the guy in a weak voice that she needed to go to the hospital. She asked him to help her pick up the broken dishes near the basket. The old woman stood next to the cat. She told the boy to be careful. Qing told his partner that he would do so. The boy collected the broken pieces of dishes in a basket. The main character looked into the basket and told the old woman that everything around was broken. She was very sad. Qing held a basket in his hands. He told the old woman that he remembered the car's number. He suggested that she report it to the police. Hana told the guy to forget about everything. She thanked him for his help. The main character looked at the old woman carefully and said that he wanted to send her to the hospital. Hua answered the guy that she would rather get sick in the hospital. Hana said goodbye to the guy that she couldn't afford to spend money. She wanted to leave, but her foot got caught on the wheel of the scooter. The old woman was very frightened and looked down in front of her. Qing reached out his hand to grab her. The main character took the old woman by the arm and decided to help her get home. Qing looked at the frightened grandmother and said that he could take her home. The old woman happily sat behind the main character on the scooter. He shouted at her to hold on tight. Qing and his companion drove up the alley to the house where Hua lived. The old woman invited the main character to come to her house and have some tea. The two of them approached the door with the lock. The main character got off his motorcycle and took the basket to help the old woman carry it. The woman came to the door and started to open it. The main character stood next to her and looked at her. The old woman turned on the light in her small apartment. She told the guy that he could put his things out and have a cup of herbal tea. The main character thanked the hostess and prepared to sit down at the table. She put a cup for him. The guy felt that the tea tasted bitter. After that, there was sweetness and a licorice taste. The main character drained the cup very quickly. He said that the tea was very tasty. Hana stepped aside. She told the guy that he could have some more tea. This drink cools you down on a hot day. The hostess suddenly approached the cupboard with dishes and knocked on it. The hostess opened the cabinet and looked into it. The guy asked his grandmother with concern if everything was okay with her. The guy put his hand on the old woman's back and told her that she needed to sit down and rest. The main character was rummaging around in the nightstand. The hostess was sitting on a chair near the table. King took a large box wrapped in a rag out of the nightstand. The hostess told the guy to just put it on the table. The owner told the protagonist that she wanted to sell these things to make money. Qing felt that there was a dark aura near the box in his hands. The main character put the bundle on the table in front of him and began to open it. Qing opened the box and saw that it had a huge amount of metal fragments inside. They emitted a blue glow. The hostess told the guy that in front of him were ancient swords. She collected them in the countryside. The main character asked the hostess in surprise, "Are these really swords?" Hana told the guy that she has been dealing with old things for many years, and may be wrong. The things are in bad condition, but they were made a long time ago. The main character held a piece of metal in his hands. He said that he wanted to buy it. The hostess gave the guest some iron for his help. King activated his magical vision. He looked closely at the artifacts on the table. The main character looked closely at the magical artifacts. They emitted a glow. King looked closely at the knife in his hand. The glow in it came from the handle. The main character held the blade in his hands and was very pleased. The main character asked the owner how much the ancient sword would cost. Hua answered the guy with a smile that she would give him the artifact for free. The main character asked the owner with displeasure the cost of the artifact. The protagonist stood and waited patiently. He was rich and decided not to use the advantage of his eyes anymore. The landlady told the guy that he was very kind, but she couldn't take money from him. The main character sternly told the owner that the thing was very useful for him. The main character handed the old woman a wad of money. There were more than 5,000 in it. Hawa looked sadly at the guy and told him that she agreed. King demanded that the old woman answer him quickly. He needed to go home. Hua answered the guy that there was enough money for her and the ancient sword was now his. The main character came home to his mansion. He told the girl that he was back. Qing demanded that the guy wash his hands and go have dinner. King walked inside the house with a backpack on his back. He cunningly told the Onum that he had a treasure. The girl was holding a glass of drink in her hands. She asked the guy what kind of iron club he had behind his back. The main character held out the blade in front of him. He shouted to the girl that this was a precious sword. We told her surprised friend that he looked very stupid. Chin looked slyly at her partner and said that she was very straightforward. The main character shouted at his girlfriend with displeasure. Chin asked the guy where he was going. So it was already time for dinner? The main character was climbing the stairs and told the girl that he was not hungry and would rest in his room. The main character entered his room with a blade in his hand. He said to himself with displeasure that even Chin was laughing at him. The main character sat on a chair. He held out a blade in front of him and looked at it carefully. The guy said thoughtfully that it was an ancient sword that had been hidden for many years. King looked at the blade and saw rust on its surface. The real sword was hidden underneath. It could only be seen if the shell was removed. The main character suddenly remembered something. He decided to rummage through his drawers. Qian went to his desk. He was looking for tools in his drawers. The main character opened the drawer and found inside the chisels that the master had sent him. They came in handy. King began to scrape the rust off the blade with a knife. The boy decided that if this broken sword got any smaller, it would be completely useless. The protagonist looked closely at the cleaned blade. He saw a very amazing sword. Ching looked around carefully and decided to check the blade on the wooden discs on the table. The main character swung with all his might. He hit the wooden circles on the table with his sword. King was surprised to see that he had cut through the book and the wooden circles with the sword. The sword was amazing. King looked at the blade with surprise. He remembered that it cost him only 5,000 to get such a sharp sword. The guy swung his sword to the side. It turned out to be a really good deal for him. The main character happily ran around the room and waved his blade. Sui wanted to bring food to her friend's room. She told her that they could bring the food later. The main character was heading to school the next day. He was sitting in the classroom and looking out the window thoughtfully. Ching, in addition to studying, was engaged in the art of energy collection and processed emeralds. His life was rich and normal, but he was bored. The guy walked into his apartment and threw his backpack on the floor near the entrance. King came up to the refrigerator. At that moment, someone called him on the phone. The guy looked into the fridge and there were cans of drinks in front of him. He didn't understand why Ren Bing was calling him. The protagonist opened a can of drink and put it on the table. Ren told the guy on the phone that there had been several disappearances of little girls in the western suburbs of Zhongcheng City. King listened to the man with great fear. Ren told him that all the cases of girls disappearing were connected with an ancient warrior in the Xuan kingdom named Dulong. The man told the boy that he should help the Huaxia sect arrest the criminal. The guy asked his boss on the phone what he should do. Ren told his partner that Andrew would meet him tomorrow and fill him in on the situation. The boss turned off the phone. He didn't expect the guy to agree to the case so quickly. The man ordered his subordinate to contact Andrew as soon as possible. The subordinate bowed and said that he would do everything. The main character sat near the plasma TV on the wall and looked at it attentively. King held the remote control in his hands. He said, in a dissatisfied voice, that there was nothing on the news. The guy didn't see anything about the disappearance of little girls on TV. He decided to search the internet. The main character opened the door to the room and walked up to the computer. He stretched out his hands to the keyboard. King typed a search query into the system about girls on the keyboard. The boy was surprised to find that he had found nothing on his search for the disappearances of little girls in Jiangchen City. He assumed that the authorities had deleted all the information. He then turned around and looked at the blade on his desk. King took the blade in his hands and examined it carefully. He decided to sharpen it quickly. The boy wiped a piece of rust off his blade with a cloth. He didn't want his weapon to have any flaws. The main character joyfully raised his sword up in front of him and shouted that the job was done. King stretched up and walked to the side of the room. He decided it was time to sleep. The next day, the main character was walking in the park. Everything around was deserted. King heard some noise from the side. He turned around carefully and saw that an expensive black car had driven up to him. There was an unfamiliar girl sitting in the car. She took off her glasses and told the guy that she wanted to give him a lift. The door of an expensive car opened. The main character prepared to get inside the car. The guy sat down in a car seat. Someone from the side handed him a blade. Andrew handed the main character several blades and said that they were for him. The girl behind the wheel was driving the car. The main character was sitting in the back seat with Andrew. Ching asked the fighter who the girl behind the wheel was. Andrew explained to the guy that the driver's name was Huangpu Lan. She was the most beautiful girl in their 5th team and the commander of this mission. King looked at his hands. He held a sheath made of high-quality white and black metal. Andrew told the guy that they needed alligator skin ones. They had their own chrome steel inside and couldn't be penetrated. King held the blade in front of him and admired it. Renbin prepared a scabbard for it, and now he could change it according to his mood. Lan looked at the guy and said that it was she who asked to make a scabbard for him and asked if he liked them. Ching answered the girl that he liked the gift. The driver turned around and told the guy in a stern voice that he had to kill Dulong. The car was driving on the bridge. The doe told the guy that he was just a brat who still needed a mother. Ching told his partner that she didn't look much older than him. Andrew told the protagonist not to take those words to heart. The main character sat calmly in his seat, fastened with a belt. He was silent. Andrew said in a stern voice that Dulong had kidnapped 12 little girls. The bodies of 5 of them were found badly mutilated. The fighter handed the main character some photographs and said that they all related to this case. King looked ahead in fear. He carefully studied the photographs of the bodies. The main character took one photograph of the girl's body in his hand and looked at it carefully. King looked at the picture of the crimes in silence. He was silent and said nothing. The guy saw in the photo that the criminal had dismembered the girls' bodies and thrown them away. It seemed cruel to him. The main character was thinking about something of his own. He squeezed his hand, which held a photograph. The driver turned around and asked the guy what happened to him. The girl looked closely at the guy and saw that his eyes lit up. The driver suddenly jerked the wheel to the side and the car began to skid on the road. Andrew flew head first after braking sharply. The driver applied the parking brake. The doe turned around and asked Andrew with displeasure, "What did he do to the guy?" The main character was riding inside a racing car with his companions along a city road. Andrew said from his seat in a terrified voice that he had done nothing. He had merely shown the boy the photographs of the bodies. The warrior turned around and glanced furtively at the protagonist. He thought that Ching was a monster. Andrew calmed his friend down. He said that the guy could catch fire now. Lana handed the main character a bottle of water to cool him down. An excited Andrew handed his friend a bottle of water and offered him a drink. Chin thanked him. A black racing car was standing on the road. It was blocking the way for other cars. The main character grabbed a bottle of water and began to drink it greedily. He crushed it with all his might with his hand and remembered Dulong. The main character came to himself completely inside the car. He asked his companions, "Why did they stop?" The driver turned from her seat and looked at the guy carefully. Andrew silently looked at the main character. After a short pause, Ching asked his companions why they were looking at him like that. Andrew told the main character with excitement that he shouldn't have been so angry. He scared them all. The driver turned around and told the guy that his eyes had just been glowing. There was no need for him to be so worried about some photos. The girl hit the gas pedal in the car with all her might and they drove forward. A black racing car was speeding down the street. It was heading towards the parking lot. King asked his partner why they were standing in the parking lot. Andrew explained that they had to change cars to catch Dulong. The main character was riding with his companions inside a green pickup truck. He was looking out the window at the street. Lan told her companions that Liu Long was in the early stages of the Xuan Kingdom. He was a master of using snake venom. Ordinary people could not approach him. The protagonist asked the girl from the backseat how people could get close to Dulong. The doe turned around and asked the guy if he was into the art of holding his breath. The protagonist answered his partner that he had never learned this from his teacher. Lan said that she had learned the cultivation of breathing in a couple of days. After that, the girl opened the side door of the car. Ching couldn't understand why the driver was so fussy. The main character got out of the pickup truck and looked closely after the girl. King walked up behind the driver and asked if she was going to catch Dulong. The doe held a phone in her hands. She turned back and looked at the main character with displeasure. The girl shouted at Chin in a dissatisfied voice that she was leaving, and he shouldn't stop her. Lan shouted at the guy from behind that she didn't want to die. Ching angrily answered her that she could get lost. The main character headed to the side. He shouted to the girl that he would go and kill Dulong alone. The doe shouted after the guy that he could go if he wanted to die. The guy was standing near the car door. The girl screamed that she would not mourn his death. Ching went inside the car. He asked the fighter if he knew where Dulong was. Andrew told the guy that he knew. The main character sat in the back seat of the car and told the guy to take him there. Andrew turned around and told the protagonist that they didn't need to do that. Ching angrily told his partner that he would take the blame if anything happened. Ching asked the guy behind the wheel in a stern voice, "Doesn't he want to get justice for these kids?" Andrew tightened his hand on the steering wheel and repeated to himself the words about the 9 children. The guy's eyes suddenly lit up and he jerked the steering wheel to the side while driving. The main character hit his face on the side window of the car. The boy pointed to the driving away car with his hand and said that there was a clown inside the car. Ching looked closely at his reflection in the side window. Andrew glanced at the main character and thought that this guy was really cool. The fighter turned around and told the protagonist that he would go with him. They had to avenge the death. The main character shouted at the driver to look at the road. He was not allowed to look back while driving. The car was driving along the road through the village. The main character joyfully shouted that this was a very nice place. King looked out the window and said it was the perfect place to retire. According to the information, Dulong was hiding in the ruined barn of the mountain god outside the village. People considered him a beggar and even fed him. After Dulong arrived in the village, little girls began to disappear. The main character was sitting in the back seat. He said in a stern voice that there should be punishment for Dulong's crime. The driver agreed with him. The main character drove up to an old house on the outskirts of the village where the suspect lived. Ching looked out of the car at the old house and thought that this bastard should pay for everything he did. The guy got out of the car and called a woman named Mrs. Tu. He took an envelope out of his pants pocket and said that he was a colleague of Go Danyu. Andrew was holding an envelope in his hands. He told the woman in a sly voice that he had brought some money. The main character stood behind and looked at the dog near his feet. The woman stood and held an envelope in her hands. After a short pause, she told the guy that he was Danyu's colleague. She opened the door to the house and told the guys to come in. She promised to bring them something to eat. The main character asked his friend again, "What kind of colleague could this be?" "Go Danyu." Andrew answered his friend that such a person does not exist at all. They made a deal with this family and she will cooperate with them. As long as they pay her, they will receive a place to rest and food here. The hostess treated the guests to food at the table. She told them that the temple was only 500 meters away. The main character put his hand on his friend's shoulder and said that he would stay here and he would go there first. Andrew got worried. He shouted to the guy that he would go with him. The protagonist put his hand on his companion's shoulder. He explained that he had to stay there to send a message. He decided to go to the temple himself. Andrew also didn't look like a farmer at all. The fighter stretched out his hand in front of him. He told the main character that he was absolutely right. He was wearing a new clean t-shirt and an expensive coat. The fighter demanded that the protagonist bring him some old clothes. Ching explained to his partner that Liu Dong might let down his guard if he dressed like a villager. The guy asked the hostess if she had any old clothes. She told the guest to wait a little. The main character sat calmly on the street and slowly ate small nuts. The main character was sitting quietly on the street. Andrew came up to him from behind and brought him clothes. The main character jumped to his feet and told his friend that he would change his clothes now. King put on his country clothes. He asked his friend what he thought. The hostess started laughing. Andrew pointed at his companion and said that he wouldn't have recognized him if he had gone out to graze the animals. She told the guy with a smile that he looked exactly like her neighbor's son. The main character walked past the table where the food was. He said that it was time for him to go. King took some nuts with him. He asked the woman for some sweet potatoes for the road. The main character headed towards the exit and waved to the woman. He told his partners to wait for good news. Ching approached the forest villages and looked around carefully. The protagonist glanced to the side. He told himself that he should be almost there. King stepped to the side and saw an old abandoned gate in front of him. The main character came to the gate. He said that the temple must have been empty for many years. The guy slowly stepped forward through the gate. He looked around carefully. The main character saw ancient statues inside the temple. Everything around looked abandoned. The guy looked closely and noticed that there was an old man lying on the floor in the temple. The main character looked closely at the stranger on the floor. He decided that this was the one he needed. An old man with long hair lay on the ground and did not move. He was sleeping. The main character went inside the temple and looked around carefully. King stood in the corridor. Next to him were huge statues of Buddha. The boy threw a sweet potato at the lying old man to wake him up. Dulong came to his senses. He rose above the ground and began to rub his eyes. The old man looked at the potatoes with great greed. He grabbed them and began to gobble them up greedily. King was tossing potatoes in his hands. He told the old man that his grandmother had asked him to bring them to him. Dulong sat on the floor and ate his food with gusto. The protagonist threw him another potato. Ching approached the statue and said that it had already faded very much. The old man silently ate potatoes and looked at the guy. The boy turned around carefully and looked at the old man. He thought that he was a really good actor. Ching glanced sideways carefully and thought that he needed to hurry up and find the children. Ching looked at the statue in horror and realized that there were hundreds of poisonous snakes in the statue in front of him. The old man ate potatoes and looked at the guy with displeasure. The guy looked at Dulong with displeasure. He realized that these poisonous snakes could kill any ordinary person. Ching looked at the old man and thought that he was an ancient warrior in the Zhuan kingdom. He would be in big trouble if he couldn't catch him this time. The main character headed towards the temple exit. He decided to find the missing children. Dulong sat near the statue and ate potatoes with gusto. The main character turned around and thought that he should first deal with the old man. Ching saw something lying on the floor in front of him and sparkling. He reached out his hand to take it. The main character saw the decoration on the floor. He wanted to take it in his hand. The old man jumped to his feet. Ching looked closely and saw a silver children's bracelet in his hands. Long suddenly came up behind the guy and took the jewelry from his hands. The main character angrily shouted at the old man that he saw the decoration first and the bracelet belonged to him. Long threatened the guy that he would kill him. Ching became very angry. He called the old man a shameless beggar. The main character sternly shouted at the old man for eating his sweet potato and stealing his bracelet. He didn't want Long to touch him. Long looked at the guy very angrily and swung his hand to hit him. Ching looked calmly to the side and saw how the old man wanted to hit him in the face with his hand. The main character very quickly dodged the old man's blows and grabbed him with his hand. Ching slammed the stone into the old man's face with all his might, knocking him off his feet. Long looked at the guy with an angry and displeased look and parried his blow with his hand. After this, the old man swung his arm in midair to finish off the guy. The main character jumped back very sharply. He barely managed to dodge his opponent's blow. Ching jumped back so that the old man wouldn't touch him. The frightened guy thought to himself that it was close. Long could no longer stand on his feet and fell to the ground, blood coming out of his mouth. The old man was lying near the statue of Buddha. The main character thought to himself that he could not allow him to release the snakes. The main character stretched his hands forward and fire came out of them. He threw the old man far back. King said with excitement that his opponent was indeed an ancient warrior in the Zhuan kingdom. After that, the guy took out his blade. The protagonist walked towards the old man near the wall with a knife. He thought to himself that he had to be very careful. Long was a master of poisoning. The guy stood with a blade in front of the old man. He was afraid that Long would find a chance to poison him. Suddenly, a frog rushed from the old man's body to the side and attacked the main character. The frog fell dead on the floor. The main character stabbed it with a knife in time. Long sat motionless near the wall. The guy watched him closely. The main character took a small stick. He extended it to the old man and touched him. Ching said to himself in a thoughtful voice that Long was weak and almost dead. The guy decided to go back and tell Andrew so that he could deal with it. The guy turned around and noticed a group of angry villagers appearing near the entrance to the house. The villagers looked at the main character with displeasure. They decided to tie him up. People stood to the side and looked at the guy with displeasure. Someone said that the beggar is also a living person. The man brought a rope for tying pigs. He looked at the guy angrily and wanted to tie him up. The man poked the main character with a stick. The boy realized that the village elder was standing in front of him. The elder put a stick on the boy's shoulder. He told Zhu Laoguan to tie up the murderer. Zhu approached the guy with a rope in his hands. He noticed that Ching was still holding the knife in his hands. The headman sternly demanded that the boy put down the knife. He threatened to break his arm. Ching pointed his hand at the old man in the temple and shouted to the people that he was the murderer. He had come here to catch him. The residents were unhappy. Someone asked the guy why he beat up the beggar if he wanted to catch him. The protagonist held the knife out in front of him for protection. He realized that the residents had decided that he wanted to escape. The elder with a stick sternly demanded that the boy put down the knife. Ching realized that the people in this place would not believe him, no matter what he said. Chin rushed to the side very sharply and with his blade cut the stick that the elder was holding. The severed stick fell to the ground. Ching stood with a knife in his hands. The residents looked at him with fear. The elder looked at his severed club in fear. The man on the side shouted that the knife was very sharp. The main character told the people to ask Miss Tu about everything and not to attack him anymore. The headman turned to the side and told Z to go and ask Mrs. Tu about everything. The man was unhappy because he had to carry out the elder's orders. After that, the elder commanded with displeasure that Z should not just stand there. The main character stood at a short distance and watched everything carefully. The headman angrily shouted at the man to leave. At this moment, the noise of an approaching car was heard. The driver honked the horn and people turned around in fear. The residents looked at the green car that had pulled up with great surprise and interest. The man looked at the car in surprise. He didn't know who was inside. The man pointed at the car and shouted that Mrs. Tu was sitting inside. The doe looked out of the car. The man looked at the girl and said with admiration that she was very beautiful. The residents looked at the girl inside the car with admiring glances. The doe looked silently and with interest at the people and near the car. Andrew grabbed the girl by the shoulder and moved forward. The villagers could not understand who it was in the car. People stood and could not understand why strangers came to them in a car. The main character carefully watched everything from behind. Ching glanced at the girl. He didn't understand why the doe kept following him. The girl opened the door and got out of the car. The villagers stood in groups and continued to quarrel. Lan and Andrew went inside the temple together. The residents watched them from the side with surprise. The main character waved to his companions in a dissatisfied voice and shouted that he was next to them. Lan went inside the building and carefully examined the body of the lifeless old man. The girl looked at the photograph and compared it with the beggar's appearance. She identified him. Lan asked the guy on the street how the main character was able to defeat Du Long. The main character was trying to fight off people who wanted to send him to the police station. Andrew turned away with displeasure. He decided to go and help the main character. Andrew walked up to the crowd of people and said that they could hand the boy over to him. The man asked his partner very sternly who he was. Andrew showed his police ID. The man demanded that the people let the main character go. The villagers released Chin, and he immediately ran to Andrew. The villagers stepped aside. The protagonist was glad that the people finally let him go. Andrew told his friend that it was time for them to return. The main character and his companions were flying in 2 red helicopters. Ching asked with displeasure, "Why was the girl Lan flying in another helicopter?" Andrew explained to the guy that the girl wanted to stay away from him. The main character turned around and told his companion that he wanted to go to heaven on earth. The guy answered his partner that he would wake him up when they were there. 2 helicopters continued to fly above the ground. They were approaching the city. On the ground, one passerby looked at the helicopter in surprise and did not understand why it was there. Surprised women were standing nearby. Tan looked ahead in surprise and realized that the helicopter was landing nearby. He realized that someone wanted to get out. The main character climbed out of the helicopter onto the ground. A friend next to him joyfully called him by name. King ran at full speed to his friend. He shouted that they hadn't seen each other for a long time and he missed him. King ran up to his friend, who hit him in the face with all his might. Tan asked the main character, "Where was he?" The guy answered his friend that he should take him to the sauna and he would tell him everything. 2 friends were relaxing in a huge pool in a sauna. There was no one else around. Tan turned around and looked at the great blade that was lying on the shore. He asked the boy where he got such a treasure and wanted to buy it. King returned and told his friend that he would not sell him the sword for any amount of money. Tang slyly asked the guy to tell him about the situation with the helicopter. The main character was sitting in the pool. He told his friend that his master's friend asked for a favor. They sent him back when everything was done. Tan thought to himself with excitement that he shouldn't ask his friend about the master of the bath. King glanced at his friend and realized that he was afraid of Master Wang. He didn't need to mention it out loud. He asked his friend to find him an expert for the sword. Tang stretched out his hand to take the blade. He said that Master Wu was drinking tea upstairs and could be asked to come here. The main character told his friend in a sly voice that the master was very old and might pull his leg when he went down. They themselves should go to him. Tan told his friend that he was going to fight in 2 days and that he should go with him. Ching didn't want to go and watch his friend just beat someone up. The fighter angrily flexed his arms. He said that several foreigners had hurt a dozen people. Tomorrow he wanted to teach them a lesson. Ching looked at his friend and asked why this wasn't reported on the news. He watched the local news every day. The protagonist continued to ask his friend, "Why is the news silent about what happened?" Tan turned around and slyly asked his partner if he had ever heard of underground fights. King was very surprised when he realized that underground fighting could exist in Jiangcheng. Tan told the guy in a serious voice that there were all kinds of gambling games in the city. He wanted to invite him to watch them tonight. Keen asked his partner to tell him how it all works and what the rules are. Tan said that underground wrestling is a type of business. All fighters must understand one important thing from the very beginning. Any participant in a fight can die only after he finds himself in the boxing ring. The participants in the fight can be completely different. There are no restrictions in fighting techniques, and they can fight with bare hands. No weapons can be used in boxing rings. You can fight until one of the participants collapses. During the battle, Blood and screams will only please the spectators and they will raise the stakes. There are upper and lower limits for betting on money. All the rich people who watch the fights online will bet. The organizers get a commission from each bet. Underground fights in Jiacheng have been held for a long time. The organizers have a lot of experience. They get a lot of profit from each match. Rich people breed their own boxers or buy professionals. The billionaire invited 2 foreigners to work for him. They became strong fighters. The fighters were very brutal, and all their opponents were almost beaten to death. Tan said in a dissatisfied voice that the foreign fighters said that everyone in their country was a loser. The main character realized with excitement that his friend would fight 2 fierce opponents. He said out loud to the guy that he should not fight alone. Tan asked his friend with excitement, "Has he really decided that he won't be able to win on his own?" Tan jumped to his feet in the pool. He shouted that everyone should know that he is one of the best fighters in Jiacheng. His opponents are no match for him. King asked his friend excitedly if he had ever watched his opponent's matches. Tan said in a boastful voice that his opponents only knew some karate techniques. The guy said, in a confident voice, that he would knock out with his abilities. After that, he got out of the water and said that there was another fighter they knew. Qing turned around and asked his friend which of the fighters they might have known. Qing climbed out of the water and said to his friend that their acquaintances could be Luo and Bao. Tang asked his partner if he remembered the Falcon Boxing Club. The main character immediately remembered. Tan told his friend that there would be a match between Sakano Takeo and Chi Mingyu from Falcon Boxing Club. The main character asked his friend, "Why is the head of the boxing club doing all this?" Tan told his friend to get dressed. He walked to the edge of the pool and prepared to take the blade in his hands. The old man was sitting in a chair and drinking tea. He said in a happy voice that he still had a slight fruity taste in his mouth. A waitress with a tray came up to him from the side. The main character appeared next to him with his companion. Tan came up to the old man from the side and asked, "Is he really evaluating tea again?" Mr. Wu turned around and looked happily at the guest. The old man told the boy that he could have tea with him. Tan told the master that he had brought a treasure for him and that he should look at it. Mr. Wu once again offered his partner to have tea. The guy took a sip of tea from the bowl. He said in a joyful voice that it was Da Hong Pao. Tan sat in a chair. He said that the tea was made from the best variety. The old man asked the guy what he wanted to show him. The guy took out the blade and showed it to the expert. He said it was an ancient sword. Mr. Wu looked at the blade and said that it was very worn. The expert looked closely at the sword and said that it was just trash. The guy told the master not to rush to conclusions. He suggested that he take a closer look at the blade. The old man saw that there was an inscription about Lunyuan on the handle. He asked the boy with excitement, "Where did he get this sword?" Tan replied to the old master that his friend had bought this sword at the market. Mr. Wu said that the long sword is a long sword. The blade in the boy's hand is short. The master looked at the guy with the sword and said that he was holding a fake in his hands. The master said that the king ordered Ao Jizi to forge swords. The master made 3 masterpieces. Long Yuan was his first masterpiece. Mr. Wu said to the boy in a stern voice that Long Yuan is called the king of swords. The old man told the boy that the blade in his hand could not be real. Tan looked at the weapon in his hand and said that it was real. Tan, with a blade in his hand, told the old man that Master Wu might have made his sword first and hidden it somewhere. The guy told his teammates that Master Wu could have thrown out 3 more long balls for King Chu. A man came up from the side. He said that the swords from Master Wu Jizi could cut through anything. He wondered if the guy's blade was capable of that. Tan grabbed the blade with his hand. He decided to check if it could cut anything. The guy quickly cut through the furniture in front of the surprised old man with a sword strike. Tan told the surprised guests that the blade in his hand was real. The old man was collecting the remains of his expensive table on the floor. The man said in a thoughtful voice that the sword was indeed sharp, but no one had ever seen it before. The old man at the side said that the sword had only cut the corner of the table. The old man told his partners in a thoughtful voice that they had to determine if the sword was real. Tan looked at his partner with displeasure and asked what he meant. The guest drank tea from the bowl. Then he wanted to tell the guy something important. The old man said that the Long Yuan sword should move by itself in the water, so they need to bring some water here. The guest put the saucer and cup on the table and said that they would look at the sword. The boy turned around and shouted at the maid to stop washing the floor. The girl looked at the guest in surprise. The guy demanded that she bring water. The old man thought happily that he could use the legends about the sword to laugh at the rude and smug guy. King demanded impatiently that they bring water quickly. Long Yuan was still his treasure. Tan demanded that the girl put the vessel with water on the ground. He held the blade in his hands and wanted to check if it was fake. The guy carefully placed the blade into a vessel with water. People around watched all this closely. Suddenly, the sword inside the vessel began to swim very quickly. Water splashed out. Tan looked ahead with admiration and said that this was all amazing. Ching stuck his hand into the vessel and wanted to remove the blade. The main character grabbed the blade and shouted to the disgruntled people that it belonged to him. Old Man Wu told the boy that he wanted to take another look at the sword. Ching grabbed his friend and told the old men that he had to leave. Tan asked the main character on the go what happened. They were heading towards the exit of the room. Ching told his friend that if they had stayed in the room, the old men would have continued to pester them. The masters cast greedy glances at the sword. Tan suddenly stopped and laughed loudly. He told the protagonist that the old men looked stunned. Tang told the protagonist to give him the sword after he killed the two foreigners. Ching told his friend that the duel would start at 8 in the evening. He could rest in the room. He would come pick him up later. Late in the evening, the protagonist went outside. Tan was already waiting for him there. The guy pushed his glasses aside and told the protagonist to get into the car. After the match, he suggested going to a barbecue. King got into his friend's car. He asked him with displeasure why the car smelled of perfume. Tan turned around and said in a sly voice that he had invited Pan Huang to dine at his hotel. It smelled like that after that girl, Ching said to himself in a thoughtful voice that he thought Pan had a boyfriend. The car was driving through the city. Tan slyly asked his companion how his relationship was going. Ching answered his friend in a dissatisfied voice that all this was none of his business. The car pulled up to a luxury restaurant. The guy opened the side window in the door. A waiter approached him. The waiter pointed to the side with his hands and invited the guests to come inside the establishment. The main character looked ahead with admiration. He saw some girl. The girl in the red dress approached the guy and said that she hadn't seen him for a long time. Ching stood to the side and felt very embarrassed. He coughed discontentedly. The girl turned around and said in a displeased voice to the main character that his throat hurt. Tan looked at the guest with admiration and said that they were now going to a boxing match. The main character, accompanied by his companions, walked through the hall of a luxurious establishment. King entered the elevator with the girl and his friend. They prepared to go up. The worker approached the control panel and began dialing the number of the required floor. King stood behind and watched the girl closely. He couldn't figure out on which floor the boxing match was taking place. The main character was riding in an elevator with his companions. He looked around carefully. The girl in the elevator pressed the right button and the cabin began to descend very quickly. The main character got out of the elevator and realized that they had gone down to the bottom of the hotel. There was a huge boxing arena and a lot of spectators. Tan turned around and told his friend not to stand still, but to follow him to the balcony. The worker approached one of the doors and held out a VIP card to open it. The girl opened the door to the room. She told the guests that they could watch the entire match in real time. The room attendant told the guests that they had massage services. There was food and drinks in the refrigerator and the wine cabinet. You could place bets on the computer. The main character became very excited when he heard about the computer. He immediately sat down at the table in front of the monitor. Tan fell into a chair and looked at his phone. He told the protagonist that the computer contained information about two needed guys. The main character sat and carefully looked at information about one of the fighters. Can read on the internet detailed information about the masters against whom Tang was supposed to fight in the ring. Sakano Takeo was from Japan and his age was 43. Ching read detailed information about him. Ching looked at and analyzed the fighter's physique very carefully. Most people assumed that Takeo would win the fight. The guy looked at his phone and told the main character to help him put 200,000 on Chi Minyu. Ching answered his friend from the spot that he would do so. King thought with displeasure that his friend was throwing money away. Tang looked at his phone and said that he should support his friend. King was sitting at the computer. He made a bet at the request of a friend. Tan sat on the sofa and took the TV remote control. The guy saw a boxing match on TV. He called the main character to him. Tan, in his place, shouted joyfully to his friend that the match was already starting. The guy looked at the video broadcast of the ring and said that his friend would beat his opponent. The girl entered the arena and carried a sign in her hands. The athletes stood in the ring and prepared for the fight. There was a huge crowd of spectators around. Tan was watching the fight on TV with excitement. The main character asked his friend, "Why is there no judge in the ring?" Tan explained to his partner that if an athlete falls or loses consciousness, then the opponent becomes the winner. King sat on the chair and said that this was really cruel. At this time, Takeo began to attack his opponent. The fighters rushed at each other at full speed and began to fight. The fighter very quickly dodged Takeo's attack and prepared to hit him back with all his might. Takeo was unable to dodge his opponent's powerful blow. He took a blow to the neck. Tan was watching the fight closely. He said with excitement that the fighter would definitely lose consciousness now. Ching looked at the fighter and said that he looked simply wonderful. Takeo glared at his opponent. He thought that Chi might not have time to dodge. The fighter grabbed his opponent's leg sharply. He swung his arm to finish the athlete. King watched the fight and shouted that if Chi didn't manage to dodge, his shin would be broken. Chi swung his leg and tried to attack his opponent from the side. Takeo dodged back and watched with horror as his opponent's punch flew right in front of him. Chu jumped up and tried to attack his opponent with a flying kick. Chu fell down and to the side and tried to kick the fighter in the chest. Tan watched the TV with great excitement. He shouted with excitement that this was a very good fight. The main character and his friend were sitting on the couch and watching the fight on TV. Takeo stood in the ring and felt his strength gradually leaving him. His legs were already shaking. King watched the fight and thought that Takeo could not possibly be a match for Brother Tang. The fighters continued to fight in the ring. Chu suddenly rushed forward and tried to knock his opponent down with a punch. Takeo took a very powerful kick from his opponent and jumped back. Tan watched the fight and was very unhappy with the athlete. Ching told his friend from the side that the fighter was lucky. The guy turned around and told his friend that he would help him register. The match was in 3 days, and they could beat their opponents. Qin explained to his friend that they would not bully other people. Tang told his partner that the rivals were very arrogant. Tan said that athletes always boast that they are the best fighters in Asia. He was sure that very few people bet on Takeo. The main character sat down at the computer and said that he needed to check everything now. Qing carefully studied the information on the internet. The difference was very striking to him. It turned out that people who bet on Takeo could get a large sum of money if he won. The main character opened a can of drink and asked his friend what the match had just been like. Tan was watching the fight closely on TV. He said that Chi was winning this round. Takeo was very clever and hit his opponent with his hand from below with all his might. Chu felt a very strong blow and pain ran through his body. He held back with all his might. Tan was very unhappy. The fighter looked ahead in surprise and said that all this was very mean. The main character looked closely at the video broadcast and said that something was wrong here. King grabbed the TV remote control abruptly. He told his friend that they needed to play the video again. The main character on TV was playing a recording of a fight between two fighters in the ring. King looked closely at the expression on one of the athletes' faces. Tan asked his friend what happened. The main character excitedly told his friend that all this was a delaying tactic. An excited Ching pointed at Takeo's face on the TV video. The main character excitedly told his surprised friend that the fighter in the ring was not fighting at full strength. Tan was watching the video broadcast on TV carefully. He didn't understand why the athlete did that. Ching and his friend were watching the broadcast of the fight in the ring. The guy said that Takeo wanted to make the match more spectacular. He was misleading the fans about his real strength. Tan asked his friend what the athlete's real strength was. Ching answered his partner that he wasn't sure. The protagonist told his friend that the fighter's final blow was so fast and powerful that it could knock down almost any opponent. Tan excitedly told his friend that if he used all his skills, the fighter would not be able to get close to him. The main character angrily demanded that his friend simply tell him the truth. King sternly asked his partner who asked him to sign up here. Tan asked his friend excitedly what he meant. Ching looked sternly at the guy. After a short pause, Tan shouted loudly and angrily that he had been set up. The main character looked at his friend and demanded that he tell him everything. King opened a can of beer. At that time, his friend smoked a cigarette. After a short pause, Tan explained to his friend that he was in a relationship. Chin, holding a jar in his hands, explained to his partner that he was getting off topic. Tan took a drag on his cigarette and said that he had recently met a beautiful girl named Liu Mengyao. Her father was the boss of Longhu Villas. Tan said that he made several proposals to his girlfriend and was always refused. Very unexpectedly, Liu asked a guy out on a date 3 days ago. She handed the guy a document during a meeting in the park. If he had defeated the foreigners, she would have been his girlfriend. Tan looked at the contract in his hands and said that his opponents were no match for him. Tan secretly registered for the sake of his girlfriend and took the main character with him. The guy took a drag on his cigarette and said that he would destroy his rivals for the sake of the girl. The main character thought that the billionaire signed up for a boxing match for his girlfriend. He became interested in what Liu looked like. Tanzak stubbed out his cigarette and said in a thoughtful voice that a man rarely goes crazy in his entire life. The guy said in a romantic voice that you can go crazy for the love of your girlfriend. Ching asked his friend if the girl had asked him to personally deal with the rivals. Tan looked at his friend from the side and thanked him. He decided to fight against the fighters personally. The main character carefully warned his friend to just be careful. The main character was sitting on the sofa with his friend. They were getting ready to watch the next round of the fight on TV. The fighters stood opposite each other in the arena. They prepared to fight. The athlete took a fighting stance and prepared to attack his opponent. At that moment, Chinyu had an idea. The main character abruptly headed for the exit. At that moment, the guy grabbed him by the hand. Tan held his friend and asked discontentedly where he was going. The protagonist explained that he would go down to see the fighter's true strength. Tan took the sword from his friend and gave him a card in return. Ching could use such a card to get a seat in the front row. The main character was running at full speed along the corridor. He was heading towards the right door. The guards asked the guy to put the metal objects in the locker. King stood near the metal lockers. He realized that even here there were safety rules. The guards checked the guy with a metal detector. They allowed him to go further. The protagonist was heading towards the arena. A worker in a suit asked the customer to follow him. The security guard led the guy into the arena and showed him his place in the chair. Ching sat in a chair and watched the fight closely. The guy thought that Gao Minyan had been training the 12 consecutive Shaolin kicks for more than 2 decades. The fighters fought in the ring. Ching recalled that Gao had achieved domestic success 5 years ago. Since then, he had not lost a single match. The main character watched the fighters closely and realized that something was wrong with them. Ching became increasingly worried. He felt very clearly that something was wrong in the arena. The guy activated his magical vision. He realized that the athlete was pretending to be weak. King analyzed Takeo's body. This fighter was in the middle of the Huang Kingdom and was even close to the top. The main character sat next to the ring. He realized that the fighter was good at deceiving people. Gao would eventually lose sooner or later. The protagonist watched the fight in the ring closely. He remembered that his friend Tan had not yet achieved internal success. King secretly hoped with excitement that his friend would listen to him and give in. Suddenly, Takeo rushed forward and swung his arm with all his might at his opponent. Takeo very quickly dodged to the side of his opponent and swung his arm. The fighter hit his opponent with a very powerful blow. The athlete missed a powerful blow. The fighter felt that his leg was broken. He could not fight any further. Takeo decided to go on the attack. Takeo swung his arm very powerfully and wide. He hit the fighter in the head with his hand and he flew to the side. Takeo said in an angry voice that the Huaxia people are very weak. His angry opponent began to rise to his feet. The Japanese angrily shouted at his opponent to go to hell. He hit him in the face with his hand. The athlete, after a powerful blow, began to fall dead onto the ring. The people in the stands were very angry. They were shouting at the Japanese man to get out. The main character looked at the arena very frightened. Someone threw a shoe into the ring and hit him on the head. The fans were very angry. The medics dragged the beaten fighter away on a stretcher. The main character was very scared. He headed towards the exit of the ring and went home. The main character was walking down the hallway and heading towards his room. He thought that someone might hurt him by mistake. King entered the room and saw a stranger sitting on a chair. He asked where Brother Tang was. The stranger held a knife in his hands. He said that he would take the protagonist home at the request of the Thane. Ching held the phone in his hands. He asked his partner, "Did something happen?" The main character couldn't get through to his friend. Ching looked at his phone. He couldn't understand what his friend was doing. He turned around and asked the stranger where Tang went. The guy told the main character that Bao went with Tan. He decided to call him. The stranger said in a dissatisfied voice that Bao's phone was also turned off. The protagonist went to see his friend tomorrow. The next day, Ching was sitting at home trying to call his friend. Tang's phone was turned off. The main character arrived at the hotel. He asked all the workers about the Thane. Ching looked at his phone with displeasure. He realized that something might have happened to his friend. The main character looked at the device and realized that another day had passed, and his friend's phone was still turned off. King thought and could not understand what could have happened to the guy. At that moment, his phone rang. The main character grabbed the phone. He thought that Tan had called him. It turned out that it was the stranger from the hotel room yesterday who had called. The guy was driving. He told the main character on the phone that he hadn't seen Tan and Bao for 2 days. King asked his partner, "Where is he?" The guy replied that he had just arrived at Huijing Garden. The main character ran to the exit. He shouted to the guy that he would be next to him in 5 minutes. The main character ran out through the gate and saw a car there. He got inside and told the driver that they needed to go to Villa Longhu. The car suddenly stopped and the main character hit his head on the seat in front. He asked the driver with displeasure, "What was wrong?" The driver behind the wheel explained to the guy next to him that they were stuck in a traffic jam. The main character jumped out of the car. He ran into the elevator and wanted to get to the duel of his friend Thane against 2 dangerous opponents as soon as possible. King ran into the fighting arena. He looked around and saw that everything around was very crowded. The main character saw a fighter in a silver mask fighting against his friend in the fighting ring. The masked fighter hit Tanya with all his might with a powerful fighting move. The main character watched the fight with excitement. Tan fell unconscious onto the ring. Ching thought to himself with displeasure that his friend had used 18 direct knockdown techniques. Suddenly, the athlete found the strength in himself and stood up on his feet. The main character thought that his friend was as strong as a bull. Tan jumped high up and tried to attack his opponent. Ching thought to himself with excitement that he didn't even see the fighter breathing heavily. The protagonist activated his magical vision. He wanted to take a closer look at the fighter in the silver mask. The protagonist looked closely and saw that the athlete was in the early stages of development of the Kingdom of Huang. Tan rushed to attack the athlete. Ching realized that his friend could not win. Tan flew to the side after another attack from his opponent and fell into the ring. The spectators in the hall admired the fighters in the ring. Someone said that the fight was very amazing. The athlete stood in a fighting stance. Ching thought that Tang was running out of energy. But this warrior was steadfast and resilient. The main character looked at the ring where Tan was lying. He decided to help him somehow. The athlete ran very quickly to the side and was able to jump behind the tank. The athlete hit the Tan in the back with a powerful kick from his legs with all his might. The main character looked at his beaten friend in the ring from the stands. He decided to help him. King got into a fighting stance and used the first palm technique, Zhenyang. Tan looked at his friend in surprise and realized that he was not an easy guy. He received a boost of energy from him in the corner of the ring. The masked fighter approached his opponent from behind and swung his leg from above to finish him off. The warrior hit his opponent in the back with all his might from above. A bright yellow glow appeared around. The beaten Thane thought that his opponent had broken his body shield. It was really painful for him. The audience in the hall shouted words of encouragement for the masked warrior. They demanded that he fight. Tan was lying in the ring. He decided to try to break his opponent's arm and leg to avenge the beaten fighters. King watched his friend with fear and realized that his opponent would use a sneak attack against him. Tan reached out to the athlete to break his leg. The protagonist protected his friend with the energy flow of Zhenyang. A powerful stream of energy flew past the athlete and caught his leg. The masked fighter turned around and saw the main character near the ring. The athlete realized that he could not miss such an opportunity. He began to beat his opponent with all his might. The fighter beat Tanya with all his might with his hands and feet. He still couldn't defend himself. The referee called a 3-minute break. Tan lay unconscious in the ring. The spectators shouted support for Silver Mask. The fans in the stands shouted loudly their support for the Silver Mask. The main character turned around and was surprised when he heard all the fans shouting about the Silver Mask. King sat on the sofa and listened to the audience's words. He thought to himself discontentedly that his Zhenyan palm would not be able to hurt Tetsuo Azaki at a distance. The main character grabbed the phone and decided to call his friend. He thought that Tan should give up this game. The main character realized that his friend's phone was switched off. He didn't know how he could help him. King took out a cigarette. He decided that he could help his friend outside the boxing ring. King was sitting on a chair and looking down. The guard shouted to the guy that someone was entering the ring. The audience in the hall was shouting loudly. A judge in a suit appeared in the corridor. The fans could not understand what was happening. The referee entered the ring. The fighters stood opposite each other and prepared to fight. The spectators couldn't understand why the referee appeared in the ring. Someone said that the referee wanted to make sure that Tetsuo Akaki wouldn't be killed by the Silver Mask. The main character was watching the arena from the stands. The referee commanded the fighters to start the fight. The fighter swung his arm and tried to knock his opponent off his feet with a punch. Silver Mask jumped back sharply and dodged his opponent's attack. The Japanese man swung his hand very wide and hit the fighter on the leg with all his might. Silver Mask was very scared. He realized that his opponent's hand was harder than his knee. The athlete jumped back. The Japanese looked closely at his opponent and prepared to attack further. The fighters continued to fight fiercely in the ring. The main character stood on the side and watched. The audience was very surprised. They could not understand why the silver mask could not fight back. Tan swung his arm sharply. His opponent dodged to the side in time. Mask looked at his opponent and felt powerless. Tan rushed forward to attack. He had the same feeling when he fought with the main character. The fighter swung his arm with all his might and hit the ring. Cracks appeared on it. The main character was watching the fight closely. He realized that he had to help his friend. Ching stood near the fence and shouted to the athlete to come to him quickly. The fighters continued to fight fiercely. Ching looked closely and could not understand why Tang was moving in the opposite direction. The referee turned around and told the main character to move away from the ring. The athletes continued the fight. The main character squeezed his hand and it caught fire. He decided to somehow help his friend in the ring. Ching stretched his palms forward and a bright fiery radiation came out of them. He wanted to help the fighter. A bright blue light appeared around Tanya. His energy improved. Bok looked at his opponent and realized that he had stopped attacking. He decided to rush into the attack. The athlete viciously punched his frightened opponent in the stomach with all his might. The main character shouted in fear to his friend to watch out. He stretched out his hands to grab him. The protagonist reached his hands through the ring's net and grabbed his beaten friend to keep him from falling. The viewer looked ahead in surprise. He realized that the guy had broken through a soft steel wire with a diameter of 2 centimeters. The fans in the hall were very surprised. They realized that the guy jumped on the wire and saved the silver mask. Ching turned around and sternly demanded that guard Luo take Tang to the hospital as soon as possible. The main character turned around and looked angrily at the fighter in the ring. He decided to beat him up later. Takeo stepped forward towards his opponent and asked angrily, "Is this really true?" The athlete raised his hand and asked the fighter to show him what he had. The spectators all around were shouting that he was a master. Ching looked at the athlete and decided to make him pay for everything. He shouted to his friend to hold on. The ambulance was already on the way. Tan was lying unconscious on a stretcher. The protagonist knew that his friend had broken his left leg and dislocated his shoulders. An ambulance arrived and loaded the patient. The protagonist told the guards to take care of Tanya. The guard handed the protagonist a card as a farewell. The main character grabbed the flying card and shouted to the guy not to worry. After this, Ching turned sharply and ran back to the fighting ring at full speed. The guard stopped the guy at the entrance and asked for his card. Ching showed his card in response and asked if he could go further. The guard let the guest go ahead. The main character entered the corridor. He looked around carefully. Ching approached the registration desk. He decided to ask the employee about participating in the duel. The main character near the glass asked the girl with excitement what he should do to take part in the duel. The worker smiled and told the guy that he should ask Mr. Guo about it. The worker was counting money at the cash register. She told the guy that Mr. Guo was behind the sliding door behind the ring. The main character thanked the girl on the go and ran down the corridor. King ran down the corridor at full speed to the right door. Portraits of fighters hung on the walls. The main character ran to the right door and prepared to go inside. King turned to the side. He noticed with amazement how some boy was leading an old man by the arm. The main character realized that in front of him was an old man who was fishing on the shore of the reservoir. The master stopped and asked the guy in surprise, "What is he doing here?" King explained to the old man that he had come to sign up for the match, so he needed to find Mr. Guo. Grandfather told the boy that he wanted to avenge the young master of the Tang family. The old man laughed and put his hand on the surprised protagonist's shoulder. Grandpa stepped aside. He told the boy that he was much stronger than Tetsuo Akaki. The main character said that Akaki hurt his friend. He can't let the fighter leave without being punished. The old man handed the main character a business card. He asked the boy to tell Mr. Guo that the blind man Joe wanted him to fight in the ring. Ching walked through the door and saw an office with a large number of workers in front of him. The employee asked the guy with displeasure why he came here. Ching answered his partner that he came to see Mr. Guo. The guy showed him where to go next. The worker led the protagonist to the door and knocked on it. Guo was sitting at the table reading a newspaper. He told the people to come in. The man was counting documents. He asked the guy with displeasure what was the matter. Ching approached the surprised man and said that he wanted to get into the ring. The protagonist demanded that the owner organize a match against Akaki for him as soon as possible. Guo asked the guy, "Is he really a professional fighter?" Ching replied that he is not a professional fighter. The man sternly demanded that the guy get out of the office as soon as possible. The main character sternly told Guo that he wanted to fight against the opponent today. Guo explained to the guy that he would not allow a tramp to fight in his ring. The protagonist showed the man a business card from the blind old man Joe. The guy said that he wanted to fight Tetsuo Akaki tonight. The boss explained to the boy that he could arrange a match against Akaki in half an hour. Ching demanded that the boss say it straight out. Go explained to the guy that each fighter had to make a deposit of 200,000 and sign an agreement. Ching demanded that the boss just give him the papers. The main character held a piece of paper in his hands and said that it was done. Near the exit, he told the man in the office to tell him when the match would start. The main character was heading towards the ring. He heard the fans talking. Ching stood on the balcony and looked at the battle arena. The spectators were waiting for the next duel and were talking with intrigue. The main character took the phone and decided to find out how his friend was feeling. The guy called on the phone and asked Lo how Tan was doing. The partner said that the doctor was going to operate on the master. The main character listened on the phone and realized that there was someone else next to Lo. King was very excited to hear that Tang Qingsheng answered the phone. The main character held the phone in his hand. He repeated the name of Tang Qingshen to himself. The guy asked his partner, "Is he really Tan's brother's father?" The protagonist wanted to ask the man about Tang's injuries. The partner asked Qin sharply, "Did he really want to sign up for a boxing match?" The main character stood on the balcony. He sternly told his partner that he was going to beat his opponent. The man asked the guy if he could win. Qin said in a confident voice that he had to win. The man stood and looked at the patient on the bed. He promised the guy on the phone that he would come get someone for him when the match was over. Guam met the guy in the hallway and said that he would take him to the locker room for the next match. The boss told the guy on the go that there was a separate room for each fighter. The loudspeaker would announce when the match would start. The main character walked into an empty room and sat down on the sofa. He noticed a stranger looking at him from the side. The worker opened the closet and told the protagonist that there were clothes for fighting in there. He had to put them on. Ching looked at the guy next to him in surprise and realized that he worked here. The main character took it in his hand and told the employee that the black color suited him completely. The worker looked at the guy silently. Ching couldn't understand why the stranger looked at him like that. The protagonist went behind the screen and changed his clothes. He came out and told the employee that they could go further. The worker silently looked at the main character. Ching couldn't understand why the guy kept looking at him like that. Suddenly, the stranger put his hand on the protagonist's shoulder. He excitedly demanded that Ching defeat his rival. King entered the arena and headed towards the ring. The spectators looked at him with interest. Akaki looked angrily at the guy from the side. The main character turned around and threatened his rival that he would teach him a lesson. The host shouted into the microphone for the audience to welcome Mr. Tetsuo and Shuya. The fans were excited. Someone shouted that this match would be the last for Mr. Tetsuo. The fighters stood opposite each other. The presenter said into the microphone that he was looking forward to it. The athlete looked at the main character and threatened that he would kill him in the last match. The spectators were very surprised. Akaki said that he had made a promise to kill his opponents in the last match. Ching would be his ideal opponent. The spectators looked at the fighter in surprise. Someone shouted that Akaki was very angry. The main character assumed a fighting stance. He told his opponent that he had no chance of returning home now and that he could hand in his ticket. The main character stood in the ring opposite his opponent. They looked at each other in silence. King rushed forward at full speed towards the fighter. He wanted to know his true strength. The fighters hit each other with their hands. Chin thought, in fear that his opponent had almost knocked him off his feet. Akaki jumped back. The protagonist realized that the opponent was much stronger than he thought. Ching clenched his hand into a fist. His other hand began to shake. The guy thought that his opponent might have hit with full force. The main character glanced at the opposite side of the ring. He did not understand why the fighter was standing so far away. King looked closely at the fighter and realized that he was defending himself from his attack. Akaki became more vigilant. The protagonist decided to end the duel as quickly as possible. The main character suddenly took off and ran at full speed towards his opponent. Chin swung his arm and hit the fighter in the face with all his might. Akaki bounced back after the hit and crashed into the net. The main character happily thought to himself that he moved faster than his opponent. The spectators in the stands were unhappy. Someone shouted at the fighter to leave if he didn't want to fight. The main character wanted to hit his opponent in the head with a powerful blow. He decided to attack him when Akaki became angry and impulsive. 5 minutes later, the spectators looked at the battle stand in surprise. The main character ran at full speed after his opponent in the ring. Akaki tried to fight him off. King thought to himself with displeasure that he couldn't even touch his opponent. Akaki could win if things continued like this. The main character waved his arms and tried to hit his opponent in the head. He wanted the arena to be bigger. The guy's eyes lit up. He realized that he had to use his best skill against his opponent. Akaki got into a fighting stance and defended himself with his hands. He moved very quickly around the ring. The main character looked at the fighter and realized that he was moving with some kind of pattern. The athlete jumped far back. Ching watched him closely and carefully counted something to himself. The main character gradually became more cheerful. He had already counted to 47 and 48. Akaki looked at the main character and did not understand why the guy stopped. He decided to start a test attack. The fighter ran forward very quickly. He decided to see how the main character could move. Ching put his hand forward and prepared to block his opponent's attack. The main character suddenly rushed forward and ran past the fighter. He broke through the protective net near the ring on the run. The people in the stands were very happy. Someone shouted that the guy could only dodge. Akaki began to gradually retreat back. He could not withstand the guy's attacks even with a protective shield. The fighter dodged to the side in the ring. He decided to use ghost footwork to tire out the protagonist. Akaki rushed forward at the main character. He decided that he had enough strength to defeat the guy. The main character watched his opponent closely and counted 49 steps. King was very happy to himself. He learned all the tricks that Akaki used to dodge him. The main character clenched his fist and slammed it in front of him. He decided to hit his opponent when he was next to him. The spectators in the stands were amazed. Someone shouted that the guy punched the air. Akaki was very scared. He saw that the guy's blow was approaching his head. The protagonist swung his arm with all his might and hit the fighter from below with an uppercut. Akaki couldn't understand how the opponent could see his phantom footwork. Akaki took a very strong blow from his opponent. He flew up and fell down on the ring from above. The main character angrily told the fighter that he would break his arm and leg to avenge his friend. After a successful fight, Ching left the ring and returned to his hotel room. Guo entered the room and congratulated the guy on his first winning match. The protagonist told the man that all this happened thanks to him. Otherwise, Akaki could have escaped. Guo handed the protagonist a check for 500,000. He slyly asked the guy, "Will this be enough for him?" The protagonist reached out and grabbed the check from the man's hand. He handed Guo a cigarette and said that he would return if anyone insulted their country and people again. The man lit a cigarette and asked the main character for his number to keep in touch. The guy suddenly disappeared somewhere very quickly. King ran very fast along the road. He remembered on the go that his opponent ran very fast. The main character recalled his last fight in the ring. His opponent had very fast footwork. The main character ran quickly down the street and dodged from side to side. He was thinking about his opponent's special footwork. At that moment, the main character's phone rang. King picked up the phone on the go. Luo called him and said that he had just arrived at Longhu Villa. A car was driving towards the protagonist from the side. The main character answered his partner on the phone that he would not move. Lo, driving the car, told the guy that he would not move either. Qingyi got into the car and asked the driver what was wrong with Tan now. Luo replied that the guy was still undergoing surgery. It would be over when they got there. The main character and his companion arrived at the hospital. There was still an unconscious patient lying there. Tang Qingsheng was the president of Tang's group. He sat and looked at his son on the bed with excitement. The man recalled how he was sitting at an important work meeting. Suddenly, someone called him. Tang shouted to his subordinates to sort everything out and prepared to leave with Lo. The man ran into the hospital. He noticed how doctors were wheeling a patient on a gurney down the corridor. The doctors wheeled the patient into the operating room. Tang walked around in circles near the operating room door. Very excited, the doctor came out. He told the man that the patient had many fractures and a bruised chest. The man remembered that his son had never shown any interest in kickboxing. He realized that someone had forced the boy to do it. The man entered the room and looked at his son. The main character came up to him from the side and asked how the operation went. Tan was lying unconscious on the bed. The father told details about all of his son's injuries. The man said that the operation was a success. The patient will have to stay in bed for a couple of months. Tang thanked the protagonist for everything he did tonight. The man said in a reasonable voice that the protagonist had done enough for his friend. Guobin was very reckless. The father looked at his son and told the main character that Tanu was lucky to have such a friend. The main character activated his magical vision. Not all the bones in the patient's body were restored. Tan will have to lie in bed for a long time. Qing looked away thoughtfully. He thought that the thing would help the guy recover. The protagonist looked at the patient on the bed. He decided to go to a Chinese pharmacy and make sure that the medicine would not harm Tan. King yawned tiredly. The man told the boy that it had been a long day for him and that he could go home now. The main character said goodbye to the man and headed towards the exit of the hospital. King stood on the street and extended his hand to hail a taxi for himself. King got into the car and told the driver to take him to Hujing Garden. The main character saw a Chinese pharmacy outside the car window. He decided to go there. The next day, Qing was doing pull-ups at home. He was pleased to wake up naturally. The main character ran to get the box. He wanted to take it to the Chinese pharmacy first and then give it to Tan. Inside the box on the pillow lay a ginseng root. The box itself was made of dark and pure jade. King carried a box in his hands. It was worth millions. The guy decided to himself that the ginseng in the box must be very valuable. The main character took the box with him and went outside. He had received it from Dulong some time ago. First, he had to ask the master to check the ginseng root. After walking around the city, the main character approached the building of a Chinese pharmacy. The customer inside approached the vendor and asked him to help her with the medicine. Qin looked carefully at the sign near the entrance. This pharmacy had been here for several decades. The main character approached the old man behind the counter and asked him to help him with a plant. The other customers were unhappy. Ven told the guy that he would take payment from him. The main character asked how much all this would cost. The old man demanded 50 yuan from the guy at a time, unless the client brought something valuable. The protagonist demanded that the master examine the artifact as quickly as possible. Ven looked at the guy with a sad look and said that he agreed. The old man opened the box and looked with great admiration at the ginseng root inside. Wen carefully examined the root through a magnifying glass. Qing asked the master, what did he find in the box? The old man realized that he was dealing with an amateur. He decided to deceive the guy. Ven thought excitedly to himself that he could make millions on this artifact. The old man looked through a magnifying glass. He decided to take the root and give the guy a fake. Ven looked at the main character and said that he could not understand it with the naked eye. The old man told the boy that he would go inside his pharmacy and examine the root with the device. Qing slammed the box shut and told the old man that he wanted to go with him. The owner told the guy that he couldn't let him in. Qing could leave, but he wouldn't get his money back. The main character told the owner that he understood everything. The old man looked at the guy and realized that the client did not want to waste money. He realized that he could take the ginseng for himself. Qing looked at his master with concern and realized that he should be more careful with him. The main character grabbed the root and headed for the exit. He said that he would make chicken soup from it. The main character headed towards the exit with his bag. The old man wanted to stop him. Ven thought to himself with disappointment that he had just missed the most valuable thing. The old man grabbed the phone and called Zhang. He told him excitedly that he needed help and money would not be a problem. The main character was walking down the street with a bag in his hands. An old man was watching him closely from behind. King realized that Wen was watching him from behind. He still wanted to take the ginseng from him. The master followed the guy closely behind. Qing decided to find out in more detail what kind of root he had in his hands. King went into the store and approached the counter. He asked the seller for 2 cans of Coke. The main character went outside. The old man was still hiding around the corner and watching him closely. Ven looked out from around the corner carefully. He watched the guy's every step. The main character approached the alley. The old man could not understand what Qing had planned. The guy turned into an alley. Suddenly, he noticed someone riding a motorcycle approaching him. An old man appeared. He told the bikers that this was the guy in front of them. The main character happily remembered to himself that last time these bikers were beaten by Brother Tan and Lo. Now they wanted to fight him. The guy looked at the bandits and realized that they wanted to take the ginseng from him. The main character heard a noise from the side. Another motorcycle was approaching him. Qing hid around the corner. Another motorcyclist with a passenger was approaching him from the side. A stranger on a motorcycle reached out his hand to the guy's backpack and shouted that the ginseng would be his. Qing jumped to the side with a powerful blow, throwing the biker and his passenger to the ground. The main character hit the lying bandit with all his might and shouted that he was no match for him. The old man turned around angrily. He demanded that the bandits come and take the ginseng from the guy. The main character went into an alley. He called and wanted to report a crime. The main character called and told the police that he had been robbed. He demanded that they send people here as soon as possible. The bandits behind him got scared. The frightened bikers started running away. They realized that the guy had called the police. The main character walked after the criminals. They tried to escape on a motorcycle. One of them dropped his wallet. King bent down to the ground and looked at his wallet. He was surprised that someone still carried cash when there were cards. King threw his wallet aside. The money would have been enough for a taxi ride home. The bandit approached the old man and asked who the guy was that had just been in front of them. Another fighter complained that Ching had called the police. Wen, in an angry voice, demanded that the fighters quickly find the guy and take the ginseng. The bandits ran down the alley very quickly. They wanted to find the guy as soon as possible. The fighters ran out into the street and looked around. They had lost their target. The main character was riding in a taxi and holding a can of drink in his hands. He just pretended to be calling on the phone, and this scared the criminals. The driver looked closely at the guy behind him. He decided that the client had money that he wanted to spend. The protagonist visited his friend in the hospital. Tang happily thanked Chin for avenging him and breaking the fighter's arm and leg. Tan felt a very strong pain in his body. The main character told his friend to be careful and not to break his bones again. Tan told his friend that he could still visit him. He would have to stay in the hospital for a couple more weeks. The protagonist took off his backpack. He told the patient that he had brought ginseng for him. The guy opened the box. He told his friend that the root would help him recover. Tan waved his hand away from the root and said that it would soon recover on its own. A doctor came up from the side. He told the boy that the integration of Western and Chinese medicine would help him. The patient shouted with a joyful voice that he was ready to do anything to get well soon. The doctor told the patient that he would ask to see Dr. Gu and be cured with acupuncture. Tang thanked the doctor. As he was saying goodbye, Ching turned around and asked his friend, "What kind of doctor was Gu?" Tan said thoughtfully that Dr. Gu was the best herbalist in their city. He had once cured his father of migraines with acupuncture. The main character told his friend that Dr. Gu would be able to determine the age of his ginseng. He took the root to the pharmacy, but they tried to deceive him there. The patient was lying on the bed and there was a box on the table next to him. Tan asked his friend, "Where did he get the ginseng?" The main character explained that he found the root in the basement. Tan didn't really understand why the protagonist had just given him a valuable root. He turned around and looked at Chin with displeasure. The main character looked at the patient cheerfully and told him to remove the sad expression from his face. Ching pointed out the box to his friend and said that it could be worth millions. The ginseng inside the box could be worth even more. It could be used to bring the dead back to life. The patient asked his friend with displeasure, "Did he really think that he was going to die now?" Tang shouted angrily at the protagonist that he was talking nonsense. Ching jokingly replied to his friend that if he died, he would not be able to pay his bills. The door opened and Dr. Gu entered the office with his assistants. The patient greeted the doctor from his seat. Gu told the boy in a didactic voice that he had mastered some techniques and decided that he was invincible. Pain would now teach him a good lesson. Tan sadly fell silent. He looked ahead and did not answer the doctor. The nurse opened the box of drugs. The doctor reached into the box and said, "Let's start." Gu looked back and noticed that the main character was standing in the corner of the room. The nurse told the boy to go outside. The doctor began the treatment. Tan explained that his friend was Mr. Wang's disciple and could stay with him. Gu was surprised to hear that Wang had a disciple. The doctor looked at the main character and said that it was he who wounded 2 foreign fighters. Can realize that the beaten athletes were in this hospital. He told the doctor out loud that he only knew 1 fighter. The other one was beaten by Tang. Gu looked happily at the protagonist and said that he was as humble and righteous as his teacher. The patient couldn't understand why the doctor told him that he would learn a lesson. After that, Gu praised the main character. The main character asked the doctor for a favor and said that he could take care of the patient. Tan looked at his friend with gratitude. Gu told the protagonist that the patient had fully recovered after a 3-month rest. He asked the guy what he wanted. The protagonist turned around furtively and glanced at the patient. The doctor studied him carefully with his gaze. Tan thought to himself with displeasure that he would have to lie in bed for 3 months. His muscles could atrophy. Tan handed the box to the nurse and said that he wanted to give the ginseng to the patient. He wanted the doctor to look at the root. The nurse approached the doctor from the side and prepared to open the box in front of him. The doctor looked inside the box at the root with great surprise and admiration. The doctor looked at the box with great surprise at the ginseng. He asked the guy, "Did he really find this root in the basement?" The main character told the doctor that he had found the root and now it belonged to him. The guy thought to himself that Dulong was already in prison anyway. Gu held the box in his hands. He looked at the ginseng inside silently and with admiration. The nurses handed the doctor a magnifying glass. He decided to examine the root carefully. Gu studied the ginseng in the box with admiration. He joyfully shouted that the history of the root is at least 800 years old and this is rare. The patient asked the doctor how much an 800-year-old root could cost. The nurses supported the medic under the arms. Gu said that the root is very ancient and no one will sell it. It can save lives. Ching looked inside the box. He told the doctor in a distrustful voice that he did not see anything special in the ginseng. The doctor looked at the root and told the boy that any ginseng older than 100 years can be called the best. But if you treat the plant incorrectly, it can kill. Tan reminded the doctor that he had just said that the root could save his life. Gu excitedly said that a small piece of ginseng could save an injured or dying person. This would give a little time to try to cure the patient. Gu explained to the main character that if he took all the ginseng at once, the excess energy could kill him. Ching asked the doctor, how soon could Tang recover if they treated it properly? Gu explained with a smile that the patient would fully recover within a month. The doctor told the main character that if he practices martial arts, he can nourish his life force and heal his wounds. If the root is put into a cauldron with other herbs and turned into tablets, it will work better. Ching told the doctor that he should know how all this could be done. Gu told the guy that he would like to help him finish the root if he wanted. The main character handed the box to the doctor and told him to take care of the patient for now. He promised to buy the necessary herbs. Gu smiled and answered his partner that there were no problems. Gu looked at the box and said that it was okay to sell the box for now. It should be enough to buy some herbs. The doctor promised that he would give the pills to the patient when everything was ready. Ching explained to the doctor that he had given the root to his friend Tang. The patient turned around and told his friend that he would only take half of the root. He was willing to share anything with Chin except girls. The nurses laughed cheerfully. The doctor stood and looked at the patient with a smile. Gu turned around and asked the girl Hua to put away the ginseng. The doctor asked the guy to wait outside. Ching replied that he agreed. The doctor held needles in his hands and his eyes lit up. He promised to cure the patient right away. Ching headed for the exit and told his friend that they would see him later in the hallway. He heard the patient's screams from the room. The main character was talking to a doctor in the hallway. The doctor said that the patient would be able to walk within a month. Ching entered the room and noticed that the guy on the couch already looked much better. Ching took the apple and decided to peel it for his friend. He said that Dr. Gu was a truly great master. The protagonist reminded the patient not to move unless absolutely necessary. King handed his friend a peeled apple. The patient told the protagonist to go back to school. King was very annoyed. He asked his friend, "What is he talking about?" Tan shouted at the guy with displeasure, telling him to shut up. It was late evening. Suddenly, the patient shouted to his friend to stay. Ching replied to his friend that he must now return to school. At midnight, the main character returned home. He decided to go to school tomorrow and find out how Shenmo was doing. The guy got ready to turn off the light and go to bed. King was walking down the school corridor. He approached the door and realized that someone was snoring loudly there. The main character entered the office and saw that a student named Shenmo was sleeping at his desk. King walked up to his sleeping friend on the table and shouted for him to wake up. Shen suddenly woke up and couldn't understand who was in front of him. He asked the main character in surprise, "Is he already healthy?" Ching couldn't remember when he had been sick before. King thought about it and decided that the dough had helped him. He took the box out of his backpack and told his friend that he was now back at school. Shenmo held a pack of cigarettes in his hands. He thanked the protagonist with admiration. The main character sat down at the next desk. He told his friend that he hadn't slept all night and looked tired. Shenmo put a cigarette in his mouth and told the protagonist that he had been reading books all night. The main character looked closely at his friend and saw that his hands were shaking very badly. The main character told his friend in a stern voice that he had not slept at night because his body ached after he had been beaten. Shen was surprised when he heard such words. Shen said in a dissatisfied voice that Cao Gang regularly beat him at the gate and demanded 500 yuan. The protagonist asked his frightened friend if he had told the teacher about this. Shan answered his partner with excitement that he had not told the teacher yet. Shan said that if he had told the teacher everything, she would have punished them both. He also had to wait out the exam. The main character told his friend with a smile that the teacher should protect him. Qing asked his friend, "Why did Cao Gang beat him?" The student said that he wrote love letters to the girl Cao liked. The main character angrily shouted that he would beat Cao tonight. At that moment, the school bell rang. During lunch, the teacher at the desk told the main character to come into her office. The woman in the office sternly asked the boy, "What illness did he have?" He had been gone for 30 days. Ching told the teacher that he had just caught a cold. He had been misdiagnosed and almost sent for chemotherapy. The teacher realized that the boy was definitely lying. She demanded that he forget about everything and study hard.